Zhao Dihai pulled the door of the meeting room shut from the inside. On the projection screen, an error screenshot sent over by the client was being displayed. A red error box occupied half the screen, followed by 2 lines describing the issue. The last sentence read, "Please provide an explanation for the cause as soon as possible." Only the whirring of the projector's fan remained in the meeting room. No one dared raise their head toward Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai stared at the projection and asked who ran the final round of regression testing before Golov. No one answered. At the end of the long table, Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in front of his laptop, whose screen was frozen on the execution log of test cases. He swiped twice on the touchpad and found a remark about that interface anomaly. It was not as though that issue had never been raised. On the day of development, they had said it would be fixed in the next build. The client had been pressing for production deployment, and in the group chat Zhao Dihai had sent 2 words, "Go ahead." Zhang Xiaoqiang rested his cursor beside the remark, then lifted his head slightly. Director Zhao, I raised this issue in the group before Golov. Development said they would patch it later. I've got it recorded here. I'm not asking whether you recorded it. Zhao Dihai cut him off, his voice quiet, blocking whatever Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to say. What the client cares about now is our attitude. Their acceptance payment is stuck. They're asking how our testing was done. If you just hand over a sentence saying, "I raised it," will that solve anything? Beside Zhang Xiaoqiang on the right, sat Zhou Peng, head lowered toward his own screen, fingers frozen beside the touchpad, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at him. Zhou Peng acted as though he hadn't noticed, lowering his head further as he scrolled his test log down by 1 line. Zhao Dihai pushed a printed issue review template to the center of the table. Xiaoqiang, you'll write a review tonight according to this template. Focus on clearly laying out the testing omissions, lack of process awareness, and follow-up corrective measures. Send it to me before 9 tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers still rested beside the touchpad. But this wasn't an omission. In my records. The records are for internal eyes. Zhao Dihai looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching in a way that was not a smile. Externally, someone has to take responsibility. You've been on this project the longest and know the process best, so you're the most suitable person to write this review. Also, your performance bonus for this month will be partially withheld first. We'll talk again after the client calms down. The air conditioning in the meeting room was blasting hard. Though Zhang Xiaoqiang's back pressed against the chair, sweat clung to his shirt. The words "why me?" pressed under his tongue, compressed into another voice. All right, I'll revise it tonight. Zhao Dihai nodded as if things had finally returned to where they were supposed to be. That's more like it. We're all one team here, so stop always thinking about how to wash your hands of it. Zhou Peng, send today's supplementary test records over to Xiaoqiang. Zhou Peng answered at once, okay. When the meeting ended, Zhao Dihai went out first to take a call. As the door opened, the noise from the workstations outside poured in. The clatter of keyboards, the whir of printers, and laughter from the neighboring team. Zhou Peng closed his laptop, and as he stood up, patted Zhang Xiaoqiang on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Just get through this patch first. Director Zhao is only being pushed hard by the client. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the issue review template. The edge of the paper grazed his finger, leaving no blood, only a pale line. Xiaoqiang received the folder and flipped through the handover forms, signing 3 names. His handwriting was still as it had been 10 years ago. Okay. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing further. He pulled the laptop closer to himself, and only after Zhou Peng had walked away reopened the test records, captured a screenshot of that remark, and dragged it into a newly created folder. He typed a name for the folder, production issues. After a moment's thought, he deleted it and changed it to temporary. At 9:47 p.m., he left the office building. June rain in Jiangzhou fell the instant it was mentioned. When Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped out of the office building, the tiles at the entrance were slick and shining under the rain droplets drumming densely on the glass canopy. Overhead, there's sound enough to fray one's nerves. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened a ride-hailing app. The screen popped up the rain surcharge estimate. To get back to his rented room would cost 20 yuan and 30 cents. Normally, he took the bus for that distance. 3 stops, then a short walk. The rain still hadn't stopped, and the bus stop was a ways from the office. He only wanted to get back quickly, even though once home, he would still have to write that issue review. He stared at the fare for a few seconds, thumb hovering over confirm request. A low battery alert popped up on his phone. 20 yuan and 30 cents would buy him 2 fast food meals if he didn't add a chicken leg. He closed the ride-hailing app and headed for the bus stop. Stuffed in the side pocket of his bag was a folding umbrella whose one rib had long since bent. Jiangzhou had seen constant rain these past few months, and he carried it every day. If his shoes got soaked, he would stuff them with paper, and by morning they would almost be wearable again. As he stepped under the bus stop sign, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller ID read Dad. The ad lightbox nearby glared white. He pressed accept. Off work yet? Zhang Jingwo's voice was slightly hoarse, with a television blaring loudly in the background, sounding like a comic sketch. Just finished. So late again. The project's going live. There was a brief pause on the other end. Your mother chatted with Aunt Wang today. She said that girl is currently in Jiangzhou, as well, named Wang Qing. You met her once before, didn't you? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the bus timetable. The time for the last bus was partly covered by a sticker. I did. She's 32 as well. The family's thinking that if it can be settled, better to settle it soon. They're asking for a bride price of 180,000 yuan, which isn't high back where we're from. Zhang Xiaoqiang shifted the phone to his other hand. Dad work's been really busy lately. Busy is busy, but you can't drag things on forever, Zhang Jingwo coughed. We're not looking to take advantage of her. Let's not talk about the house for now. As for the bride price, you save some, and we'll chip in some. Your mother says we could even cash out that fixed-term deposit. Don't. The two words came out a little too fast. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Lowering his tone, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, that's not what I meant. You should keep it for medical needs. Don't touch it. What illness could we possibly have? Zhang Jingwo said. You're 35 now, Xiaoqiang. Wait much longer, and the girl won't wait for you. A bus drew near from afar, its headlights making his eyes ache. There were only 3 people at the stop, 2 boys who looked like students bent over their phones playing games, and a delivery worker with his helmet tucked under his arm. I know, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. You always say you know. Let me get back to the dorm first. We'll talk when I'm home. He hung up before Zhang Jingwo could say anything more. The bus doors opened, spilling cool air from inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang boarded, scanned his ride code, and walked toward the back. After sitting down, he opened the Huaxing Bank app again. His salary card held 1,326 yuan and 40 cents. Rent at the end of the month would be 800. Mobile fees and utilities hadn't been deducted yet. He still had no idea how much of his performance bonus Zhao Dihai planned to withhold. He hugged his backpack to his legs. His face reflected in the window a 35-year-old man who didn't look old yet showed little spirit. His hair was flattened by sweat, a slight crease at his collar, like just another office worker seen anywhere along the roadside. By the time the bus reached the area near his rented room, it was already 10:30. At the entrance of the old residential compound, one of the lamps was broken and the security booth stood empty. The motion sensor lights in the stairwell were slow to respond. Zhang Xiaoqiang had to stomp his foot before they flicked on, illuminating the yellowed wall ads. His room was at the far end of the 3rd floor, a single partition space. The key snagged in the lock at first. He lifted the door handle slightly before it turned. Inside, the air smelled of instant noodle broth mingled with damp clothes. The desk was pushed up against the window, which looked out toward the outdoor units of the opposite building's air conditioners. An old mouse pad curled at the edges. Beside it sat half a box of tissues and 2 discarded delivery boxes. Zhang Xiaoqiang set down his backpack and first plugged in his phone charger. The connection was poor. The screen lit up, then went dark again. He pressed the plug further in until the phone finally showed it was charging. He pulled out the printed issue review template from his bag and placed it beside the keyboard. The review still had to be written, sent before 9 tomorrow. If it didn't sound sincere enough, Zhao Dihai would surely send it back. He sat down, turned on the computer, and the blank document page lit up. He stared at the 4 characters for testing omissions in the title for half a minute, fingers still away from the keys. His phone buzzed again. His mother had sent a voice message. He tapped to open it. Li Guolan's voice emerged softly from the speaker. Your father sounded a bit harsh just now. Don't take it to heart. We're not really rushing you. We just feel that Wang Qing is a decent girl. Her asking for 180,000 isn't exactly outrageous. Don't be too frugal out there on your own. Eat when you should, and now that it's hot, drink more water. The message lasted 23 seconds. After listening, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not reply. Instead, he opened the Huaxing Bank app, preparing to recalculate this month's expenses. His fingerprint unlocked the app. When the home page loaded, the first thing he saw was the balance of his salary card, 1326. 40 yuan. Below it was another card he almost never used, a credit card with a limit of 5,000 over 2,000 already charged. Farther down, his finger stopped. There was an extra line in the account list. USD foreign exchange account. Available balance 900,000 USD. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that string of digits. His first reaction was not to count the zeros, but to hold the phone a little farther away. The screen did not change. He brought the phone closer again, thumb slowly sliding over the last 2 zeros. Commas divided the number into segments, each segment neatly in place. 900,000 USD. $9 trillion. The charging cable loosened again, the battery icon at the top flickering. Flustered, Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed down on the connector as though afraid those digits would dim away with the screen. He exited the app, then opened it again. Fingerprint unlock. The account list refreshed. That line was still there. He went to the background, swiped the app away, then reopened it. Still there. He turned off Wi-Fi and logged in using data. Still there. He locked the phone and set it on the desk. The only sound left in the room was the faint whir of the computer fan. Someone next door was on the phone. Their voice seeped through the thin wall, the words indistinct, only waves of laughter audible. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached out and picked up his phone again. He tapped into the USD foreign exchange account. The page was starkly simple: account name, currency, available balance, frozen amount. The frozen amount was 000. He scrolled down searching for transaction details. The transaction list was empty. No deposits. No remitter. In the account information, he could find no date of opening or branch he could make sense of. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his text messages, scrolling from today back to last month, then typed Huaxin Credit USD account into the search box. Nothing. He opened WeChat and searched the Huaxin Bank public account notifications. Nothing. He thought of taking a screenshot. The moment the screenshot sound chimed, his shoulders flinched. He hurriedly pressed the volume button, switching the phone to silent. He opened his photo gallery where a new image had appeared. That string of digits lay there quietly. After a few seconds of staring, he tapped delete. The system asked if he wanted to delete this photo. He confirmed. Less than 10 seconds later, he was back in the banking app taking another screenshot. This time he did not delete it. On the computer screen, the blank issue review document still glowed. The cursor beneath the title blinked, as if urging him back into his old life. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his browser. He typed what to do if a bank card suddenly has extra money. The search results came back: the top entries, all warning not to use it, mentioning possible unjust enrichment and advising him to contact the bank. He typed again: bank app shows incorrect balance. Halfway through he stopped and deleted the words. He glanced toward the door. The lock on the door was fine. The window was only cracked open, the outdoor unit of the air conditioner across the way humming steadily. He lowered his head to the phone and opened the account details again. On the page there was a button labeled More. Zhang Xiaoqiang's thumb hovered over it. He did not tap. This sum of money was too large to feel real. If it were 900 yuan, 9,000, even 90,000, he might already have called the bank. But the digits carried USD at the end like something that had no business being on his desk. How would he even report it to the police? Say that his phone suddenly held 9 trillion US dollars. If the bank asked about the source, how could he answer? If the police asked whether he had used any of it, how could he prove he hadn't? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned the phone face down on the desk. A few seconds later he flipped it back. He needed to know whether this was fake. Not big money. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 3 yuan. Even if it was a system error, an amount as small as the price of a bottle of water might not matter. He grabbed his keys and headed downstairs. At the building entrance he remembered that the umbrella was still spread open in the hallway outside his door. Feeling that the rain had eased, he did not go back for it. The convenience store was right by the compound gate, its signboard lighting a bright patch of ground. A poster for Bionegethylphof yogurt was taped to the glass door, and behind the cashier counter a young clerk was bent over short videos on his phone, the sound barely audible. As Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped in, the sensor chimed welcome. The clerk glanced up at him once, then lowered his head again. Rows of drinks lined the fridge. Bottled water, teas, cola, energy drinks. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood before the fridge for a long time. The cheapest was a plain bottle of mineral water for 2 yuan. He picked it up, then put it back. The iced tea beside it was 4 yuan. In the end, he still took the 2 yuan bottle of water. Condensation beaded over the plastic slick under his fingers. There was no one queuing at the cashier. The clerk scanned the barcode on the bottle. 2 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his payment code. By default, his salary card was listed first. He tapped the payment method. A list popped up. Huaxin Bank. USD foreign exchange account. That line of text squeezed among several cards. What shouldn't have appeared among payment accounts was arranged as neatly as the salary card. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingertip brushed it, the first time he missed, and the page bounced back to the previous layer. The clerk looked up. No signal. There is. He reopened the menu and selected that account. The payment code refreshed. The clerk scanned it with the handheld scanner. Beep. The screen changed. Payment successful. The clerk pushed the water toward him. All done. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the receipt slot on the cash register. No receipt came out. The clerk had already lowered his head to his videos again. A laughter in the clip was flattened by low volume. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the bottle of water and stepped out of the store. The rain still hadn't let up. Standing under the eaves at the convenience store entrance, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not twist the cap open. He launched the Huaxin Bank app. The balance had changed. 9000000000000 USD had become 89999999999. 72 US dollars. Below was a new transaction entry. Jiai Convenience Store, Jiangzhou, Anning Road branch, equivalent to 0. 28 US dollars. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that record for a long time. Then he tapped into the deposit details. It was empty. No incoming transfers. No remitter. Not a single entry explained where those 9 trillion US dollars had come from. Water droplets slid down from the bottle along his fingers, dripping at the edge of the phone. He wiped once with his sleeve, failing to dry it completely. The streaks of moisture on the screen split that expense record into 2 segments. He twisted the cap. The sound of the plastic seal breaking was faint. He did not drink the water. The phone screen remained lit. In the transaction history, that bottle of water stood alone. Zhang Xiaoqiang locked his phone screen, slipped it into his trouser pocket, picked up the unopened bottle of mineral water, and walked back along the road by the gate of the residential compound. The rain had eased a little, yet puddles still clung to the tiles underfoot. He did not walk fast. Every few steps his hand slipped into his pocket to touch the phone, as if afraid that the payment record might vanish on its own. When Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped into the building entrance, the motion sensor light in the stairwell still failed to respond. He stamped his foot once the light came on half a beat late, illuminating a few yellowed little ads on the wall. At the far end of the third floor, the folding umbrella by the door was still lying open. He bent down, picked up the umbrella, folded it, and set it against the wall. Then he slid his key into the lock, turned it halfway, and felt it catch. Tucking the bottle of mineral water under his arm, Zhang Xiaoqiang freed a hand to lift the door handle. Only then did the door yield. Once inside, he reached back to shut the door and immediately took the phone from his pocket. After fingerprint unlocking, the screen was still frozen on the Huaxin Bank app. The transaction record was still there: Jai Convenience, Jiangzhou, Anning Road Store 0. $28. After entering, he did not switch on the lights at once. Instead, he first locked the door again and set the security chain in place. The chain touched the door frame with a brief metallic click. He paused, listening for a few seconds. Next door, people were arguing on the television, the voices rising and falling unpredictably. Someone in the corridor had just come home. Keys scraped against a lock, twisting twice before the door opened. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned on the light. The cold white glow in the room was almost icy. The computer on the desk was still there, and the single line of title in the blank document remained "Problem Review." The cursor beneath flickered once. He set the mineral water bottle down on the corner of the desk. Condensation from the bottle brushed against the review template, leaving a faint pale stain along the edge of the paper. Zhang Xiaoqiang hurriedly pulled the sheet away and shook it twice, then realized the gesture was useless, finally laying it by the keyboard to dry. He looked at his phone again. The balance still read $89,999,999,999. $72. The final two decimal digits rested there, neat and proper, like the single beep of a convenience store scanner preserved inside the screen. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a screenshot. There was no sound from the screenshot. Only then did he remember he had already set the phone to silent inside the apartment. He opened his photo album and saw two almost identical images. The first showed the balance before buying the water. The second displayed the balance after buying the water along with the expense record. Using 2 fingers, he enlarged the image and stared at the merchant name for a long while, then backed out and tapped delete. A system prompt appeared: delete this photo. His thumb hovered over delete. After a moment, he chose. The album returned to the previous view. Both images remained. Zhang Xiaoqiang laid the phone face down on the desk and reached for the mineral water. The cap had already been twisted open, but the mouth of the bottle had not touched his lips. He lifted it, then set it down again. The water was so cold that his palm tingled if he held it too long. In the lower right corner of the computer screen, the time read 1107 p.m. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the problem review had to be sent to Zhaodi High. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed his hands on the keyboard and typed 2 words: test. He halted, then deleted them. The first field of the review template read analysis of problem causes. The second field read responsibility allocation and corrective measures. Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned the cursor under the first heading and typed a line: this incident reveals that the testing process was not executed with sufficient meticulousness. No sooner had the sentence appeared than he stared at it, unmoving. Testing process. Meticulousness. His gaze drifted sideways, coming to rest on the back of his phone. If this were a bug, it should not be so stable. He minimized the document and opened his browser. He clicked into the search bar and typed 1 character at a time: what to do if a bank card suddenly has extra money that has already been spent. The search results appeared. The first result's title included the phrase, "Do not use it." The second urged, "Contact the bank." The third was a QA. The questioner said their card had a few thousand yuan extra, and someone replied, "It's not your money. If you spend it, you must pay it back." A few thousand yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that number and scrolled down a little. Some people said it might be a mistaken transfer. Others advised keeping evidence. Someone said to report it to the police immediately. He changed the search terms to bank account balance increased, but no credit record. The results were far fewer, and the top entries resembled banking knowledge articles explaining that changes in account balance generally come with transaction logs. Generally. Zhang Xiaoqiang fixed his eyes on that single word. His balance had not merely increased by 1 sum. He had received no credit SMS, no remitter, and not a single incoming transfer record. That line labeled USD remittance account was like a room no one had ever reported, simply sprouting directly inside his banking app. He opened one web page, read 2 lines, and closed it again. He knew every word on the page, yet in his situation, none of them fit. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the browser history. The searches he had just made were listed at the top. He selected them and deleted them. Afterward, the search box was empty, the page blank as well. He did not feel as though anything had been lost. The phone vibrated once on the desk. It was not a call. It was a standard push notification from Huaxin Bank. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned the phone over. The notification contained only one line: "A transaction of yours has been completed." He tapped it. The app automatically jumped to the transaction details: Jai Convenience, Jiangzhou, Anning Road Store 0. $28. Transaction time 2302. Transaction status successful. Transaction type purchase. Channel quick pay. He scrolled down. There was no source of funds. No corresponding credit. No original currency explanation. At the bottom of the page in tiny gray letters was a single line: "If you have any questions, please contact Huaxin Bank customer service." Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that line and brushed it with his thumb. The customer service entry popped up, starting with the intelligent assistant. The input box suggested, "Please describe your problem." He typed a few words: "There is extra money in my account." At that point he stopped. Extra what? $9 trillion. A foreign exchange account with no credit record. Already spent 2 yuan of it. One by one Zhang Xiaoqiang deleted the words from the input box and exited the customer service page. He tapped into the account details. The page loaded briefly. Account name: USD remittance account. Currency: USD. Account status: normal. Available balance: 8999999999999. 72. Frozen amount: 0. After the account opening date was a short dash. After the account opening branch was likewise a short dash. With his thumb, Zhang Xiaoqiang gently slid down the screen. There were several more entries below transaction details. Credit notifications. Settlement and foreign exchange records. Account certificate. He first selected credit notifications. The page remained blank for a moment, then displayed a single line: "No records." He went back and tapped settlement and foreign exchange records. No records. He then tapped account certificate. A prompt popped up: "This account currently does not support online issuance of certificates. Please visit a branch for inquiry." Visit a branch for inquiry. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at those 6 words and withdrew his finger slightly. What would he say at the counter? When the teller asked what he needed, would he reply that he wanted to check $9 trillion? Would the old men and women in line behind him turn to stare? Would the teller keep cross-checking his ID, then lower their head to consult the branch manager? He exited the page and tapped transaction details again. The single expense record stood alone at the top. He changed the filter criteria to income. The page refreshed. Empty. Expenditure. The bottle of water appeared. Oh, still only that bottle of water. Zhang Xiaoqiang set the phone down and reached for the problem review template. The paper had dried somewhat. The watermark remained in the upper right corner, softening the edge of the character for corrective measures. He smoothed the sheet flat and reopened the document. This incident reveals that the testing process was not executed with sufficient meticulousness. The cursor blinked at the end of the sentence. He added another line subsequently: "We will strengthen closed-loop confirmation of issues before release." When he finished typing, he let out a brief laugh of his own. The sound was short, gone almost as soon as it left his mouth. Closed-loop confirmation. He could not even close the loop on where the money in his bank card had come from. "I'll first submit the materials. Call you if anything comes up," Xiaoqiang said. As he reached the yard entrance, Chun Laojiu spoke again. "Will submitting the materials home yet?" asked Zhang Jingguo. "Yes." "Why did it take you so long?" "It's raining, traffic is slow." On the other end, Zhang Jingguo coughed. His voice was lower than in the daytime, with the rustle of blankets shifting beside him. "Your mother's worried, had me ask again." Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his gaze to the water bottle at the corner of the desk. "I'm fine. Still working." Then get on with it," Zhang Jingguo said, but did not hang up. "Your Aunt Wang said today that Wang Qing is free tomorrow night. If you're not working late, you could ask her out for a meal just to meet and talk. It's fine if nothing comes of it." Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed his chair back a little. The chair legs scraped against the floor with a sharp sound. "I'm not sure about tomorrow." "Don't say not sure every time this comes up." Zhang Jingguo kept his tone pressed low, as though afraid raising it would spark a quarrel. "The girls in Jiangzhou too. It's not like we're asking you to take leave and come back home. How much time can one meal take?" Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the words on the computer screen. The testing process was not executed with sufficient meticulousness. He said, "Dad, I really don't have the mind for this right now." "You never have the mind for it, but you can't go on like this forever." On the line, Li Guilan's voice replaced his father's, as she must have taken the phone. "Xiaoqiang, I'm not pushing you. Your dad got worked up again just now. Finish that thing for the company first. If you really are too busy tomorrow, then explain it properly to her. Don't make things awkward for your Aunt Wang." "Okay. Have you eaten?" "Yes." "Stop living on instant noodles." "I didn't eat instant noodles." Li Guilan paused, her voice dropping lower. "About that bride price your dad mentioned earlier, don't take it too much to heart. We're not insisting you shoulder it alone. We'll help as much as we can. Don't avoid meeting her because of that." Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat moved once. The 2 screenshots still lay in his photo album. He almost said, "Mom, what if I had money?" The words reached his lips, but were clamped back down by his teeth. If he had money. How would he have it? Could it be used? Could he give it to them? Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened the mineral water bottle cap until the plastic ring crackled with fine sounds. I know. Your dad's back's been acting up again these past 2 days, said Li Guilin. I told him to go get an x-ray, but he won't go. Don't be like him. If something's wrong, don't just grit your teeth. What's wrong with his back? Old trouble hurts when he sits too long. Nothing serious. Zhang Jingguo chimed in from the side. I'm fine, why are you telling him that? Li Guilin ignored him and went on to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Get back to work and go to bed early. Remember to give your Aunt Wang an answer tomorrow. After the call ended, the room fell still for a stretch. Holding the phone, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not set it down immediately. He opened the transfer page. There were no recent records for his parents among the recipients. He seldom transferred money home, usually only once at New Year and not in a large sum. He typed "Dad" into the search field. No records. He backed out again. His fingertip brushed along the edge of the screen, returning to the Huaxin Bank homepage. The USD remittance account was still there. The balance was still there. He opened the account details once more. The account opening date was still a short dash. The account opening branch was still a short dash. Scrolling down, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed a line he had missed earlier: source of funds. The space after it was blank. He blinked, lifting the phone closer. That field truly was empty. He slid his finger downward. There was no further content on the page. He pulled down to refresh. The little circle began to spin. 1 rotation. 2 rotations. The page reloaded. In the blank space after source of funds, 6 characters appeared: no permission to view. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand froze in midair. On the computer screen, the cursor in the problem review still flashed. On the phone screen, that line did not disappear again. In the end, Zhang Xiaoqiang still finished writing that post-mortem analysis of the incident. The time in the lower right corner of his computer screen jumped from a little after 1 to 3, then from 3 to 5. Outside the window, the outdoor unit of the air conditioner had been roaring all night. It stopped a few times, and every time it did, the room somehow felt even quieter. The words in the document all looked painfully familiar. The testing process had not been executed with sufficient rigor. There had been a lack of comprehensive awareness of closing the risk loop before Golf. Follow-up efforts would need to strengthen test case coverage and issue tracking. Zhang Xiaoqiang read each sentence once, then deleted 2 lines from the column labeled Responsibility Attribution. After deleting, he stared at the blank space for a few seconds, then filled the lines back in. If he left them out, Zhao Dihai would make him rewrite the report. If he kept them in, it would make the whole incident look as though it were entirely his fault. At 7:20 in the morning, when the alarm rang, he was not lying in bed, but still sitting at his desk. His phone lay to the right of the keyboard screen, lit frozen on the account details page of the Huaxin Bank app. Under source of funds, it read no access to view. He tapped refresh. A small circle spun once as the page reloaded. Those 6 characters were still there. Zhang Xiaoqiang saved another copy of the post-mortem document and sent it to the group file folder designated by Zhao Dihai. The message showed as sent at 0843. 17 minutes remained before 9 o'clock. He shut down the computer and only then noticed the bottle of mineral water still sitting in the corner of the desk. A little water was gone from the bottle, the amount he had drunk while writing the post-mortem at dawn. His phone vibrated. A message came from Zhao Dihai. Zhao, come see me when you get to the office. Staring at that line of text, Zhang Xiaoqiang first locked his phone screen, then unlocked it again. He swiped back to the Huaxin Bank homepage. Salary card balance, $13.26.40. Below that, the figure for his U.S. dollar remittance account, $8999999999999. 72 US dollars. The 2 numbers sat on the same page, separated only by a few lines of text. One amount was so small he had to calculate rent and every single expense down to the last yuan. The other was so enormous there was nowhere for it to go. He stuffed the phone into his pocket, picked up his backpack, and stepped out. This time the motion sensor lights in the stairwell flicked on quickly. By the door of the neighboring unit, half a bag of untied garbage lay piled up the edge of the plastic, exposing a single takeaway box. As Zhang Xiaoqiang walked past, he unconsciously lightened his footsteps. By the time he reached the office, someone at his workstation was already eating breakfast. The smell of soy milk blended with the clatter of keyboards. New messages flashed in the project group chat again. The client demanded that a supplementary testing plan be delivered before midday. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and powered on his computer. Zhou Peng poked his head out from the neighboring desk. What time did you go to bed last night? Zhang Xiaoqiang set his backpack down by his feet. Didn't check the time. You've sent the post-mortem, right? Yes. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. Zhao's face didn't look too good this morning. Watch your wording when you talk to him later. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded once. His computer was still booting up, the company login interface spinning on the screen. His phone vibrated again in his pocket. Zhao Dihai, come over now. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, placed his phone face down on the desk, hesitated, then picked it up again and slipped it into his pocket. The door to the small meeting room stood open. Inside, Zhao Dihai sat with his laptop before him, the screen frozen on Zhang Xiaoqiang's incident postmortem. Several comments lined the right side of the document, and red revision marks stretched from the first page into the second. Sit. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a seat on the other side of the long table. Without looking up, Zhao Dihai flicked the touchpad twice to scroll. This version still reads too much like internal notes. Zhang Xiaoqiang kept his eyes on the screen. The two responsibility lines he had added the previous night were encircled in red. Zhao said what the client wants to see isn't who reminded whom in the group chat or who failed to reply in time. The incident has already happened. Outwardly, we need to demonstrate our attitude. Here you wrote, development failed to close the fix in time, but don't put that up front. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, but the problem really was that interface not being fixed. Zhao lifted his gaze to him. Xiaoqiang, I'm not here to discuss technical details with you. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed his hands on his knees, thumb pressing along the seam of his trousers. Zhao scrolled further down the document. You're in testing. The last round of regression carried your signature. The client doesn't care who said what midway. He only looks at the final outcome. Change this to insufficient testing validation, and afterward you can write about team-wide remediation. Zhao, I have records. You can keep the records internally, Zhao replied. Externally, don't carve the responsibility boundaries into such fine slices. And about the performance penalty, HR will follow procedure. This month we'll deduct 500. 500. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers froze for a moment. He had done the math yesterday. Rent was 800, utilities and phone bills had not yet been charged. Even if he cut food to the bare minimum, there was no way to carve out 500 yuan of emptiness. Zhao nudged the laptop slightly toward him. Have a revised version ready before you leave work. Don't drag it into the evening. The client keeps pressing for a reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the red marks in the document. All right. Zhao leaned back in his chair. And for the next couple of days, don't post emotional comments in the group chat. The project team needs to remain steady right now. When Zhang Xiaoqiang rose, the legs of the chair scraped softly against the floor. He said understood. Back at his desk, Zhou Peng immediately glanced over. Without a word, Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and opened the document first. A system reminder popped up at the bottom right. Today's to-do, sync supplementary testing plan. He closed the reminder. His phone lay against his thigh, inside his pocket, warm through the fabric like a battery that had not cooled. The morning hours were shredded into pieces by various test records. In the client group, someone urged progress every 10 or 15 minutes. Zhao replied promptly there, his tone far more courteous than in the small meeting room. Following the test cases, Zhang Xiaoqiang re-ran the process step by step, saving screenshots of each stage into the project folder. As he named the files, he habitually typed retest evidence, then deleted it and changed it to supplementary test record. At 12:17, people in the office began heading out for lunch. Zhou Peng stood up with his phone in hand. Coming. Rice bowls downstairs. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the document on his screen. You go ahead. Still revising. Yes. Zhou looked toward Zhao's office, then leaned in a little. How much are they deducting? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up. Zhou gave a little laugh. Just asking. Zhao talked to me this morning too, said I'd be coordinating with you on the supplementary tests. 500. That is a bit harsh, Zhou said, then dropped his voice further. Still, just grit your teeth for now. Once the project is through, things will ease up. Don't end up clashing with Zhao over this. Zhang Xiaoqiang left the cursor resting after the words, insufficient testing validation. Seeing that he did not respond, Zhou altered his tone. You don't look too good today. Don't tell me you didn't sleep at all last night. I slept for a bit. I saw you staring at your phone for ages. Still doing the math. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled his hands back from the keyboard. He pushed his phone a little further in toward the back of the desk. No. Zhou said, feeling bad about a deduction is normal. I feel it too. Last month my kid had a fever. Just some routine tests at the hospital came to several hundred. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded once. The words about his father's back pain floated up in his mind. An X-ray. Several hundred yuan. He looked at Zhou's phone where the homepage of a food delivery app glowed pictures of nearby restaurants, sliding one after another. Zhou asked, really not eating? Not hungry. Want me to bring you a bun? No need. Zhou did not press further and turned away. Only after Zhou's footsteps faded did Zhang Xiaoqiang pick up his phone. He did not tap the banking app. He opened the browser first. In the search bar, he typed bank card, suddenly shows huge funds alarm. After finishing the characters, he stared at them for a long time without hitting search. He deleted the words, huge funds, and replaced them with bank card, suddenly shows extra money alarm. The results page popped up. Some advised contacting the bank. Some said not to use the money. Some said to preserve evidence. Others warned that if the money had already been spent, things would be troublesome. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the phrase, already been spent. He had spent it. 2 yuan. 1 bottle of mineral water. If he filed a police report, what would the first sentence be? My bank card suddenly has 9 trillion US dollars. And the second sentence. I tried spending 2 yuan. The third. I don't know where the money came from. The banking app says I have no permission to view the source. He closed the search page, opened the map app, and typed Huaxing Bank. Nearby branches appeared. The closest was 2 kilometers from the office marked, "Open for business" at the bottom of the page. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped for directions. 3 bus stops. An estimated taxi fare of 15 yuan. He stared at the words, "Open for business" for a few seconds, then exited the map. What would he say once he reached the bank? The teller would ask, "What transaction would you like to handle?" He would say, "I want to check the source of funds for AUS dollar remittance account." The teller would ask, "What's the amount?" He would reply, 8,999,999,000,000 plus US dollars. Would the people waiting in line beside him pause? Would the teller lift her head to look at him, then call for the branch manager? Would they ask for his ID card? Ask for a signature? Would they question why there were already spending records on the account? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the phone's power button. As the screen went dark, it reflected his own face, faint shadows under his eyes, messy hair, dry lips. He picked up his water cup and found it empty. Carrying the cup, he walked to the pantry. No one stood by the water dispenser. Bubbles in the water jug floated upward in small chains. He filled the cup with warm water and took a sip, but tasted of nothing at all. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Zhao urged the second version of the post-mortem in the group chat. Zhang Xiaoqiang moved the phrase "development failed to close the fix in time" to a later section and changed the opening to "testing side failed to adequately assess gall of risk." He saved the document and sent it to Zhao. Zhao did not respond immediately. He waited 10 minutes. His phone remained silent. In those 10 minutes, he opened and closed the Huaxin Bank app 3 times. Each time he opened it, that line for the US dollar remittance account was still there. Each time he tapped into the detailed source of funds was followed by the same phrase, "No access to view." A little after 4 in the afternoon, he went to the restroom. The lock on the door of the innermost stall was slightly loose. You had to lift it upward for it to catch. Zhang Xiaoqiang secured the door, then crouched down and opened his notes app. He wanted to draft an explanation. What to say if he reported to the police? What to say if he went to the bank? The first line had only just been typed. I with a Huaxin Bank app displaying an anomalous US dollar remittance account. When he stopped, it read too much like another post-mortem report. The second line, no incoming transaction records on the account. The third, have conducted small amount spending tests. After finishing that line, he stared at it for a long time. Testing. It was a word he could use freely at the company. In a bank or at a police station, it sounded like something else entirely. Why did you test? Who allowed you to test? Knowing the funds were of unknown origin, why did you touch them at all? Zhang Xiaoqiang highlighted all 3 lines and deleted them. In the neighboring stall, someone came in. A leather shoes paused on the tiles, then a door banged shut. Holding his breath, Zhang lowered his phone's volume to the minimum. He reopened the food delivery app. The homepage brought up several restaurants he had browsed at lunchtime. He had meant to close it. Yet his finger hovered over a place called Old Street Homestyle Meals. Original price, 15 yuan 80. After discounts, of vegetable egg rice bowl was 12 yuan 80, delivery 2 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the prices. It was not about eating well, nor was it about convenience. He simply suddenly needed to see it once more. That bottle of water from the convenience store had been too small. So small he could still lie to himself that it might have been a coincidence or some platform subsidy, or that tomorrow the salary card would be back-charged. Takeout was different. Platform delivery, rider, restaurant delivery address. Every step would have to run through the entire process. If it still went through successfully, it would at least prove that the bottle of water had not been an accident. He bookmarked the restaurant, then exited the app. He could not place the order from the company. Using the company address would leave a record. He would decide later tonight after going home. Before the end of the workday, Zhao finally replied. Zhao, send this version to the client for now. Later organize the supplementary test screenshots. There was no mention of the deduction, nor any statement that the post-mortem was complete. As Zhang Xiaoqiang packed up his computer, Zhou leaned over from the side. They signed off. We're sending it over first. Then that's fine. Zhou exhaled as if in relief. Go home and sleep early tonight. Don't fixate on this. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled the zipper of his backpack shut. Zhou asked again, are you going to that blind date today? Zhang's movement paused. How do you know? Zhou blinked. Didn't you say last time your parents lined someone up for you? I was guessing. You look exactly like someone who's being pushed to get married and just had money deducted. Zhang swung the backpack onto his shoulder. We'll see. Zhou smiled. Don't just we'll see. If this works out, your current conditions will have to step up a bit. For a man at 35, leave it too long, and it gets tough. The words carried no malice and did not sound like mockery. Yet when Zhang heard your current conditions, his fingers tightened on the strap. He gave a small grunt of acknowledgement and turned toward the elevator. In the evening, the city of Jiangzhou had no rain. The pavement still held the dampness left from yesterday. Lights at the office building entrance cast alternating bright and dark patches on the ground. Zhang did not hail a taxi, nor did he head to the Huaxin Bank branch. He took the bus back to his rented room. When he reached the door, a WeChat message from Aunt Wang lay in the notification bar on his phone. Aunt Wang, Xiaoqiang, your dad says you've been busy lately. Wang Qing is free tomorrow night too. If it's inconvenient for you, let us know in advance. Don't keep the girl waiting for nothing. Standing in the third-floor corridor, key in the lock, Zhang did not reply. Once inside, he locked the door, switched on the light, and set his backpack down on the chair. He did not turn on the computer. His phone battery was down to 31%. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he opened the food delivery app. The location was set to the area around his rental. He searched for Old Street homestyle meals. The restaurant was still there. Vegetable egg rice bowl, 12 yuan 80. Delivery, 2 yuan. He submitted the order. The page jumped to payment. The default method was the salary card. He did not change it immediately. The salary card balance remained at 1326.40. If he used that card, the takeaway would leave him with a little over 1300 yuan. That was his original life. Every meal carved a small piece out of that balance. Zhang tapped on payment methods. The list unfolded. Huaxing Bank. U.S. Dollar remittance account. That line of text was still squeezed among several ordinary bank cards, quiet and orderly, just like it had been when he paid at the convenience store the previous night. He selected it. There was no QR payment code this time. The food delivery app directly brought up a confirmation page. Amount 14.80 yuan. Zhang's thumb hovered above the confirm button. He glanced toward the door. The security chain was latched. The window was closed. Half a bottle of mineral water still sat on the table. He tapped. The page spun once. Payment successful. The order status flipped to restaurant has accepted the order. Zhang did not check the estimated delivery time. He instantly backed out to the home screen and opened the Huaxing Bank app. Fingerprint recognition failed once. He wiped his thumb and pressed it again. The homepage loaded. Salary card balance, 1326.40 yuan. Zhang stared at that string of digits. He tapped into the salary card transaction history. There were no expenditures recorded for today. No takeaway. No 14 yuan 80. He returned to the homepage and opened the U.S. dollar remittance account. The balance had become 89999999997. 66 US dollars. At the top of the transaction list, a new entry had appeared. Old Street Homestyle Meals, Jiangzhou Anning Road branch, equivalent to 206 USD. Transaction status successful. Transaction type purchase. The line below was last night's mineral water. Jai Convenience, Jiangzhou Anning Road branch, equivalent to 0.28 US dollars. Zhang read the two records from start to finish. Then he went back to the salary card. 1,326.40 yuan. The digits had not moved. Outside the door, someone passed by. Footsteps approached slowly along the corridor and then faded away. A few minutes later, a notification popped up from the food delivery app. The rider had accepted the order. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang held the phone in his hand. At the top of the screen was the takeaway notification. Below it was the salary card balance. 1,326.40 yuan. When the food delivery arrived, Zhang Xiaoqiang was still sitting on the edge of his bed. The rider knocked twice on the door, the sound very soft. Zhang Xiaoqiang locked his phone screen, stood up, and walked to the door. He first glanced through the peephole, then removed the security chain. As the door opened a crack, the rider passed the bag to him. Laojia Homestyle Meals. Thank you. The rider did not look at him, just lowered his head to tap once on his phone, then turned and walked toward the stairwell. The plastic bag felt slightly hot in his hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang closed the door, placed the bag on the table, and hooked the security chain back in place. On the delivery platform, the order status changed to delivered. He opened the Huaxing Bank app. The balance of his salary card was still 1326.40 yuan. In his USD remittance account, the consumption record for Laojia Homestyle Meals, Jiangzhou Anning Road branch, sat at the top. Below it was yesterday's bottle of mineral water. Both records were very short. One was a deduction of 206 USD. One was a deduction of 0.28 US dollars. Converted into renminbi, they were merely a 2 yuan bottle of water and a 14.10 takeaway meal. Lined up beneath that string of remaining dollars, they looked like two pinpricks on a blank sheet of paper. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the takeaway box. Vegetables and egg were pressed down over the rice, a thin layer of condensation clinging to the underside of the lid. He shoveled 2 mouthfuls and carelessly, his eyes already drifting back to the phone screen. The phone screen was still lit. He picked it up, swiped the Huaxing Bank app out of the background, then opened it again and entered the card details page. The credit card he almost never used sat beneath the salary card. The limit was 5,000 with more than 2,000 already used. In the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang seldom tapped into it to look. Not looking did not mean he did not have to repay. He entered the credit card page. Current bill 268.90 yuan. Unbilled transactions 1937.46 yuan. Final repayment date the day after tomorrow. At the bottom of the page was a blue button, repay now. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that button for a long time. 268 yuan and 90 cents. Less than the 500 Zhao Dihai had said would be deducted. But if he repaid it using his salary card, 1326.40 would shrink to just over 1,050. After rent, phone charges, and utilities were taken out, he would have to recalculate whether what remained was enough to treat Wang Qing to a meal that felt at least somewhat decent. He exited the credit card page. The takeaway still lay spread out on the table. The phone slowly grew warm in his hand. He did not tap that button. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaoqiang arrived at the company, Zhao Dihai had already sent 3 messages in the group chat. The first was feedback from the client. The second contained requirements for supplementary test screenshots. The third tagged his name. Zhao Xiaoqiang, once you get to the office, adjust the third section of the review again. As Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and powered on his computer before he had even logged into the system, Zhou Peng leaned over from the neighboring desk. Zhao is looking for you again. The client didn't approve it. Zhang Xiaoqiang set his backpack by his feet. I don't know. Lowering his voice, Zhou Peng said, the version from yesterday already felt sincere to me. If we keep revising it, it'll look bad. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at him. Zhou Peng immediately added, but getting it approved comes first. From the office, Zhao Dihai's voice drifted out, Xiaoqiang, come over for a moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang nudged the backpack he had just put down further under the desk and got up to walk over. The door to Zhao Dihai's office was open. Zhao sat inside the laptop screen in front of him, frozen on the second version of the issue review that Zhang Xiaoqiang had sent. The third section of the document had been marked in red by him. This sentence is still too convoluted, Zhao said. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and saw the comment beside the red text. The testing team did not fully fulfill the gatekeeping responsibility for online release. This sentence was heavier than the version from the day before. Zhao, the release criteria weren't decided by me alone, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. Zhao shifted his gaze from the screen to him. I know you didn't decide it alone. Right now, we're not assigning internal responsibility, we're showing an attitude to the client. Last night the client asked again why testing didn't block it. Then do we still keep the record that development failed to fix it? You can put it in an attachment, just don't write it into the main section, Zhao said, tapping his finger on the desk. Don't keep getting hung up on this. The project acceptance payment is still stuck. Zhang just asked me about it again. He tapped the desk with his finger. Don't keep getting hung up on this. The project acceptance payment is still stuck. Zhang just asked me about it again. Zhang Xiaoqiang rested his hands on his knees. Zhao continued, and there's the performance deduction. HR will send the confirmation today, just respond according to the process. It's not aimed at you personally. When a project runs into problems, someone has to bear it. Someone has to bear it. The phrase came smoothly from Zhao's mouth. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the red text on the screen without replying at once. Zhao waited 2 seconds. Have it for me before the end of the day. I'll first verify the attachment records, Zhang said. Zhao's brows moved slightly. Verify your attachments if you want, but change the main section according to my comments. Zhang finished reading the comments on the laptop screen and stood up. I'll look through the records first. When he returned to his desk, Zhou Peng happened to be standing in the aisle with his phone in hand. How was it? Still needs revising. Revise what? Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and opened the project folder. The wording of responsibility. Zhou Peng drew in a breath, lowering his voice. Then don't keep pushing back. The 500 has already been deducted. If you really anger Zhao, your future performance will be even harder to talk about. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the supplementary test screenshots he had saved yesterday. Seeing that he did not respond, Zhou Peng added, aren't you supposed to meet that blind date tonight? Don't go there with a belly full of anger. She'll see it at a glance. Who said it's tonight? You said yesterday, we'll see. Zhou Peng laughed. Isn't that basically tonight? Zhang Xiaoqiang did not answer. His phone vibrated against the desk. A corporate WeChat notification from HR popped up. Performance anomaly deduction confirmation 500. 00 yuan. Please confirm by 1800 today. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that line of text. The deduction was no longer just a phrase from Zhao's mouth. It had become a system notification, a process requiring his confirmation. Zhou Peng also noticed the notification at the edge of the screen. He swallowed the words he was about to say and patted the back of Zhang Xiaoqiang's chair. The entire morning was filled with supplementary test records. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed each screenshot into the folder in chronological order. The chat log about the interface anomaly he captured separately, renaming the file attachment record not submitted. At 11:58, people in the office started heading downstairs. Zhou Peng asked, covered rice. You go. Not eating again. I'll go later. Zhou Peng gave him a look but did not press further. Once most people had left, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his phone and went to the stairwell. There was no air conditioning in the stairwell. A fire hydrant inspection form was pasted in the corner of the wall, the dates in several rows written neatly, the signatures unreadable. Standing by the window, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the Huaxin Bank app. Salary card balance, 1326. 40 yuan. On the credit card page, the current bill was still 268. 90 yuan. The blue button was still there, repay now. He tapped it. The page switched. Repayment amount 268. 90 yuan. The default repayment account was the salary card. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the account list. Salary card. Huaxing Bank credit card, auto repayment account. USD remittance account. That line appeared again. It should not have been there. Yet it was neatly listed just as it had been when paying for the takeaway yesterday, like an ordinary option. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected the USD remittance account. A confirmation box popped up. Current repayment amount 268.90 yuan. Payment account USD remittance account. Estimated converted deduction subject to actual transaction result. Below that was confirm repayment. Zhang Xiaoqiang's thumb hovered over the button. Buying something from a convenience store was consumption. Takeaway was also consumption. Credit card repayment was different. It was not taking an item into his hands, but filling a hole of debt. If this transaction could go through as well, it would not be a merchant accidentally letting it pass. It would be the bank itself acknowledging it. Someone downstairs pushed open the emergency door. Footsteps echoed briefly in the stairwell. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew the phone closer to his chest. The footsteps did not come up, stopping on the floor below before the door shut again. He lowered his head and tapped confirm. The page spun halfway around. Repayment successful. The credit card page refreshed automatically. Current bill 000 yuan. This period has been fully repaid. Zhang Xiaoqiang fixed his gaze on those words. He brought the phone closer, then farther away. This period has been fully repaid. He suddenly laughed once. The sound was brief, leaking from his nose, cut off almost as soon as it emerged. It was not 2 yuan, nor a single takeaway. It was a bill. A bill due the day after tomorrow that no longer existed. He immediately returned to the homepage and entered the USD remittance account. The balance had become 8999999999960, $21. At the top of the transaction list, a new line had appeared. Huaxing Bank credit card repayment deduction 37.45 Transaction status successful. Transaction type repayment. Below it was the takeaway. Below that the mineral water. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped the income filter. The page refreshed. No records. He tapped notifications for funds received. No records. Foreign exchange settlement records. No records. Standing by the stairwell window, he flipped through the 3 no records notices on the phone screen again and again. A Huaxing Bank notification slid down from the top of the phone screen. Your credit card ending in 0831 has been successfully repaid in renminbi. The current bill has been settled in full. This notification felt more like a stamped document than the previous consumption pushes. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not tap into it. When he returned to his desk, Zhou Peng had not yet come back. On the computer screen, Zhao's comment was still fixed on the 3rd section. The testing team did not fully fulfill the gatekeeping responsibility for online release. The cursor blinked after that sentence. Zhang Xiaoqiang set his phone beside the keyboard. He did not change that line. Instead, he opened the attachment record, placed the screenshot of the unremedied development chat at the end of the document, and added a line of explanation beneath it. Before release, the interface anomaly was flagged in the project group. A development replied that a follow-up patch would be provided. After finishing the sentence, he stared at it for a few seconds. In the past, he would have deleted it. This time he did not. At 1:40 in the afternoon, Zhao sent a message. Zhao, is the 3rd section revised yet? I need to send it to the client by 2. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the message box. His fingers first typed the word, okay. He paused, deleted that word, and retyped, I've supplemented the attachment records. I'll go through the main section once more. A dozen seconds after the message was sent, Zhao came straight out of his office. Xiaoqiang. Several people in the office raised their heads briefly, then lowered them again. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. Zhao walked to his workstation, his voice pressed low. I didn't ask you to write an appeal statement. Attachments can stay, but the main section is to be changed as I said. Zhang rested his hand on the back of his chair. Zhao, if the attachments are put at the end while the main section states entirely that testing failed to perform gatekeeping, the client will naturally assume this issue was missed by testing. Zhao looked at him. Zhou Peng, carrying a bottle of mineral water, returned from the far end of the aisle, his steps slowing. Zhao said, are you lecturing me on responsibility right now? Zhang Xiaoqiang did not immediately lower his head. The phone in his pocket vibrated once. It might be Huaxing Bank. It might be Aunt Wang. It might be HR urging him to confirm the deduction. He did not take it out to look. I'm only making the records complete, Zhang said. Zhao stared at him for 2 seconds, then smiled faintly. Fine. You make them complete. Send it to me before 2:30, I'll revise it. With that, he turned back to his office. Zhou Peng came over, set the mineral water on his own desk, and did not rush to twist the cap open. You really are a bit different today, he said quietly. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat back down. No. Still no. Zhou Peng muttered, glancing toward Zhao's office. You almost locked horns with Zhao just now. Zhang saved the document. I was talking about the records. Zhou Peng shook his head as if wanting to say more, but in the end only twisted the bottle cap open. At 2:23 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang sent the 3rd version of the issue review to Zhao. The main section had been altered in part according to Zhao's comments. The attachment records remained. Zhao did not reply and the group only sent a private, received. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched those two characters, his fingers slowly lifting away from the keyboard. His phone vibrated again. Aunt Wang Xiaoqiang tonight at 7:30 Wang Qing says to meet over by Xinghe Plaza. Don't be late. The young lady is going over after work too. Following that was a restaurant location. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped the location open for a glance. Average spending per person 88. He closed the page. The salary card balance still rested at 1326. 40 yuan. The credit card's current bill had already become 0. The performance deduction confirmation still lay in corporate WeChat. He switched back to the Huaxin Bank app. In the expenditure details of the USD remittance account, 3 records lined up one after another. Credit card repayment. Laojia Homestyle Meals. Jai Convenience Store. He switched to the income tab. The page stayed blank for a moment, then the same gray words popped up. No records. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the words, no records, on his phone for a while until the screen dimmed by itself. In the lower right corner of his computer the time read 3:06 in the afternoon. There were still more than 4 hours until 7:30, the time Aunt Wang had mentioned. The third revised version of the problem review had already been sent to Zhao Dihai. Zhao had not called him back into the office, he merely replied with 2 words via the company's WeChat, received. The notification from HR was still hanging in his to-do list: performance anomaly deduction confirmation 500. 00 yuan. Please confirm before 1800 today. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped the notice open and saw 2 buttons beneath it: confirm, raise an objection. His finger paused over raise an objection for a moment, then moved away. Raising an objection meant he would have to write a reason. Once that reason was written, it would be sent back to Zhao Dihai. He exited the page. Zhou Peng leaned over from the side. You still haven't clicked it. Zhang Xiaoqiang nudged his phone a little closer to the keyboard. I'll do it later. Even if you drag it out, you'll have to click it in the end, Zhou Peng said. Don't let the deadline pass or HR will come after you. Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a non-committal hum. Zhou Peng glanced at his monitor, then at his phone. Are you really going to meet that Wang Qing tonight? Aunt Wang has already sent me the location. Then just go, Zhou Peng said, sliding his chair halfway back. But don't start off by talking about all this company nonsense. Any girl would be annoyed hearing that. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond. Zhou Peng asked again, is the place expensive? Average spending is 88 per person. Zhou Peng drew in a breath, then quickly chuckled. That's acceptable. For a first meeting, too cheap looks bad and too expensive is more than you can handle. 88 is about right. About right. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the balance on his salary card. 1326. 40 yuan. If the two of them had dinner that evening plus the round-trip transportation, it would easily come to more than 200. In the past, those 200-odd yuan were not a trivial amount. Even this morning, it was still not a trivial amount. But the current credit card bill had already become 0. Those 268. 9 yuan had not been deducted from his salary card. Zhang Xiaoqiang locked his phone, though his fingers still rested on the side button. Zhou Peng said, if you're afraid it'll be awkward when you scan the code to pay, just bring some cash. Over by Xinghe Plaza, the parking fees and those little shops by the roadside, sometimes their machines don't work well. Cash. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his eyes slightly. Zhou Peng had already turned back to his own spreadsheet. The words were spoken so casually that Zhou Peng himself did not think much of them. But Zhang Xiaoqiang took them to heart. Money had flowed into convenience stores. Money had flowed into food delivery platforms. Money had also flowed into the Huaxin Bank credit card bill. Yet it had never turned into a sheet of paper that he could slip into his pocket. If he could withdraw just 100 yuan. 100 yuan was very little. Too little to buy a decent pair of shoes and not enough to treat Wang Qing to a full meal. Yet as long as it spat out of an ATM, things would be different. At 5:47 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked to confirm the performance deduction. A second confirmation window popped up. He read the line. Once confirmed, it is deemed the employee has acknowledged this performance anomaly deduction. After a few seconds, he clicked confirm. The company WeChat notified him that the submission was successful. Just as he set his phone down, Aunt Wang sent another message. Aunt Wang Xiaoqiang, Wang Qing gets off work at 6:30. You'll arrive around 7:30. Don't be too late. Girls don't like waiting. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a single got it. When it was time to get off work, Zhou Peng walked past him with his backpack. Heading out. I'll leave later. Working overtime again. Just need to pick something up. Zhou Peng did not press further, he simply waved his hand. Don't be late. Don't keep her waiting the first time. People in the office left one after another. The door to Zhao Dihai's office remained closed and no voices came from within. Zhang Xiaoqiang shut down his computer, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and walked out of the office building. Huaxin Bank self-service area was on the first floor of the adjacent commercial building with a blue sign on the door reading 24-hour self-service. Behind the glass door were 2 ATMs. It was early evening and few people were around. A middle-aged man stood before the machine on the left while the right-hand machine was empty. Zhang Xiaoqiang paused at the entrance instead of going in directly. He lowered his head to look at his phone. In the Huaxing Bank app, his US dollar remittance account was listed beneath his salary card. The balance still read 899999999960. 21 US dollars. He locked his phone and pushed the door into the self-service area. The air conditioner was set low, and inside there was a smell of plastic mixed with the heat from the machines. On the right-hand ATM screen, safety reminders were scrolling. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew his salary card from his wallet. The edges of the card were already worn white. He inserted the card and keyed in his password. The screen jumped to the function selection menu. Withdrawal. He selected it. The screen prompted him to choose a withdrawal account: current salary account, US dollar remittance account. That line appeared at the very bottom. His hand froze in midair. The ATM screen was not like his phone screen. On the phone, no matter how wrong that line of text seemed, it was still separated from him by a palm-sized sheet of glass. Now those words appeared on the ATM on this machine, built into the wall, flanked by a camera and a card-swallowing slot. The machine on the left spat out several banknotes. The middle-aged man took the cash, counted it once, and turned to leave. Only Zhang Xiaoqiang remained in the self-service area. He stared at US dollar remittance account. 100 yuan. Just 100. He tapped that line. The screen switched to the amount selection: 100. 500. 1,000. Other amount. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected 100. The machine gave a soft internal click. The screen began to spin. Please wait. His hand hovered above the cash slot without touching it. After a few seconds, the screen changed. Transaction failed. This account does not currently support this business. If you have any questions, please contact Huaxing Bank customer service. There was no sound of cash. The slot did not open. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at those words. This account does not currently support this business. He did not immediately retrieve his card. A button remained at the bottom of the screen: return. He pressed return and returned to the withdrawal account selection page. The current salary account still occupied the first line. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected the salary card. Amount: 100. Confirm. This time the machine word longer. His salary card held 1326. 40 yuan. Withdrawing 100 yuan should have posed no problem. The spinning icon made half a turn and froze. Transaction failed. Account status abnormal. Please try again later. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers flinched. He tried a balance inquiry. The same prompt appeared on the screen: account status abnormal. Please try again later. He ejected the card. The bank card slid out of the slot. His first reach only brushed the edge. The second grasp finally caught it. The glass door of the self-service area swung open. A young woman came and glanced at him and stepped up to the machine. Zhang Xiaoqiang shoved his card back into his wallet and walked out with his head down. The heat outside pressed instantly against his face. He stopped at the edge of the steps and opened the Huaxing Bank app. Fingerprint verification. Page loading. 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 Finally, a single line appeared: current service is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. He exited the app and opened it again. The same line appeared. He switched to WeChat and opened the payment code. The space where the code should appear went blank for a moment, spinning out a small circle. The network was fine. On the mall entrance nearby, the electronic screen was playing advertisements. The voices and music came through clearly. The signal bars in the upper right corner of his phone were full. The payment code did not appear. A prompt popped up at the bottom of the page: bank card status abnormal. Please choose another payment method. Sweat began to form in Zhang Xiaoqiang's palms. He opened Alipay. The payment code likewise refused to appear. He switched to the credit card page. Before it finished loading, he backed out. It was not just Huaxing Bank's app. Every place where he could pay money felt as though something had suddenly pressed down on it. Beside the self-service area was a Jai convenience store. Its signboard was the same as the one downstairs from his building. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the entrance for a few seconds, then stepped inside. The clerk, a young man in his 20s, was restocking chewing gum on the shelves. Zhang Xiaoqiang went up to the counter and casually picked up a box of mint candies. He did not particularly want to eat them. He simply needed confirmation. The clerk scanned the barcode. 6 yuan 50. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his WeChat payment code. The small circle spun twice. Nothing appeared. The clerk waited for a while, then looked up at him. Bad connection. Just a moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang switched to Alipay. The payment code half appeared, then bounced back. Payment method abnormal. Please change your bank card. He opened the payment methods and selected the salary card. Confirm. Failed. He selected the credit card. Failed. In the end, he tapped on Huaxing Bank. The US dollar remittance account line was still there, but now it was grayed out. Unavailable. Zhang Xiaoqiang fixed his gaze on those two words. The clerk set down the scanning gun. Do you still want it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat moved. 6 yuan 50. He did not have any cash on him. His wallet contained only his ID card, salary card, and a few membership cards that were long useless. He pushed the mint candies back across the counter. I'll pass. The clerk did not comment, merely placed the candies into a small basket beside the counter and canceled the order on the machine. The printer did not spit out a receipt. Zhang Xiaoqiang left the convenience store and stood at the foot of the steps outside. The location for Xinghe Plaza was still in the chat window. Navigation showed a 23-minute bus ride. If he set out now, he could arrive at 7:20. He opened the transit QR code. The page flashed white. Unable to load. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened his grip on the phone. Suddenly, he remembered the line on the ATM screen earlier: "This account does not currently support this business." It was not insufficient balance. It was not a wrong password. It was not a machine malfunction. It simply would not allow it. He stood at the doorway of the convenience store, staring at the time at the top of his phone. 1821, 1822, 1823. People carrying milk tea walked past him on the sidewalk. A straw pierced the sealed lid with a soft pop. A delivery rider stopped at the convenience store entrance, went in to grab a bottle of water, lifted his phone toward the counter for a quick scan, and soon came back out. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not move. 1824, 1825, 1826. He opened the WeChat payment code again. This time the code sprang onto the screen. It lit up swiftly as though nothing had happened moments ago. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the Huaxing Bank app. The home page loaded. Salary card balance 1326. 40 yuan. Current credit card bill 0. 00 yuan. US dollar remittance account 89999999960. 21 US dollars. All three lines were there. He opened the transaction details. At the top was still the Huaxing Bank credit card repayment. Beneath that was old street home-style food. Below that was Jai convenience. No failed withdrawals. No abnormal accounts. No declined payments. He then opened the notifications. There were no new messages. Bank card status normal. Credit card status normal. US dollar remittance account status normal. Everything was normal. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his gaze toward the convenience store counter. The box of mint candies had already been returned to the shelf by the clerk. His phone vibrated. "Aunt Wang Xiaoqiang, have you left yet? Don't keep Wang Qing waiting." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the message. The bus stop was just ahead, and a line had already formed beneath the route sign. He slid his phone into his pocket, walked 2 steps, and then stopped again. His wallet pressed against his trouser pocket. Inside there was still not a single banknote. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood beneath the bus stop sign, not joining the queue immediately. The bus to Galaxy Plaza had yet to arrive, and 7 or 8 people were already lined up at the edge of the platform. Some people were lowering their heads to look at their phones. Some were holding takeaway boxes, the plastic bags pressed against their trouser legs, rustling softly in the wind. He took his wallet out of his trouser pocket. There was no cash inside. An ID card. A salary bank card. An old bank card. That old card had been used by his previous company to pay his wages issued by Jiangzhou Rural Commercial Bank. After he changed jobs, the salary card had been replaced by one from Huaxing Bank, and this card had lain quietly in the wallet's inner slot ever since. A shallow crease ran across its surface, and half the silver letters in the lower right corner had been worn away. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never felt it was of any use before. Now he fixed his gaze on the card for a few seconds. What if Huaxing Bank ran into trouble again? What if his WeChat payment code failed to open again? What if when they arrived at the restaurant and the waiter laid the check folder by the table, Wang Qing sat opposite watching him, and once more he was unable to pay for anything beyond 6 yuan and 50 cents. By the bus stop, the digital advertising screen switched to a new property poster. Starting price 9,800 per square meter. Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled out the old card, then slid it back into place. Money could not be withdrawn from the ATM. Then what about transferring it to another card under his own name? Transferring to himself, not to anyone else. Nor would it be cash. It would simply sit on another card. His phone vibrated in his pocket. "Aunt Wang Xiaoqiang, have you set off yet?" Wang Qing had said she would reach Galaxy Plaza at around 7:10. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a single word: "On the way." After sending it, he glanced at the time. 1828. According to the navigation app, the bus ride would take 23 minutes. It was still enough. He opened the Huaxing Bank app. The homepage loaded quickly. Salary card balance 1326. 40 yuan. Credit card current statement 0. 00 yuan. USD remittance account 89999999960. 21 US dollars. All three lines were still there. From the screen alone, nothing indicated that anything had happened in the last 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped into the transfer page. A list of frequent recipients popped up. The first entry was Dad. Below were Zhou Peng and several other names he could no longer recall the occasions for. Sliding his finger past those names, he stopped at a personal bank card he had once linked. Jiangzhou Rural Commercial Bank, ending in 2196. Recipient Zhang Xiaoqiang. He tapped it once. The default payment account was the salary card. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the payment account selector. Salary card. USD remittance account. That line was still there. It was not grayed out, and there was no notice that it was unavailable. It lay quietly on the second line. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected it. In the transfer amount field, he entered 100. 00. A line of gray text appeared at the bottom of the page. Estimated deduction equivalent subject to actual transaction result. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared for a long time at the words recipient Zhang Xiaoqiang, not anyone else. He pulled the old bank card out of his wallet again and checked the last 4 digits. 2,196. They matched. A bus was approaching from the distance, route number glowing at the front. The people at the stop shuffled half a step closer to the curb. Zhang Xiaoqiang drew his phone toward his chest, his thumb hovering over confirm transfer. If the transfer went through, he would have 100 yuan on another card. Even if Huaxing Bank failed, at least the Rural Commercial Bank remained. Even if QR payment failed, at least he could withdraw cash from an ATM using that card. He tapped confirm. The page spun once. The bus pulled up to the stop doors opening. The people ahead, a notification popped up on the phone. Transaction failed. This transaction cannot be completed at the moment. Please try again later. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the 3 lines. The bus driver called out at the door, getting on or not. The last young man in line scanned his code and stepped aboard. By reflex, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his transit QR code. The page flashed white. A small circle began to turn. The driver glanced at him again. Are you coming? Just a moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his phone and edged half a step toward the outer side of the stop sign. The transit code did not appear. A prompt popped up at the bottom: service temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Someone near the door squeezed inward and the driver's brow furrowed. It's rush hour. There's another bus behind, the driver said. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped back. I'll take the next one. The bus doors closed. The tail of the bus slid past him, stirring a wave of hot air. Space opened beneath the stop sign. Only 2 other people and him remained. Zhang Xiaoqiang stayed where he was, the old bank card still not returned to his wallet. He brought up his WeChat payment code. Spinning. He opened Alipay. Spinning. He opened the Huaxing Bank app. Current services temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. He pressed the power button, turning the screen off. The black display reflected the sweat on his forehead. This time he did not go to the convenience store. There was no need to buy another box of mint candies to prove anything. It was happening again. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood beside the stop sign, watching the time tick forward segment by segment. 1831, 1832, 1833. The edge of the old bank card dug into his palm as he clutched it. Suddenly he recalled how earlier that day, while organizing supplemental test screenshots, he had placed each image into a folder according to its timestamp. Which time? Which action? Which result? Whether each failure had been recorded. That was something he knew how to do. Not to make sense of everything, nor to banish fear. Only that if he did not write it down next time, he would fumble blindly again. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his phone back on. The payment code still refused to load. He opened the Notes app. New note. The title field stayed blank. He typed 4 characters: account testing. On the first line he wrote 1. Convenience store buying water success. Second line 2. Food delivery success. Third line 3. Credit card repayment success. Halfway through the 4th line he paused. 4. ATM cash withdrawal failure. Then he added all payments disabled for about 5 minutes. 5th line 5. Transfer of 100 yuan to own Rural Commercial Bank card failure. His gaze rested on the words own. His finger hesitated. Then he continued typing transit QR code failure. On the line below, he did not add a number. Cannot transfer out. Can only make payments. As those 8 characters appeared, a notification slid down from the top of the screen. Huaxing Bank, you have a transfer transaction that did not succeed. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped it. This time the app opened. The homepage appeared normal. Salary card balance 1326. 40 yuan. The USD remittance account balance was unchanged. He opened the transaction history. At the top was still the credit card repayment. Below lay Lao Street homestyle dishes. Then Jiai convenience store. The attempted transfer was nowhere to be seen. He opened the notification center. The earlier alert was no longer there. The notification center remained empty. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his note. Can only make payments. Was still on the screen. He highlighted the line, intending to delete it. His fingertip hovered for a few seconds. In the end, he merely merged the 2 lines, adding a star at the beginning. Cannot transfer out, can only make payments. By the time the next bus arrived, it was already 1841. Before boarding, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his transit code again. This time the QR code appeared almost at once. He followed the others aboard. The scanner beeped. Payment successful. The driver did not look at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked toward the back of the bus and sat by a window. The bus started moving. The stop sign outside slid backward, and the convenience store sign was soon hidden by the passing bus body. He opened the Huaxing Bank app once more and checked it again. The salary card balance was unchanged. The USD remittance account remained the same. The notification center held no records. The old Rural Commercial Bank card had not received any funds. His phone vibrated. Aunt Wang Wangqing has already arrived at Galaxy Plaza. She says she is waiting for you at the restaurant entrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the message. He typed 2 characters, almost there. Before sending, he erased them. Then he retyped right away. After the message was sent, he placed the phone face down on his knees. At the next red light, the bus came to a halt. Outside the window, the glowing characters of Galaxy Plaza were still out of sight. He turned the phone over again. The note remained on that same line. Cannot transfer out, can only make payments. The bus stopped at the west gate of Star River Square just as the announcement finished. Zhang Xiaoqiang followed the person in front of him off the bus, walked outside the station, and did not head straight into. The ride code was still displayed on the screen. The QR code was still functioning normally. He exited the page and opened it again. It still worked fine. A girl next to him holding a cup of milk tea walked past him and glanced back. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. The glass doors of Star River Square opened and closed with cold air rushing out from the gaps. Several delivery workers leaned against the railing outside waiting for their orders, plastic bags hanging from their bike handlebars. Zhang Xiaoqiang entered the shopping mall. As the elevator reached the 4th floor, Aunt Wang sent another message. Aunt Wang Qing is at the entrance of Heji Restaurant. You can go directly to her when you arrive. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a got it. The elevator doors opened and the sounds of calling orders and grilled fish aromas flooded in. The entrance to Heji Restaurant was on the right side of the hallway with a number machine placed at the door. A woman stood next to the machine, looking down at her phone. She was dressed in a light blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, black pants, and a canvas bag slung over her shoulder. The strap pressed a diagonal crease into her shirt. Her hair was tied back with 2 strands sticking to her forehead, and the edges of her shoes were slightly dusty. She looked up and saw Zhang Xiaoqiang putting her phone away into her bag. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Wang Qing. Wang Qing nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a couple of steps forward, adjusting the strap of his backpack on his shoulder. Sorry, I had a bit of a delay on the way. Aunt Wang said you finished work around 6. Wang Qing glanced at his empty hands. Did you go to pick something up? Did you get it, eh? No. Wang Qing didn't ask further, picking up the small ticket from the number machine and glancing at the number. Let's eat first, they just called our number. The waiter led them to a small table further inside. The table wasn't large, a QR code for ordering was stuck on the corner, and a table number card stood in the middle. Wang Qing placed her canvas bag on the empty chair beside her. After Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down, he instinctively hugged his backpack on his lap. Wang Qing glanced at him. You can put the bag on the chair next to you. Only then did Zhang Xiaoqiang move his bag. The waiter placed 2 cups of lemon water on the table. Scan the code to order and just submit when you're done. Zhang Xiaoqiang took out his phone. Wang Qing also pulled her phone from her bag side pocket and looked at the QR code on the table corner. Let's look together, she said. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened WeChat. It loaded quickly without spinning. He tapped the scan button in the upper right corner, aiming at the QR code. Wang Qing scanned it as well. Their menus almost popped up simultaneously. Stir-fried beef 68. Sour soup, fish 88. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables 24. Rice 2 yuan per bowl. Wang Qing tilted her phone slightly toward him. Can you eat spicy? It's fine. That's the hardest thing to order. Wang Qing scrolled down a bit. Then we'll have this fish, this beef, and add a vegetable. Is that enough? Enough. 2 bowls of rice. Sure. Wang Qing looked at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed his earlier response, adding, that works. Wang Qing paused, her finger hovering over the screen as if she wanted to laugh, but finally just clicked submit. The mini-program switched to the confirmation page. Total amount 188.00 yuan. Discount 12.00 yuan. Amount payable 176.00 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that line of numbers. 176. He had 1326. 40 yuan in his salary card. After paying for this meal, he still had 1150. 40 yuan left. That was normal. He had calculated every expense like this before. Wang Qing said, on the first meeting, don't order too much, but it's wasteful if we can't finish it. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded slightly. His finger hovered over the proceed to payment button. A payment confirmation page popped up. The default payment method was Huaxin salary card. He didn't press confirm immediately. Wang Qing picked up her cup, took a small sip, and then set it down. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang tapped on the payment methods. Huaxin salary card. Huaxin bank credit card. Huaxin bank USD current account. That line of text still remained below. It didn't fade. There were no prompts. Zhang Xiaoqiang's thumb lingered for a few seconds before tapping the third line. Confirm payment. Enter password. A small circle began spinning on the screen. Wang Qing didn't look at his phone, just picked up her lemon water and took a sip. The small circle turned halfway. Payment successful. Zhang Xiaoqiang set his phone down on the table. Wang Qing pushed the pair of chopsticks in front of him a bit closer. You seemed a bit worried you couldn't pay just now. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached for the chopsticks, but paused for a moment. The network can be unreliable sometimes. Wang Qing glanced toward the door. The signal here is fine. I was streaming videos pretty quickly just now. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the chopsticks and then set them back next to the bowl. Wang Qing didn't ask further. She pushed her cup a bit to the side, saying, today a parent canceled a class, it dragged on until 6:20. Aunt Wang kept messaging me. I almost thought about rescheduling. If you're busy, you can actually reschedule. I promise to come, Wang Qing said. Besides, my family is Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head to arrange the chopsticks. Wang Qing asked, do you work in software testing? Yes, outsourced. Is outsourcing stable? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at her. Wang Qing said, I'm not trying to ask anything inappropriate. At our age, with an introducer who is a friend, we have to ask these questions. It's stable as long as the project doesn't run into issues. Wang Qing paused with her hand on the cup. Have there been issues recently? Just some minor problems. So you were looking at your phone earlier because the company was contacting you. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at his phone resting on the table. Something like that. The first dish of vegetables arrived. The waiter placed the plate in the center of the table, steam rising up. Wang Qing pushed the plate toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. Do you live near the company? Yes, I rent a place. Alone? Yes, alone. Wang Qing nodded. I also rent a place. 2 people share a rental 3 stops away from here. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a piece of vegetable, but couldn't hold it steady, causing it to fall back into the plate. Wang Qing saw, but said nothing. The sour soup fish arrived quickly, and the waiter reminded them to be careful, as it was hot. Wang Qing placed a spoon in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang. You go first. You go first, he insisted. Let's not be polite about it, Wang Qing said. Let's just eat. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the spoon, served himself a small bowl of soup, and then passed the spoon over. While serving soup, Wang Qing asked, do you plan to stay in Jiangzhou for a long time? I want to stay. What about housing? Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head to blow on the soup surface. Just renting for now. I'm not asking about now. I'll see how it goes. Wang Qing placed the spoon back in the soup bowl. Your statement is quite universal. Zhang Xiaoqiang's chopsticks lightly tapped the edge of the bowl, making a soft sound. Wang Qing said, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying the man must have a house. I don't have one either. It's just that if we are to live together in the future, we have to know where we're heading. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the fish soup in his bowl. He wanted to say that he could have a house. He could also have a car. An 18,000 dowry wouldn't be a problem. He could even make sure she wouldn't have to be stuck with her parents until 620. But those words got stuck at his lips and never came out. He picked up a piece of fish, but found the bones weren't cleaned well, so he put it back on the plate. I'll figure something out. Wang Qing looked at him for a few seconds. You're in testing, but why do you speak so vaguely? Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his head. Wang Qing moved her bowl slightly to the side. I'm not asking for an answer right now, I'll just find it a bit strange. What's strange? You check your phone as soon as you enter, look at payment methods before ordering. When I ask about work, you say about the same. When I ask about the future, you say, well, see. Wang Qing paused. If you don't want to chat, you can just say so. It's not that. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his cup and took a sip. The lemon slice stuck to the cup wall, turning half a circle as the water flowed over it. There are indeed some issues recently. At the company. Not entirely. At home. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. Wang Qing set down her chopsticks. Is it something illegal, eh? No. This last answer came out too quickly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand hovered over his phone. The screen had already dimmed, leaving only a sliver of white border from the Huaxing Bank notification. Wang Qing sat across from him, her chopsticks resting across the bowl, no longer reaching for food. What's wrong, she asked. Zhang Xiaoqiang flipped his phone over and placed it face down on the table. There's an issue with my bank account. Wang Qing watched him. In debt? No. Online loan? No. Overdue credit card? No, not that either, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, then added, I've already paid off my credit card. The moment those words left his mouth, he paused. Wang Qing didn't follow up on the credit card. Instead, she moved her water glass aside to make room for the waiter bringing their dishes. At the next table, a child clattered a spoon against the rim of a bowl, and a parent hushed him quietly. The Heji bistro was still lively. A cacophony of call numbers, sizzling dishes, and the beeps of payment scans blending together. Yet their table seemed isolated. Wang Qing said, I saw that notification just now. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his hand against the table edge. It's not what you think. I haven't thought anything yet, Wang Qing said. But I recognize those words, USD account deduction. You don't have to pretend I didn't see. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at her. Wang Qing didn't press closer or raise her voice. If your company is in trouble or your family needs money urgently, you can tell me directly. If you have debts, you can say that too. A failed matchmaking is one thing, but you don't have to tough it out and pretend everything's fine. It's really not a debt. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his mouth. The bank app showed a USD spot account he had no. The balance was $9 trillion. It could buy water, order takeout, pay off credit cards, and cover this meal. But it couldn't be withdrawn, couldn't be transferred to himself, and after failing, even his own salary card became unusable. He ran through these thoughts in his mind, but none of them seemed like something he could say at the dinner table. In the end, he only said, I'm looking into it. Wang Qing stared at him for a few seconds. Checking the bank account. Have you asked the bank? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't answer. Wang Qing picked up her chopsticks, then put them down again. Then asked the bank first. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. Wang Qing said, "You don't have to explain so much to me. We just met today, and I don't have the right to interfere. But the way you looked just now, it wasn't just a bad internet connection." A waiter came over to ask if they wanted more water. Wang Qing pushed her glass forward slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, "No thanks." The waiter glanced at them, put the kettle away, and turned to the next table. Wang Qing waited until the waiter was further away before continuing, "Money from unknown sources, no matter how much, don't touch it hastily." Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head to look at the table. The meal had already been paid for. A layer of red oil floated on the fish soup, and a ring of sauce had congealed around the edge of the beef plate. The 176 yuan that had worried him earlier was now the least of his concerns. Wang Qing picked up her bag from the chair beside her. "Let's call it a day," Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively said. "We haven't finished eating." "You can't eat now anyway," Wang Qing said as she stood up. "Neither can I." Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his phone, about to offer to walk her out. Wang Qing spoke first. "No need. He'll take the subway, just 2 stops." They walked together to the restaurant entrance. Wang Qing paused by the number machine, adjusting the strap of her canvas bag on her shoulder. "Xiaoqiang." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up. "If you really haven't done anything illegal, then don't act like you've already been caught," she said. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped his phone. "I know." Wang Qing nodded, turned, and walked towards the escalator. She didn't look back. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the restaurant entrance, watching her disappear into the crowd on the down escalator. Her light blue shirt was soon blocked by the mall's lights and the bustling crowd. His phone vibrated in his hand. The Huaxing Bank transaction notification was still in the notification bar. He tapped it open. USD spot account. At the top of the transaction details, Heji Bistro scant order deduction 24.51 US. Transaction status successful. Transaction time 1916. Balance 89999999935. 70 US dollars. Zhang Xiaoqiang then clicked on the income details. No records. Deposit notification. No records. Account opening record. No viewing permission. Wang Qing's words echoed in his ear. "Have you asked the bank?" He stood on the 4th floor corridor of the mall, scrolling down to tap the customer service icon in the upper right corner of the Huaxing Bank app. The page loaded. Online customer service. Phone customer service. Branch inquiry. His finger hovered over phone customer service. The mall was too crowded. Next to him was a milk tea shop, its queue stretching into the middle of the corridor. 2 girls were taking photos with their phones. Someone behind urged them on, and they laughed as they shuffled forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang closed the page. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he returned to his rented room. After entering, he first locked the security chain and then pulled the curtains tight. The room had been stuffy all day, and the empty instant noodle bowl was still on the table. Zhang Xiaoqiang put his backpack by the bed and sat down at the desk. His phone battery was at 22. He plugged in the charger and opened the Huaxing Bank app. Phone customer service. The dialing interface appeared. He pressed the button. The voice prompts rang several times. For credit card services, press 1. For debit card and account services, press 2. For a human representative, press 0. He plugged in the charger and opened the Huaxing Bank app. Phone customer service. The dialing interface appeared. He pressed the button and placed it on the... Next to the screen was the old notebook, its cover corners curled. He didn't open it. Instead, he just opened the memo app. Account tests. The first 7 entries were still there. He left a blank line. A female voice came through the phone. "Hello, Huaxing Bank customer service, employee number 5927. How may I assist you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the phone. "Hello. What can I help you with?" Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the blank space in his memo. "I want to check if there's a USD account under my name." The customer service agent paused briefly. "Certainly. Are you inquiring about the foreign currency account information under your debit card, eh?" "I'm not sure," Zhang Xiaoqiang said. "A USD spot account suddenly appeared in my app. Please hold on while I first verify your identity." Zhang Xiaoqiang provided his name as prompted, then entered his ID information and phone verification code via voice. When the agent came back on the line, her voice was still steady. "Mr. Zhang, may I ask if the account you saw is displayed in the account list on the homepage of the Huaxing Bank app?" "Yes." "Is the account name USD spot account?" "Yes." "Please hold while I check for you." The line went quiet. Zhang Xiaoqiang could hear the sounds of his own room. The laptop was off, only the faint hum of the charger's current. Someone passed by in the corridor, slippers shuffling on the floor, stopping at the next door, keys jingling twice. The agent returned. "Mr. Zhang, I can see a USD spot account under your name." Zhang Xiaoqiang slowly leaned back from the chair. "You can see it?" "Yes." "Can you see the balance too?" The agent paused again. "The account balance information is subject to what is displayed on your app. I can see that the account status is currently normal." "Normal." Zhang Xiaoqiang typed the word into his memo. "When was this account opened?" "Please hold." This wait was longer than before. There was no music on the line, only the faint sound of a keyboard. Zhang Xiaoqiang switched the phone from his right hand to his left, the warmth of the device sticking to his palm. When the agent spoke again, her pace was slightly slower. Mr. Zhang, regarding the account opening record and channel, I am temporarily unable to retrieve complete information. What do you mean? The system indicates insufficient permissions. It is recommended that you later visit our branch in person with your valid identification for further verification. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the screen. Even your bank can't find it. I don't have the permissions to check the account opening record for you. What about deposit? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. Has anyone transferred money into this account? The agent didn't answer immediately. Mr. Zhang, are you inquiring about transaction details? Yes, income deposits or transfer records. Please hold. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at his memo. The cursor blinked on the blank line. After about half a minute, the agent said, Mr. Zhang, I haven't found any deposit record information that I can provide to you. As this account situation requires further verification, I can first register your feedback and a specialist will call you back later. Is there a problem with the account? The account status is currently showing as normal. Status is normal, but you can't find the records. The agent was silent for a moment. Mr. Zhang, I understand your concern. Due to my limited permissions, I recommend relying on the verification results from the branch. The phrase sounded like a template, but her earlier pauses didn't. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the instant noodle bowl. Can I still use this account now? As soon as the words left his mouth, he stopped himself. The agent said, Are you referring to the account's spending function? Never mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. Don't register it for now. If you have any concerns about the account records, I recommend registering so a specialist can follow up with you. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger hovered near the end call button. How will they contact me? Usually they will call you back on your registered phone number. He looked at the string of USD balance. Then register it. The agent confirmed his contact number and asked him to briefly describe the issue. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, A USD spot account that I don't remember opening has appeared in my app. I want to check the account opening record. The agent repeated the statement. No 9 trillion US dollars. No restaurant payment. No failed withdrawal. And no Wang Qing. After hanging up, the room fell into a hollow silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned off the speaker and stared at the call duration on the screen. 7 minutes and 42 seconds. He reopened the Huaxing Bank app. The USD spot account was still there. The balance hadn't changed. At the top of the transaction details was still Heji Bistro. He opened his memo and typed under the 7th entry 8. Customer service can see the USD spot account. After typing it, he paused for a few seconds. Suddenly his phone rang. The screen showed Huaxing Bank customer service. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the incoming call screen and only answered on the third ring. Hello, Mr. Zhang, this is a callback from Huaxing Bank customer service. Regarding the USD spot account issue you reported earlier, we verified it and are getting back to you. It was the same female voice. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the phone to his ear. We have checked and found that the USD spot account under your name has a normal status and is displayed correctly in the account list. Regarding the account opening records, fund records, and deposit records, I am temporarily unable to obtain any information that can be provided externally. The system indicates no viewing permission. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger paused over his memo. No viewing permission. Yes. It is recommended that you later visit our branch in person with your valid identification for further verification. You customer service can see the account, but you can't find how it got there. There was a pause on the line. You could put it that way, Mr. Zhang. I can see the account information, but I am unable to provide you with the relevant records. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the table. Then if I go to a branch, can they find it? The branch can handle it further based on on-site verification. The specific result is subject to the branch's inquiry. It was the same phrase again. Every word was proper, but not a single word held an answer. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, I understand. The agent reminded him again about bringing his identification and the business hours. He didn't write it down. After the call ended, the screen returned to his memo. Below the 8th entry, the cursor was still blinking. Zhang Xiaoqiang typed slowly. 9. Account opening record cannot be found. 10. No viewing permission, advised to go to a branch in person with ID for verification. He stared at the word branch for a long time. In the end, he didn't delete it. The next morning, Zhang Xiaoqiang woke up earlier than the alarm clock. His phone lay beside the pillow, the screen still displaying the notes. The last few lines from last night had not disappeared. 8. Customer service can see the USD current exchange account. 9. Account opening records cannot be found. 10. Currently no viewing permission. It is recommended that the individual go to the branch with identification for verification. He stared at those 3 lines for a while, then swiped his thumb up. In front were convenience store, takeout, credit card repayment, ATM cash, withdrawal, transfer from an old card, and restaurant payment. Success and failure were intertwined like the test records he usually wrote, but there was no testing environment that allowed him to roll back. The battery indicator in the upper right corner of the phone showed 48. Zhang Xiaoqiang clearly remembered charging it to 72 before sleeping. He unplugged the charging cable and plugged it back in. The port loosened a bit, the screen lit up, and the battery icon flickered for 2 seconds before changing to charging status. This phone had been used for over 4 years. There was a crack in the lower right corner of the screen, usually covered by a protective film, which did not affect reading messages. The back cover had a dent from a previous drop, the transparent case had yellowed, and the volume button needed to be pressed with a fingernail to work. He had thought about replacing it before. There was a phone he had saved in his shopping platform favorites, which he had looked at 3 times last year during the Double 11 sale. 16GB memory, 512GB storage, priced at over 5,000. The page stated a direct discount of 300 and below. It was a 12-month interest-free installment option. He eventually closed the page. Over 5,000 was not impossible to pay in installments. It was that the extra few hundred each month after the installments would slowly squeeze him back into expenses for food, rent, phone bills, and train tickets home. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked on the favorites. The page froze. Half of the product image was stuck in the middle of the screen, and a gray notification popped up below. Insufficient storage space, some applications may be affected. He swiped the notification away. The old phone lagged for another half a second. The Huaxing Bank app icon was on the first screen of the desktop. He clicked on it. The login page popped up. Fingerprint recognition failed. He wiped his finger and pressed again. The home page loaded. Salary card balance, 1326. 40 Chinese yuan. USD current exchange account, 8999999999935. 70 US dollars. He clicked into the account details. The top of the transaction details was still last night's meal. He Ji Xiaowan scanned the code for ordering deduction 24. 51 US dollars. Income details. No records. Account opening records. No viewing permission. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at that line of text, recalling that customer service had paused twice when they called back last night. Mr. Zhang, you do indeed have this USD current exchange account under your name. The account status currently shows normal. No viewing permission. It is recommended that you bring valid identification to the branch for further verification. Normal. Insufficient permissions. These 2 words together felt like a piece of paper stamped, but without any content written on it. He exited the bank app, and the shopping platform was still lagging in the background. The product image of that phone finally loaded completely. Black body, flat screen, 512G. He did not click to buy immediately, but turned off the phone, got up, and washed up. By the time he arrived at the company, the old phone had 31 battery left. Zhang Xiaoqiang plugged the charging cable into the computer's USB port, and the screen popped up saying, charging. Zhou Peng returned from the tea room with soy milk and saw him staring at his phone, leaning over to take a glance. Is it broken again? Charging slowly. You should change this phone. Zhou Peng sat down and placed the soy milk next to the keyboard. I told you last year, scanning codes is always half a beat slower than others. Zhang Xiaoqiang flipped the phone over and placed it face down on the table. It still works. Zhou Peng took a sip of soy milk. How was last night? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the computer. What do you mean by how, eh? The blind date. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. Don't pretend you only arrived around 7, right? Did Wang Qing not say anything to you? Zhang Xiaoqiang took out his work ID from the side pocket of his bag. Just had a meal. Did having a meal mean there's a chance or no chance? I don't know. Zhou Peng glanced at him and smiled. Your answer is like there's no conclusion to a requirement review. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond. The computer just entered the system when WeChat popped up Zhao Dihei's message. Zhao, please organize the supplementary test screenshots again this morning. The accident meeting will use this in the afternoon. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, another message came. Zhao, don't beat around the bush with the responsibility wording. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the message box. His finger paused on the keyboard before he replied with 2 words. Received. Zhou Peng also saw the corner of the screen. Are we still having the meeting in the afternoon? Yeah. Then be careful. Zhou Peng put the lid back on the soy milk cup. Zhao has been quite irritable these days. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up his phone battery at 33. It was charging. The insufficient storage space notification popped up again. He swiped the notification away and opened the supplementary test folder. The morning was fragmented by screenshots, tables, and responsibility descriptions. Zhang Xiaoqiang put the screenshots of the slow developer responses into a separate folder, pausing for a moment while naming it. Attachment records. He did not add the words temporary again. At 11:50, people in the office began to go downstairs for lunch. Zhou Peng picked up his phone and asked, takeout. I'll step out for a bit. Where to? Buying something. Zhou Peng glanced at the old phone on his desk. Changing the phone. Zhang Xiaoqiang stuffed the phone and wallet into his pocket. Just looking. There's a row of digital shops on the first floor of Zhonghui Plaza next to the company. During the lunch break, there were quite a few people, and the speaker at the entrance was looping promotional words. Display models were arranged in the glass counter, the lights bright, and every screen glowed as if freshly cleaned. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the door for a few seconds before entering. A female salesperson in a black uniform approached. Looking for a phone. Do you have a budget? Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, just browsing for now. The salesperson led him to the left counter. These are priced between 2,000 and 3,000, sufficient for daily use. If you just want to watch videos, use WeChat and take pictures. This model has a good cost-performance ratio. She picked up a blue sample, the price tag attached to the screen. 2,499. Zhang Xiaoqiang took it. The device was very light. The screen slid smoothly. Much better than the old phone in his pocket. The salesperson said, you can still exchange the old phone for a discount. If your old phone can power on it, can still offset a bit. Zhang Xiaoqiang put the sample back. His gaze fell on a row of machines displayed separately on the right. Black flat screen, metal frame. The price tag read Qinglan X7 Pro 16G 512G. 6,299. 00 CNY. The salesperson followed his gaze. That model is a flagship, great for photography and processing, but it is a bit pricey. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing. The salesperson added, if you don't play games or edit videos, there's actually no need to go for this one. No need. Every time he wanted to buy something good before he would ultimately be persuaded back by these three words. Shoes are unnecessary. Headphones are unnecessary. A phone that works is unnecessary. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up that black sample. The screen lit up, his fingertips glided across without hesitation. He opened the camera and took a picture of the edge of the counter. The price tag in the photo was very clear, even the bubbles created by the transparent tape were visible. The salesperson stood beside him waiting. Is there stock? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. There's one in black, 512G. Then I'll take this one. The salesperson was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled. Okay, I'll prepare the order for you. Do you need it in installments? Zhang Xiaoqiang took out his old phone from his pocket. The screen lagged again when it lit up. No need. The cash register was at the back of the store. The salesperson took out the unopened new device from the cabinet, scanned it in, and the order amount appeared on the computer screen. 6299. 00 CNY. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at that string of numbers. This was more than his 2-month salary. If the repair shop had said replacing a screen would cost 300 before, he would have asked if they could reduce it by 20. The cashier turned the payment code card around. Just scan this. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened WeChat. The payment page popped up. The default payment method was Huaxing salary card. He opened the payment methods. Huaxing salary card. Huaxing bank credit card. Huaxing bank USD current exchange account. The third line lay there quietly. He clicked on it. Confirm payment. The page popped up for amount confirmation. Merchant Yuanxing Digital Jiangzhou Zhonghui Store. Amount 6299. 00 CNY. Payment account Huaxing bank USD current exchange account. The expected deduction will be based on the actual transaction result. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger hovered over the confirm button. The store's air conditioning was strong, but the edge of the counter's glass was fogged slightly by his palm. The cashier did not rush. The salesperson placed the unopened new phone box in front of him, the plastic wrap reflecting light under the lamp. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed confirm and entered the password. The small circle spun up. Once. Twice. Payment successful. The cash register beeped. The cashier tore off the receipt. All done. There was no risk control call. No text message asking him to confirm the transaction. No one from the bank called to ask why a person with a 3,000 monthly salary suddenly bought a phone worth over 6,000 at noon. The salesperson handed over the shopping bag. Do you need help with activation film application or data transfer? Zhang Xiaoqiang took the bag. Just film application. They'll handle the data myself. You can leave the old phone here. We can help you transfer data quickly. No need. He said those two words a bit too quickly. The salesperson glanced at him, did not insist, and began to open the tempered film. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the counter, and the old phone vibrated. Huaxing Bank USD current exchange account purchase successful, deduction 877. $30. He swiped the notification away. One more transaction detail had been added at the top. Yuanxing Digital Jiangzhou Zhonghui Store deduction 877. $30. Below was He Ji Xiaoguan. Further down was the credit card repayment. The balance became 8999999999058. $40. Income details. No records. The salesperson handed back the new phone. The film is applied. Please check if there's any dust on the edges. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the new phone. The screen was as clean as if it had never been touched. He lit it up and the system guidance page popped up, the font thin, and there was no lag while sliding. The old phone in his other hand was heating up and the notification bar still displayed the deduction message from Huaxing Bank. He turned off the old phone and stuffed it into his pocket. It's fine. When he returned to the company, the lunch break had not yet ended. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the new phone box at the very back of his backpack, only taking the phone back to his workstation. Zhou Peng was leaning over the table watching short videos, and when he heard the chair creak, he looked up. Looks good. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the phone next to the keyboard. The old one is really broken. Zhou Peng reached out to pick it up to take a look, but then stopped. Kinglin's new model. This must be over 6,000, right? Old phone exchange for a new one. How much can your old phone get? Zhou Peng laughed. Did you win the lottery? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the computer. There was a bit of overtime subsidy before. Zhou Peng's laughter froze on his lips. Does our project still have overtime subsidies? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the supplementary test form. Other projects. Zhou Peng responded with a drawn-out sound. He looked down at his own phone where the screen edge had turned white, then glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang's new phone on the desk. You seem a bit different lately. Zhang Xiaoqiang moved the new phone slightly closer to the mouse pad. It's just a phone change. You wouldn't buy something at this price before. When those words fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand holding the mouse stopped. Zhou Peng seemed to realize he had said too much, and immediately turned back to look at the computer. It's good. You use your phone every day, so it's normal to buy a better one. At 2:10 in the afternoon, Zhao Dihai came out of the office. He held several sheets of printed paper and walked to Zhang Xiaoqiang's workstation. Have you finished sorting the screenshots? Still missing the login log. Zhao Dihai placed the paper on his desk. We will use this version in the afternoon. Take a look, and if there's no problem, follow this format. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked down at the paper. The first paragraph read: risk estimation for the online launch was insufficient, and the impact of interface abnormalities on the production environment was not adequately identified. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Dihai's gaze fell on the edge of the desk. Did you change your phone? Zhang Xiaoqiang pulled the paper back a bit. The old one broke. Zhao Dihai picked up the new phone and glanced at it without touching it, just smiling. Quite willing to spend. Zhou Peng did not move from the side. Zhao Dihai pushed the printed paper closer to Zhang Xiaoqiang. By the way, the deduction process for the accident has not been completed yet. In the afternoon meeting, you should express your attitude first, and don't get tangled up with those attachment records. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the first paragraph on the paper. The new phone screen lit up beside him. The system was still on the setup page, the facial recognition had not been completed, and the screen displayed only a line of time. Zhao Dihai glanced down. The meeting starts at 3 o'clock, he said. Don't be late. At 5 minutes to 3, Zhang Xiaoqiang reviewed the printed papers once more. The first paragraph reiterated the same statement: the risk assessment for the online launch was insufficient, failing to adequately identify the impact of interface anomalies on the production environment. The paper was freshly printed with warm edges. He pressed his thumb on the top left corner, leaving a faint mark on the surface from his sweat. The new phone by the desk lit up. The system prompted him to continue with the facial recognition setup. Zhang Xiaoqiang closed the screen. Zhou Peng leaned over from the side to glance at the printed paper. Are we going to say it this way, he asked. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond immediately. He opened the folder on his computer. Attachment records. Inside were 3 screenshots, a login log, and 2 remarks from the developers in the defect report. The first remark stated not reproducible locally, closing for now. The second remark read observe after going live. Zhang Xiaoqiang copied the folder to his desktop and then dragged it into a USB drive. Zhou Peng watched his movements, lowering his voice. Don't push too hard in the meeting. I'm not pushing, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied. You know what I mean. Zhou Peng moved his chair in. Manager Zhao just wants to suppress the issue. The client side demands a stance, not necessarily focusing on the details. Zhang Xiaoqiang unplugged the USB drive and put it in his pocket. If we ignore the details, will all the responsibility fall on testing? Zhou Peng opened his mouth, but finally said, I'm just reminding you. The conference room was at the end of the corridor. A frosted film covered the glass door, and a few people were already seated inside. Zhao Dihai stood beside the projector, adjusting the remote conference settings with his shirt cuffs rolled up to his forearms and his thermos cup on the table. 2 people from development were present: Lu Kai, the interface lead, and the usually quiet backend team leader. The client project manager appeared on the screen with a green microphone icon lit next to his avatar. When Zhang Xiaoqiang entered, Zhao Dihai glanced up. Sit down. Zhou Peng followed behind and took a seat by the door. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the right side of the long table with the paper in front of him. He initially intended to place his new phone on the table, but as he reached into his pocket, he hesitated and only took out his old phone to check the time. 3 o'clock sharp. Zhao Dihai cleared his throat. The main purpose of today's meeting is to establish the cause of last week's production incident and determine subsequent actions. The client side is also online. Let's not beat around the bush, let's state our position first. After speaking, he looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, you go first. The conference room fell silent. The air conditioning vent was directly above the table, causing a corner of the printed paper to flutter gently. Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head to look at the paper. First paragraph. Second paragraph. Third paragraph. Each section had already articulated his points. Insufficient risk assessment for the online launch. Incomplete coverage of retesting. Subsequent reinforcement of accountability. These words he had written many times before. Change we to the testing side, change process issues to insufficient personal verification, and add a couple of sentences about learning from the lessons, and the matter can progress. Deduct 500, write an explanation, and continue to work overtime next time. He pushed the paper slightly forward. He'll start with the timeline. Zhao Dihai's brow twitched. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his computer and connected it to the conference room's projection line. The screen lit up, displaying the attachment records folder. Zhao Dihai said, "Let's start with the conclusion." "The conclusion must follow the records," Zhang Xiaoqiang stated. As the words left his mouth, Zhou Peng shifted his position at the door. Lu Kai glanced at him. The client project manager on the screen asked, "What records?" Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the first screenshot. "This was the defect for interface anomalies I raised at 9:27 p.m. last Wednesday. The scenario involved delayed order status updates after users repeatedly submitted. The defect report number is here." He circled the upper right corner with his mouse. The second screenshot is the developer's response at 10:03 that day, "Not reproducible locally, closing for now." Lu Kai sat up straight. It indeed was not reproducible at that time. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. "So, I never claimed that you would definitely reproduce it. What I said was after this defect was closed at 1 a.m. on Thursday, regression testing was conducted, but the testing environment did not have the same concurrent data as production." Zhao Dihai tightened the lid on his thermos cup. "Xiaoqiang, today is not about discussing technical details." Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger paused on the mouse. In the past, hearing this phrase would prompt him to immediately close the window. Because whenever Zhao Dihai said it was not about discussing technical details, it usually followed with "first look for reasons within yourself." He glanced at the side of the table. The printed paper was still there. The empty spot beside it felt like a missing phone. The new phone in his pocket pressed against his thigh, its edge quite rigid. 6,299 yuan. Deduction 877. $30. He didn't suddenly feel more confident. It was just that the 500 yuan deduction at this moment did not silence him as it had before. Zhang Xiaoqiang said the cause of the incident requires technical details. No one in the conference room responded. The client project manager on the screen activated his microphone. Let him finish speaking. Zhao Dihai looked at the screen, his smile quickly fading. "All right, Xiaoqiang, you focus on the main points." Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked on the login log. At 1:14 a.m. on Thursday, the regression only covered normal submissions and one repeated submission. The production incident occurred after 3 consecutive submissions, causing disarray in order status updates. In this scenario, I had recommended retaining the observation of repeated submissions in my notes. He switched to the third screenshot. The text in the remarks section was small. It was advised to retain the observation item for repeated submissions before going live, requiring developer confirmation of interface idempotency handling. Zhou Peng lowered his head to look at his notebook. Zhao Dihai's finger tapped on the thermos cup. Lu Kai said, "I didn't see this remark." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, "You did reply before the defect report was closed. What I replied was that it was not reproducible locally. That's why it needed confirmation of the regression scope." Lu Kai chuckled lightly, though not noticeably. "Isn't testing about confirmation?" Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at him. If this statement had been made last month, he might have lowered his head and said, "Yes, I didn't cover it properly here." He clicked on the next screenshot. This was at 1:36 a.m. on Thursday, when Manager Zhao said in the group to finish regression according to the current scope, and the remaining issues would be observed after going live. Zhao Dihai's face darkened slightly. Zhou Peng's fingers paused on the keyboard. The client side said, "Please send us this screenshot." Zhao Dihai immediately replied, "This is an internal communication screenshot. We'll compile it and send it to you later. Let's not elaborate on it now." Zhang Xiaoqiang did not continue to click. He knew that if he spoke further, it would not be about verifying facts, but rather undermining Zhao Dihai to his face. He wasn't ready for that step yet. He simply released the mouse and turned to look at Zhao Dihai. "I can acknowledge that the testing coverage was incomplete, but it cannot be written as the testing side's sole insufficient estimation." Zhao Dihai stared at him. "Then how do you suggest we write it?" Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the screen. "Write it according to the timeline discovery of the defect developer's failure to reproduce confirmation of regression scope and triggering after going live. Responsibilities should be divided according to process nodes, not just write about the issues on the testing side." The conference room fell silent again. The sound of the air conditioning was clearer than before. The client project manager said, "This direction is acceptable. What we want is a review, not to find someone to write a self-criticism. Manager Zhao, please check internally again and provide me with the official version before the end of the day." Zhao Dihai chuckled. "Understood." The meeting continued for another 20 minutes. The subsequent content turned to corrective measures, additional monitoring, and pre-launch inspection items. Zhang Xiaoqiang only spoke when called upon. Zhou Peng did not speak on his behalf throughout the meeting. When the meeting was adjourned, the 2 developers left first. As Lu Kai passed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, he whispered, "You prepared quite thoroughly this time." It was hard to tell if it was a compliment or a reminder. Zhang Xiaoqiang unplugged the projection line and stuffed the USB drive back into his pocket. Zhou Peng glanced at him while packing his laptop bag. You really dared to speak up just now. Zhang Xiaoqiang folded the printed paper. I was referring to the records. Records still need someone to dare to present them. Zhou Peng added, but Manager Zhao is definitely not comfortable with that. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Dihai called him from the conference room door. Xiaoqiang, please stay for a moment. Zhou Peng paused with his hand holding the laptop bag, but quickly walked out. The door closed. Only Zhang Xiaoqiang and Zhao Dihai were left in the conference room. The projection was still on, displaying the end page of the meeting software. Zhao Dihai picked up his thermos cup and took a sip of water. You were well prepared today. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the table. I was afraid of leaving gaps. When did you become so afraid of leaving gaps before? Zhao Dihai set down the cup. I asked you to state your position first, and you came right in with the screenshots. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. Zhao Dihai walked in front of him, his voice low. The company isn't forbidding you from stating the facts. The problem is that we need to have an external statement. The client is on the other side of the screen, and do you think it's appropriate to reveal internal group screenshots? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the table. The printed papers were still in his hand, with a white line creased into the corners. I did not send them out. Do you still want to send them out? I just said to verify according to the records. Zhao Dihai looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Changing phones makes a person different. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers tightened. Zhao Dihai glanced toward the door, and then turned back. The process for deducting for the accident is not yet concluded. By doing it this way today, the client feels comfortable, but how the internal team evaluates it will depend on what happens next. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted his head. Then let's assess it according to the records. Zhao Dihai's smile faded. Outside the conference room, someone walked by, their shoes tapping on the tile floor. Zhao Dihai took his thermos cup back in hand. Xiaoqiang, he said, have you been feeling a bit too self-assured? Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond to the word drift. He neatly stacked the printed pages and tucked them into his notebook. Zhao Dihai watched him. Are you not going to say anything? I will revise the review. Revising according to what was said in the meeting. Zhao Dihai asked. Zhang Xiaoqiang paused. Revise according to the timeline. Zhao Dihai chuckled and twisted the lid of his thermos. All right. You have your own thoughts now. This statement did not sound like a compliment. As Zhang Xiaoqiang left the conference room, Zhou Peng was standing by the corridor drinking water. Seeing him come out, Zhou Peng removed the cup from his lips. Are you all right? Revising the review. What about the deductions? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. Nothing was mentioned. Zhou Peng responded with an "oh." The two of them walked together towards their desks. Halfway there, Zhou Peng said, you should keep those screenshots you took earlier. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at him. Zhou Peng held the water cup in his hand. I'm not saying to do anything. Just in case they ask again later, don't say you couldn't find them. Why didn't you mention it in the meeting? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. Zhou Peng's expression stiffened for a moment. He lowered his head to drink water, and the cup lightly tapped against his teeth. I wasn't as prepared as you. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not ask further. By 7:30 p.m., only 5 or 6 people remained in the office. The review document was changed from insufficient estimation on the testing side to there are procedural gaps in the closure of interface defects, confirmation of regression scope, and assessment of online risks. This sentence may not sound impressive, but at least it wasn't just one person taking the blame. After reading it, Zhao Dihai replied with just 2 words. Let's leave it at that. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at those few words for a while. It was neither approved nor rejected. It felt like a hand resting on the back of his neck, momentarily not pressing down. At 9:40, the hallway lights had already been turned off halfway. As Zhang Xiaoqiang packed his things, Zhou, is there still a bus? Yes. At this hour you have to wait quite a while. Zhou Peng stuffed his computer into his bag. Didn't you change your phone? Why not take a cab? After finishing that joke, he laughed to himself. Zhang Xiaoqiang also chuckled briefly. As they descended, only the security guard and a cleaning lady remained in the lobby of the office building. The wind outside the glass door carried a hint of the dampness after the rain. Water pooled by the roadside reflected the light, and under the bus stop sign stood 3 people. 2 were looking down at their phones, while one had zipped their coat all the way up to their chin. Zhang Xiaoqiang was most familiar with this route. It took 8 minutes to walk from the company gate to the bus station, wait for the 27 bus ride for 5 stops, and then walk another 10 minutes to the entrance of the old neighborhood. If he couldn't catch the last bus, he would have to take a night bus, which would require an extra stop and cost an extra yuan. The taxi ride to his rental was estimated to be 21 yuan by the app. 21 yuan is not much. But in the past it could buy him a full meal with a bottle of water, a bag of rice, or a small portion of his train fare back home on weekends. He opened the taxi app. The destination automatically popped up: North Gate of Zinganli. The name of that old neighborhood appeared on the screen like an old label stuck on him. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the price. 28 yuan. Dynamic pricing in progress. His finger hovered over book now before lifting away. On the bus stop side, a 27 bus approached, its headlights sweeping across the wet road. The three people under the sign moved forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still. The bus stopped, the doors opened, and then closed again. As the bus drove away, its tail lights left 2 red trails in the rain. He pressed book a ride. The driver accepted the order quickly. 3 minutes later, a white ride-hailing car stopped by the roadside. The driver lowered the window. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded and opened the rear door. The car had a faint scent of air freshener, and the seat covers were very clean. The driver asked North Gate of Zingamli, right? And then did not say more. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the back seat, his laptop bag next to him. He held his new phone, the screen sliding smoothly. He opened the Huaxing Bank app. The balance of his USD current account was still the same after buying the phone. 8999999999058. $40. The top of the transaction details showed Yuanqing Digital. He clicked into the income details. No records yet. The lights on the glass curtain wall were still on as the car passed through Zhonghui Plaza. The digital store that had been opened during the day was already closed, and the promotional speakers at the entrance were silent. Further ahead were 2 rows of newly opened restaurants. Young people sat by the windows, some draped their coats over the backs of chairs while others held their phones up to take pictures of hot pot. Zhang Xiaoqiang used to take the bus past here, only able to see his reflection in the car window. The navigation in the car prompted a right turn ahead. The driver asked, would you like to take the elevated road to be faster? Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the app's estimate. The elevated road would cost an additional 6 yuan. He used to say no. Let's take it, he said. The driver signaled and changed lanes. After getting on the elevated road, the lights of Jiangzhou spread out under the car window. Office buildings, shopping malls, residential areas, and school playgrounds slid past him piece by piece. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back in his seat. He suddenly recalled the year he first came to Jiangzhou, when he also took a taxi once. That day he was late for the interview, and it was pouring rain. He took a taxi from the train station to the company, which cost 58 yuan. After getting out, he folded the receipt neatly, thinking that if he passed the interview, that 58 yuan would be worth it. Later he did pass the interview. Monthly salary of 2,800. He rented the current room near the company because it was cheap and because he could walk back after working late. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. It's hard to park in this neighborhood. Should I drop you off at the North Gate? Sure. As they arrived at the North Gate of Zingamli, it started raining again. The fare was 8 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the payment screen. The default payment method was still his Huaxing salary card. He switched it to his Huaxing Bank USD current account. He confirmed the payment. Payment successful. No delays. No brief failures. The notification from Huaxing Bank popped up quickly. USD current account transaction successful, deduction $373. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the entrance of the neighborhood and opened the notification. There was one more line in the transaction details. Jiangzhou Jiexing ride-hailing service, deduction $373. Income details. No records. He put his phone into his pocket, holding the bag as he walked inside. One of the street lights in the old neighborhood was broken, and the water pool at the entrance had not been repaired. There was a damp smell in the hallway, and a resident on the first floor had placed their shoe rack outside with plastic slippers crookedly positioned beside 2 stacked delivery boxes. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked up to the 3rd floor, where the corridor's motion sensor light lit up slowly. He opened the door and stepped inside. The air in the room felt stuffy. The window had been shut all day, and a bowl of instant noodles remained on the table. The zipper of an old suitcase beside the bed was not fully closed, revealing a floral quilt his mother had stuffed for him. He took the new phone out of his pocket, and the screen lit up. Clean and smooth, the edges were unscathed. It sat on the small table almost as if it didn't belong there. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the old phone beside it. The old phone case had yellowed, the corners cracked, and the charging port still had that malfunctioning cable plugged in. He stood for a moment, picked up the bowl of instant noodles, and walked outside to throw it in the trash bin. When he returned, he did not turn on the computer. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened the rental app. The default search conditions were set to the vicinity of Zingamli, with monthly rent ranging from 800 to 1,200. The first listing was for a shared second bedroom facing north with 1 month deposit and 3 months in advance. The second listing was for a single room in an old neighborhood with a shared bathroom. The third listing mentioned proximity to the subway, but the photos showed only a narrow gap between the bed and wardrobe where one could walk sideways. Zhang Xiaoqiang deleted the price range. The page reloaded. Whole rental 1 bedroom. Newly renovated. Elevator building. Jiangwan mansion. Monthly rent 6,800. He stared at those 4 digits. In the past, listings like this would have automatically blocked him from viewing them. It wasn't that he couldn't click, it was just pointless to do so. He clicked in. The photos showed a living room with floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the lights by the river. The kitchen was clean, the bathroom had a separation between wet and dry, and the bedroom had no peeling paint by the head of the bed with a chair that looked very comfortable beside the desk. It was noted below monthly payment possible quarterly payment discounts for annual payment. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked to inquire. After sending it out, he placed his phone on the bed. He thought the agent wouldn't reply so late. In less than 10 seconds, a new message popped up in the chat box. Hello, this unit in Jiangwan Mansion is still available. You can view it tomorrow. The next message followed closely. Sir, are you considering annual payment? The annual payment price is negotiable. When Zhang Xiaoqiang woke up the next day, there were 7 unread messages on WeChat. 6 were from the agency. 1 was from Zhao Dihai. He first opened Zhao Dihai's message. Zhao, let's follow the version from last night for the review. The attached record should not be shared externally. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the words "do not share externally" for a few seconds and replied with received. The messages from the agency were sent from 1030 p.m. to 1140 p.m. last night. The property at Jiangwan Mansion is still available. It can be viewed in the morning. The homeowner is out of town and electronic signing is acceptable. If paid annually, the price can be negotiated from 6,800 to 6,500. The last message was sent at 7:58 a.m. Mr. Zhang, are you available today? I can adjust my schedule to accommodate you. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the edge of the bed. The room still had that lingering damp smell from the previous night. The curtains were not drawn. Outside the window was the air conditioning unit of the opposite building. After throwing away the instant noodle bowl last night, the table was still cluttered with the computer power cords, an old phone, and several receipts, each item taking up space. He typed, "Can we view it at noon?" The other party replied almost instantly, "Yes, I will wait for you at the entrance of the community." The morning passed slowly. Zhang Xiaoqiang reviewed the documentation again and sent it to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai did not reply. Zhou Peng, however, peeked over to take a look. "Did you take a taxi home last night?" "Yeah." "Nice." Zhou Peng smiled, "upgrading your consumption." Zhang Xiaoqiang moved the mouse aside. It was too late. Zhou Peng glanced at the new phone on Zhang Xiaoqiang's desk. "True. You've started treating yourself better lately." There was no malice in this comment. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't know how to respond. At 1150, he took his bag and headed downstairs. Jiangwan Mansion was not far from the company. A taxi ride took 10 minutes. At the entrance of the community, there was a guard booth. The ground was clean, and neatly trimmed shrubs lined both sides of the driveway. The agent stood at the entrance wearing a white shirt and black trousers with a name badge hanging around his neck. "You must be Mr. Zhang." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. The agent immediately smiled. "My surname is Luo. I'm Luo Jun. The apartment is on the 18th floor facing south with a view of the river. Take a look first. If it suits you, we can discuss the price afterward." The elevator had a faint fragrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the corner, watching the floor numbers light up. The 18th floor has arrived. The door opened, and the hallway was lined with gray tiles with no delivery boxes piled in the corners and no shoe racks from any household. Luo Jun swiped the access card to open the door. The homeowner originally lived in this apartment, but was later transferred out of town. The furniture and appliances are all left behind. If you're living alone, it's actually quite comfortable. The living room was larger than Zhang Xiaoqiang's current room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the inner river of Jiangzhou. The water surface wasn't wide, but he could see the office buildings across the river. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the light-colored floor. The kitchen was open-plan with a clean countertop, and there were no grease stains on the fridge door. The bathroom had a wet and dry separation, and there were no blackened silicone edges under the shower. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the middle of the living room, hesitating to step inside. Luo Jun did not rush him. He pushed the window open slightly. "The sound insulation here is quite good. You can hardly hear the traffic downstairs at night. The community's property fee is paid by the homeowner. You only need to cover water, electricity, and gas." Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to the window. From here, he could see the side of the building where his company was located. Previously, he walked from Xing'an Lane to work every day, passing by snack shops, repair shops, and a row of old buildings where parking was difficult. Now standing here, the company felt like it had been moved a little further away. "How much is it?" he asked. "The homeowner is willing to rent it for 6,500 per month with a 1-month deposit and a 12-month payment. Including the deposit, the total is 84500. After Luo Jun finished speaking, he observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression. Zhang Xiaoqiang rubbed his fingers on the seam of his pants. 84500. This amount was higher than his rent for more than 2 years. "Can I pay monthly?" "You can, but the homeowner prefers annual payments. If you choose annual payment, we can finalize it today, and I won't take any more viewings for others later." Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head to look at his phone. The icon for the Huaxin Bank app was on the first screen. He did not open it in front of Luo Jun. "How do we sign the contract?" Luo Jun's smile grew more stable. "We can use electronic contracts or sign in store. Rest assured, we operate through legitimate platforms." Legitimate. This word now felt like a very thin piece of paper to Zhang Xiaoqiang. The store was located just outside the community. Luo Jun poured a glass of water for him and flipped through the rental contract page by page for him to see. The address of the property, rental period, rent, deposit, breach of contract clauses, and handover checklist were all clearly written. Zhang Xiaoqiang read very slowly. Luo Jun was not in a hurry, only saying beside him, "You work nearby, right? Many people from internet companies and financial companies live here. Commuting is convenient." Zhang Xiaoqiang responded with an In the occupation column, Luo Jun helped him fill in software testing. When signing, the pen on the electronic screen felt a bit slippery. After Zhang Xiaoqiang finished writing his name, he saw the payment page pop up. Rental fee for the property, 84500. 00 yuan. Merchant Jiangzhou Unju Real Estate Agency. Luo Jun turned over the payment code. "You can scan this." Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked to make the payment. Payment methods: Huaxing salary card, Huaxing bank credit card, Huaxing bank USD current account. He selected the third option. Confirm. Enter the password. As the small circle spun, Luo Jun's eyes were fixed on the screen, quickly averting his gaze, as if afraid of seeming impolite. Payment successful. The store's printer started to beep. Luo Jun immediately relaxed his smile. "All right, mister. Zhang will print the receipt for you. I can give you the keys and access card right now." Zhang Xiaoqiang's phone vibrated. Huaxing Bank successful consumption from the USD current account deduction 11770. $46. He opened it. At the top of the transaction details, a new entry appeared. Jiangzhou Unju Real Estate Agency deduction 11770. $46. The balance became 89999998722. $42. Income details. No records available. This time the number was a little lower. Still low enough that it felt like it wasn't low at all. In the afternoon, he took half a day off. The old landlord heard he was moving and first asked if he had found a girlfriend, then asked when he would settle the utilities. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated the utilities and remaining rent. There was only enough in his salary card to cover the small amount. In the end, he used the abnormal account to scan the property payment codes sent by the landlord. Success. But he did not transfer the money to the landlord personally. He dragged out the old suitcase. There wasn't much he could take. Clothes, a notebook, a computer, a few receipts, and an old phone box. The flower cover his mother gave him was folded twice, yet it still couldn't be flattened. In the evening, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the entrance of the 18th floor of Jiangwan Mansion with his suitcase. The door lock screen lit up. "Please enter your fingerprint." He pressed his right index finger. The first attempt failed. He wiped his finger and tried again. Enrollment successful. A line of small text popped up on the screen. Resident administrator permissions have been activated. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that line of text. The door clicked open. On the first night Zhang Xiaoqiang moved into Jiangwan Mansion, he couldn't sleep well. The bed was too soft. The air conditioner was too quiet. Once the curtains were drawn, the room lacked the corridor footsteps and the sound of water flushing from next door that he was accustomed to in Xing'anli. In the profound silence, he felt as if his phone would ring at any moment. At 1 a.m, he got up to check his account at Huaxing Bank. The US dollar current account was still there. The rent deduction was still ongoing. There were no records of income yet. He placed his phone back on the bedside table. The bedside table was made of solid wood, and the drawer opened smoothly without any hitch. Inside it was empty save for a packet of desiccant left by the landlord. The next morning, Wang Qing sent a message. "Have you clarified the issue with your bank?" Zhang Xiaoqiang sat at the dining table. The dining table in the new apartment was large, and he sat there alone with only a cup of soy milk he had bought from a convenience store the night before. He typed 3 words. "Not yet." After pondering for a moment, he deleted it. What he finally sent was, "Customer service can see that account, but they cannot trace the source. They advise going to a branch." Wang Qing took over 10 seconds to reply. "Did you go?" Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the screen. "No." This time he didn't delete it. Wang Qing responded quickly. "Are you still using that account?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers paused. Opposite the dining table was a floor-to-ceiling window. The morning light at 8 o'clock poured in, casting a faint white sheen over the river. The driveway downstairs was clean, and a security guard stood by the gate, raising the barrier for a white car. He lowered his head to type. Used it. After the message was sent, the top of the chat box displayed "The other party is typing." Then it disappeared. Then it reappeared. Finally, Wang Qing sent a single message. "Are you free tonight?" "I finish work at 6:30. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a yes. After sending the message, his fingers lingered over the keyboard, and he suddenly noticed the shirt he was wearing. It had been pressed inside a box during the move yesterday, and there was a crease at the collar. He went to the mall downstairs from the company and bought a new light gray shirt. Payment successful. Deduction of $38. There was no pause. In the afternoon at work, Zhou Peng glanced at him twice. On the third glance, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you look like you're going for an interview today?" The clothes were washed. "You took a half-day leave yesterday. You wouldn't really be going to see a house, would you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. Zhou Peng straightened up from his chair. "Did you really change apartments?" "It's closer to the company." "Isn't Xing'anli close enough?" Zhou Peng chuckled. "Where did you move to?" Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his computer. Nearby, Zhou Peng looked at him, no longer asking further. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhang Xiaoqiang arrived at the training institute, where Wang Qing was. This commercial street was different from Zhonghui Square, with smaller shops and electric bikes parked at the entrance. The training institute was on the second floor, and the stairway was plastered with posters for summer class enrollments. Several elementary school students ran out with their backpacks, and a parent was asking about a refund at the door. When Wang Qing came out, she held a stack of class schedules. She saw Zhang Xiaoqiang and first glanced at his shirt, then at the new phone in his hand. Did you change your phone? The old one broke. Wang Qing nodded. The two of them didn't go to a restaurant, but walked slowly along the roadside. There was a coffee shop on the street with two small round tables outside. Wang Qing asked if he wanted to sit down, and Zhang Xiaoqiang replied that it was fine. After sitting down, Wang Qing ordered a hot Americano. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the menu and ordered the same. When it came time to pay, he instinctively reached for his phone. Wang Qing scanned the code first. He'll cover this time. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand paused under the table. The coffee was brought over, and the paper cup was very hot. Wang Qing didn't drink, but just rotated the sleeve around the cup. You just said the customer service could see that account, but couldn't trace the source. Then why don't you go to a branch? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the small hole in the cup lid. I don't know how to, just tell the truth. No one would believe the truth. Wang Qing looked up. If you don't say anything, others will believe it even less. Zhang Xiaoqiang took out his phone and placed it on the table. He didn't open the banking app. If an account is under my name and the bank can see it with a normal status, but there are no records of account opening or transactions, what do you think that means? Wang Qing looked at him. I would think you are involved in trouble. I think so too. Then why are you still using it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger touched the cup sleeve. The paper cup was very hot, and he quickly released it. Wang Qing said, now that you have changed your phone and your clothes. I saw you took a taxi over earlier. Yeah. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. Wang Qing looked at his face. Did you move? Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his head. Wang Qing pushed her cup slightly to the side. I'm not interrogating you. Your shoes are very clean, and your pant legs are not splashed with water. It rained over there in Xinganli these past 2 days. I know the road at the entrance. There's no way it could be this clean coming out. The spot where you got out just now wasn't from the direction of Xinganli. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to smile, but couldn't. You're quite observant. I work in academic affairs, Wang Qing said. When parents say their kids haven't shown up, I take a look at their homework and check-in records, and I can roughly tell if they're lying. Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his head. I moved. Where to? He didn't answer. Wang Qing did not press further. Someone pushed the door open at the coffee shop, and the wind chime rang. Wang Qing said, Xiaoqiang, I don't oppose people wanting to live better. Replacing a broken phone or moving to a better house is all normal. What's not normal is that you mentioned a problem with your bank account the day before yesterday, and today you're already using it to change your life. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the paper cup. I asked customer service. Customer service said they couldn't trace the source, but the account status is normal. Do you believe that? Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't answer. A delivery vehicle stopped on the roadside, and the rider carried a bag upstairs. A faded talisman was taped to the bike basket. Wang Qing put the class schedules into her bag. You don't have to tell me exactly what it is. We haven't reached the stage where everything must be explained. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at her. But if you continue using unclear funds and expect me to pretend I didn't see, I can't do that. I didn't mean for you to pretend you didn't see. Then what do you want me to do? This question left Zhang Xiaoqiang speechless. He wanted her to believe he hadn't done anything wrong. He wanted her to feel he wasn't a scammer, not in debt, and certainly not pretending for the sake of a blind date. But all he could present were a series of unexplained numbers. Wang Qing stood up. I'm taking the subway back. Zhang Xiaoqiang also stood up. He'll give you a ride. The two of them walked to the subway entrance. Wang Qing paused in front of the turnstile and adjusted her bag strap on her shoulder. Xiaoqiang, you need to sort things out first. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. Wang Qing said, either you can clarify things, or we shouldn't continue. She tapped her card to enter. The sound of the turnstile closing was soft. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside watching her walk down the escalator. His phone vibrated in his pocket. A notification from Huaxin Bank popped up. US dollar current account transaction successful, deduction of 46.38 US dollars. It was for the shirt he bought in the afternoon. After Wang Qing entered the station, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not leave immediately. He stood outside the subway entrance looking at the shirt payment notice he had read twice. 38 US dollars. A shirt. He wore it today to meet Wang Qing, and she noticed it at once. He crossed out the notice just as Li Gillen's call came in. Zhang Xiaoqiang answered. Mom. The other end was very noisy. The television was loud, as if a mediation show was on. Li Guilin lowered her voice. Your dad's back hurts again today. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped aside by the subway entrance. Did he go to the hospital? He said applying a plaster would be enough. How long has it hurt? Just these few days. Li Guilin paused. Actually, he complained about it twice last month. I told him to get an x-ray, but he found it troublesome. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Zhang Jingwo say on the other end, why are you telling him this? Li Guilin covered the receiver, but her voice still leaked through. Don't interrupt. Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to the roadside. Mom, you guys need to go to the hospital tomorrow. Once you go to the hospital, they will check, and once they check, it costs money. Your dad said it might not be serious. They'll cover the expenses. He paused after saying this. Li Guilin also stopped. Where's your money coming from? The company gave a bit of subsidy. This lie had already been told once. When telling Zhou Peng, it felt like a casual excuse. When speaking to his mother, his tongue felt a bit stiff. Li Guilin did not respond immediately. Don't spend recklessly while you're out. Didn't you say you still need to go on a blind date? Clothes, meals, and round-trip transportation all cost money. I have enough. What do you mean you have enough? Don't I know how much your salary is? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the lights across the street. He was currently living in the Jiangwan mansion, which had a monthly rent of 6,500. Just now, because of a shirt worth a few hundred yuan, Wang Qing saw through his changes. But his mother was still calculating clothing and transportation costs for him. He'll transfer you some money, he said. Don't transfer it, Li Guilin immediately replied, you keep it. If a check is really needed, we will advance the payment. Mom, be obedient. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the roadside and opened WeChat. He found Li Guilin's avatar. Transfer. Amount 5,000. Payment method set to default Huaxin salary card. Insufficient balance. He switched to the Huaxin Bank USD exchange account. Confirm. The page refreshed. A prompt popped up. The current transaction cannot be completed. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger froze on the screen. He already knew it would fail. But when he saw the prompt pop up, his chest felt as if it had been pressed down. He returned to the payment page and tried 1,000. The current transaction cannot be completed. Tried 100. The current transaction cannot be completed. The phone suddenly vibrated. The Huaxin Bank app automatically popped up the login page. He entered his fingerprint. Fingerprint recognition failed. He pressed again. Failed. He changed his password. The page spun for a few seconds before displaying a network error. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up at the roadside signal. Full signal. He clicked on the payment code. Loading failed. Credit card page. Loading failed. Salary card balance. Loading failed. The convenience store by the street had its door open, and someone was scanning to pay at the checkout. The prompt sound was very clear. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped his phone tightly. This time it wasn't 5 minutes. He stood for 12 minutes. In between, he tried the payment code 3 times, the bank app twice, and a taxi app, once. All failed. In the 13th minute, the Huaxin Bank app finally reloaded. Salary card balance, 1326. 40 yuan. USD exchange account, 89999999872360. 04 USD. No failure records. No transfer records. The previous 3 attempts seemed as if they had never happened. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted by the roadside for a while. Someone passed by him, glanced down at him, and quickly walked away. He opened the Notes app. Account testing. Below the 10th line, he typed a new line. 11. Transfer to mother failed, payment qualification invalid for about 13 minutes. After finishing, he added another sentence. Cannot give money to others. After returning to the Jiangwan mansion, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not turn on the lights. The floor-to-ceiling window outside showed the lights by the river. The room was not too dark. He sat on the sofa and opened the local hospital's health check mini program. Search lumbar spine orthopedics parents health check. A bunch of packages popped up on the page. He didn't understand which ones were useful, so he clicked on a basic package from a top-tier hospital health check center. In the end, he chose a special check for middle-aged and elderly skeleton and joint, priced at 1,280 yuan, including bone density lumbar spine x-ray and basic blood tests. The information for the person making the appointment can be filled in as a family member. The payer is the individual. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at these 2 fields. Appointed Zhang Jingwo. Phone number Li Guilin. Payer Zhang Xiaoqiang. He clicked submit. The payment page popped up. Huaxin Bank USD exchange account. Confirm payment. The small circle spun twice. Payment successful. A notification from Huaxin Bank popped up shortly after. USD exchange account charge successful, deduction 178.27 US dollars. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the screen. This time it didn't fail. The appointment SMS was quickly sent to Li Guilin's phone. In less than half a minute, Li Guilin called. Xiaoqiang, what check did you schedule for your dad? Tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the health check center of the 2nd Municipal Hospital. You need to bring your ID card. How much did it cost? Not much. You child, why didn't you discuss it with us? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back on the sofa. You guys have been discussing it, and all you decided was to apply a plaster. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. Zhang Jingwo's voice came from far away. I'm not going. Li Guilin scolded him. The money has been paid, why don't you go and try? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked down at his hands. Mom, let's go tomorrow. Before hanging up, Li Guilin asked again, are you really fine lately? I'm fine. Is work also? What about that girl from the blind date? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked out the window. Let's talk about it later. The call ended. A few minutes later, Li Guilin sent a WeChat message. It wasn't a voice message. It was a line of text. Don't do illegal things. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the message from Li Guilin for a long time. Do not engage in illegal activities. 6 words without punctuation. She usually preferred to use voice messages on WeChat. She types slowly, often mistyping got it as got it already, and adding a string of commas at the end of sentences. This time there were none. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed his phone on the coffee table. The living room of Jiangwan Mansion was very quiet. The air conditioner emitted a gentle breeze, and the refrigerator occasionally made a sound before quickly stopping. Outside the window, the river reflected the lights, resembling a piece of flattened black cloth. He opened the Huaxing Bank app. In the transaction details, the deduction from the Health Examination Center was listed at the top. Jiangzhou Second People's Hospital Health Examination Center deduction, $178.27 US. Below that were 3 blank entries that had not been recorded. The 5,000, 1,000, and 100 sent to his mother were all absent. It only left a note stating that the payment could not be made for 13 minutes. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his memo and looked at the 11th entry again. The transfer to his mother had failed, and the payment eligibility had expired for about 13 minutes. He could not give money to others. He typed below 12. Successfully scheduled a health examination for my father. The payer is me, and the service recipient is my father. After finishing, he stared at the 4-word service recipient. This was not an ordinary bank card. An ordinary bank card would not care about the distinction between the payer and the service recipient. It was making a judgment. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned off his phone and got up to go to the bathroom. In the mirror, he saw himself in a new shirt with a clean sink and a row of unused shelves in the background. He looked for 2 seconds and suddenly felt that this outfit looked borrowed. The next morning, Li Guilin sent a photo. Zhang Jingguo was sitting on a plastic chair in the hospital's health examination center, holding a number slip. His face turned to one side, not looking at the camera. Below the photo was a voice message. Your dad insists that there's nothing wrong and even asked if he could get a refund while in line. I told him refunds aren't possible, and that's why he stayed there. After listening, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, let me know after the examination. Li Guilin did not ask about the money again. This was more unsettling than pressing for answers. When he arrived at the company, Zhou Peng was already at his workstation. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, his first question was, which way did you come from today? Zhang Xiaoqiang set down his bag. Which way? I saw you get off from Jiangwan Road after buying buns this morning. Zhou Peng turned in his chair. Did you really move to Jiangwan Mansion? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned on his computer. It's close to the company. Isn't it expensive over there? It's all right. Zhou Peng looked at him. You're getting a good amount for overtime compensation. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond. A new message popped up on WeChat. CEO Zhao in the meeting room. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. Zhou Peng quietly said from behind, be careful. The meeting room door was not closed. Zhao Dihai was sitting inside with the version of the review from last night on the table alongside a printed process chart. Sit down. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a seat. Zhao Dihai pushed the review over. The client has basically accepted it. But internal accountability still needs to follow the process. Didn't it get changed according to the timeline yesterday? The timeline is for the client to see, Zhao Dihai said. Internally, someone needs to be responsible for the results. It's not that I want to hold you back. It's company policy. Production accidents that cause delays in acceptance affect the recovery of funds, and relevant personnel need to be held accountable. You are the testing executor. This is unavoidable. What about the developer not reproducing the issue and confirming the regression scope? It will all be documented. What about the deductions? Zhao Dihai smiled slightly. Do you still care about this now? Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers pressed against his knee. Zhao Dihai looked at his shirt. Xiaoqiang, let me say something unpleasant. Recently, with your phone and your residence, everyone is noticing. The company isn't against employees having a good life, but work matters cannot be denied just because your personal situation has changed. I recognize what I should recognize. Then that's fine. Zhao Dihai picked up a pen and drew a line on the process chart. Before the end of work today, HR will send out the accountability notice for you to review. If you feel there's a problem, you can file an appeal. Appeal to whom? Zhao Dihai capped the pen. According to the process. According to the process. These 3 words are very similar to what the bank customer service says. The results are subject to verification by the branch. Each word is precise. Each word pushes people away. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his workstation. Zhou Peng turned to look at him. What did they say? Accountability, determination. Zhou Peng frowned slightly. Still recognizing it. Yes. Didn't the client say to divide it according to process nodes yesterday? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at him. Zhou Peng turned his chair back, lowering his voice. Internally, it might still need to be addressed. Zhang Xiaoqiang said nothing. He opened a recruitment website. The search box was pre-saved with software testing Jiangzhou. A page popped up with a bunch of job listings. 8K, 12K, more than 3 years of automation experience. 10K, 15K, OI performance testing familiar with stress testing tools. 15K, 20K, e-test development requiring a bachelor's degree. He scrolled down one by one. Each listing seemed to remind him that money could buy a phone, rent a house, and schedule a health examination for his father, but it could not make his resume suddenly show a bachelor's degree, nor could it magically give him automation framework skills, or make Zhao Dihai stop talking right now. He opened the resignation application template. After looking for half a minute, he closed it again. If he resigned now, Zhou Peng would ask, Zhao Dihai would ask, his parents would ask, and Wang Qing would feel he was acting even stranger. He had money, but he did not have a reason that could explain why he was not working. At 5:27 in the afternoon, a new email popped up in the company inbox. Sender, Human Resources Department. Subject, pre-notice of responsibility recovery for Yinxiao order interface production accident. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked to open it. The first line read, according to the project accident review and internal accountability determination process, economic recovery and performance handling are proposed for the relevant responsible persons. Attached was a PDF. File name, accountability, recovery confirmation, form Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not immediately open the PDF. He first closed his email and then clicked it open again. The subject line was still there. Notice of liability recovery. The file name was also there. Liability recovery confirmation, form Zhang Xiaoqiang. PDF. He clicked on the attachment. The PDF loaded very slowly. At the top of the first page was the company letterhead followed by the name of the incident, the scope of impact, responsible personnel, and the proposed recovery amount. Proposed recovery amount, 3,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at that number. It was exactly his monthly salary. If it had been a week ago, that number would have been enough to keep him awake all night. Now it still made his fingers feel cold. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because this paper bore his name. The money could be deducted from the US dollar account, but the responsibility could not. Zhou Peng leaned over to take a look and quickly turned away. 3,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang minimized the PDF. Zhou Peng whispered, you should appeal. Those records from yesterday are still there. Who do I appeal to? Zhou Peng understood and said nothing more. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a half-day leave for the next morning. The reason stated was personal banking business. Zhao Dihai took 20 minutes to approve it. He only replied with an MM. The next day at 9 o'clock, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the entrance of Huaxin Bank, Jiangwan branch. This branch was located at the bottom of an office building. The sign was new, and through the glass door one could see the lobby manager and the waiting area. The electronic screen at the entrance was scrolling financial tips and anti-fraud promotions. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside the door for half a minute. The anti-fraud promotion screen was just switching to a sentence. Do not rent, lend, or sell your bank card. He took out his ID card and walked in. The lobby manager approached him. Hello, what service would you like to handle? I want to check my account. A debit card account. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. Foreign currency account. The lobby manager led him to the ticket machine. Did you bring your ID card and bank card? I brought my ID. I can see the card in my mobile app. The lobby manager paused for a moment, but quickly resumed. Then please take a comprehensive service number, and the counter will verify it for you later. The ticket was printed. A 037. There were still 6 people ahead. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the waiting area. An elderly man next to him was asking his daughter for the password to a savings book, and the daughter told him to speak softly. On the other side, a young man was filling out an account opening form and paused for a long time in the occupation section. The bank was quite normal. So normal that it made him even more restless. When A037 was called, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked to counter 3. The teller was a young woman with the name tag Chenlin. The name made Zhang Xiaoqiang pause. The customer service representative in Chapter 008 was also called Chenlin. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. The teller looked up. Hello, please have a seat. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat down and handed over his ID card through the slot. I want to check the opening record and source of funds for a US dollar current account. Chenlin took the ID card and swiped it on the machine. Please wait a moment, I will verify your identity first. She made Zhang Xiaoqiang look at the camera and entered several pieces of information. The screen was blocked behind the counter, so Zhang Xiaoqiang could not see it and could only hear the sound of the keyboard. Chenlin asked, you currently have one type of debit card ending in 0831, correct? Correct. The US dollar current account you mentioned is a foreign currency sub-account linked to this card. That's what the app shows. Alright, let me take a look. The sound of typing stopped. Chenlin's gaze lingered on the screen for a few seconds. She clicked the mouse twice more. Mr. Zhang, you do indeed have a US dollar current account. This sentence was the same as what the customer service representative had said. However, hearing it at the counter felt different. Glass separated them. The bank's camera was above them. His ID card was in the machine on the opposite side. Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, can you check when it was opened? Please wait a moment. Chenlin opened another page. She did not speak immediately. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her hands. Her nails were cut very short, and her right index finger paused on the mouse several times, each pause lasting longer than usual. Mr. Zhang. Chen Lin looked up. The account opening channel does not currently show any information that can be provided externally. Not showing, or you can't show me. Chen Lin said, the system indicates insufficient permissions. Does your counter also have insufficient permissions? I only have regular counter permissions here. Then who has the permissions? Chen Lin did not answer immediately. She glanced at the workstation beside her and lowered her voice. This type of situation needs further verification. Zhang Xiaoqiang expressed what he had prepared in advance. I need a certificate to prove that this account is in my name and the source of funds is legal. Chen Lin nodded. You can apply for an account ownership certificate, but the source of funds certificate needs to be verified against system records. Can you see the source of funds now, eh? Chen Lin looked back at the screen. She clicked a query. The light from the screen illuminated her face. A few seconds later her expression became more steady. It was not relaxation. It was a professional manner of suppressing her expression. Mr. Zhang, the system currently cannot find any source of funds records that can be provided externally. What about the incoming records? There is currently no information that can be provided externally. No account opening records, no fund records, no incoming records. Chen Lin did not correct him. She took the ID card from the machine, but did not hand it back immediately. Mr. Zhang, there have been recent transaction records on this account. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his hand on his knee. Yes. Were you the one who operated them? Yes. Do those transactions have any disputes? No. So today is your main request to check the source or to apply for an account certificate. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. I want to know where this money comes from. Chen Lin's fingers rested on the edge of the ID card. The calling voice in the lobby rang out. A 038, please go to counter 4. Chen Lin waited for the prompt sound to pass before saying, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I need to ask my supervisor about this prompt. She stood up and left. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in front of the counter, the glass reflecting his face. He saw the new shirt he was wearing, the new phone beside him, and the ticket on the counter. 3 minutes later Chen Lin returned. She did not bring her supervisor. She handed the ID card back. Mr. Zhang, the system suggests you keep your contact information for our specialist to contact you later. The counter cannot issue a source of funds certificate today. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the ID card. What about the account certificate? It can prove that the account is in your name and is in good standing. But the source of funds and account opening records cannot be displayed under the current permissions. Again, it was said to be in good standing. Zhang Xiaoqiang put the ID card into his wallet. Then how do I prove that I have no problem? Chen Lin looked at him. This time she did not immediately follow the procedure to respond. She lowered her voice further. Mr. Zhang, when did you discover this account? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Chen Lin. The glass at the counter was very clean, allowing him to see the name on her name tag, as well as his own reflection in the glass. A few days ago, he said. Which specific day? Monday evening. Chen Lin noted something on the paper. Was it discovered by logging into the mobile banking app? Yes. Before this you had not conducted any transactions related to a USD current account. No. You haven't opened one at our bank's counter, nor have you applied online. No. Chen Lin noted something again. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the pen in her hand. What is this for? It is used to register your inquiry regarding the abnormal account. Chen Lin said, I will submit this according to the procedure. Will it be traceable after submission? Chen Lin did not look up. Further verification is needed from the backend. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard himself asking, what if the backend cannot find anything either? The pen tip paused. Chen Lin looked up at him. Mr. Zhang, there is currently no verified result. This statement was very firm. Firm like a door closing. Zhang Xiaoqiang took out his phone and opened the I can see the transaction records here. Chen Lin glanced at the screen and quickly looked away. If the transactions were not conducted by you personally, you can apply for a dispute. It was me. Then the transaction records will be based on what is shown in your app. There are no income records. I checked just now and the system currently has no deposit information available. It is not that there is temporarily none, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. There has never been any. Chen Lin tightened her grip on the pen. She did not refute. At the nearby counter for someone was resetting their bank card password, the customer's voice a bit loud, insisting they remembered the password. The lobby manager went over to persuade them, and the call number echoed once more. Everyone in the bank has a question that can be caught by the process. Only Zhang Xiaoqiang's question seemed to fall outside the process. Chen Lin stood up. Mr. Zhang, please wait in the adjacent area. I will submit the work order first. Zhang Xiaoqiang took his ID card and number paper and sat in the waiting area. His position allowed him to see counter 3. Chen Lin had been typing at the computer for a long time. In the middle, a man in a dark suit walked behind her and glanced at the screen. Chen Lin turned sideways and whispered a few words. The man frowned. He took the mouse, clicked twice, and then stopped. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not see the screen. He could only see the man's expression change from impatience to confusion, then to a more cautious calm. 10 minutes later, Chen Lin walked over with a piece of paper. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. Chen Lin handed him the paper. This is the receipt for the account status inquiry. It can prove that you have a USD current account under your name and its status is normal. Zhang Xiaoqiang took it. The paper had the Huaxin Bank's letterhead and branch seal. Customer name Zhang Xiaoqiang. The ID number was obscured. Account type USD current account. Account status normal. The opening date field was blank. The source of funds field was also empty. There were no deposit records either. Why is the opening date blank? Chen Lin said, the system did not return any printable information. Then what use is this receipt? It can prove that the account is under your name and that its status is normal. It doesn't prove where the money came from. Chen Lin looked at him. Currently, it cannot prove that. Zhang Xiaoqiang folded the paper slightly and then unfolded it. The crease pressed over the words status normal. Did you submit the work order just now, eh? Chen Lin paused. It has been registered. What about the work order number? A regular work order number cannot be generated at the moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up. Chen Lin lowered her voice. The system indicates that it needs to be transferred to the special verification queue. What special verification? I cannot see specific information here. Then who can see it? Chen Lin did not answer. She handed over another business contact form. Please leave your contact number. If additional materials are needed later, a specialist will contact you. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the paper. Customer name. Contact number. Description of business. He wrote in the business description field inquiry about the opening and source of funds for the USD current account under my name. After finishing, he paused. He did not write the balance. He did not write about his phone renting or physical exams. He also did not write about withdrawal or transfer failures. Chen Lin took the contact form and glanced at it. Mr. Zhang, if you still have questions about this account in the near future, I recommend keeping relevant records. Should I not continue using it? Chen Lin looked at him. The professional phrasing seemed to circle around her lips before being swallowed back. I cannot provide restrictive suggestions regarding the use of your account. The current status shows normal. Again, normal. Zhang Xiaoqiang stuffed the receipt into his bag. When he walked out of the bank, the sunlight outside was very bright. The electronic screen at the entrance was still scrolling anti-fraud advertisements. Beware of unfamiliar calls. Do not easily trust account anomaly notifications. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood at the bottom of the steps and looked back at the Huaxin Bank sign. He now had a stamped paper. The paper proved he had an account. It also could not prove why this account existed. His phone vibrated. Company email reminder. The HR urged him to confirm the pre-notice of reimbursement before the end of the day. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed the reminder. He had just started to walk towards the roadside when someone called him from behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang. It was not the voice of a bank clerk. He turned around. A man stood beside the steps, around 40 years old, wearing an ordinary dark gray jacket, holding an unopened bottle of mineral water. The man looked at him. Can we chat for a moment? Zhang Xiaoqiang did not approach immediately. People were entering and exiting the bank steps. The lobby manager escorted an elderly man out, saying to walk slowly. The door to the ATM area opened briefly and then closed. The man stood to the side of the steps, not getting any closer. He wore a dark gray jacket and black casual pants with clean shoes. He had an ordinary appearance with short hair and an unopened bottle of mineral water in his hand. If he hadn't just called out Zhang Xiaoqiang's name, Zhang wouldn't have given him a second glance. Who are you? The man handed over the bottle of mineral water. Just hold on to this for now. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not take it. The man was not embarrassed and took the water back. It's not convenient to talk here. How about we sit at the convenience store next door for a couple of minutes? I don't know you. That's why we should only talk for 2 minutes. How do you know my name? The man glanced at the bank entrance. You just called it inside. The counter called out for you. So you were inside too? Just passing by. This answer felt too light. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to leave. The man behind him said, don't ask about the US dollar account at the counter anymore. Zhang Xiaoqiang stopped. The account status receipt in his hand was crumpled. The man did not continue speaking, as if he knew that this one sentence was enough to make Zhang Xiaoqiang pause. The convenience store was right next to the bank. There was a row of high stools by the window, and there weren't many people around at noon. A pot of Odin was steaming beside the cash register. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in a seat near the door. The man placed the bottle of mineral water in front of him and got another for himself. He paid in cash. 2 coins dropped lightly into the small dish at the cash register. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the few coins. He hadn't used cash in a long time. After sitting down, the man opened the cap of the bottle and took a sip. My surname is Gu. Which company? The man with the surname, Gu, smiled slightly. It's not the right time to ask about the company. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. Then there's nothing to talk about. You won't get the proof of funds today. The man said. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand paused on the back of the chair. The man looked out the window. It will also be hard to obtain in the future. How do you know? Because it didn't come in through ordinary funding sources. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat back down. Two students entered the convenience store, bought ice cream, and quickly ran back out. The doorbell rang twice. Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his voice. What exactly is this account? The man with the surname Gu twisted the cap back onto the bottle. I can't explain it. Then why are you here? To remind you. Remind me of what? Don't investigate the source. This sentence was delivered flatly. There was no threat, nor was there persuasion. It was like someone warning him by the roadside that there was construction ahead. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at him. Why should I? You have already left records through customer service and the counter. If you go further up, there will be even more people who can see you. Who are you working for? The man with the surname Gu did not answer. Zhang Xiaoqiang took out the account receipt and placed it on the table. The bank proves this account is under my name. Yes, but it can't prove where the money comes from. Correct. Then what if someone investigates me? The man with the surname Gu looked down at the paper. Just like now. Zhang Xiaoqiang's back slowly tensed. The man with the surname Gu said, don't misunderstand. Today is not an investigation. It's just that you submitted a special verification at the counter, and some reminders will come early. Who sent you here? You can consider me just passing by. I don't believe you. Then just assume you don't believe me. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at him. I've used this account to buy something. I know. What do you know? The man with the surname Gu pushed the water bottle slightly aside. I know you haven't successfully withdrawn cash. I know your transfer failed, and I know you've been spending more recently than before. Zhang Xiaoqiang's fingers pressed against the edge of the table. Are you monitoring me? I can't see your entire life, the man with the surname Gu said, but some actions will light up the indicators. What actions? Inquiring about the source. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the customer service callback, the counter, and the special verification queue that Chen Lin had mentioned. The man with the surname Gu stood up. You can continue using it. Just don't check the source. Why? Because it can't be traced. If it can't be traced, why should I be afraid of investigating? The man with the surname Gu looked at him. Just because it can't be traced doesn't mean no one will see you checking. After saying this, he picked up the unfinished water. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up as well. What if I report to the police? The man with the surname Gu stopped at the door. What do you plan to say? The automatic door of the convenience store opened. The sounds of traffic from outside surged in. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not say anything. The man with the surname Gu walked out and quickly blended into the crowd on the sidewalk. His silhouette was so ordinary that it seemed he could disappear at any moment. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang reached the door, he was already out of sight. When he returned to the company in the afternoon, Zhao Dihai did not call for him. This in itself was unusual. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat at his workstation, and Zhou Peng popped his head out from behind the screen. Did the bank handle it? No. Then why is your face so pale? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his computer. It's the air conditioning. Zhou Peng looked at him and did not expose him. At 5:30, Zhao Dihai came out of his office and passed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's workstation. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought he would ask about the recovery confirmation form. Zhao Dihai only said the formal version of the review has been sent to the client. You should proceed with your normal work for now. What about the recovery? Zhao Dihai glanced at him. The HR side is still verifying. This sentence was softer than yesterday. So soft that it lacked reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his email. The latest message was from the Human Resources Department. Subject: explanation for the withdrawal of the preliminary notice of responsibility for the Yunxiao order interface production incident. The main text was very short. Due to the need for further internal process review, the original preliminary notice of responsibility is temporarily withdrawn. Subsequent handling will be based on the review results. There was no explanation. No apology. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the words, temporarily withdrawn. His phone lit up at the edge of the table. It was not Huaxing Bank. It was a text message from an unknown number without a note. It contained only one sentence: don't investigate the source. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a screenshot of the text message. The screenshot was saved in the album. He exited the album and clicked back in. The screenshot was still there. It hadn't disappeared. He forwarded the message to another one of his numbers. The sending failed. The notification was a red exclamation mark. He tried copying the message content and pasting it into the notes. Sure. No need to check the source anymore. 5 words lay in the notes, black, clear, and unaltered. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat at the dining table of Jiangwan Mansion and opened his computer. He created a new spreadsheet. The file name: account testing rules. The first column: serial number. The second column: action. The third column: result. The fourth column: cost. The fifth column: remarks. He began filling it out from the top. 1. Check balance. Result: account exists. Cost: unable to explain. 2. Buy water. Result: success. Cost: already actually used. 3. Check income details. Result: no records available. Cost: unable to provide proof of source. 4. Order takeout. Result: success. Cost: salary card unchanged. 5. Pay credit card. Result: success. Cost: personal debt cleared. 6. Withdraw. Result: failed. Cost: payment qualification invalid for about 5 minutes. 7. Transfer from old card. Result failed. Cost payment qualification invalid. 8. Restaurant consumption. Result success. Cost Wang Qing saw the notification. 9. Customer service inquiry. Result account visible, no permission for records. Cost leave feedback. 10. Buy a phone. Result success. Cost attention from colleagues and superiors. 11. Take a taxi. Result success. Cost change in habits. 12. Annual rent payment. Result success. Cost reality traces increased. 13. Transfer to mother. Result failed. Cost payment invalid for 13 minutes. 14. Health check appointment. Result success. Cost mother suspected. 15. Counter inquiry. Result account status normal source unverifiable. Cost special verification stranger appeared. He stared at the spreadsheet. Successful projects share a common point. The payer is always him. Consumption or service can all find legal titles in reality. Failed projects also have common points. Money has to leave him, becoming something that others can freely dispose of. He wrote beneath the spreadsheet preliminary judgment, personal legal, use feasible, transfer withdrawal, and source explanation, not feasible. After writing this line, he deleted the 2 words judgment and changed it to guess. Preliminary guess. He no longer dared to write anything as a conclusion. The next morning, he scheduled a paid consultation with a law firm online. The category selected was financial account disputes. The platform's customer service quickly sent a message asking if it involved bank card freezing, fund recovery, or fraud center holds. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied none of these. The customer service asked, then what is the main demand? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the input box. To prove the source of the money in an account. After sending this sentence, the other party paused for half a minute. Then they sent a lawyer's business card. Lawyer Wang, 8 years of practice specializing in financial contracts and civil commercial disputes. Consultation fee 800 yuan hour. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked to book. Payment method selected was Huaxin Bank's US dollar current account. Payment successful. Huaxin Bank notification, Jiangzhou Mingheng Law Firm consultation service deduction, 111. 42 US dollars. Transaction successful. Income details, no records available. The law firm is on the 12th floor of an old office building. The front desk asked him to register and handed him a visitor sticker. The conference room is small with 2 bottles of mineral water and a box of tissues on the table. Lawyer Wang is in his 40s wearing a dark blue suit, his hair combed back, speaking slowly. Mr. Zhang, the platform says you want to consult about proving the source of account funds. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. He took out the account status receipt from Huaxin Bank. Lawyer Wang put on his glasses and read it once. The account is in your name, status normal. Right. You want to prove the source of the funds. Right. The bank won't provide. Unable to check. Lawyer Wang looked up. What does unable to check mean? Zhang Xiaoqiang said, customer service couldn't check and the counter couldn't check. The system prompts insufficient permissions or there is no information available for external provision. Lawyer Wang placed the receipt on the table. Then how did the funds enter the account? I don't know. Have you received any remittance notifications? No. Are there contracts, inheritances, investments, labor remuneration, gifts from overseas relatives, or other materials that can explain the source of the funds? No. Lawyer Wang's pen stopped. How much money is in the account? Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the mineral water on the table. A lot. How much is a lot? I can't say right now. Lawyer Wang put down the pen. Mr. Zhang, if you don't disclose the amount and source, I can only provide a rough judgment. Just say it roughly. Lawyer Wang leaned back in his chair. Under normal circumstances, if a person has funds in their account that cannot be explained, especially in large amounts, you should first consider whether the account has been used fraudulently, whether it involves scams, money laundering, erroneous entries, system anomalies, or if someone is using your identity for other arrangements. Zhang Xiaoqiang listened. He had searched all these terms. Each word was like a door. Behind each door was not a place he wanted to enter. Lawyer Wang continued, if you have already actually used this money, things will be more complicated. Because not only have you discovered the anomaly, but you have also engaged in a disposition act. Disposition act. This term is much colder than spending money. Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, what if the bank proves that the account is in my name and the status is normal? It can only prove the account status. It cannot endorse the source of the funds. Then how do I prove that I'm not a problem? Lawyer Wang looked at him. Materials. I have no materials. Then it's very difficult. The conference room fell silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang put the receipt back in his bag. What if someone reminds me not to check the source? Lawyer Wang's expression changed slightly. Who? A bank employee. I don't know. Is there a recording? No. What about the text message? Zhang Xiaoqiang showed him the unfamiliar message. Lawyer Wang looked it over, his brows slowly furrowing. Are you sure the sending number cannot be traced? Cannot be traced. Have you recently given anyone your ID card, bank card, or verification code? No. Have you participated in so-called investments, money laundering, or part-time receiving payments? No. Lawyer Wang was silent for a few seconds before handing the phone back to him. Mr. Zhang, I advise you to stop using this account, preserve evidence, and report to the public security or regulatory authorities if necessary. What if I can't clarify it? Not clarifying is better than continuing to use it. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond. Lawyer Wang looked at him. Let me ask one more question. Are you sure this is not a trap set by someone else for you? Lawyer Wang's words echoed in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears as he exited the office building. Are you sure this isn't a trap set by someone else? The elevator in the office building was old and shook slightly as it descended. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in the corner, clutching the consultation receipt from the law firm. The receipt clearly stated consultation service fee, 800 yuan. Payment method, online payment. Payer Zhang Xiaoqiang. Legal. Clear. With receipt. Yet this receipt could not resolve any issues. By the time he returned to Jiangwan Mansion, night had fallen. As the living room light turned on, the river outside transformed into a solid sheet of black glass reflecting the dining table, sofa, and himself. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed his bag on a chair. Inside were 3 items: bank account status receipt, lawyer consultation receipt, and a printed copy of the company's withdrawal notice. All 3 papers were genuine. Yet together they still could not explain the balance. He washed his face, sat down at the dining table, and opened his computer. The account testing rules were still there. He added after the 15th item 16. Lawyer consultation payment successful. Conclusion: account status cannot prove the source of funds. Continuing use poses greater risks. After finishing, he stared at continuing use poses greater risks. This sentence sounded like something Wang Qing would say. It also resembled something Lawyer Wang would say. It was also akin to words he himself knew but was unwilling to admit. He closed the laptop. Yet his phone remained lit. The Huaxing Bank app had pushed a routine financial management reminder. Low-risk cash management product, flexible redemption. He had never clicked on such notifications before. With just over 1,000 yuan in his salary account, the term financial management felt like it was behind a glass barrier. Now that reminder lingered on the screen. He recalled the blank spaces in the money rules. Investment. Stocks, funds, legal asset markets. If consumption can succeed, if renting can succeed, if consultation services can succeed, what about investments? If investments yield returns, do those returns have a source? When this thought emerged, he first pressed the power button on his phone. The room fell silent. The refrigerator made a soft noise. He lit up his phone again. He did not open a search. He did not check tutorials. He simply tapped into the most ordinary low-risk product page within the Huaxing Bank app. The page displayed risk warnings, product explanations, and that expected returns do not equal actual gains. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not dwell on the rate of return. He only looked at 3 fields. Purchaser Zhang Xiaoqiang. Deducted account Huaxing Bank US dollar current account. Purchase amount 100,000 yuan. 10,000. Not a small amount. Yet it is far from enough to change the world. He clicked next. The system prompted a risk assessment. He had done this before, scoring very low, only qualifying for low-risk purchases. The page did not refuse. Confirm purchase. A password input box popped up. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger hovered over the screen. Wang Qing said to clarify the situation first. His mother said not to engage in illegal activities. Lawyer Wang advised halting use and preserving evidence. A stranger said not to investigate the source any further. Not a single person told him he could proceed. Yet this page did not stop him. It simply waited silently for him to enter the password. Zhang Xiaoqiang inputted the password. The small circle spun 3 times. Transaction accepted successfully. The page switched to the confirmation page. Product name. Purchase amount. Processing time. Estimated confirmation time. Each item appeared like a normal banking transaction. The notification from Huaxing Bank quickly popped up. US dollar current account transaction successful, deduction 1392. 76 US dollars. A new entry appeared at the top of the transaction details. Huaxing Bank low-risk cash management product purchase, deduction 1392. 76 US dollars. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked on income details. No records available. He clicked back to the product confirmation page. A new line of gray text appeared at the bottom of the confirmation page. Note: initial asset entry test accepted. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger froze. He blinked once. That line of text remained. Initial asset entry test accepted. A bank app wouldn't write that. At least not an ordinary bank app. He took a screenshot. The screenshot saved successfully. He exited the page and clicked back in. The note section was still there. He placed his phone on the table but did not leave the chair. An investment of 10,000 yuan deducted dollars that didn't even count as a speck of dust in the $90 trillion. Yet that line of notes weighed heavier than all previous expenditures. Test. Not the test from his notes. It was a test that the page itself had written. At 11:17 p.m., the phone screen suddenly lit up. There was no ringing. No vibration. Just light. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked over. The SMS page automatically popped to the forefront. The sender had no number. The content contained only 6 words. First test passed. He did not touch the phone. The screen stayed lit for 10 seconds before dimming again. Zhang Xiaoqiang reached out to light it up. The SMS was still there. He took a screenshot. Screenshot saved successfully. He exited the SMS, opened the Huaxing Bank app. The US dollar current account was still listed. Balance 89999985553. 59 US dollars. The transaction details showed that lowest product purchase at the top. Income details. No records available. Account opening records. No viewing permissions. Source of funds. No viewing permissions. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat under the light, staring at those words. After a long time, he reopened the account testing rules. On the last line, he typed only 2 characters. Passed. The next morning, Xiaoqiang woke before his alarm. The curtains were not fully drawn. The sky outside Zhangwan Mansion was just beginning to pale, and a layer of grayish-blue still clung to the glass of the opposite building. He lay still in bed, reaching for his phone from under the pillow. His fingerprint failed on the first attempt to unlock it. The message list was frozen at the very top. There was no number. Only a single line of text below it. First test passed. He stared at those 6 words for a moment, then tapped into the details. The page showed no sender, no service name, no unsubscribe prompt, and none of the usual carrier tags. The screenshot he had taken last night was still in his album. The thumbnail looked normal, but when he opened it, the space above the message appeared as if it had been deliberately cropped out. Xiaoqiang zoomed in on the image, then zoomed out. His finger hovered over the delete button. He didn't delete it. Instead, he switched to the Huaxing Bank app. When the login page appeared, he pressed the phone against his blanket, hearing his own breath rasp against the screen protector. He stopped typing his password after the 3rd digit exited and tapped in again. In the account list, the USD spot account was still there. Balance 89999985553. 59 US dollars. Xiaoqiang first checked the transaction details. At the very top was still last night's cash management product subscription debit of 1392. 76 US dollars. Below that were the lawyer consultation, medical checkup, appointment, rent, and those trivial expenses. Each debit lay neatly in its place like the most ordinary records in the most ordinary banking system. The income details were still empty. He tapped into the assets page. Below the product name from last night, a new line of small gray text had appeared. Subscription status confirming. Amount pending confirmation 1000000 yuan. The estimated confirmation time was followed by a string of dates and business day descriptions. Xiaoqiang glanced at it and looked away, afraid that if he studied it too closely, he might start believing it was a genuine investment. The remarks field was gone. The phrase initial asset entry test accepted from last night's confirmation page was not in the product details, not in the transaction history, and not in the notification center. Xiaoqiang flipped back to his album and found the screenshot of last night's confirmation page. In the image, the product name, amount, and processing time were all there, but at the very bottom, there was only a pale gray blank space. He sat up with his phone, the blanket sliding off his knees. The room was too quiet. The air conditioner in the new apartment lacked the rattling sound of the old rental, and from outside, there was no sound of the neighbor's toilet flushing. The silence made every vibration feel like someone was knocking at the door. A message popped up on WeChat. Wang Qing, what did the bank say later? Xiaoqiang stared at the line, his thumb hovering over the input box. He typed no results yet, then deleted it. He typed account status is normal and deleted that too. Finally, he replied, still verifying. Wang Qing didn't reply immediately. Xiaoqiang put his phone on the bedside table, stood up, and went to the bathroom. The person in the mirror had messy hair, and stubble he hadn't shaved clean last night was sprouting along his jawline. He turned on the tap, and the cold water hitting the back of his hand reminded him that he had work today. The company hadn't vanished just because he had $9 trillion. Zhao Dihai hadn't vanished. And the attendance system hadn't vanished either. While changing clothes, he picked up the new jacket from the back of the chair, then put it down and switched back to his old, slightly faded black blazer. Before leaving, he stuffed the bank receipt, a copy of the rental contract, and the rule sheet he had written last night into the very bottom of his backpack. After zipping it up, he pressed down on it with his hand. The subway was crowded. Xiaoqiang stood by the door, one hand gripping the overhead handle, the other holding his phone through his pants pocket. Someone squeezed past their backpack, brushing against his arm, and he immediately shifted half a step away. In the past, during the morning rush hour, he would only be thinking about how many stops were left and whether he would be late today. Now, as he looked at every lit-up phone in the carriage, he felt as if someone might suddenly look up and ask him, has your dollar account been confirmed yet? When he got to the office, Zhou Peng was already at his desk eating a steamed bun. So early today. Zhou Peng looked up at him, his mouth still half full. Woke up early. Xiaoqiang put his bag under the desk. Zhou Peng's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, then dropped to the phone in his hand. Didn't sleep last night. Xiaoqiang turned on his computer. As the screen lit up, he mistyped a digit while entering his password. Something came up. He said. Zhou Peng crumpled the plastic bag into a ball and threw it towards the small trash can by his feet. He missed, and the bag landed on the rim. He bent down to pick it up, lowering his voice. Boss Xiao just asked if you were in yet. Zhao Qiang's hand stopped on the keyboard. Why is he asking about me? He didn't say. Zhou Peng swallowed the bun. He just glanced at your seat. You'd better be careful lately, he's been off these past couple of days. Xiaoqiang opened the testing system, and the list of bugs from yesterday appeared. Red, yellow, and gray tags lined up in a column. He stared at the reproduction steps for the first bug, but his eyes weren't following the text. His phone vibrated on the desk. The caller ID showed Huaxing Bank, Jiangwan branch. Zhou Peng saw it too. He coughed, turned back to his own screen, but his ears didn't move away. Xiaoqiang picked up his phone, stood up, and walked out. The stairwell smelled of mop water. After the fire door closed, the sound of keyboards from the office was blocked out, leaving only the footsteps of someone coming down the stairs from above, landing one by one on the concrete steps. Xiaoqiang answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Xiaoqiang? It was Chun Lin's voice on the other end, still steady and controlled. This is he. I'm Chun Lin from Huaxing Bank, Jiangwan branch. You left your contact information with us. Regarding the special verification for the USD spot account under your name, the system hasn't provided a final response yet. Xiaoqiang leaned against the wall, picking at the edge of his phone case. Still no results. Yes. The system added a supplementary prompt this morning that requires your confirmation. Chunlin paused. Have you recently conducted any asset-related business through our bank's app? Xiaoqiang didn't answer immediately. The footsteps from upstairs stopped at the landing. Someone pushed open the door and went out. The fire door creaked, then slowly closed again. What counts as asset-related business? He asked. For example, cash management, fund subscriptions, wealth management, product purchases, etc. Chunlin's speech slowed down. I'm only doing a customer identity confirmation here. It doesn't involve specific investment advice. If it's inconvenient to discuss over the phone, you can also come to the branch to provide additional clarification. Xiaoqiang looked at the fire evacuation map on the stairwell wall. A red arrow pointed to the exit, and next to it was a curled-up no-smoking sign. I did, he said. Was it operated by you personally? Yes. All right. The sound of typing came from Chunlin's end. They'll make a note here confirming it was the customer themselves. Mr. Zhang, I should also remind you that during the special verification period, please try to keep all relevant transaction receipts and page screenshots. If we need supplemental materials later, we will contact you again. Page screenshots. Zhao Qiang's Adam's apple bobbed. What if something on the screenshot disappears later? There was a 2-second silence on Chunlin's end. Do you mean the page record wasn't saved, or it can't be found in the system? I don't know, Xiaoqiang said. There was a line of notes last night, but it's gone today. Are the transaction status and amount still there? Yes. Then please keep the existing records for now. Chunlin didn't press for the content of the notes. For now, what we can verify is based on the transaction information retained in the system. Please do not delete any records yourself, and do not submit the same type of query too frequently. Are the transaction status and amount still there? Yes. Then please keep the existing records for now. Chunlin didn't press for the content of the notes. For now, what we can verify is based on the transaction information retained in the system. Please do not, Manager Chun. He changed the title, hearing how stiff it sounded himself. Your bank can see that I bought this right. I can see that there is a business status prompt under your name, but the specific information is restricted by my authorization. Chunlin said. Mr. Zhang, I can only tell you according to procedure that the account status currently shows no freeze loss report or judicial restrictions. And the source of the funds. The typing stopped. It still cannot be provided. Those 5 words landed, and Xiaoqiang surprisingly let out a silent laugh, just a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He could buy it, get it confirmed, and have the bank call to verify it, but at the very point where the answer should be, there was nothing but a wall. I understand, he said. Before hanging up, Chunlin added, if anyone contacts you claiming to verify your account, asking you to transfer money, provide verification codes, or download other software, do not comply. Contact our official customer service directly. I don't have any money to transfer to others, Xiaoqiang said. The moment the words left his mouth, he shut his eyes. Chunlin didn't pick up on that line, only said in her professional tone, please ensure the safety of your funds and account. The call ended. Xiaoqiang stood in the stairwell for a while. The phone screen dimmed, and he pressed it bright again. In the call log, the number for the Huaxing Bank Jiangwan branch was clearly listed at the very top. Unlike last night's message, this one at least had a number, a time, and a call duration. Wang Qing's WeChat message came back just then. Wang Qing still verifying, meaning still no answer. Xiaoqiang looked at the message but didn't reply. Wang Qing, you said customer service could see it before, and then you went to the bank. Can the bank still not tell you the source? Xiaoqiang typed account status is normal. He paused, then added still no source for the funds. This time he didn't delete it. Wang Qing replied after half a minute. Wang Qing, then why are you still using it? The motion sensor light in the stairwell went out. Xiaoqiang stood on the darkened landing, the phone screen illuminating his fingers. He wanted to reply, I'm just testing it, And also I can't stop anymore, but in the end he typed nothing. Someone pushed open the fire door from the office side. It was the young woman from admin carrying a stack of printouts. She was startled to see Xiao Qiang standing inside. Brother Zhang, Boss Xiao is looking for you. The client needs a supplemental online issue report. Okay. Xiao Qiang turned off his phone. He'll be right there. Back at his desk, Zhou Peng shot him a glance. The bank. Xiao Qiang sat down and placed his phone face down on the desk. Telemarketer. Zhou Peng raised an eyebrow but didn't call him out on it. He just sent him a document link. Boss Xiao wants you to fill this out using this template. Don't make it too harsh. He said the client isn't seeking compensation anymore, but we still need to keep a report on file. No longer seeking compensation. Keep one on file. Xiao Qiang opened the document. The first line read supplemental explanation for online issue. The cursor blinked in the blank space as if waiting for him to place himself back into that familiar role ordinary tester issue explanation responsibility, phrasing, don't be too harsh. His phone vibrated again. He didn't look at it immediately. Zhou Peng got up to get some water. The door to Zhao Dihai's office was half open and the sound of a phone call drifted out. Xiao Qiang couldn't make out the details, only heard Zhao Dihai say document it according to procedure twice. Xiao Qiang minimized the document and flipped his phone over. A push notification from the Huaxin Bank app read the status of one of your asset subscriptions has been updated. Please log into view. He tapped in. The assets page refreshed for 2 seconds. Last night's cash management product was still showing confirming. Below the amount pending confirmation, a new line of small pale gray text had appeared. Income attribution pending confirmation. Xiao Qiang's finger froze on the screen. The next second the message list automatically scrolled to the very top. A new message without a number was sitting right on top of the one from last night. Second item confirm income attribution. Xiao Qiang read the message regarding the second item confirming the attribution of benefits 3 times. After the third reading, he pressed the screen off and placed his phone face down on the table. The document titled Online Issues Supplementary Explanation on the computer remained on a blank page, the cursor blinking, as if urging him to clarify the reality he needed to bear. Zhou Peng returned from the water station, placing his cup on the corner of the table, a little water spilling out. You don't look too well, Zhou Peng said. Xiao Qiang stared at the screen, didn't sleep well. President Zhao just asked again. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. He said the client wants it before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Don't delay too long, or they'll say it's an attitude problem. Xiao Qiang pulled down the template. The title, project name, impact scope, preliminary reasons, and corrective measures were all as familiar as before. In the past, he was most afraid of such documents because a single poorly written word could be used against him. Now as he looked at these fields, another thought emerged in his mind. If the purchase from last night could be retracted, would he not need to confirm the attribution of benefits? As this thought arose, he first glanced at his phone. The screen was black, and it didn't vibrate. He opened the Huaxin Bank app only to close it immediately. People came and went in the office. Zhou Peng sat beside him, and the door to Zhao Dihai's office was half open. Xiao Qiang pushed his chair forward, pretending to go to the restroom, and took his phone into the tea room at the end of the corridor. The tea room was empty, with 2 boxes of unopened paper cups piled beside the water dispenser. The exhaust fan on the wall turned slowly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Xiao Qiang logged into the bank app and clicked on the asset page. The cash management product still showed pending confirmation. Amount pending confirmation 100,000 yuan. Attribution of benefits pending confirmation. Below was a gray button. Cancel order. The button didn't seem entirely unclickable. It quietly sat there like a lifeline left by the system for ordinary users. Xiao Qiang stared at it for a few seconds, his finger moving closer, then pulling back. WeChat popped up. Wang Qing, are you free tonight? Xiao Qiang's finger hovered in the air. Wang Qing, I won't ask how much money you have, or how you got it. Just bring what the bank can give you, and we'll only talk about one thing. Xiao Qiang replied, what thing? Wang Qing, do you still want to continue using it? Someone passed by outside the tea room, and laughter leaked in through the crack of the door. Xiao Qiang pressed his phone against his chest, waiting until the voices faded before continuing to type. Xiao Qiang, I'm also thinking of stopping. Wang Qing replied quickly. Wang Qing, stopping isn't just talk. Xiao Qiang looked at these 5 words, his ears slowly warming up. He switched back to the bank app. The cancel order button was still there. He suddenly had the illusion of being observed by Wang Qing as he looked at his finger. He clicked it. A confirmation box popped up. The message was very ordinary, implying that the cancellation request should be based on the system's processing result, and confirmed shares could not be retracted with specific rules displayed on the product page. Xiao Qiang did not read further. He feared that he would look as if he were learning how to operate it. At the bottom of the confirmation box were 2 buttons. Cancel. Confirm cancellation. Xiao Qiang's thumb hovered above confirm cancellation. Suddenly, he recalled the message from last night, remembering Chun Lin's words about not frequently resubmitting similar inquiries, and Wang Qing asking him why he was still using it. He didn't want to wring money out, nor did he want to make a profit. he just wanted to put this matter to rest. He pressed confirm. The page spun halfway. The tea room door was pushed open and a young administrative girl peeked in holding a pen. Brother Zhang, President Zhao, is looking for you. Xiao Chang's hand trembled and his phone almost slipped. I'll be right there. He looked down at the screen. The page was still loading. The administrative girl glanced at him, asked no further questions, and turned to leave. After the door closed again, the loading circle stopped and a message popped up. The current business status does not support cancellation. Please check the processing result later. There were no red warnings, no payment failures, nor freeze notifications. Just an ordinary sentence, as ordinary as any unfortunate system status. Xiao Chang exited the asset page and re-entered. The purchase status had changed. Confirming. The cancel order button was still there, but it had turned light gray. He stood in the tea room, the exhaust fan still turning behind him, the transparent tape on the box of paper cups reflecting white light. His phone had not deducted new money, the salary card showed no abnormal alerts, and the payment code could still be opened. There was no punishment. But he couldn't go back. Zhao Dihai's call came in. Xiao Chang answered. Where are you? Zhao Dihai's voice was tense. In the tea room. Have you finished writing the explanation? Still writing. Still writing. Zhao Dihai paused. Xiao Chang, what did I tell you yesterday? The client not pursuing compensation now doesn't mean this matter is over. The document needs to be kept, and the attitude needs to be maintained. Don't make me chase you every time. Xiao Chang leaned against the wall, his eyes still on the line, confirming on the asset page. I know. Don't write it as if you have no responsibility, Zhao Dihai said, and don't write it as if it's all your fault. Follow the template, use softer wording. Do you understand? I do. Have it to me by 3 o'clock. The call ended. Xiao Chang put down his phone, stood for a few seconds, and realized he had been holding his breath. As he walked back to his workstation, Zhou Peng was stretching his neck to look at Zhao Dihai's office. Did he urge you again? Zhou Peng asked. Oh, don't be too hard with him. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. This matter is quite strange now. The claims are retracted, but he still wants to keep the explanation. I don't know what he's afraid of. Xiao Chang sat down and opened the document. He wrote the first sentence under preliminary reasons. There was a deviation between the scope of return before going live and the actual change. After finishing, he paused. This sentence was very safe. Anyone could bear a part of it, and no one had to bear it all. Zhao Dihai would like it, and the client could accept it. He had written many such sentences before, scattering issues like fog until no one knew who made the first move. But now his own life was like that. Account status normal. Source of funds cannot be provided. Purchase confirmation pending. Attribution of benefits pending confirmation. Each sentence is comprehensible, yet none reveals the answer. His phone vibrated again. Wangqing, 7 o'clock tonight at the coffee shop next to the Xinghua Plaza subway exit. You don't have to treat me to dinner. Xiao Chang looked at you. Don't have to treat me to dinner. His finger paused on the keyboard for a long time. Xiao Chang, okay. Wangqing, bring the bank receipt. Xiao Chang. Wangqing, and the verification results you mentioned. Xiao Chang looked toward his backpack. The bank receipt, rental contract, photocopy, and rules table were all inside. The verification results were missing. Or rather, he had a pile of results, each pushing him to an even less clear place. At 2:40 in the afternoon, Xiao Chang sent the supplementary explanation to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai quickly replied with 2 words received. After 2 minutes, he added another sentence, don't send it to the client yet. Oh, I'll make some changes. Xiao Chang did not reply okay, he just closed the document. His phone had been beside the keyboard. He had refreshed the asset page several times, but the status had not changed. Confirming. Attribution of benefits pending confirmation. The cancel order button was gray like a door painted on the wall. 10 minutes before the end of work, Zhao Dihai came out of the office and paused by Xiao Chang's workstation. Don't leave too early tonight, Zhao Dihai said. The client may still need to clarify. Xiao Chang looked up. I have some people in the office looked up briefly. Zhao Dihai looked at him. What's the matter? In the past, Xiao Chang would say, let me see, or I'll try my best. He would even change a previously scheduled event and then explain to others in WeChat that the company had an unexpected matter. This time he said personal matter. Zhao Dihai's face darkened. Zhou Peng pretended to look at the defect list. All right. Zhao Dihai smiled slightly. Everyone is busy now. Who doesn't have some personal matters? He turned and returned to the office, leaving the door not fully closed. As Xiao Chang packed his backpack, his hand brushed against the stack of paper at the very bottom. He didn't take it out, just zipped it up. The phone screen lit up and the Huaxing Bank app pushed a status update. He opened it. On the asset page, there was an additional processing record next to that purchase. Cancellation request not processed. The reason column only had 4 words. Status mismatch. Xiao Chang looked at those 4 words, suddenly feeling that this didn't seem to be written for that product. The message list automatically popped to the top. No number. To withdraw is not to exit. The coffee shop next to the subway entrance of Xinghua Square is a place Xiao Chang has passed by many times, but has never entered. A new product poster is posted at the entrance, and even the cheapest cup of hot Americano costs as much as a meal he used to have. He stood outside the door for 2 seconds before pushing it open. Inside, the air conditioning was set low and the sound of the coffee machine steaming was intermittent. 2 students with backpacks sat by the window, their tables spread with exercise books. Wang Qing had already arrived. She did not order coffee, but only asked for a cup of warm water with her phone placed beside the cup. Today she wore a light, gray shirt, the sleeves rolled up to her wrists, as if she had just rushed over from a training institution. As Xiao Chong walked over, she glanced up at him, neither smiling nor waving. "Sit down." Xiao Chong placed his backpack on the chair beside him, unzipped it, but paused. "You order something first," Wang Qing said. "No need," Xiao Chong replied. "I don't drink." Wang Qing looked at him. "Are you still saving on this?" Xiao Chong did not respond. He took out the bank receipt, a printout showing the account status was normal, and several photocopied screenshots from his backpack. The edges of the paper were slightly curled, as he had secretly printed them by the company printer when no one was around at noon. Wang Qing took the materials, first looking at the bank header, then the name and ID number, finally stopping at the account status section. "This only proves the account is under your name," she said. The bank said the same. "What about the source?" Xiao Chong pushed another sheet of paper over. "That was a record he organized after Chun Lin's phone call. Visible to customer service, visible at the counter, account opening records, unavailable, source of funds unavailable under special verification." Wang Qing finished reading and did not speak immediately. She placed the paper back on the table, her fingertip pressing down on the top line that read source of funds unavailable. "Xiao Chong, you know these words are not good, right?" "I know." "Then why are you still using it?" Someone in the coffee shop called out an order number, the voice coming from the counter. Xiao Chong lowered his head, staring at the table, which had a ring of water stains that hadn't been wiped clean, as if someone had just moved their cup away. "I tried to withdraw today." "What did you withdraw?" Wang Qing asked. "The investment from last night," Xiao Chong said. "I didn't manage to withdraw it." Wang Qing retracted her finger. "You invested again yesterday." Xiao Chong's throat tightened. He realized he had misstated the order. Wang Qing was asking whether he wanted to continue using it, yet he presented a new result to her. For her, this was not "I want to stop," but rather "I took another step forward yesterday." "It's not like stocks," Xiao Chong hurriedly explained. "It's just a very ordinary low-risk product. I wanted to see if I could access the asset page. Later I felt something was off, so I wanted to withdraw. I don't care what the product is." Wang Qing pushed the paper a bit closer to him. "What I care about is that you know clearly that the source can't be explained, yet you're still continuing to test it." Xiao Chong looked up. "Then what should I do?" The moment he said this, his voice was lower than he intended. Wang Qing did not answer immediately. The students at the nearby table were memorizing vocabulary, one girl quietly correcting another's pronunciation. Outside the coffee shop, people poured out from the subway entrance in waves, each person seeming to have a clear destination. "You can stop using it for now," Wang Qing said. "I've already used it." "Then just don't use it from now on." Xiao Chong looked at her, slowly tightening his grip on the receipt. "What if it's already confirming by itself?" Wang Qing frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Chong did not mention the text message with no number. He pulled out a screenshot of the asset page from his phone's photo album and handed it over. The screenshot did not contain the word test, only confirming amount pending confirmation and beneficiary pending confirmation. Wang Qing looked at it and returned the phone to him. "I don't understand these," she said, "but I can understand one thing. You can't provide any explanation that would reassure an ordinary person." Xiao Chong took back his phone. "I want an explanation too. What you want in terms of explanation and your continued use are two different matters." Wang Qing said, "You can't say you're afraid on one hand, and then use it to try the next thing to see if it will succeed." This statement did not raise her voice, yet it made Xiao Chong feel worse than when Zhao Dihai slammed the table. He wanted to say he wasn't greedy for money. He wanted to say that if he didn't use it, he would return to living in a rented partitioned room that cost 800 yuan, where even his father's health checkup required hesitation. He wanted to say this sum of money had pried open a gap in his life, and now he was standing at the edge of that gap, unsure if there was even a way back. Wang Qing neatly stacked the papers again without returning them to him. "I didn't come today to judge whether you have a problem for the bank," she said. "I can't judge that either." Xiao Chong looked at her hands. The papers were pressed flat by her. The bank receipt was on top with the red stamp, clear, the name clear, and the account status clear. But they lay on the table like a key without teeth, unable to open any door. "Then what do you want to judge?" Xiao Chong asked. Wang Qing looked at him. "To judge whether you still know fear." Xiao Chong fell silent. "Last time you told me, you didn't know what was going on," Wang Qing said. "At that time I believed you were genuinely anxious. Now you've brought these materials, yet you've moved from buying things to investing, and now to failing to withdraw. Xiao Chong, have you noticed that each time you say you're just going to try?" Xiao Chong's fingers pressed against the edge of the coaster. The coaster was made of hard paper and had a crease pressed into it by him. "If I don't try, I won't know anything." "You tried, yet you still don't know the source," Wang Qing said. This statement left him. Outside the coffee shop, the sky had darkened, and the glass began to reflect the lights inside. Xiao Chong saw his own shadow sitting opposite Wang Qing, his back slightly hunched like someone who had come with a stack of materials seeking belief from others. His phone rang. The caller ID displayed Mom. Xiao Chong looked at the screen, but did not answer. Wang Qing noticed answer it. Xiao Chong picked up the phone and walked outside the coffee shop. As the glass door closed, the aroma of coffee was blocked behind him, and the hot wind from the subway entrance hit his face. Mom. Xiao Chong, your dad's physical examination report has come out. Li Gillen's voice was low, mixed with the sounds of calls from the hospital lobby. The doctor said that place on the waist needs another scan, and the blood sugar is a bit high, so he suggested coming back for a recheck in a few days. Xiao Chong held the phone. Is it serious? The doctor didn't say it's serious, just that it shouldn't be delayed. Li Guilin paused. Your dad is beside me. He doesn't want me to tell you this. From the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhengwo's voice came through. I'm fine, don't tell him this. Li Guilin distanced her voice. Don't interrupt. Xiao Chong looked at the bright green sign at the subway entrance. His throat felt like it was blocked by a piece of dry paper. Then let's recheck, he said. I'll make the appointment. No need for you to make the appointment, Li Guilin immediately interjected. You still haven't clarified the payment for the last physical examination. Mom, that was a regular hospital, and the payment was normal. Normal payment, but where did the money come from? Li Guilin asked. Xiao Chong fell silent. Wang Qing watched him through the glass. She didn't look down at her phone or rush him, just sat there as if waiting for him to answer the same question to different. I've had some income recently, Xiao Chong said. What income? From the company. Don't your dad and I know how much your monthly salary is? Li Gillen's voice grew urgent, then she forced it down. Xiao Chong, Mom isn't preventing you from having money. We are happy if you have money. But you can't let us take unclear money to see a doctor. Someone with a suitcase dragged it past him at the subway entrance, the wheels clattering against the tile seams. Xiao Chong said softly, I haven't done anything illegal. Then just explain it clearly. These 5 words were also said by Wang Qing earlier. Xiao Chong looked up and saw his face reflected in the coffee shop glass along with the empty chair behind Wang Qing. The stack of bank materials lay on the table, just a few thin sheets of paper, clearly insufficient for anyone who looked. Li Gillen's voice on the other end became low again. Today your aunt ran into us at the hospital and asked if you've made a fortune in Jiangzhou. Xiao Chong's fingers tightened around the phone. What did she say? She said her friend saw you living by Jiangwan and knows that you arranged a self-paid physical examination for your dad. Li Gillen's voice dropped even lower. She also asked if you've bought a house. Xiao Chong stood still in the wind at the subway entrance, unable to move for a long time. Inside the coffee shop, Wang Qing flipped the bank receipt back to the first page. Li Guilin on the phone asked, Xiao Chong, tell me the truth, have you really made a fortune? That night Xiao Chong did not answer Li Guilin. He said the subway station was too noisy and that they would talk when he got home. Li Guilin paused on the other end of the line, merely saying, don't dodge, before hanging up. Wang Qing did not ask him what happened on the phone. When Xiao Chong returned to the cafe, she had organized the bank documents and pushed them back to him. You should first deal with your family matters, she said. Xiao Chong asked, what about us? Wang Qing picked up her phone and stood up. We'll talk when you know what you're doing. This sentence was harder to accept than an argument. She didn't say to end it or to continue, she simply left the cup of warm water on the table, the bottom, leaving a faint ring. The next morning, Xiao Chong sat at the dining table of Jiangwan Mansion with an unopened bread in front of him. After returning home last night, he had opened the chat with his mother several times, each time typing, it's not about making a fortune, before deleting it. If it's not about making a fortune, then what is it? A bank error. Someone else's scheme. A test. He didn't even have an answer he could give to his mother. The phone screen lit up. Huaxin Bank app notification, your asset confirmation result has been updated. Xiao Chong stared at the text, the bread packaging in his hand crinkling with a sound. He did not click immediately. The seat across the dining table was empty, with his black jacket draped over the back of the chair. His backpack was by the door, the bank documents inside crumpled. Wang Qing's every word still echoed in his ears, including his mother's last words, don't dodge. He clicked on it anyway. The asset page refreshed. Last night the status of the cash management product had changed to confirmation successful. Holding amount 100,000 yuan. Yesterday's earnings 0. 31 yuan. Total earnings 0. 31 yuan. Earnings attribution confirmed. Xiao Chong's thumb paused at the edge of the screen. 31 cents. If this had been in the past, he might not have given 31 cents a second glance. If he received less change at a convenience store, he wouldn't even bother to ask. But now these 3 numbers appeared on the bank app's asset page with no viewing permissions, or status inconsistent, nor any trace of messages without numbers. He clicked on the earnings details. The top record read product earnings 0. 31 yuan. Account credited Huaxin Bank RMB current account. Note cash management earnings. Xiao Chong read these lines twice. RMB. Current account. Each word was as ordinary as could be. They were not like $90 billion, nor like a US dollar account, much less like pages with unverifiable sources. They resembled wages, like interest, like a record that an ordinary person could show to others. Xiao Chong switched to the RMB current account. The balance increased by 0. 31 yuan. The income details also had an additional entry for the same earnings. He placed his phone on the table, stood up, and walked a couple of steps in the living room, then sat back down. He tore open the bread, packaging the edges of the bread already flattened. He took a bite, but couldn't taste anything. If this 31 cents could be credited normally, what about the future earnings? If the earnings were normal money, would using the earnings to have his father checked be considered normal? If only the earnings could be explained, but the principal couldn't. What exactly was this path? A door or a hook? Xiao Chong picked up his phone and took a screenshot. Screenshot saved successfully. This time the image had no missing corners, no blank spaces. The earnings details lay complete in the album. He opened Wang Qing's WeChat, hesitated for a long time, and sent over a screenshot. Xiao Chong, this earnings record is normal. Wang Qing did not reply immediately. Xiao Chong set his phone down and went to wash his face. As he turned on the faucet halfway, he heard the WeChat notification sound and rushed back with his hands full of water. Wang Qing, what about the principal? Just 2 words. Xiao Chong stood at the bathroom door, water dripping from his wrist onto the floor. He replied, the earnings are recorded. Wang Qing, what about the principal? Xiao Chong looked at the second message of, what about the principal, and suddenly couldn't type anymore. After a while, Wang Qing sent another message. Wang Qing, you are not proving that the money is normal. You are looking for a reason to keep using it. Xiao Chong pressed the screen off. At that moment, Li Gillen's WeChat message also popped up. She didn't type, she sent a 14-second voice message. Xiao Chong opened it, and his mother's voice came from the speaker, accompanied by the sound of a spatula hitting a frying pan. Xiao Chong, don't worry about the recheck. Your father and I discussed it, and in a couple of days when your father is not busy, we'll go register ourselves. We have enough money, don't take any more from you. You should clarify your own matters first. The voice message stopped. Xiao Chong stood in the living room, still holding his phone. He clicked it once more. Don't take any more from you. His mother didn't say you don't have to spend money, nor did she say don't give us money. She said, don't take any more from you. That word take felt like a small stone dropping into Xiao Chong's stomach. He looked down at the Huaxing Bank page. 31 yuan. This amount of money was clean enough to write into the income details, but it was not even enough for half an hour of parking. It resembled a very small proof, proving that he finally had a bit of earnings that could be recognized by the system, but it also proved that this little earning was laughably thin in the face of real problems. Xiao Chong clicked into the input box, wanting to reply, I will handle it myself, but deleted it. In the end, he only replied, I will call you tonight. Li Guilin replied, don't just say nice things. Xiao Chong looked at that line of text and sat back down in the dining chair. The bread was still on the table, and the bitten part had already dried out. Suddenly he remembered that every time he said, I will be fine in the future, his mother would say she believed him. Now that he had actually received the money, she instead did not dare to believe it. He did not take the subway on his way to work and called for a ride when he reached the entrance of the community. When paying, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately used the balance on his salary card. The fare was 28 yuan and 60 cents, and the deduction notification came quickly. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. At least this money was without issues. Upon arriving at the company, Zhou Peng was at his workstation watching short videos at a low volume. Seeing Xiao Chong, he covered his phone. Did you meet Wang Qing yesterday? Zhou Peng asked. Xiao Chong set down his bag. How do you know? You left promptly yesterday, and General Zhao looked upset. Zhou Peng laughed. The only reason you could walk out with General Zhao's face like that is probably because of your date. Xiao Chong opened his computer and didn't respond. Zhou Peng leaned closer. So how did it go? Is there a chance? I don't know. What does I don't know mean? Zhou Peng looked at him. Your current state seems like you have money, yet you don't look happy. Did something happen? Wang Qing had asked this question before. Xiao Chong's finger paused at the password entry box. Nothing happened, he said. Zhou Peng did not immediately back off. He glanced at Zhao Dihei's office and lowered his voice. If something really does happen, don't carry it alone. I might not be able to help with work matters, but at least I can remind you. Xiao Chong turned to look at him. Zhou Peng seemed worried about sounding too heavy, quickly added with a smile. Of course, if you win the lottery, then pretend I didn't say anything. If I win the lottery, the first thing I'll do is pay back your lunch money. When did you owe me lunch money? You helped me cover it once before. Zhou Peng paused as if he couldn't recall. But Xiao Chong remembered very clearly. It was at the end of a month 2 years ago, when only a few dozen yuan were left in his salary card, and Zhou Peng had covered a 22 yuan meal for him. Zhou Peng might have forgotten long ago, but Xiao Chong had always remembered. His phone vibrated on the table. Xiao Chong looked down. Huaxing Bank app notification, product earnings have been credited, available balance has been updated. He clicked in. Below the 31 yuan earnings record for the RMB current account, there was an additional line of small text. Available for consumption, repayment, and settling within accounts in his name. Xiao Chong stared at the 3 words, available for, and his breathing slowed for a beat. The message list automatically jumped to the top. There was no number. Available earnings. Xiao Chong saved 3 copies of the screenshot, showing a profit of 0.31 yuan. 1 copy in his photo album, 1 sent to his WeChat file transfer assistant, and 1 placed in his phone's memo labeled profit record. After writing those 4 characters, he felt as if he was leaving a trace for himself, so he changed the note to asset materials. At 10 in the morning, there was no one by the company's printer. Xiao Chong walked over with his computer blocking the door behind him. The printer made a low sound as it warmed up like an old machine clearing its throat. He arranged yesterday's bank receipt, asset confirmation page, profit details, and RMB current income records into 1 document, each page stamped with the date in the lower right corner. As the printer spat out the first page, Zhou Peng came around the corner, holding a cup. "What are you doing?" Zhou Peng asked. Xiao Chong's hand twitched, pushing the freshly printed paper under the computer. "Printing some materials." Zhou Peng paused when he saw the Huaxin Bank logo on the corner of the paper. "You've been quite busy with the bank lately. There's a bit of a problem with my account." Upon saying this, Xiao Chong felt the weight of his words. $90 billion, unnumbered text messages, investment profits, and he reduced it all to a bit of a problem. Like a wall collapsing, he pointed to the dust on the floor and said it was a bit dirty. Zhou Peng didn't press further and simply placed his cup on the windowsill. "Xiao Chong," he called out. If you've borrowed money or been dragged into something, cut it off early." Zhou Peng said, "I'm not scaring you. I have a cousin who got into trouble a couple of years ago. Got a little sweet deal at first, and then got deeper and deeper." Xiao Chong pulled out the second page. It read product profit 0.31 yuan. "It's not that kind." "What kind is it then?" Xiao Chong did not answer. The printer continued to spit out paper, 1 page after another into the tray. Zhou Peng watched him for a moment, then left with his cup, saying as he went, "Don't keep everything to yourself. You haven't been yourself lately." Xiao Chong gathered all the materials and returned to his workstation. He spread the papers on the table as if piecing together a map with a missing middle. The first page, account status normal. The second page, asset confirmation successful. The third page, profit credited. The fourth page, RMB current income details. Each individual sheet was genuine. The bank stamp was real, the pages were real, and the profits were real. But together they were missing a section. Where did that 10,000 yuan principal come from? Xiao Chong took a photo and sent it to Wang Qing. "Xiao Chong, can these prove part of it?" Wang Qing took a long time to reply. "Wang Qing, it shows you have assets in your account and that they generate profits." Xiao Chong stared at the input box. Wang Qing still doesn't explain the source of the principal. Xiao Chong put down his phone, then picked it up again after a while. "Xiao Chong, what if the profits keep increasing in the future?" Wang Qing, then that would mean increasingly more profits. Xiao Chong, the profits are recorded normally. Wang Qing, what about the principal? Those 2 words again. Xiao Chong restacked the papers, aligning the corners. After aligning them, he noticed his hands were still shaking. He wasn't unaware that Wang Qing was right. He was just hung up on that 0.31 yuan. It was a small amount that could be acknowledged by reality, so small it was laughable, yet it felt more tangible than $90 billion. Around noon, Chun Lin called. Xiao Chong took his phone to the stairwell. "Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother." Chun Lin's voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Regarding the special verification of the account under your name, the system has a supplemental requirement today." Xiao Chong leaned against the wall. "What do they need to verify now?" "You need to provide a customer usage explanation." Chun Lin said, "It's not a proof of source of funds, nor a proof of account legality, just an explanation from the customer regarding the recent use of asset-related business." Upon hearing customer explanation, Xiao Chong felt a tightness in his throat. "Will it be useful if I write it?" Chun Lin didn't respond immediately. "It's just a supplemental material," she said. "Whether it resolves your concerns depends on the subsequent verification results." "Can I not write it?" "You can," Chun Lin replied, "but if you don't provide it, the system will show materials pending completion. If you handle related business later, you may still be asked to explain." Xiao Chong closed his eyes. There was a small patch of peeling paint in the corner of the stairwell, revealing the gray-white putty beneath. In the past, he dreaded receiving Zhao Dihei's calls in such places, most afraid of hearing "Come to my office for a moment." Now the bank's voices were more courteous, yet harder to dismiss. "What do I need to write?" "I can send you a template," Chun Lin said. "Just fill it out according to the actual situation." "Mr. Zhang, I remind you to only write facts you confirm, and don't write unverifiable sources." "What if I can't confirm the source to begin with?" "Then don't write the source." Chun Lin paused. "Also, don't write judgments you cannot prove." "Then what should I write?" The other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds. "Write the usage." "Usage?" Xiao Chong looked at the papers in his hand. Buying water, takeout, phone expenses, rent, health check, lawyer consultations, investments. Each item had a purpose, and each could be justified. Yet these reasons stacked up would not become a source. Chun Lin sent the link to his phone via text. This time, it was a normal number, a service text from Huaxin Bank's Jiangwan branch, with a header, a tail number, and a reminder not to disclose the verification code. Xiao Chong looked at the message and felt even more uneasy. The normal things were increasing, but the abnormal things did not decrease. He returned to his workstation, and Zhao Dihai was not there, nor was Zhou Peng, who had gone to lunch. Xiao Chang took his computer into a small meeting room. After the glass door closed, the noise outside diminished. There were several old marks left by whiteboard markers on the conference table, which could not be cleaned off, resembling shallow scratches. He clicked on the template link. The page title read Customer Asset Usage, Supplemental Explanation. Below were several blank spaces. Name, ID number, business type, usage explanation, customer confirmation. Xiao Chang filled in his name and ID number, selecting asset acquisition as the business type. When he reached the usage explanation, he paused. He could write personal asset allocation. He could write low-risk cash management. He could write idle fund arrangement. Each word sounded like a reason that an ordinary person would write. But his funds were not idle funds. He wasn't engaged in asset allocation. He wanted to verify whether a sum of money without a source could become a recorded asset. He typed personal asset allocation into the input box. 6 characters stood there, clean and steady, like an answer that many customers would casually fill in. Xiao Chang stared at it for a few seconds, suddenly recalling Wang Qing's words, write something you won't be able to explain later. He moved the cursor to the end and pressed the backspace key. The characters disappeared one by one. The input box was empty again. He thought about writing family backup, but his finger hesitated just before hitting the keyboard. His father's review, his mother's call, relatives' inquiries, all crowded into his mind. A family certainly needs money, but this money did not come from the family, nor was it a backup fund, he could explain. Someone passed by outside the small meeting room, their shadow sliding across the frosted glass. Xiao Chang deleted the cursor in the input box, and then clicked back. The phone screen lit up for a moment. Wang Qing, don't write something you can't explain, just to prove you're fine. Xiao Chang looked at the message, his fingers slowly leaving the keyboard. She had guessed it. Or rather, she was too aware of how ordinary people would find a way out for themselves. Xiao Chang did not reply. He scrolled down the page. At the very bottom was a paragraph of gray small print resembling a declaration in a standard form. The first few lines were common statements like, I confirm the above information is true and I am willing to cooperate with subsequent verification. The last line loaded a bit slower, first showing a blank space, then the words jumped out, I confirm, I will continue to hold, and use the relevant assets. Xiao Chang stared at that line of text. He hadn't written a single word yet the page had already laid out the choices. The purpose explanation page had been open on the computer for half an hour. Xiao Chang had not submitted it. The air conditioning in the small meeting room chilled his hands while the time displayed at the bottom right of the screen ticked backward. The line saying I confirm to continue holding and using the relevant assets remained at the bottom like a stamp already pressed into clay, just waiting for him to place his hand on it. He closed the page. The system prompted him, asking whether to save the draft. Xiao Chang stared at the word save for a few seconds before finally clicking cancel. When he returned to his workstation, Zhao Dihai was in the office on a call, his voice filtering through the glass, with only words like caliber explanation and don't escalate audible. Zhou Peng glanced at Xiao Chang as if wanting to ask something, then lowered his head. Xiao Chang sat down and took out his phone. The message from Li Guilin, don't just say nice things, was still at the bottom of the chat window. Delivery riders passed in and out in front of him, their helmets hanging from their elbows, the sound of scanning following one after another. Li Guilin did not reply. After work, Xiao Chang did not return to Zhongwan Mansion. He sat by the flower bed at the bottom of the company building, with the convenience store on the first floor of the office building behind him lit with white lights. Delivery riders passed in and out in front of him, their helmets hanging from their elbows, the sound of scanning following one after another. He called his mother. No one answered the first time. When the second call was about to hang up, automatically Li Guilin answered. Are you off work? She asked. Have you eaten? Not yet. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Zhang Zhengwo's voice came from a distance. Why ask him this? He's busy. Li Guilin held the phone away. Don't interfere. Xiao Chang looked down at the tips of his shoes. There were a few dry leaves by the flower bed blown down the steps by the wind. Mom, I'm here to make an appointment for Dad's re-examination, he said. I said yesterday you don't need to. It's not about money. Then what is it about? Li Guilin's voice tightened. You always say it's not about money, but in the end you always end up paying. Now tell Mom, what money is it? Xiao Chang gripped the phone. I didn't steal or rob. Is that what I'm asking? Li Guilin said your dad has been tossing and turning in pain these past few days. He even told me he wouldn't go for the re-examination, afraid you'd spend money again. It's not that we don't appreciate your help, Xiao Chang, we're just afraid you'll get into trouble. Zhang Jingwo interjected. I'll go tomorrow. I'll go myself. How will you go? Li Guilin responded. You don't even know which side of the hospital the building is on. Xiao Chang listened to the two of them bickering on the phone, his throat slowly tightening. In the past, he would have found it annoying when his parents argued over such trivial matters, feeling they could go on endlessly about small things. Now he could finally hear that his father's refusal to go wasn't due to lack of pain, and his mother's questioning wasn't just about money. They were afraid that what they received was not help, but an invisible rope. Mom, Xiao Chang said, I promise I haven't done anything illegal. A promise is not an explanation, Li Guilin said. This sentence felt like it had come from Wang Qing. Xiao Chong looked up at the glass of the office building which reflected the image of him sitting by the flower bed, his backpack placed at his feet like someone who had just been kicked out of the company. What do you want me to say? Li Guilin's voice lowered. Just tell the truth. Did you meet some wealthy person in Jiangzhou? Are you doing something for someone else? Did the company give you some money? Your aunt asked again today, and I don't know how to respond. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's not nonsense, Li Guilin said. Where do you live? What kind of medical examination have you scheduled for your dad? They can find out everything. Do you think it's only me and your dad who notice? Xiao Chong fell silent. In front of the convenience store, a boy in a school uniform came out holding a grilled sausage, took a bite, and gasped from the heat. The cashier called for the next customer. They'll schedule the re-examination first, Xiao Chong said. You all go according to the text message tomorrow. Xiao Chong. Mom, this can't be delayed. He lowered his voice steadily. About the money he'll tell you. Not today, not over the phone. Li Guilin didn't agree. Xiao Chong hung up, opened the hospital app. He didn't look closely at the department descriptions, he just followed the re-examination suggestions on the previous exam report to find the corresponding entrance. The page contained the date, time, name, and ID number, all things an ordinary person could understand. When Xiao Chong reached the payment page, his finger paused for a long time. If he used his salary card, the money inside was sufficient, but this month's food, transportation, and automatic credit card deductions would be very tight. If he used an unusual account, the rules would likely pass. If his father could go for the re-examination, his mother would receive a text message, and then she would be even more anxious. He thought of the purpose explanation template. I confirm to continue holding and using the relevant assets. He had not confirmed yet, but his hand had already clicked on the payment method. Payment completed. Deduction $96.73 US. The appointment message was quickly sent to Li Guilin. Xiao Chong looked at the deduction record, feeling no relief in his heart. The amount was not large, the process was normal, and the hospital page showed that the appointment was successful. Each item seemed to prove for him this is just a payment for a legitimate service. But he knew that when his mother saw the text message, she wouldn't think of success first, she would first think that he had gotten money from that side again. 2 minutes later, Li Guilin called. Xiao Chong answered. There was no reprimand on the other, and only a long sound of breathing. You paid again, Li Guilin said. Your dad just said you wouldn't. Xiao Chong looked down. The re-examination can't be delayed. You always have a reason. Li Guilin's voice was hoarse. Xiao Chong, when you were young you took 5 yuan from home to buy cards, and you came back saying the same thing. You said everyone had them, so you bought a pack. Did mom hit you then? No. I want you to clarify where you got the money. Li Guilin said. It's the same now. Xiao Chong clenched the phone, his knuckles pressing white. Mom, I'm not a child. Then don't make us worry about you like you're a child. After the call ended, Xiao Chong sat by the flower bed for a long time. It was already dark and the lights above the office building were going out layer by layer. Zhao Dihai came out of the main entrance accompanied by a person who looked like a client manager, both walking and talking. Zhao Dihai saw Xiao Chong and paused briefly. Xiao Chong stood up and stuffed his phone into his pocket. Zhao Dihai did not come over, just glanced at him from a distance before continuing towards the parking lot. Xiao Chong sat back down by the flower bed only to realize his palms were sweaty. That glance from Zhao Dihai reminded him of the recovery notice in the company email, as well as the later vaguely retracted email. It seemed that the company line had already passed, but every time Zhao Dihai looked at him, he knew he was still in the same position, a tester who had to explain when taking leave, be questioned when off work, and have document wording revised. He could pay for his father's re-examination, yet he couldn't reassure his mother. He could move into Zhongwan Mansion, but he still sat at the flower bed at the company building to take calls. He could make the hospital system show a successful appointment, yet he couldn't say to himself like a normal son, don't worry about the money. Xiao Chong opened the Huaxin Bank app to check the deduction record from earlier. The amount was not large, the merchant name was clear, the time was clear, and the account balance was steadily decreasing. The clearer it was, the more it resembled evidence. He put away his phone, adjusted the strap of his backpack on his shoulder, and prepared to take a taxi home. Just then his phone vibrated again. Xiao Chong thought it was his mother or a message from the hospital. But on the screen was a new WeChat friend request. The avatar was a red peony with the nickname Sister Guilin. The verification message read, Xiao Chong, I'm your aunt. I heard from your mom that you're doing well in Jiangzhou. Xiao Chong entered the ride-hailing car, but did not immediately confirm the trip. The driver drove the car out from the company entrance, and the navigation prompted a right turn at the upcoming traffic light. Inside the car, there was a faint scent of car air freshener mixed with the heat of the leather seats that had been sunlit all day. Xiao Chong leaned back in the rear seat, looking at the message in his WeChat friend requests. Xiao Chong, I am your aunt. I heard from your mother that you are doing well in Jiangzhou. The phrase doing well felt like a label stuck on his forehead. He used to dread relatives asking about his job. When he returned home during the new year, he would lower his head to pick at his food whenever someone asked, how much do you earn in a month? 3,000 yuan salary. Nobody would laugh in his face if he said it, but the pauses on everyone's faces were enough for him to remember for a year. Now they no longer asked about his salary. They began to ask him whether he was doing well. The car turned onto the elevated highway and the lights of Jiangzhou receded in rows through the car window. Xiao Chong confirmed the trip. His aunt quickly sent a series of voice messages. The first one lasted 10 seconds. Xiao Chong, I am your aunt. Your mother just said your father is having a re-examination tomorrow, so I thought I would ask about it. Your father is stubborn, so don't worry too much when you're out there. The second message was 12 seconds long. I heard you were living near Jiangwan. I've seen that place on short videos. The houses aren't cheap. Is this arranged by your workplace, or did you rent it yourself? The third message was shorter. Your mother is tight-lipped as she won't tell me anything. Xiao Chong finished listening to the 3 voice messages, his finger hovering over the input box. His aunt was not directly asking for money. She first inquired about his father, starting with concern, and then leading to probing about his living situation. Such words were harder to respond to than a direct request for money. You could say she was snobbish because she initially asked about his father's illness, or you could say she was caring since every subsequent word was measuring how far he had come. Xiao Chong typed, thank you, aunt. My father will see the results of the re-examination tomorrow. The place is rented. His aunt replied quickly. Renting in Jiangwan isn't cheap. Has your salary increased? Xiao Chong, I moved to a place closer to the company. Aunt, your mother said you used to live in a small room near the company, and now you've suddenly changed to such a nice place. It must mean you have made some progress. Xiao Chong stared at the phrase made progress and did not reply for a long time. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Is the air conditioning temperature all right? It's fine. Xiao Chong placed his phone on his lap. A few seconds later it vibrated again. Aunt, making progress is a good thing. You don't hide it from the family. Your mother is just worried. Oh, she fears you might take a wrong path. You should be honest with your aunt. Oh, did the company give you a bonus? Xiao Chong flipped his phone over. He could take the opportunity to say it was a bonus project subsidy or an opportunity provided by the company. But once he spoke it out loud, that reason would travel back to his mother, then to his father, and then to even more relatives. At that point, everyone would use that reason to ask the next question: how much was the bonus? What project? How was it given? A lie is not just one hole, it's a series of holes. When the car arrived at the entrance of Jiangwan Mansion, his aunt had already sent 2 more messages. Aunt, your cousin wants to visit Jiangzhou this year. He hasn't been doing well at the factory back home. Aunt, if you really settle down there, could you help him see if there are any suitable jobs? Xiao Chong got out of the car and stood in front of the community entrance. The security guard at the gate recognized him and nodded through the glass. When he used to live in a subdivided room, nobody would look at him when he came and went. Now someone nodding at him made him feel even more uncomfortable, as if each nod reminded him your changes have already been noticed. He replied, I'm just an ordinary worker, I can't help much. Aunt, don't be modest. Your mother said you directly arranged your father's medical checkup. You must know someone. Xiao Chong looked at this message and did not reply. When he entered the elevator, Li Guilan's call came through. Did your aunt add you? She asked straightforwardly. Yeah, what did she ask you? Don't say anything random. Li Guilan's voice was very low, as if afraid someone nearby would hear. I didn't tell her you got rich, she's just asking around. I know. You don't know, Li Guilan said. Your aunt isn't a bad person, just quick with her words. If she finds out where you live and how much you spend tomorrow, your third uncle and second aunt will know too. When the elevator numbers ticked up one by one, Xiao Chong looked at his reflection in the metal door. Mom, can't you just tell her I don't have money? I already did, Li Guilan replied. But what you are doing doesn't seem like someone with no money. This statement left Xiao Chong speechless. The elevator doors opened and the corridor lights were on. The corridor of Jiangwan Mansion was covered with soft carpet, making no sound when stepped on. As Xiao Chong walked towards the door, he listened to his mother on the phone saying, Xiao Chong, whether you have money or not is one thing. Whether others think you have money is another. If you don't clarify this now, more and more people will come asking later. He opened the door and entered the room, and the sensor light at the entrance turned on. Mom, I really can't help others. Then help yourself first, Li Guilan said. Clear up the money situation. The call ended. The room fell silent. Xiao Chong placed his backpack on the sofa and sat at the dining table. On the table lay the leftover bread from the morning, hardened by exposure to the air. He recalled his mother saying others think you have money, and then remembered his aunt's words, don't be modest. The phone screen lit up again. His aunt sent another message. Aunt, your cousin is honest and doesn't pick jobs. Does your company need testers? He knows a bit about computers. Xiao Chong looked at the word tester and felt a chill creeping behind him. His cousin Lu Hao was 7 years younger than him. When he was young, Xiao Chong spent summer vacations at his aunt's house, and Lu Hao always followed him around chasing chickens with a plastic water gun. Later, when Xiao Chong went to vocational college, the family was tight on money. One year, just before school started, they were short 800 yuan. Li Guilan didn't tell him, but his aunt delivered the money to their home, saying to use it first. That money was paid back later, but Xiao Chong always remembered this incident. so he couldn't simply view his aunt as someone who came to take advantage. The most troublesome aspect among relatives lies here. Many old debts are not IOUs, but are harder to resolve than IOUs. When you are poor, someone gives you an umbrella. When others think you have an umbrella, they will ask if you can also help their child. You cannot say she is bad, nor can you say you should help. Xiao Chong clicked into Lu Hao's moments. The latest post was a night view at the factory gate captioned, "The night shift has begun again." Further down was a photo of his work badge, its corners worn. Lu Hao stood in front of his dormitory mirror, his hair cut very short, his face still puffy from not waking up. Looking at that photo, Xiao Chong suddenly recalled that when he first arrived in Jiangzhou, he had also taken a photo of his work badge and sent it to his mother. At that time, he thought that entering an office building meant he had taken a step up. Now his aunt believed he had reached a position where he could help others. He wasn't afraid of his cousin coming to Jiangzhou. He was afraid that he had already been placed in a position of being able to arrange for others by his relatives. But at the company, even his own supplementary explanations had to be altered by Zhao Dihai, and he had to explain even when leaving work. How could he have the qualifications to arrange for others? Just as he was about to reply, "And I really don't have that ability," a notification popped up from the Huaxin Bank app. Additional verification materials pending. Please complete the client asset purpose explanation as soon as possible. Xiao Chong looked at the two messages lined up on his phone. One was from a relative asking him to help find a way for someone. The other was from the bank asking him to clarify the purpose of the money. He placed his phone on the table, and the screen did not dim. His aunt sent another message. "You are different now. Oh, if you can help, do help." Xiao Chong did not click into the input box. He read that sentence once, then again, and finally turned his phone face down on the table. The next morning, Xiao Chong was awakened by a WeChat notification. A beam of white light streamed in through the curtain gap, landing perfectly on the floor beside the bed. He reached for his phone and first saw 3 messages from his aunt. The first was a photo. Lu Hao stood at the entrance of the dormitory in the factory district with a blue metal railing behind him. He wore a dark work uniform, his hair cut very short, and he held a black backpack, looking ready to leave at any moment. The second was a document. File name Lu Hao resume. Docs. The third was a voice message from his aunt. "Xiao Chong, I talked to your cousin last night. He said that as long as he could go to Jiangzhou, a lower salary would be fine. Please help him ask around. It doesn't have to be your company. Nearby options would be fine too. Since you're familiar with the area, please take a look." Xiao Chong sat up, staring at the words "you're familiar with the area." He had been in Jiangzhou for over 10 years, but he didn't really know many places well. The convenience store downstairs, the subway station, exit the alley of an old rental flat, the route from Jiangwan Mansion to the company. Since moving, he hadn't even figured out which nearby breakfast place was cheap. But in the eyes of his relatives, living in Jiangwan was equivalent to being settled in Jiangzhou. He opened the resume. Lu Hao, 28 years old, vocational school factory operator, has worked in warehousing, packaging, and night inspections. The skills section stated familiar with basic computer operations, able to endure hardship, obedient to arrangements. Each job experience was not long, with the longest being 1 year and 3 months. Xiao Chong looked at the words "able to endure hardship" and recalled that he had written similar words on his first outsourced testing resume. Back then he thought it was a virtue, but later he realized that many positions viewed those words as a signal that one could be underpaid. He replied to his aunt, "I will ask, but there's no guarantee." His aunt quickly replied, "Just ask. Your cousin is honest and won't trouble you." Xiao Chong didn't reply again. When he arrived at the company, Zhou Peng was crouched under the workstation, plugging in the power strip. Seeing Xiao Chong, he crawled out from under the desk, his hair a bit messy. "You're here so early." "Oh." Xiao Chong set his bag down. He opened his computer, stared at the login page for a few seconds, and then turned to ask Zhou Peng, "Is our company hiring anyone recently?" Zhou Peng paused with the power strip in his hand. "Why do you ask that?" "A relative wants to find a job in Jiangzhou." Zhou Peng stuffed the power strip back in and sat down in his chair. "Is it for testing?" He said he knows a bit about computers and is willing to learn. Zhou Peng chuckled, not in mockery, but as if caught off guard by something. "Xiao Chong, don't harm others." Xiao Chong looked at him. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. "You know what our industry is like now. Outsourced testing has low pay, long hours, and you take the blame when something goes wrong. If your relative has no foundation, he'll just be doing the lowest level tasks, and he might not even pass the 3-month probation. I'm just asking." "Asking is pointless," Zhou Peng said. "We aren't hiring recently, and if we do, it's for those with experience. Besides, who would you recommend?" "Director Zhao." Xiao Chong remained silent. Zhou Peng glanced at him, softening his tone slightly. "It's not that I'm raining on your parade. You haven't stabilized yourself, yet don't make promises for others." Xiao Chong opened Lu Hao's resume, the mouse hovering over "able to endure hardship." "I'm not making any promises. Relatives won't see it that way." Zhou Peng said, "As long as you say I'll help you look, they will think you can handle it." This statement hit home. Xiao Chong closed the resume, just as Zhao Dihai came out of the office holding a phone. "Who wants a referral?" Zhao Dihai stood behind their workstation. Zhou Peng immediately sat up straight. "No, just chatting." Zhao Dihai looked at Xiao Chong. "Your relative?" Xiao Chong could only nod. He wants to come to Jiangzhou for work. I'm asking if there are any positions. Zhao Dihai smiled slightly. This isn't a placement agency. The office fell quiet for a moment, although several colleagues nearby didn't look up. The sound of typing slowed down. Zhao Dihai continued, Xiao Chong, it's not that I'm criticizing you. You still haven't wrapped up the project issues on your side, and the bank keeps calling. First, handle your own matters. Don't pull in just anyone if there are problems who will take responsibility. The bank calls. Xiao Chong looked up at him. Zhao Dihai seemed to realize he had said too much and shifted his gaze. I mean, you've had quite a few personal calls recently. I'd be mindful of the impact. Zhou Peng looked down at the screen, not saying a word. Xiao Chong felt his ears heating up. I know, he said. Zhao Dihai tapped his phone in his palm. Also, this afternoon the client will have an online meeting you need to attend. Don't be late. After he finished speaking, he left. Xiao Chong sat in his chair, not moving for a long time. His aunt's message popped up again. And did you ask? Xiao Chong looked at those 3 words and suddenly felt as if he were being pulled in 2 directions. On the company side, even saying I'll ask felt like overstepping. On the relative side, if he said he couldn't help it, felt like forgetting that others had helped him before. He replied, the company isn't hiring right now. And then look at other places. Are there property management, security, or warehouses near your neighborhood? He wasn't picky. Xiao Chong, the cost of living in Jiangzhou is high. Oh, it may not be suitable for him if he comes. And young people need to venture out. Weren't you also alone when you went to Jiangzhou back then? Xiao Chong put down his phone. He couldn't refute that statement. At lunch, Zhou Peng brought his tray and sat across from him. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Peng said, Director Zhao is just like that. Xiao Chong took a couple of bites. What he said isn't wrong. Which, I haven't handled my own affairs properly. Zhou Peng looked at him. About the bank, it's not a sales pitch, right? Xiao Chong paused with his chopsticks. It's about account documentation issues. Do you want to find someone reliable to ask? Zhou Peng said, don't look for those online. Anyone can see that something's off with your current state. I've already asked. What did they say? Xiao Chong swallowed his food. They said it cannot prove the source. Zhou Peng stopped picking up food. The cafeteria was noisy. Someone at the food counter shouted, less spicy is ready, and the spoons by the soup bucket clinked. Zhou Peng looked at him. His voice lowered considerably. Xiao Chong, don't get too deep into things that cannot prove the source. If someone else had said that, Xiao Chong might have felt it. But after Zhou Peng finished speaking, he didn't continue questioning or put on an overly knowledgeable expression, just lowered his head to eat. Xiao Chong suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The afternoon online meeting lasted for an hour and a half. Zhao Dihai stated in the meeting, we have already strengthened process management internally, and Xiao Chong was responsible for sharing supplementary explanations. As he hovered the mouse over the document, a notification from Huaxin Bank's app popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Special verification materials pending. He immediately closed the notification. No one in the meeting mentioned the bank, no one mentioned $90 billion, and no one knew that he had almost shared that reminder. Yet Xiao Chong's palms still broke out in a layer of sweat. Before the end of the workday, his aunt sent another message. Aunt, your cousin said he wants to take a look first. If it doesn't work out, he'll come back. Xiao Chong typed, don't come yet. Before he could send it, another avatar popped up. Lu Hao added him on WeChat. The avatar showed a night view of the factory area, and the verification message was very brief. Brother, I'm Lu Hao. Xiao Chong clicked to accept. Lu Hao didn't engage in small talk and directly sent a screenshot. Jiangzhou East Station. Arrival time tomorrow at 10:42 a.m. Followed by a message, brother, I've bought the ticket. I won't trouble you for too long when I arrive. The East Station of Jiangzhou was bustling with people in the morning. Xiao Chong stood outside the exit holding a bottle of mineral water he purchased from the convenience store with his salary card. When the payment success notification popped up, he specifically glanced at his balance, as if to confirm there was still a small, untouched portion of that money. Lu Hao's train was delayed by 12 minutes. After the train number on the arrival screen changed to arrive, the crowd surged out through the turnstiles. Xiao Chong searched through the crowd for a while before spotting a young man in a black short-sleeve shirt carrying a backpack. Lu Hao looked thinner than in his photo, with the fatigue of a night train visible on his face, and he was holding a red and white woven bag. Brother, Lu Hao smiled upon seeing him. Xiao Chong walked over and took the woven bag from his hands. The bag was heavy, as if it contained several pieces of clothing and a pair of shoes. Lu Hao seemed a bit embarrassed, saying, my mom insisted I bring more because everything is expensive in Jiangzhou. Let's head out first, Xiao Chong replied, and the two followed the flow of people outside. Lu Hao looked around the station hall, his eyes darting from the advertisement screens to the coffee shops, the ticket machines, and the people in suits dragging their suitcases. The Jiangzhou station is really huge, Lu Hao remarked. The East Station is larger, Xiao Chong replied. Do you come here often? Lu Hao asked. Not really, Xiao Chong answered. Lu Hao nodded and followed up. Is your company far from here? Xiao Chong switched the woven bag to his other hand and replied, it's okay. Lu Hao's tone held a hint of caution as he said, my mom mentioned you work at a software company. Brother, does testing just mean finding problems? Xiao Chong glanced at him. Pretty much, he replied. Can I learn it? Lu Hao asked. I also check products at the factory, and sometimes I have to look for issues during inspections. My computer isn't great, but I can learn. Xiao Chong didn't respond immediately. The wind was strong at the station entrance, and someone in the taxi queue was shouting out a license plate number. Lu Hao stood beside him, the straps of his backpack digging into his shoulders, his eyes shining with the brightness typical of someone who has just arrived in a strange city. He wasn't here for tourism. He genuinely felt there might be a new path for him. Xiao Chong suddenly found it harder to speak. Let's eat something first, he suggested. There was a fast food restaurant on the second floor of the station, and Xiao Chong led Lu Hao inside. Lu Hao stood in front of the ordering screen looking at the prices for several seconds before finally saying, Brother, I'm not hungry. After sitting on a train all night, how can you not be hungry? I had instant noodles on the train, Lu Chong replied. Xiao Chong ordered 2 meal sets. When it came time to pay, he paused for a moment on the payment method and selected his salary card. A charge of 54,000 yuan was deducted. Upon seeing the price, Lu Hao quickly said, Brother, I'll transfer you the money. It's not necessary, Xiao Chong replied. That won't do. I just arrived and I shouldn't be making you spend money. Xiao Chong stuffed the meal ticket into his pocket saying, We'll talk about it later. Lu Hao didn't insist anymore. He simply took out his phone once seated, as if he was really preparing to keep track of expenses. Xiao Chong watched him bow his head, recalling how when he first arrived in Jiangzhou, he would remember for a long time if someone treated him to a meal that cost over 20 yuan. When the food was served, Lu Hao ate quickly. Midway through his meal, he looked up and asked, Brother, where am I staying tonight? Xiao Chong paused with his chopsticks. They'll find you a cheaper hotel first. Lu Hao was taken aback. Aren't I going to your place? Xiao Chong replied, It's not convenient at my place. A dormitory? Lu Hao asked. Sort of, Xiao Chong replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew it was unstable. Jiangwan Mansion hardly resembled a dormitory. But if he said he rented an apartment, Lu Hao would definitely ask how much it cost, whether he could stay for 2 days, and why he suddenly lived so well. Lu Hao lowered his head and continued to eat, saying quickly, It's fine. I can stay in a hotel. He spoke so fast, as if he were afraid of making Xiao Chong uncomfortable. Instead, Xiao Chong felt even more blocked. At that moment, a WeChat message from his aunt popped up. Aunt, did you pick him up? Aunt, just let him stay at your place tonight. Don't let him spend money recklessly. Xiao Chong glanced at the second message and didn't reply. Lu Hao also received a message looking up to say, My mom told me not to make things difficult for you. Xiao Chong pressed his phone down on the table. Just eat first. After finishing their meal, the two dragged the woven bag toward the station exit. Xiao Chong searched for nearby hotels on his phone with prices ranging from over 100 to over 300. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the cheapest option, but now he first looked for negative reviews mentioning dirty, noisy, or no hot water. He wanted to find a place where Lu Hao could sleep, but he feared that if it was too nice, his relatives would think he was wealthy. Finally, he selected a small hotel 2 subway stops away, but didn't pay immediately, only calling for a car. Lu Hao stood beside him, leaning over to take a peek at his phone. Brother, do you live at Jiangwan Mansion? Xiao Chong's finger froze. The destination on the ride-hailing app still remained in the history. Jiangwan Mansion. Lu Hao didn't wait for him to answer, and continued, What my mom said is true then. Is that place very expensive? Xiao Chong turned off the screen. It's not my house. Lu Hao laughed a bit, his smile mixed with envy and a hint of awkwardness. Brother, you are doing much better now than before. If this sentence had been said before, Xiao Chong might have waited a long time for it. He would wait for relatives to acknowledge that he was doing well, for his parents to say he was successful, and for potential partners to stop prioritizing income. But now that Lu Hao was really saying it, he felt those words fit him like an ill-fitting garment, awkwardly on his shoulders with the seams all wrong. Lu Hao looked down at his woven bag and reached out to tuck the zipper inside. Am I embarrassing you? He suddenly asked. Xiao Chong was taken aback. No. Lu Hao said, My mom insisted I take this because it's sturdy. He patted the bag, his voice dropping. I just saw others dragging suitcases. Xiao Chong looked at the red and white woven bag. He had used such bags when he first arrived in Jiangzhou as well. Back then, he hid the bag under his dorm bed, unwilling to let his colleagues see it. Years later, he upgraded to a new phone and moved into Jiangwan Mansion, yet he would still lower his head in front of these bags. As long as the bag can hold things, that's fine, he said. Lu Hao chuckled. I know. I was just thinking, if I really go near your company, would people think I'm uncultured seeing this? Xiao Chong wanted to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to. Because he knew they would. Some looks wouldn't express disdain outright. They would simply linger an extra moment when you stepped into the elevator of an office building carrying a woven bag. That extra moment was all too familiar to Xiao Chong. The car arrived. The driver helped open the trunk and Lu Hao placed the woven bag inside. Xiao Chong got into the back seat and re-entered the hotel address. This time he kept his phone low, not letting Lu Hao see. As the car pulled away from the station, Lu Hao was still looking out the window. Brother, can I go check out your company tomorrow? Lu Hao asked. I don't need to go inside, I just want to see what a software company looks like. Xiao Chong stared at the advertisement sticker on the back of the front seat. We'll talk about it tomorrow. His phone vibrated again. The Hua Xian Bank app pushed a notification special verification materials pending. Xiao Chong quickly dismissed it. Lu Hao turned his head. Brother, are you very busy? Yeah, Xiao Chong replied. Then I won't bother you. Lu Hao hugged his backpack saying, I can manage to find my way. I'm just a bit lost since I just arrived. Xiao Chong looked at him. He wanted to say he didn't know either. But if he said that, Lu Hao would be disappointed, his aunt would be disappointed, and his mother would be even more worried. Everyone thought he had a path in Jiangzhou, but only he knew that path was propped up by an account with an untraceable. Outside, the car window shops flashed by under the overpass. Lu Hao suddenly asked again, Brother, can I really not stay at your place? I can sleep on the floor. Xiao Chong tightened his grip on his phone. The screen still lingered on that bank reminder he had dismissed. He heard himself say, Don't come to my place. The small inn is located on a side road. When the car stopped, Lu Hao first glanced at the sign. The blue background with white letters was half lit, and 2 pots of plastic green plants were placed at the entrance. Dust settled on their leaves. Next to it was a Lanzhao beef noodle shop, steam wafting from the gap in the door, mingling the scents of beef soup and disinfectant. Is this it? Lu Hao asked. Xiao Chong sensed that Lu Hao was not being dismissive, but rather worried about spending money. Just stay for one night, Xiao Chong said. We'll see tomorrow. The front desk was a woman in her 40s engrossed in scrolling through short videos. Xiao Chong handed over his ID card, and Lu Hao quickly took out his own. The front desk glanced at them and said that only ordinary single rooms and twin rooms were left. Lu Hao immediately said a single room is fine. Xiao Chong asked how much. 168 with a deposit of 100, the front desk replied. Lu Hao paused for a moment, reaching into his pocket. Brother, I can handle it myself. He'll pay first. Really not necessary. Lu Hao took out his phone. I have money. Xiao Chong looked at the cracked phone case and recalled how he used to insist on saying, I have money, not to show off, but to avoid making others feel burdened right from the start. You just arrived, keep some money on you, Xiao Chong said. When the payment page popped up, he didn't select an unusual account, but directly chose his salary card. Payment successful. 268.00 yuan. A text message quickly arrived showing a deduction from his salary card balance. Xiao Chong glanced at it and turned off his phone. Lu Hao stood nearby whispering, Brother, I'll pay you back when I find a job tomorrow. No rush. The front desk pushed out the room card. 3rd floor, the elevator is over there. The elevator was narrow with small ads for permits, lock openings, and drain unclogging stuck to the walls. Lu Hao, carrying his bag and holding a woven bag, stood very straight. Xiao Chong observed 2 people inside the elevator. One wore a company issue black jacket, and the other sported a worn-out short-sleeved work uniform separated by a red and white woven bag. The room was small with a bed, a small table, and a wall-mounted television. Outside the window was the exterior wall of the neighboring building with air conditioning units hanging in rows. The bed sheets looked relatively clean, though they felt stiff from washing. Lu Hao placed the woven bag against the wall and immediately said, Not bad. He spoke too quickly, making Xiao Chong feel uncomfortable. Tomorrow I'll help you see if there are suitable options nearby, Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao sat on the edge of the bed and stood up again. Brother, don't trouble yourself too much. I can find it myself. It's just that I've never been to Jiangzhou, and I'm afraid I might take some wrong turns at first. Finding a job is inherently a gradual process. I know. Lu Hao nodded. I just want a change of scenery. Working night shifts at the factory makes one feel numb after a while. My mom said you were once ordinary too, but you made it on your own. I thought if you could do it, can I give it a try too? Xiao Chong looked at him, finding it hard to voice the thought. I didn't make. Lu Hao asked again. Brother, what do I need to learn for testing? Should I enroll in a class? Don't enroll in random classes, Xiao Chong immediately replied. Lu Hao was startled by his tone. Xiao Chong took a moment. There are many unreliable classes out there. Don't spend money yet. I'll find you some basic materials later. Okay. Lu Hao's eyes brightened slightly. I can learn. I'm not stupid. This statement reminded Xiao Chong of when he first started testing, returning to his rented room every night to watch video tutorials, falling asleep halfway through, and continuing to check test cases at work the next day. Back then he believed that as long as one was willing to learn, they could progress little by little. Later he realized that some paths wouldn't widen just because one was willing to walk them. Lu Hao opened his bag and took out an old notebook. I wrote down a few questions on the way here. He flipped the notebook open, and the first page was scribbled with how much is the salary for testing, how long does it take to learn, where can I find cheap accommodation, how to revise my resume. Xiao Chong stared at those lines, momentarily speechless. Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed. I was afraid I would get confused when I arrived here, so I wrote them down first. That's good, Xiao Chong said. Brother, was it like this for you back in the day? Xiao Chong thought for a moment. More chaotic than yours. Lu Hao laughed a bit. Then you're better off now. Xiao Chong looked at the wall-mounted television in the room, its screen covered in a layer of dust. Is it really? He had an apartment. Lu Hao couldn't go to an appointment slip. His mother dared not use a purpose explanation from the bank. He needed to supplement in a sum of money with an unclear source. Don't just look at the present, he said. Lu Hao nodded, treating this advice as an experience to remember. A video call from his aunt came through. Lu Hao looked at Xiaochang. Answer it, Xiaochang said. As soon as the video connected, his aunt's face was very close to the camera, and the sound of the television could be heard in the background. Did you arrive? Where are you staying? Lu Hao turned the camera around to show the room and inn. His aunt frowned immediately. Why are you staying in an inn? Can't you stay at your brother's place? Xiaochang stood by silently. Lu Hao hurriedly said, Mom, it's not convenient at my brother's. I'm fine here. How much is it per night? Lu Hao glanced at Xiaochang. Xiaochang replied, not expensive. Hearing his voice, his aunt immediately said, Xiaochang, I didn't mean for you to spend money. Lu Hao has money on him. Don't spoil him too much, but do keep an eye on him. He shouldn't be deceived in a big city right after arriving. And about work, ask him if you have time. Your company isn't good, but your friends might have something. Xiaochang held the phone. And my friends are all ordinary workers too. His aunt smiled. Ordinary work is better than him working in a factory. Your perspective has changed now. Oh, just help him find a path. Xiaochang did not elaborate further. After the video call ended, Lu Hao felt a bit awkward. Brother, don't mind what my mom says. She's just anxious. I know. I will definitely pay you back for the accommodation. Sleep well, Xiaochang said. Don't wander around tomorrow. When leaving the inn, it was already dark outside. Xiaochang didn't take a taxi and walked to the subway station. The text message about the deduction from his salary card was still in his phone, and he opened it to take a look again. This month's salary hadn't been paid yet, and the originally small balance was reduced by 268, along with the meal and transportation at the station, leaving him with even tighter finances. The unusual account was still there. He could just click it, not to mention the inn. He could pay for hotels near Jiangwan as well. But if he did that, Lu Hao would be even more certain that he had money. His aunt would be more assured that he could help, and his mother would worry even more. As the subway entered the station, the wind rushed out from the tunnel. Xiaochang stood at the back of the crowd, and his phone vibrated. Li Guilin, did Lu Hao settle in? Xiaochang, yes he did. Li Guilin, your aunt just called me and said you paid for his accommodation. Xiaochang closed his eyes briefly. Xiaochang, it's an ordinary and not expensive. Li Guilin, you now say everything is not expensive. Xiaochang looked at that line of text until the screen dimmed automatically. Upon returning to Jiangwan Mansion, he stood at the door for a while before opening it. The room was clean and quiet, contrasting starkly with the stiff bedsheets of the small inn. As Xiaochang changed his shoes, he suddenly felt as if he had left Lu Hao in the past, while he himself had not truly stepped into the present. A bank notification popped up on his phone. Supplementary verification materials pending. He did not click on it. The next morning, just as Xiaochang arrived at the bottom of the company building, Lu Hao's WeChat message came in. Lu Hao, brother, I'm at the bottom of your company building. Xiaochang stopped in his tracks. Below was a photo. The entrance to the office building, the glass wall, clearly reflecting Jiangzhou Yuanqing Software Outsourcing Service Co. Ltd. Lu Hao sent another message, I'm waiting at the entrance, not going inside. When Xiaochang arrived at the company building, Lu Hao was already standing outside the entrance. He had changed into a light blue shirt, the cuffs slightly wrinkled, as if he had just taken it out of a bag and smoothed it with his hand. The red and white woven bag was not with him. He only carried a black backpack. The glass doors of the office building opened and closed, and those wearing ID badges passed by him, prompting him to step aside. Upon seeing Xiaochang, Lu Hao immediately straightened up. Brother. Xiaochang quickly walked over, guiding him aside. What brings you here? I just wanted to take a look around first, Lu Hao said, a bit embarrassed. I didn't go in, I was waiting by the door. Didn't I tell you not to wander around? Lu Hao's smile faded slightly. I took the subway, it didn't cost much. Xiaochang realized he had misunderstood, thinking he was complaining about spending money. I wasn't talking about money. Xiaochang lowered his voice. This is the company. I know. Lu Hao glanced inside through the glass door. Your building is quite impressive. Xiaochang followed his gaze inside. The lobby had a reception desk, turnstiles, and a wall with a floor directory. The Yuanqing Software Outsourcing Service Co. Ltd. was located on the 16th floor. It was neither large nor impressive. The impressive part was the office building, not him. Let's go to the convenience store next door, Xiaochang said. The convenience store was just past the morning rush, with only a few people in front of the cash register. Xiaochang bought 2 rice balls and 2 bottles of water, still using his salary card. Lu Hao attempted to transfer money, but was stopped by him. The two stood at a narrow table by the window eating. Lu Hao took a bite of the rice ball and asked, Brother, do you need a card to enter your company? Yes. Then I definitely can't get in. Lu Hao chuckled. I just wanted to see. If I really get to work in a building like this, my mom will probably brag about it for half a year at the village entrance. Xiaochang paused in twisting the bottle cap. There are many ordinary positions in such buildings too. Ordinary is still better than working in a factory, Lu Hao replied. After a night shift at the factory, the sky is always gray. At least this place looks like a proper workplace. Xiao Chong watched the people coming in and out of the office building. He used to think the same. Later he learned that office buildings also had temporary workers outsourcing dispatch, probationary periods, scapegoats, and positions that no one remembered. Glass doors did not signify dignity, nor did ID badges guarantee stability. Lu Hao. Xiao Chong said, testing may not be suitable for you. Lu Hao nodded. I understand you, I'm not picky. Warehouse, property management, security, all are fine. It's just that my mom said being here could help me avoid some detours. Xiao Chong set down the half-eaten rice ball. I myself am not on a straight path either. Lu Hao didn't quite understand, or even if he did, he didn't know how to respond. As they exited the convenience store, they ran into Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai was holding a cup of coffee, followed by a young administrative assistant. He first saw Xiao Chong, then noticed Lu Hao beside him. Who's this? Zhao Dihai asked. Xiao Chong felt a weight in his heart. He's my cousin, he replied. Came to Jiangzhou for a job, passing by here. Cousin, good to meet you. Lu Hao quickly straightened up. Hello, leader, Zhao Dihai smiled. You're quite sweet-tongued. Xiao Chong said he's about to leave. Zhao Dihai didn't respond to that, but looked at Lu Hao. What did you do before? At a mechanical factory, Lu Hao said. I was an operator, also did inspection and warehouse work. Do you know how to use a computer? I know a bit. Lu Hao quickly replied. Typing and spreadsheets, I can learn the rest. Xiao Chong interjected. Zhao, he's just here to take a look. Zhao Dihai glanced at Xiao Chong. Let me ask what's going on. The administrative assistant stood behind, looking down at her phone. Xiao Chong's ears started to heat up. Zhao Dihai asked Lu Hao again, can you work overtime? Lu Hao nodded. I can. What about night shifts? I used to work night shifts. Zhao Dihai's smile widened slightly, but it wasn't joy, it was more like seeing a tool at a reasonable price. All right, he said. If you're free this afternoon, have Xiao Chong bring you up to chat. We recently have a project that needs a temporary testing assistant. Experience isn't necessary, but you must follow instructions. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Thank you, leader. However, Xiao Chong's heart sank. Zhao, weren't we not hiring, he said. Zhao Dihai looked at him. We aren't hiring for formal positions. Temporary projects are a different story. After saying that, he took his coffee and entered the lobby. Lu Hao stood still, the smile on his face still intact. Brother, is there a chance? Xiao Chong looked at him, unsure how to respond. The word chance in Zhao Dihai's mouth often didn't mean opportunity, but rather an opening. Whoever is cheap, obedient, has no backing, gets pushed up to fill the gap first. We'll see this afternoon, Xiao Chong said. I'm going back to the hotel to change my clothes. Lu Hao looked down at his shirt. This one's wrinkled. No need to be too formal. But I want to, Lu Hao insisted. It's the first time meeting the leader. I can't embarrass you. Xiao Chong thought about saying it wasn't about embarrassing him, but rather about fearing he would dig a pit for him. Lu Hao was already checking the route on his phone. Halfway through, he looked up and asked, Brother, should I print out my resume? Xiao Chong replied, no need to rush. I think I should print it. Lu Hao said, the electronic version I had yesterday was arranged by my mom. The format might not look good. He'll find a printing shop. Lu Hao stopped. Xiao Chong looked at the light in his eyes. The words at the tip of his tongue changed into another sentence. Don't spend too much money. Lu Hao smiled. It's just a few dollars. He turned and walked towards the subway entrance, his backpack swaying on his shoulder. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance of the convenience store, watching him walk quickly amongst the crowd, as if he feared the opportunity would slip away before 2 o'clock. At that moment, Xiao Chong suddenly understood why he couldn't stop him. For Lu Hao, this was not just a casual let's chat from Zhao Dihai. This was a gap between leaving night shifts, leaving the factory, and leaving that work badge photo. Even if the space behind it might still lead to another brighter workshop, he still wanted to take a look inside. Back at his workstation, Zhou Peng immediately noticed something was off. Is that your cousin downstairs? Xiao Chong sat down. Yes. Did Zhao see him? He did. Zhou Peng leaned back in his chair, cursing softly. He said to chat this afternoon. Zhou Peng turned to him. Don't really let your cousin in. Why not? Xiao Chong frowned. Recently, that temporary project, Zhou Peng's voice was very low. The client is pushing hard, the time frame is short, and the requirements are still unclear. They say it's a testing assistant, but in reality, it's just doing miscellaneous tasks, filling out forms, running data, and monitoring groups at night. If something goes wrong, they might not even get to have a formal name attached. Zhao loves these kinds of setups, Zhou Peng said. Relatives come in through recommendations, obedient, and if something happens, it's not a big deal. You guarantee him, and it makes things easier for him. Guarantee. Those two words made Xiao Chong feel tight at the back. His phone vibrated. Lu Hao had sent a message. Brother will arrive at 2 o'clock this afternoon, is that okay? It was followed by another sentence. Thank you. I know you spoke up for me. Xiao Chong stared at those two sentences, his finger hovering over the screen. He hadn't spoken up for Lu Hao. He hadn't even had the chance to stop it. Things had already shifted from taking a look to having. Relatives thought he had resources the company thought he could guarantee, and Lu Hao thought he was helping out. A notification popped up in the lower right corner of the computer from Huaxing Bank. Special verification materials pending. Xiao Chong looked at that reminder, and Lu Hao's thanks suddenly unable to distinguish which side resembled a document waiting for his signature more. He locked his phone. At 1:50 in the afternoon, Lu Hao arrived at the company reception. He had changed into a white shirt which felt a bit tight around the collar buttoned all the way to the top. His hair was obviously damp from water with the front still wet. He held a transparent document bag containing 2 resumes and a copy of his ID, with fresh print lines visible on the paper's edge. When Xiao Chong came downstairs to greet him, Lu Hao quickly hid the document bag behind him. "Brother, do I look okay?" Xiao Chong looked at him. The white shirt was worn and old with a crease on the shoulder. His pants were black, but it started to look faded at the... Lu Hao stood in the lobby of the building where Yuan Chung Software was located, feeling as if he had just been placed into a page that did not belong to him. "It's fine," Xiao Chong said. "Don't be nervous." Lu Hao nodded immediately and took out the document bag again, saying, "I printed 2 copies. One is enough. Having an extra is a precaution." Xiao Chong wanted to say that this wasn't a formal recruitment and no one would seriously collect a second copy, but he kept it to himself. The receptionist affixed a visitor sticker on Lu Hao. Lu Hao placed the sticker on his chest and looked down, feeling as if he finally had a temporary badge. As the elevator ascended, Lu Hao kept staring at the floor numbers. 16th floor, he said. In my previous factory, the highest was only 3 floors. Lu Hao chuckled. "I had to climb stairs at night shifts, and in winter the handrails were always cold." Xiao Chong did not respond. The elevator doors opened, and the glass doors of Yuan Chung Software were right to the side. The company name was posted on the door with a line of smaller text below: Professional Software Testing and Quality Services. Lu Hao looked at that line, and his eyes lit up again. Zhou Peng looked up from his workstation and saw Lu Hao. His expression changed slightly before quickly averting his gaze. Xiao Chong led Lu Hao to the small meeting room entrance. "When President Zhao asks you something, just answer honestly. Okay, don't promise anything." Lu Hao paused, saying, "I understand. I won't be a trouble to you." Xiao Chong looked at the visitor sticker on his chest and suddenly felt this statement was too late. 5 minutes later, Zhao Dihai entered holding a thermos, followed by a young administrative staff member. The projector in the small meeting room was off, with only a stack of blank forms on the table. "You are Lu Hao, right?" Zhao Dihai sat down. "Yes." Lu Hao stood up. "Sit down." Zhao Dihai waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, we're just having a casual chat here." Lu Hao sat down, keeping his back very straight. Zhao Dihai flipped through his resume, saying, "Mechanical factory warehouse inspection. To what extent can you operate a computer?" "I can handle spreadsheets, typing is no problem." Lu Hao replied. "I can learn the more complex tasks." "Are you able to accept overtime?" "Yes." "Can you monitor the group at night?" "I can." "Temporary projects can be messy and not everything will be testing." Zhao Dihai looked at him. "For example, organizing data, running test cases, filling out forms according to templates, helping to document issues. Can you manage that?" Lu Hao nodded immediately, saying, "I can." Zhao Dihai smiled slightly, saying, "Don't respond so quickly. Our pace here is not as easy as in a factory. During tight project deadlines, it's possible to work until 11 or midnight." "I've gotten used to night shifts," Lu Hao said. This statement made Zhao Dihai's smile more stable. Xiao Chong sat beside him, pressing his fingers on his knees. He heard every question like a small nail, driving Lu Hao into that temporary position. Can work overtime, can stay up late, can listen to assignments, can do miscellaneous tasks. These were not advantages. These were prices. Zhao Dihai set down the resume, saying, "Xiao Chong, what do you think?" Xiao Chong looked up. Lu Hao also looked at him. The small meeting room fell silent. If he said it was inappropriate, Lu Hao would feel he hadn't helped, and Andy would also know. If he said it was appropriate, and Lu Hao really came in, any issues with this project would come back to him. "He has no testing experience," Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao's eyes dimmed slightly. Zhao Dihai, however, nodded, saying, "Not having experience is not a problem. A temporary assistant is not a formal testing position. As long as someone guides him." Xiao Chong felt a heaviness in his heart. "Who will guide him?" Zhao Dihai looked at him, saying, "You will guide him for the first 2 days." Xiao Chong opened his mouth slightly. "President Zhao, I still have the issue explanation and regression tasks from the client on hand." "That's why he is an assistant," Zhao Dihai said. "Let him help you with some basic things. EITLL, make it easier for you." Zhou Peng's words echoed in Xiao Chong's ears. If you guarantee him, it will save him trouble. But Lu Hao did not grasp the implications within that. He looked at Xiao Chong, genuinely believing he could help. "Brother, I can learn," he said. Xiao Chong could not bring himself to say in front of Zhao Dihai, "Don't take this opportunity." The young administrative staff member pushed a form over. "This is the temporary project personnel registration form," she said. "First, fill in the basic information. Whether to go through the formal process later depends on the project cycle." Later. Formal process. Every word left room for maneuvering and a way out. Lu Hao took the form and diligently filled in his name, ID number, and contact number. When he reached the expected salary section, he paused and looked up at Xiao Chong. Zhao Dihai said, temporary assistants are paid daily with an initial trial period of 150 a day with dinner covered, but no accommodation. If you can accept it, fill it out. Lu Hao's hand holding the pen stopped for a moment. 150 a day? Xiao Chong looked at that pen. Lu Hao's night shift salary in the factory likely wasn't much higher. But hotels in Jiangzhou cost 168 per night. After deducting transportation, meal expenses, and accommodation, he wouldn't even have the capital to stay and make mistakes. How will accommodation be handled? Xiao Chong asked. Zhao Dihai looked at him saying, isn't he your relative? Let him stay at your place for a few days. Lu Hao hurriedly said, I will stay in a hotel. Zhao Dihai laughed. Young people shouldn't be too particular like this when just starting out. Xiao Chong has also had a hard time before, right? Xiao Chong's back gradually tensed. He looked at Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai also looked at him, the smile on his face not dissipating. Lu Hao lowered his head and wrote obedient to arrangements in the expected salary section. Xiao Chong's eyelids twitched. At the end of the interview, Lu Hao held the visitor sticker, feeling somewhat reluctant to tear it off. Brother, does this mean there is hope? He asked. Xiao Chong had not yet answered when Lu Hao's phone rang. Auntie sent a voice message loud enough to be heard even through the receiver. How is it? What did the leader say? Is your brother beside you? Lu Hao covered the phone saying, he'll get back to her later. He turned to look at Xiao Chong saying, brother, thank you. Really? Xiao Chong's throat moved slightly saying, it's not settled yet. I know, Lu Hao smiled, but it's better than me searching aimlessly on my own. Lu Hao went to the reception to return the visitor sticker. The young administrative staff member asked Xiao Chong to stay. Zhou Peng came out from the pantry holding half a cup of cold water. He glanced into the meeting room, then saw Lu Hao standing at the reception looking down and texting someone. Did you finish? Zhou Peng asked in a low voice. Xiao Chong did not respond. Zhou Peng noticed the form on the table, his gaze lingering on the 4 characters obedient to arrangements. He turned the cup in his palm. Those 4 characters, Zhou Peng said, will be the hardest to say in the future. Xiao Chong looked up at him. Zhou Peng did not continue. The door to Zhao Dihai's office was open and the young administrative staff member was still searching for documents inside. Zhou Peng lowered his voice even more saying, don't treat him like your brother. Once in the project, he becomes the person you brought in. I know. Knowing is not enough. Zhou Peng looked in the direction of the reception. He doesn't know. At that moment, Lu Hao happened to look up, saw Xiao Chong, and smiled at him. That smile still carried the warmth from the recent interview, as if he had already found the handle to a door that could lead him to stay. Xiao Chong's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out to check, and a notification from Huaxin Bank floated at the top of the screen. Special verification materials pending supplement. Please submit a description of the purpose of asset-related business as soon as possible. Xiao Chong dismissed the notification with his thumb. The screen darkened, reflecting his own face and the black characters temporary project personnel registration form on the glass of the meeting room. Zhao Dihai placed the temporary project personnel registration form in front of Xiao Chong. Your cousin's situation is simple. Let him try for 2 days, he said. Since he was referred by you, you need to clarify the basic rules of the project to him. Xiao Chong looked at the form. At the very bottom was a section. Refer. Zhao Dihai handed over the pen. Sign here. Xiao Chong did not take it. Zhao Dihai's voice softened slightly saying, Xiao Chong, the relative is brought in by you. He can try first, but if anything goes wrong, don't say you didn't know. Zhao Dihai's pen hovered in midair. The door to the conference room was not closed tightly, and from the reception area the sound of Lu Hao applying visitor stickers could be heard. When he peeled off the sticker, he applied too much force and tore a corner of the paper. The administrative girl said it was fine, just throw it here. Xiao Chong heard Lu Hao whispering thanks. He looked at the bottom of the form. Refer. The 3 characters were printed small, but the space left was quite wide. Signature, department contact information, and there was also a space for remarks. Director Zhao. Xiao Chong said, I can only confirm he is my cousin. I can't guarantee anything else. No one asked you to guarantee anything else. The company isn't foolish. It won't let you write a letter of assurance for him, Zhao Dihai said, not moving his hand that held the pen. Then what does this refer mean? Zhao Dihai gently tapped the table with the pen. It means the person was introduced by you and you understand their basic situation. The ID card is real, right? There are no ridiculous issues with the person, right? Can they arrive on time? You can also help vouch for them. Each sentence was light, yet each one placed a bit of pressure on Xiao Chong. I don't know about his performance in the company, Xiao Chong said. Performance depends on him. Zhao Dihai put away his slight smile. Xiao Chong, why are you speaking so stiffly now? A temporary assistant, let's try for 2 days. If it works, great. If not, so be it. Your relative has come, and it wouldn't look good for you to hold back here. Xiao Chong looked up at him. Zhao Dihai leaned back in his chair. If you really think it's inappropriate, I can have the admin return the form right now. You can go out and tell him the company won't hire him. Outside, Lu Hao was still standing at the reception. He hadn't left, gripping a document bag in his hand, looking down at the remnants of adhesive on his chest. Xiao Chong remembered Lu Hao saying in the elevator the highest floor in my previous factory was just 3. He also recalled the offer of 150 a day including dinner, but not accommodation. I can sign it, Xiao Chong said, but the remarks must be clear, only recommending for an interview, not responsible for project outcomes. Zhao Dihai looked at him for 2 seconds and let out a laugh. Fine, he said, if you want to write it, go ahead. Xiao Chong took the pen. When the pen tip went down, he first wrote his own. Zhang Xiao Chong wrote his name slower than usual, pressing down a bit harder on the last stroke. In the remarks section, he wrote only confirming the family relationship and recommending for the interview. Zhao Dihai took a glance at the form, made no changes, and simply placed it into the folder. You've become cautious now, Zhao Dihai said. Xiao Chong didn't respond. Caution is a good thing. Zhao Dihai closed the folder. However, with the project pressing on, someone still needs to do the work. This afternoon you can add him to the temporary group and set him up with a workstation. Let the admin handle the account process. Until the account is ready, let him review the documents. He starts today. Isn't trial work, just getting familiar with it. Zhao Dihai stood up. He's here. Should we just let him lie back at the hotel? Xiao Chong placed the pen back on the table. As he exited the conference room, Lu Hao immediately approached. Brother, how did it go? Xiao Chong looked at his face, momentarily halting the words at the tip of his tongue. We'll try for 2 days. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Really? It's just a trial. Xiao Chong enunciated the word just clearly. It doesn't count as a formal employment, and he may not be retained. I understand. Lu Hao nodded repeatedly. He'll definitely work hard. He hugged the document bag to his chest, as if cradling a newly received notice. Xiao Chong said, you heard the salary right. 150 a day, including dinner. Not including accommodation. Lu Hao's smile faded a bit. I can stay at that hotel from yesterday. It's not far from here. The room fee is 168 a day. Lu Hao lowered his head to calculate, his voice dropping. I'll first choose a cheaper place and see if I can find a room with a bed tonight. Xiao Chong frowned. Don't go to any random places. It's fine, Lu Hao quickly replied. I've shared a dorm with people before. As long as I can sleep, it's good enough. He spoke lightly, but Xiao Chong felt uneasy hearing it. The administrative girl at the front desk handed Lu Hao a temporary visitor pass. Use this for entry and exit this afternoon. If he continues trial work tomorrow, well, issue a temporary work badge. Lu Hao accepted it with both hands. The slip of paper was thinner than the previous visitor sticker, with temporary project assistance personnel written on it, and the date of that day at the back. Lu Hao looked down at it for a long time before stuffing it into the document bag. When he returned to his workstation, Zhou Peng slid his chair a bit closer to Xiao Chong. Did you sign it? Xiao Chong opened his computer. Yes. Zhou Peng glanced at him. Did you write the remarks? I did. Sometimes remarks can be effective. Zhou Peng said, sometimes they only serve to make you feel better inside. Xiao Chong's hand paused over the keyboard. Zhou Peng slid his chair back. I'm not trying to scare you. The most troublesome part of temporary projects isn't the difficulty of the work, but the chaotic boundaries. Anyone can assign him a bit, and when problems arise, it's unclear who arranged it. Director Zhao said to let me guide him for 2 days. Zhou Peng chuckled softly. Then it's even clearer. Xiao Chong opened the company intranet, sending the administrative team Lu Hao's name and phone number. After sending the message, he noticed an unread reminder from the Huaxin Bank app lingering in the notification bar. Special verification materials, pending supplementation. He moved the mouse to the bottom right corner, then halted. The bank required him to clarify the purpose of his assets. The company needed him to explain the situation with his relative. Each place required his signature, filling out forms and confirmation. Not writing won't make the matter disappear. Writing it down simply adds his own name to the paper. His phone vibrated on the desk. A WeChat message from Lu Hao came in. Brother, my mom is asking if I got a job. What should I say? Xiao Chong stared at the words typed not yet, then deleted it. He replied, just say it's a trial for 2 days, not a formal job. Lu Hao quickly responded with a got it. In less than half a minute, a voice message from his aunt arrived for Xiao Chong. He didn't click on it. Another message came in. A third followed. He placed his phone face down on the table. After a while, Li Guilin sent a message as well. Did your aunt say that how's he got into your company? Xiao Chong closed his eyes, briefly replying, he hasn't gotten in, just temporarily trying for 2 days. Li Guilin's side showed she was typing, paused, then displayed typing again. Finally, she sent just one sentence, be careful with your words, don't take on everything yourself. Xiao Chong looked at this sentence, his finger hovering above the screen. He wanted to reply, I know. But those 3 words seemed useless today. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Hao was assigned to the empty workstation next to Xiao Chong. That computer was originally used by an intern with a few shiny keycaps on the keyboard. The administrative girl brought him a sticky note stating that the temporary login account was still being applied for, and he should first review the project documents with Xiao Chong. When Lu Hao sat down, he first placed the document bag in the corner of the desk and moved his chair, slightly afraid of blocking the aisle. Brother, what should I look at first? Xiao Chong opened an old test case and turned it towards Lu Hao's screen. First, look at the process. If you don't understand something, take notes and don't click around in the system. Got it. Lu Hao took out a pen and began writing on the back of the printed paper. The first line was written with great effort: login query submit rollback. Xiao Chong watched those words suddenly at a loss for words. He wasn't unaware of Lu Hao's desire to work hard. It was precisely because Lu Hao wanted to work hard that it became even more troublesome. At that moment, a notification sound from the project group rang out. Zhao Dihai added Lu Hao to a new group. Group name: Onshi Project Emergency Return Temporary Team. Inside were the contact person from the other party, 2 developers, Zhou Peng the administrative team, and several names Xiao Chong wasn't familiar with. Zhao Dihai sent a message. Lu Hao will start temporary assistance with testing work today, initially supervised by Zhang Xiaochong. For basic issues, consult Xiao Chong. For task progress, Xiao Chong will oversee. Lu Hao immediately replied in the group received, I will study seriously. Zhou Peng did not respond. Xiao Chong stared at the line task progress will be overseen by Xiao Chong, his right hand still resting on the mouse. The next second, Zhao Dihai added another message. Familiarize yourself with the process tonight and follow along if necessary until the return is complete. Lu Hao interpreted the phrase follow up until the return is completed as a compliment. He sat at his temporary workstation flipping through the project documents from the first page to the third and then back to the first. The text on the screen was dense with information and the flowchart was filled with arrows and numbers. He was reading intently, occasionally moving his lips as if silently reciting each word. Xiao Chong still had the client's issue explanation open on his own computer. The cursor had been resting behind scope of impact for over 10 minutes without moving. Brother, Lu Hao called him softly. Xiao Chong turned his head. Is this return just to review if there are any issues? Zhou Peng nearby gently coughed. Xiao Chong moved his chair half an inch closer to Lu Hao. Pretty much, but it's not just a casual look over. You must follow the use cases for the parts others have modified and you need to keep track of the results. Don't rely on your feelings. Lu Hao nodded and quickly wrote on the paper, don't rely on feelings. As he wrote, his wrist was pressed low as if afraid the words would escape. Xiao Chong looked at that line of text, unable to bring himself to tell him that such notes were useless. The project group chimed again. The client's contact sent a message, please provide a version of the return progress by 9 o'clock tonight, as it needs to be reviewed by the business tomorrow morning. Zhao Dihai immediately replied received, pushing forward. Less than half a minute later, Zhao Dihai tagged Xiao Chong in the group. Xiao Chong, can you and Lu Hao go over the basic list first and give me a count by 8:30? Xiao Chong stared at the screen. His name was followed by Lu Hao's name like 2 tags nailed together. Where's the basic list? Lu Hao asked. Xiao Chong sent him the path to the shared drive and opened the outermost folder. Only look at what is highlighted in red today, don't touch anything else. First, copy the numbers into the table and leave the status blank. He'll fill that in once I confirm it. Okay. Lu Hao started to follow along, but he copied very slowly at first. Each time he copied a line, he would glance back at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, unable to bear it any longer, stopped his own issue explanation and stood behind him. This column isn't needed. This isn't a number, it's the module name. Don't modify the original table here, copy it to the new table. Lu Hao began to sweat. Am I too slow? Everyone starts slow, Xiao Chong said. Zhou Peng glanced at them from across the monitor, but did not intervene. At 6:30, the administration delivered dinner to the door of the conference room. The boxes of rice were stacked up, the rice pressed down tightly, and the dish included stir-fried green peppers with shredded potatoes and a piece of braised chicken leg. When Lu Hao picked up his meal, he asked the administration, are there any for temporary staff? The administrator paused for a moment. Manager Zhao said everyone in the project group today would have one. Lu Hao returned with his lunchbox, a smile returning to his face. Brother, they really are providing dinner. Xiao Chong broke open a pair of disposable chopsticks. Lu Hao ate quickly, saving the chicken leg for last. He took a bite, then paused. This is better than the night shift meals at the factory. Sometimes we just have steamed buns and pickles. Don't just focus on the food, Xiao Chong said. I know. Lu Hao swallowed his mouthful. I just feel that at least here it feels like a proper company. Xiao Chong looked at the glass wall outside the conference room. Even a proper company would require someone who just joined for half a day to stay until the return was completed and would place an ordinary tester's name at the forefront of the progress. But these words, if spoken, Lu Hao might not necessarily understand. At 7:40, Lu Hao sent the basic list to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong skimmed through it and found 7 items highlighted in red were missing. You missed this part. Lu Hao leaned closer. I thought the lighter color ones were from before. Today only the highlighted ones matter regardless of shade. They'll fix it right away. Lu Hao reopened the table hurriedly, adding in the missing parts. The more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made, and he accidentally copied over the remarks from the previous line. Zhou Peng finally reached over and gently pressed Lu Hao's mouse down. Slow down, Zhou Peng said. Rushing won't help. If the table is wrong, it will take even longer to fix. Lu Hao pulled his hand back. I'm sorry. Zhou Peng glanced at him. Stop saying sorry all the time. Look clearly before you act. Xiao Chong took the computer, filled in the missing items, and double-checked everything. At 8:29, he sent the count to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai replied, quickly received, continue monitoring, and provide a round of results by 9:30. Xiao Chong looked up at the clock on the wall. He had originally planned to go back tonight to organize materials for bank usage explanations. The printed receipts, asset confirmations, and income records were still in his bag with the corners of the papers folded. Wang Qing had said that day not to write things that could not be explained later. He had never written it down. Now even the time to think about this matter had been squeezed away. Lu Hao, however, seemed to have finally found a rhythm. He marked off each number on the paper with determination. Brother, does passing this mean I just write down pass? Xiao Chong looked over. Lu Hao's cursor was resting in the results column, and the page next to it had yet to finish loading. Don't rush, Xiao Chong said with a slightly heavier tone. If the page hasn't loaded, what are you writing pass for? Lu Hao's hand trembled, quickly deleting the text. I saw that the first few were like this. Testing isn't about guessing patterns. Xiao Chong took his hand off the keyboard. If you haven't seen the results, leave it blank. Lu Hao's face turned red. This time he didn't say sorry, he just lowered his head and circled that number. Zhou Peng leaned back in his chair. Your brother is right. Here the worst thing is to write down what you haven't seen as if you have. Lu Hao nodded. In the project group, the client's contact asked again, can we synchronize a version of the blocking items by 9:30? Zhao Dihai replied sure. Then he privately messaged Xiao Chong, can Lu Hao handle a bit more? You shouldn't do everything yourself, I'll learn to delegate. Xiao Chong looked at the phrase delegate, his fingers paused on the keyboard for a few seconds. He replied he just started and can't produce results independently yet. Zhao Dihai, no one is asking him to produce results alone. Just oversee it. Xiao Chong did not reply again. To oversee meant that everything unclear ultimately had to pass through him. At 9:45 the first round of results was sent out. Xiao Chong's own explanations were not yet complete, and Lu Hao's table had been checked twice. The client sent a received in the group, followed by Zhao Dihai, who said thank you for your hard work. Seeing those two words, Lu Hao relaxed his shoulders slightly. Brother, is it all right? Xiao Chong stacked the draft paper on the table. Tonight is just the beginning. I can keep up. Lu Hao said, I'm not afraid of staying up late. Whether you're afraid or not isn't the point. Lu Hao didn't understand, still smiling. At least I feel more comfortable here than at the factory. At least here we can sit down and work. Xiao Chong glanced at the file bag by Lu Hao's feet. A corner of the temporary visitor pass was sticking out of the bag, bent by the tip of his shoe. At 10:30 Zhao Dihai announced in the group that they would stop for the night and continue at 9 tomorrow morning. People in the office began to shut down their computers. Lu Hao's first reaction wasn't to pack up, but to ask Xiao Chong, brother, what time should I arrive tomorrow? Before 8:40. All right. He collected his paper, pen, and file bag one by one, as if afraid to miss something important. As he went downstairs, the lobby of the office building was already empty. The security guard sat at the entrance looking at his phone with the streetlights outside illuminating the steps. That hotel from yesterday has gone up to 201, he said. Xiao Chong stopped in his tracks. They'll look for another one, Lu Hao quickly added. There's a bed nearby for 68. It's just a bit far, 2 bus stops away. Is there still a bus this late? Lu Hao looked down at his phone. It seems the last bus just left. He looked up and smiled. I can walk there too. It's just over 3 kilometers. Xiao Chong watched him. Lu Hao's white shirt collar was already wrinkled and the cuffs had a little dust on them. He still held the file bag with the temporary visitor pass taped outside. Don't walk, Xiao Chong said. Take a taxi. No need really. Lu Hao immediately waved his hand. I haven't earned any money today. I can't keep making you spend. This statement made Xiao Chong feel more uncomfortable than just asking for money. Xiao Chong took out his phone, opened the taxi app, and then paused. He could use his salary card to book a ride for Lu Hao. But there were still tomorrow and the day after, plus accommodation and meals. A job paying 150 a day meant he would have to rely on others, even for trial and error. Seeing Xiao Chong hesitate, Lu Hao quickly said, brother, I can manage. You've already helped me a lot today. Xiao Chong, put the phone away, message me when you arrive. Okay. Lu Hao walked a few steps toward the corner, then turned back. Brother, I will definitely arrive early tomorrow. Xiao Chong nodded. Lu Hao turned and walked under the streetlight, his white shirt appearing thin in the night. As he walked, he checked his phone as if confirming that the 68 yuan bed was still available. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance of the office building until Lu Hao turned the corner. His phone vibrated again. Assuming it was Lu Hao, he took it out only to see it was a message from Huaxing Bank. Additional verification materials needed. Please provide a description of the business purpose of the assets by 1700 tomorrow. If not provided by the deadline, related services may be restricted. Xiao Chong looked at that reminder. The main entrance of the office building slowly closed behind him and the lock clicked. At 7:20 the next morning, Lu Hao sent a message. Brother, I'm up. Xiao Chong had just washed his face with the towel still hanging from his hand. He opened WeChat and saw another message from Lu Hao. The bed next to mine had someone snoring last night, so I didn't sleep well, but it's fine, I'll arrive before 8:40. Xiao Chong stared at the phrase didn't sleep well. He had arrived at Jiangwan Mansion just before 11:30 the previous night. The bank receipts, asset confirmation, and income records in his bag had been laid out on the table only to be put away again. Those papers turned pale under the light, each one seemed to be waiting for him to write a sentence. Yet he sat for half an hour only managing to write down the title. Purpose description. The space below was empty. There was still a reminder from Huaxin Bank at the top of his phone supplement by 1700 today. Xiao Chong hung the towel back on the rack and replied to Lu Hao, "Be careful on the road, don't be late." Lu Hao replied with a simple 10 minutes later, a message from his aunt arrived. Xiao Chong Haozi said he worked late with you guys yesterday. You've put in a lot of effort. Following that was a voice message. Xiao Chong didn't click it. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and glanced back at the folder on the table. In the end, he still packed the folder into his bag. The company was louder than usual that morning. The group for the urgent return of the Anxi project hadn't stopped buzzing since 8 o'clock. The client's contact person was pressing for last night's outstanding items. The developers mentioned there were 2 issues needing review, and Zhao Dihai sent 3 received messages in the group, each tagging Xiao Chong. Lu Hao arrived even earlier than Xiao Chong. He was sitting at a temporary workstation, having changed from a white shirt to a gray jacket, with his hair not properly styled, a small tuft sticking up at the back. Seeing Xiao Chong, he immediately stood up. "Brother, I'm not late. Have a seat." Lu Hao sat down, then said quietly, "I memorized the few terms you mentioned last night. Cannot write approved if not confirmed. The original form cannot be altered and results must be screenshot for record." Xiao Chong placed his bag down. "Don't recite them to me, just remember them when doing it." Lu Hao nodded. Xiao Chong opened his computer, and the reminder from Huaxin Bank's app popped up on his phone as well. "Special verification materials to be supplemented. Please provide the purpose description for asset-related business by 1700 today." He flipped his phone over. Flipping it over didn't help. At 9:17, a call from Chun Lin came in. Xiao Chong glanced around his workstation and took his phone to the stairwell. The stairwell had a mix of dust and the smell of disinfectant. Someone upstairs opened the fire door and footsteps echoed twice before fading away. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, this is Chun Lin from Huaxin Bank, Jiangwan branch." Chun Lin's voice remained professionally steady. "Regarding the special verification for asset-related business you inquired about earlier, the system shows the purpose description has not yet been supplemented. If it's not supplemented by 5 this afternoon, related services may be restricted." "What services will be restricted?" Chun Lin paused. "The page does not specify the exact scope. Generally, the final prompt from the system prevails." "Generally. Final." Each word felt like it pushed him back. Xiao Chong asked, "If I supplement it, can it prove that the money is fine?" The other end fell silent for half a second. "Mr. Zhang, the purpose description can only serve as your personal supplementary explanation for the purpose of the asset-related business." Chun Lin said, "It is not a proof of the source of funds and cannot replace the materials for account opening, depositing, or sourcing." She said this slowly, slow enough for Xiao Chong to tell she had been stuck on this question before. "So I don't write the source, but only the purpose. The system requires supplementation of the purpose." Chun Lin said, "For information that cannot be confirmed, it is not advisable for you to fill it in as a determined fact." Xiao Chong leaned against the wall, saying nothing. Chun Lin continued, "You can save a draft first. If you're not sure, you can also consult on-site at the branch, but today's business deadline is 5 this afternoon." The stairwell light suddenly dimmed as the sensor timed out. Xiao Chong stamped his foot, and the light came back on. "I understand." After hanging up, he didn't immediately go back to his workstation. He opened the chat box with Wang Qing. The chat box was still stuck on the previous day's message. "Wang Qing, don't write things you can't explain later. Xiao Chong typed, the bank asked me to supplement the purpose description by 5 today." He looked at it for a few seconds and added, "Not writing it may restrict related services." After sending it, he held his phone waiting for half a minute. Wang Qing didn't reply immediately. When Xiao Chong returned to his workstation, Zhao Dihai was already standing by his desk. "Was that a long call?" Zhao Dihai asked. "It's about the bank." Zhao Dihai's gaze lingered on the folder in Xiao Chong's bag. "You've had quite a few bank matters lately. Don't do everything for him, or you won't know what he can do." Lu Hao, who overheard, straightened up. "Zhao, if you can handle it, then do it. Don't always have your brother cover for you." Xiao Chong's fingers tightened slightly. Zhao Dihai left after finishing his words. Lu Hao lowered his head and opened last night's form. "Brother, I'll take care of it first, don't worry about me." Xiao Chong looked at the back of his head. Lu Hao really wanted to save him trouble. But the more he wanted to save trouble, the less Xiao Chong could let go. At 10:30, Wang Qing replied, "Do you want me to tell you if you can write it?" Xiao Chong stared at that sentence, not replying. Soon the second message came. "I can't judge for you." The third message came after a few seconds. "You need to be clear, it says purpose, not source. Don't write I can't provide evidence, as I confirm there's no problem." Xiao Chong read those 3 messages twice. He could imagine Wang Qing's expression when she sent them. She was probably at the front desk of a training institute, someone next to her asking about the class schedule and a refund list for parents still open on her computer. She wouldn't stop her life because of his messages, nor would she ask him if he had encountered problems like she did at the beginning. She drew the line clearly. This was more difficult than blaming him. At noon, Lu Hao picked up a lunchbox and sat at his workstation to eat. The company hadn't provided him with a formal dining area, so he pushed the keyboard forward and placed the lunchbox on the corner of the table. Brother, Lu Hao picked up some shredded potatoes. Did my mom message you too? She did. She's like that. Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed. I told her it wasn't settled yet, but she insisted I thank you properly. Xiao Chong opened the bank app without looking up. Just tell her not to spread it around. I said that. Lu Hao lowered his voice, but my mom might have told my aunt. Xiao Chong's hand paused. Lu Hao hurriedly added, I meant trial work, not that I got into the company. Xiao Chong clicked into the special verification page. At the top of the page was a line of red prompts. Time left for supplementation 6 hours 12 minutes. Below was the materials list. Asset-related business purpose description to be supplemented. He clicked in. The template expanded automatically, just like last time he saw it. Name, ID number, account last 4 digits, and asset product name were all pre-filled. At the very bottom was a line of gray text. I confirm that I continue to hold and use the relevant assets and bear corresponding responsibilities for the content of the explanation submitted. Xiao Chong stared at that gray text, his throat dry. The cursor in the input box blinked for a long time. He first typed for personal fund management. Deleted. He typed again for observation of my asset allocation. He looked at the word observation and felt like he was making excuses for himself. Deleted. The project group buzzed again. The client's contact person asked if all the outstanding items from last night had been reviewed. Lu Hao turned his head. Brother, I still need 2 more items. Zhao Dihai sent in the group. Xiao Chong will confirm everything before replying. Xiao Chong turned off his phone and went to look at Lu Hao's form. 2 outstanding items, 1 page hadn't loaded, and 1 result screenshot was from the wrong window. Lu Hao sat beside him, afraid to speak, with his chopsticks still resting on the lunchbox, the food already half cold. Xiao Chong screenshot the image and changed the status to awaiting review. If it's not confirmed, write awaiting review, he said. Lu Hao nodded. I'll remember that. Xiao Chong said nothing more. At 4:20 in the afternoon, the bank reminder popped up again. Less than 40 minutes until the supplementation deadline. Xiao Chong picked up his phone and walked to the stairwell. This time the light was on. He opened the draft page. The input box was empty, like a form waiting for a signature. He remembered Zhao Dihai's referral column, Lu Hao's temporary visitor pass, and Wang Qing's words, don't write I can't provide evidence, as I confirm there's no problem. In the end, he typed, I hold this asset-related business record with the purpose being verification of asset management and income records under my name. I am unable to supplement the source of funds proof. The relevant source will still be subject to the verification results from the bank. He read it over. This sentence did not mention where the money came from and did not assert that the money was definitely fine. Yet it still acknowledged I hold it. Xiao Chong's thumb hovered over the submit button. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Someone downstairs opened the fire door. The wind carried the footsteps upward. He clicked submit. The page spun around. Submission successful. Current status submitted, awaiting verification. Below, a series of material numbers was generated. Xiao Chong stared at that string of numbers, not taking a screenshot. Suddenly a message without a number popped up on the phone. Second item, record completed. On the morning of the next day, the Anqi project held a brief meeting. Though it was called a short meeting, no one actually sat down. Zhao Dihai stood in the middle of the workspace, one hand holding a phone and the other tapping on the partition beside him. Last night the client reviewed the results, and we will continue to address the outstanding items this afternoon, he said. Xiao Chong put in some effort here. Lu Hao will follow you for now. Lu Hao stood next to Xiao Chong, holding the paper filled with numbers from last night. Zhao Dihai glanced at him and said, you just started yesterday, so it's understandable if you're a bit slow. For today, don't touch the result judgment, yet focus on organizing the checklist and archiving screenshots, Zhao Dihai instructed. Lu Hao immediately nodded. Okay, don't just say okay. Zhao Dihai continued, this is not a school. No one is going to teach you every day. You need to figure things out on your own. Lu Hao's face flushed slightly as he replied, I understand. Xiao Chong wanted to speak, but Zhao Dihai had already turned to him. Xiao Chong, you take charge for a week. A week? Xiao Chong asked. Just for a week for now, Zhao Dihai said lightly. We are short-staffed on this project, and Lu Hao showed a decent attitude yesterday. The salary will be calculated as temporary. The administration will register it. A week. 150 per day, including dinner, but excluding accommodation. Xiao Chong quickly calculated the figures. 7 days would total 1,005, but after deducting the cost of the bed, commuting, and breakfast and lunch, not much would be left. If he had to work late one day, he would also need to take a taxi. Lu Hao, however, smiled first. He quickly suppressed his smile as if he feared Zhao Dihai would think him unsteady. Zhao, I will work hard, Lu Hao said. Zhao Dihai nodded slightly. Don't talk big for now. Just don't make mistakes today. After the meeting dispersed, Lu Hao followed Xiao Chong back to their workspace. As soon as he sat down, he whispered, Bro, is there hope for a week? Xiao Chong opened his computer and replied, A week is just a week. I know. But at least I wasn't told to leave today, Lu Hao added, flattening the numbered paper and picking up a pen to write. Xiao Chong watched his actions and refrained from dampening his spirits further. Zhou Peng leaned over from the side, saying, "Congratulations, it's been upgraded to the extended version." Lu Hao, not catching the sarcasm, earnestly replied, "Thank you, Peng Guo. Today you only need to do the few tasks I assigned you. If someone else in the group asks you to do something, check with me first," Xiao Chong instructed. Lu Hao nodded. "Got it. Don't agree to anything privately," Xiao Chong warned. "All right. And don't rush to reply in the group chat," he added. Lu Hao gripped his pen. "I'm worried others might think I'm not proactive." "Your priority right now isn't to be proactive," Xiao Chong said, looking at the screen. "It's to avoid making mistakes." Lu Hao's pen tip paused above the paper. After a moment he asked, "Bro, am I causing you trouble?" Xiao Chong did not respond immediately. Saying he was, if he said he was causing trouble, Lu Hao would have trouble holding his head up all day. "Just finish what you need to do today," Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao nodded. At 10 in the morning, his aunt's voice message was finally clicked open by Xiao Chong. Her voice came from the phone tinged with an uncontrollable joy. "Xiao Chong, Haozi said your boss wants him to work for a week." "Oh my, that's really thanks to you. This kid is clumsy, but not bad. He just never had the chance. Please guide him more over there, and don't let him embarrass you. There's one more thing to add. Don't worry, I know you're different now, and I won't let you help for nothing," she added. Xiao Chong paused the voice message. "Different now?" Those 4 words felt like a thin thread connecting the Jiangwan mansion, the health check appointment, the company entrance, and the referral form all the way to the present. He replied with a text, "It's just a temporary week. Don't tell others it's confirmed." His aunt quickly replied, Understood, I get it." Xiao Chong looked at the words, "I get it," and felt she might not truly understand. Li Gillen's call came in right after. Xiao Chong took the phone to the corridor. "Your aunt said Haozi is staying at your company for a week." Li Guilin asked as soon as she opened the conversation. "It's just a temporary trial for a week. What about your own work?" Xiao Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Guilin continued, "Don't just think about how others say good things about you. How long have you been stable at the company? Previously they had you carry everything they assigned, and now you bring a relative in. If something goes wrong, who will they hold accountable?" "Mom, I know. You always say you know," Li Guilin lowered her voice. "And about the money for your dad's re-exam, your aunt asked me yesterday how much I spent. I didn't say anything. Xiao Chong, tell me the truth. Did you borrow any money?" Xiao Chong leaned against the corridor wall. On the other side of the glass, Lu Hao was asking Zhou Peng about a field on the paper. Zhou Peng waved him off, telling him to ask Xiao Chong. Lu Hao turned back and saw Xiao Chong on the phone, so he paused. "I didn't borrow," Xiao Chong replied. "Then where are all these issues coming from?" That question hit too close to home. Xiao Chong looked at the tip of his shoe. "The company is busy, and there are some materials I need to supplement at the bank." "Materials for the bank?" Li Guilin immediately pressed for more. "Just ordinary materials," he said, knowing that this answer wouldn't hold up. Li Guilin paused. "Don't lie to me, okay?" Xiao Chong's fingers pressed against the edge of the phone. "I'm not lying to you." Li Guilin didn't press further, only saying, "Just be careful. Your dad has been asking about you these past couple of days. I didn't let him call." After hanging up, Xiao Chong stood in the corridor for a while. He returned to his workspace, where Lu Hao quickly handed him the paper. "Bro, I asked Peng Guo about this field, and he told me to wait for you." Zhou Peng said from the side. "I'm not refusing to help. You said if there's something, ask you first." Xiao Chong took the paper. There were 3 places circled in red ink. Lu Hao had circled them carefully, but none of the circles were round. "Leave these 3 blank for now," he said. "Wait for a response from the contact person." "Okay." Lu Hao began to take notes again. Xiao Chong sat down and opened the Huaxing Bank app. The special verification page had changed. Asset business purpose description submitted pending verification. A string of numbers followed the material number with the submission time precise to the minute. Below there was a line of gray text. The processing result will be notified through the app or the reserved phone number. It didn't specify when or how it would be processed. Xiao Chong exited the page and clicked on Assets. The lowest cash management product was still there, with the earnings figure slightly higher than last time. The 0.31 yuan earnings in the RMB demand deposit still lay there untouched. It was laughably small, yet it had records, a source explanation, and income details. Xiao Chong's fingertip paused on the screen. If the earnings continued to grow, would there be more and more money that could be explained? This thought only surfaced briefly before he closed the page. But even after closing it, he still remembered where that number was located. At 3 in the afternoon, the Anqi project group finally fell silent for a moment. Lu Hao did not miss any items again, and Xiao Chong added his explanations to the questions. Zhao Dihai came out of the office and paused as he walked past Xiao Chong's workspace. "Your performance has been good these past few days," he said. Xiao Chong looked up. Zhao Dihai gazed at the table on the screen. "Though Lu Hao is inexperienced, his attitude is decent. You've been more stable in leading people than before." This sounded like a compliment. Zhou Peng's keyboard fell silent for a moment. Xiao Chong replied, he's still not capable of working independently. Who can work independently right from the start? Zhao Dihai chuckled, take your time. And don't always see yourself as just an ordinary executor. There will always be someone pushing forward in the project. Xiao Chong watched Zhao Dihai. In the past, when Zhao Dihai spoke of pushing forward, it usually carried connotations of responsibility deductions and explanations. But today the same words felt like they were underpinned with something extra. He knew he shouldn't let that statement sway him. Yet he felt himself wavering just a little. At 6 in the evening, Lu Hao received his second boxed meal. He took a photo likely to send to his aunt. Just as Xiao Chong was about to remind him not to send too many, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. The caller ID showed it was from Jiangzhou. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Xiaoqiang? The voice on the other end sounded young, speaking slowly. This is he. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Xiao, a customer service representative for the Huaxing Bank, Jiangwan branch. I noticed you have recent records of asset-related transactions and would like to confirm whether you are available to schedule an in-person meeting. What meeting? Xiao Chong asked, slowly straightening up from his seat. Mainly to introduce account services, asset record maintenance, and customer rights. You currently meet the initial screening criteria for our esteemed customers. If convenient, we can arrange for a dedicated representative to meet with you, the other party said. Xiao Chong remained silent. Lu Hao quietly asked from the side, Bro, who is it? Xiao Chong held the phone, seeing the project group chat in the lower right corner, still displaying Zhao Dihai's statement. You've been more stable in leading people than before. On the phone, the representative Chiu asked again, Mr. Zhang, would you be available tomorrow morning? Xiao Chong did not immediately agree to Officer Chiu. On the phone, the other party waited in silence. That silence did not feel like a customer service representative urging for a confirmation, nor like a salesperson afraid of being hung up on, or it felt as if a spot had already been reserved for him, just waiting for him to say when he would go. Xiao Chong glanced at Lu Hao beside him. Lu Hao was still waiting for him to say, who was on the phone holding a piece of potato with his chopsticks, not putting it into his mouth for a long time. I might not be available tomorrow morning, Xiao Chong said. Officer Chiu responded, then the afternoon works as well. We will arrange the reception room according to your schedule. Xiao Chong tightened his grip on the phone a bit. Let me check. All right, Mr. Zhang. I will send you the appointment information via text shortly, and you just need to confirm the time. After hanging up, Lu Hao asked, Bro, was that the bank? Yeah. Do you have a dedicated person at the bank? Xiao Chong placed his phone on the table, just regular business. Lu Hao nodded as if he understood, but also as if he did not. He did not ask further, and continued eating, but the way he looked at Xiao Chong had changed from yesterday. Xiao Chong had seen that look before. It was in Auntie's WeChat messages, and it was also in Zhao Dihai's earlier remark. You need to be a bit more stable with people. It was as if everyone saw a door, but only Xiao Chong knew there was no floor behind it. The next morning, there was no impromptu meeting for the Anchi project. Xiao Chong finished sorting out a few unfinished tasks from last night, and stood at the entrance of Zhao Dihai's office for 2 seconds. Zhao Dihai was looking down at his phone. Upon hearing the knock, he raised his eyes. Zhao, I want to step out for a bit this morning. I need to have a face-to-face talk with the bank. If it were before, Xiao Chong would have been ready to explain how long he would be gone, how he would make up for the work, and whether it would affect the project. But Zhao Dihai only asked, have you arranged things on the Anchi side? I sent the unfinished items to Zhou Peng. Lu Hao is just making a list, not touching the results. Zhao Dihai put down his phone. All right. You can go, just make sure to catch up on the progress when you return this afternoon. Xiao Chong was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Dihai looked at him. What? Nothing. Don't delay the bank matter either, Zhao Dihai said. You should have a clear understanding of these materials. This remark was vague. Xiao Chong could not tell if it was a reminder or a test. When he left the office, Zhou Peng happened to look up. Where are you going? To the bank. Zhou Peng glanced at Zhao Dihai's office. Did he approve it? Yeah. Zhou Peng leaned back in his chair. You getting leave is easier than for me. Xiao Chong did not respond. Lu Hao leaned over from the side. Bro, do you want me to keep an eye on the computer for you? No need, Xiao Chong locked the screen. Just work on the few tasks I've left for you. All right. The Huaxing Bank Jiangwan branch was on the first floor of the mall. When Xiao Chong came here, before he would first take a number, then sit in the waiting area watching the numbers on the screen change slowly. Back then he had to think about what to say even when walking to the counter, afraid that a single wrong word would reveal his ignorance. This time, as soon as he entered, the lobby manager at the entrance asked, Are you Mr. Zhang Xiao Chong? Xiao Chong halted his steps. I am. Manager Chiu has been waiting for you. Please follow me. The lobby manager did not make him take a number. She led him past the ordinary waiting area. The people sitting in chairs looked up for a moment and then lowered their heads to check their phones. Xiao Chong felt a little tense behind him, as if he had been seen cutting in line. Chen Lin looked up from the counter and paused when she saw Xiao Chong. She quickly regained her professional demeanor and nodded at him. Xiao Chong nodded back. The lobby manager took him to a side reception room. The doorplate read, Client Negotiation Room. Inside there was no counter, no queue calling screen, just 2 bottles of water and a box of tissues on the table. By the window was a pot of green plants, the leaves polished to a shine. Officer Chiu was already standing. He was in his 30s, dressed in a dark suit, the tie neatly tied with a name tag that read Chiu Premium Client Services. Mr. Zhang, hello, Chiu said, extending a business card with both hands. I contacted you yesterday over the phone. Xiao Chong took the card. The paper was thick, the edges pressed flat. He had only seen such business cards on other people's desks. He had never received one himself. Please sit, Chiu said. Would you like water or tea? Water is fine. Chiu pushed the bottle of mineral water slightly toward him, but did not unscrew it for him. This little formality made Xiao Chong feel even more uneasy. When he sat down, he placed his backpack at his feet, his hands still pressing down on the strap. Chiu did not look at his bag. He just opened a tablet and pulled up a client service introduction. Mr. Zhang, you have recent records of asset-related business, and the system shows that you have entered our bank's premium client initial screening range. Today's appointment is mainly to confirm 3 aspects with you: account services, asset record maintenance, and client rights. Every word was very dignified. But when Xiao Chong heard asset record, the tension inside him tightened again. My purpose explanation is still under verification, he said. Chiu nodded. Yes, the current status is submitted and pending verification. So, does this service mean the verification is fine? Chiu did not answer immediately. He laid the tablet flat, his tone still steady. Premium client services do not equate to a special verification result. Verification matters are still handled by the relevant processes. We are only responsible for client services and record maintenance. Xiao Chong looked at him. This sentence meant almost the same as what Chen Lin had said. It is not a proof of the source of funds, just wrapped in a softer package. So it still cannot prove the source. Chiu said, currently I cannot provide you with materials related to the source of funds. Cannot. Not that it won't, not that it temporarily doesn't, but that it can't. Xiao Chong pressed the business card under his fingertip. So what can you give me? Chiu was not caught off guard by this question. He turned the tablet towards Xiao Chong. First, for any future account status, asset record, or client proof materials, you can schedule dedicated assistants to reduce waiting time at the counter. Second, some client rights can be opened based on your asset records, such as VIP reception, merchant privileges, and appointments for car dealerships and real estate. Third, if you have other legal consumption or asset arrangement needs, we can connect you with the corresponding service personnel. He spoke steadily and clearly. Not a single word explained where the money came from. Yet every word was telling Xiao Chong you can be treated better. Xiao Chong looked at the page on the tablet. There were several sections: client reception, asset proof, appointments, partner car dealerships, quality real estate, medical accompaniment, family services. These words had never actively appeared before him. When he used to handle business at the bank, he feared most when others asked him about his balance, income, and purpose. Now someone was sitting in the reception room laying out a set of client rights before him. Asset proof cannot prove, Xiao Chong asked. Chiu replied. Asset proof can only prove that you have queryable asset records in our bank. The specific content is subject to the proof text. Xiao Chong smiled briefly, the smile short-lived. So it proves that it exists, but not where it came from. Chiu looked at him without returning the smile. You can understand it that way. The reception room fell silent. Outside, the calling sounds from the hall came through, muted by the door. Xiao Chong suddenly recalled his first visit here, sitting in the waiting area, holding the account status receipt, hoping to get a normal explanation from the counter. Now he was sitting in the reception room. There was still no explanation, but the treatment had improved. Chiu pushed over a paper service confirmation. Today you do not need to sign for asset arrangements. It is just to confirm whether you wish to retain the premium client service contact. You can choose to retain it or not. Xiao Chong glanced at it. This time the paper did not contain phrases like, I confirm to continue holding and using related assets. It only contained name, phone number, service specialist, and contact preferences. Yet he still read it slowly. What happens if I don't sign? It will not affect your current business. Chiu said. It just means we want to contact you proactively in the future. Proactively contact. Xiao Chong recalled the resumes he had sent out during his job search that received no responses, the relief he felt when no one tagged him in the company group, and how he couldn't say a decent word when Wang Qing asked him about his future plans at a blind date dinner. Now someone was actively giving him a business card, actively arranging a reception room, and actively asking if he needed car dealership and real estate services. He knew this did not equal safety, but it felt good. Xiao Chong picked up the pen and signed his name at the contact confirmation. Chiu took the document. If you have time later, we can help you schedule an experience with our partners. For instance, the car dealership has VIP test drive events coming up or quality residential projects for reception. I didn't say I wanted to buy anything. Of course, Chiu smiled. It's just scheduling an experience, no purchase decision involved. Experience. Another very light word. When leaving the bank, Chen Lin was explaining the mobile banking password to an elderly person. She looked up and saw Xiao Chong coming out of the reception room, her gaze pausing on the information bag that Xiaozhe had handed him. Xiao Chong shifted the bag slightly to his side. As he walked out of the bank, the sunlight shone on the tiles at the mall entrance. He stood for a few seconds before opening his phone. Huaxin Bank sent a service text message. Your premium client service contact has been activated. The VIP test drive event at Yinlu car dealership can be scheduled this week. Below the text message was an entry. Xiao Chong did not click it, but he did not delete it either. After Xiao Chong returned to the company, the document bag was placed at his feet. The bag was white and provided by Huaxin Bank with a gray-blue logo printed in the bottom right corner. It was not large, but it was more eye-catching than his old backpack. Lu Hao passed by twice, glancing over, and finally couldn't help but ask on the third time. Brother, is this from the bank? Yeah. What business requires a document bag? Xiao Chong stuffed the bag into his backpack. Client information. Lu Hao responded with an "oh," and didn't ask further. Zhou Peng looked over from the side. Did the bank provide you with a set? Xiao Chong opened his computer. Just ordinary documents. Zhou Peng smiled. You've had quite a few ordinary matters lately. Xiao Chong did not respond. The message about the test drive from Yinlu car dealership was still in his phone. During the lunch break, he set his lunchbox aside, picked up his phone, opened it, and then exited. The homepage stopped at the event introduction, which did not feature exaggerated advertisements, only stating, Huaxin Bank VIP Client Appointment Channel. There was a line below, VIP test drives can be booked this week. Xiao Chong stared at it for a long time. He had looked at cars before, not in stores, but on short videos and second-hand car platforms. For cars under 100,000, he only dared to look at the on-the-road price and monthly payments. For those over 200,000, he would quickly scroll past, as if looking for a few more seconds would reveal that he was unworthy. This time the page did not ask for his budget. It only inquired, would you like to make an appointment? Xiao Chong put down his phone. After 2 minutes he picked it up again. He selected 5:30 in the afternoon. After submitting, the page popped up saying the appointment was successful. Soon after, a salesperson from the dealership called to confirm his arrival time and address. Mr. Zhang, when you arrive, just report your phone number, and we will receive you at the entrance. Mr. Zhang. Xiao Chong hung up the phone, his finger brushed against the edge of his phone. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Dihai called a meeting to confirm the final details of the Ant project. Xiao Chong went through the list organized by Lu Hao today, confirming that nothing was missed before shutting down his computer. Lu Hao asked, Brother, are you working overtime tonight? A bit of work. Then I'll go back by myself today. Xiao Chong looked at him. Have you found accommodation? I have found it, Lu Hao immediately replied. It's still the same place as yesterday, but tonight I will switch to a window-side bed. Xiao Chong nodded. Lu Hao added, Brother, you don't need to worry about me. I can handle it by myself this week. Xiao Chong picked up his bag, and upon hearing the words, handle it by myself, his footsteps slowed momentarily. When he went to the dealership, the sky was not yet dark. Yinlu car dealership was located on Newtown Avenue, with a glass showroom spanning 2 floors, several shiny test drive cars parked at the entrance. As Xiao Chong got out of the car, he first glanced at the sign and then at his shirt. The shirt was what he wore to work, and the cuffs were a bit wrinkled. He was still wearing those old sneakers which were hard to clean. A salesperson at the entrance had already come up to him. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm the one who confirmed with you over the phone, Xiao Su. Xiao Su was in his 20s, smiling without being overly familiar, guiding him with a gesture without excessive enthusiasm. Manager Chiu has already made an appointment with us. Oh, please follow me. Another appointment had been made. Xiao Chong followed him into the showroom. Inside there was a light scent of leather and cleaner. The car lights reflected off the car body, making the metal lines look as if they had been washed. Several customers were seated in the negotiation area. Some were flipping through configuration sheets, while others were looking down at their phones. Xiao Su did not lead him to the cars closest to the entrance, but directly to a deep gray sedan inside. This is the Lanyao S9, the model arranged for your test drive today. Xiao Chong looked at the car. The car was quite low and the wheels gleamed brightly. As the car door opened, the seats slowly moved back a bit, as if offering a seat to someone. You can sit inside and feel it, Xiao Su said. Xiao Chong bent down and sat inside. The moment the door closed, much of the outside noise was blocked out. The seats supported his back, the screen lit up, and the air conditioning gently blew onto the back of his hand. He placed his hands on the steering wheel. The steering wheel was thin and warm to the touch. The welcome message on the instrument screen did not address him as Xiao Chong. The system simply displayed welcome to the test drive. Xiao Su stood outside the car, bending down to introduce several functions, keeping it brief, without asking him to make configuration choices on the spot. Xiao Chong actually did not absorb much of it. He saw his own reflection in the window sitting in this car, surprisingly not feeling out of place like before. At least from the outside it didn't seem that way. How much is this car, he asked. Xiao Su quoted a price range. Over 700,000. Xiao Chong's fingers left the steering wheel. Over 700,000. He used to pause at this number, automatically calculating how many years of salary, how long his parents had saved, how many betrothal gifts it could equal, and how much area he could buy in his hometown. Now his first reaction was that he had enough in his account. Enough that it didn't seem like a problem. When this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chong himself paused for a moment. Xiao Su did not rush him, only saying, "Today is mainly for the experience. If you are interested, we can arrange a test drive route. You don't need to make a decision today." Xiao Chong got out of the car and signed the test drive confirmation. The test drive route wasn't long, turning from Newtown Avenue to the Riverside Expressway, and then looping back. Xiao Su sat in the passenger seat, reminding him to drive slowly and not rush to change lanes. The car accelerated smoothly, the sound suppressed beneath. The city's streetlights glided past the windshield one by one. The best car Xiao Chong had driven was a business vehicle rented during a company team-building event. He had only helped move a parking space once the steering wheel felt heavy and someone shouted from behind while reversing. This car was different. It was too obedient. A gentle press on the pedal made it move forward. Releasing the pedal brought silence again. Xiao Chong didn't even need to exert effort. The car had filtered out much of the roughness for him. When returning to the showroom, he parked the car not perfectly straight. Xiao Su did not frown, just smiled, and said, "It's normal to need some adjustment when driving for the first time. You did very well." Xiao Chong knew this was also part of the service protocol, yet he still took it in. In the negotiation area, Xiao Su poured him a cup of warm water and brought over a concise configuration sheet. "Mr. Zhang, you don't need to make a decision today. You can take the documents home to review. If you wish to reserve a spot for this week's event, you can make a purchase intention confirmation. The spot only reserves the model and reception rights, not a formal purchase." "Do I have to pay?" he asked, looking at the words, "Purchase intention confirmation." "There is an intention deposit," Xiao Su said flatly, "but it's not a problem if you don't confirm. It's just that the schedule for popular configurations may change." Xiao Chong did not ask how much it was. He was afraid that asking would make it seem more like he really intended to buy. Xiao Su slid the paper aside. "You can take your time to consider. The VIP client channel at Huaxin can still accept appointments this week." Xiao Chong folded the configuration sheet and placed it into the document bag. As he left the showroom, it was already dark outside. The glass door reflected his image holding two document bags, one from the bank and one from the dealership. The two bags felt light in his hands, but he knew they contained opportunities. After getting into the ride-hailing car back, Xiao Chong received a text from Yunlu Car Dealership. "Mr. Zhang, your VIP test drive has been completed. If you wish to reserve a spot for the Lanyao S9 this week, you can complete the purchase intention confirmation online." A link followed the text. Xiao Chong clicked on it. The page popped up with the model, color, and event spot already filled in. The intention deposit was not large, only 5,000 yuan. A WeChat message popped up at the top of his phone. It was from Lu Hao. "Brother, I've arrived at the bed space. There are only 4 people in this room today, which is better than yesterday." There was a photo attached. Xiao Chong clicked on it. The photo was a bit blurry. A dark jacket hung on the upper bunk and 2 suitcases were piled by the wall, with a power strip filled with chargers next to the bed. Lu Hao had taken a picture of his own bed space, neatly folded thin blankets beside the pillow, and a transparent document bag placed next to it. Xiao Chong looked at the photo, his finger paused on the screen. He had just gotten out of a car worth over 700,000, still feeling the softness of the seat on his back. Lu Hao's sleeping place tonight didn't even include a window in the shot. Another WeChat message popped up. "Brother, you do your thing while I'm fine here." Xiao Chong did not reply. He exited the photo and returned to the dealership's page. In the payment method section, Huaxin Bank was listed first. Xiao Chong clicked to select it. An account list popped up. Salary card, credit card, US dollar account. He looked at the last line and did not press it. The ride-hailing car passed by Zhongwan Mansion. The lights outside flashed across the back of his hand. The driver asked if this was where he would get off. Xiao Chong looked at the account list on his phone, took 2 seconds before saying, "Stop at the turn ahead." The driver did not ask further. When Xiao Chong returned to Zhongwan Mansion, it was already past 9 in the evening. He did not turn on the lights immediately. The only light in the room came from the sensor light at the entrance, casting a glow on the edge of the shoe cabinet. 2 document bags were placed on the dining table, one white and one dark gray. The white one belonged to Huaxin Bank, while the dark gray one was from Yunlu Car Dealership. They leaned against each other, resembling 2 familiar documents. Xiao Chong sat on the chair, his phone still on the car purchase intention confirmation page. The driver finally stopped at the turnaround, and he walked more than 200 meters before entering the community. He hadn't closed the page on the way. The 5,000 yuan intention money followed him into the elevator, through the door, and into the house. There wasn't that much money in his salary card. The credit card could be used, but it would need to be paid back afterward. The dollar foreign exchange account was in the 3rd row. Xiao Chong placed his phone on the table and got up to pour water. The faucet was turned on too high, and the bottom of the cup was filled with white foam. He turned it down a bit and looked back at the phone on the table. The page was still bright. He recalled the photo of the bed space sent by Lu Hao. That thin quilt, that transparent document bag, and the power strip filled with chargers. 5,000 yuan was enough for Lu Hao to live for a long time. But he couldn't transfer it. He also couldn't directly give this 5,000 yuan to his parents. However, the car dealership's intention money could be. When this thought emerged, Xiao Chong did not immediately deny it. This was the path given to him by the rules. He couldn't give it to people, but he could give it to merchants. The source couldn't be explained, but it could leave a consumption record. He returned to the table with the cup of water and opened the Huaxin Bank app. The unusual account balance still displayed that dizzying long string of numbers. The usage description status was still submitted and pending verification. The yield number of that lowest product had increased slightly, so little that it was negligible, yet it lay neatly in the yield record. Xiao Chong returned to the car dealership page. At the bottom of the intention confirmation page, there was a line indicating after submission your activity quota for this week will be reserved and the specific car purchase arrangements are subject to store confirmation. He read it 3 times. There was no must purchase, no non-retractable, and there wasn't a single word that could tell him whether the source of this money could be explained. Xiao Chong clicked on the payment method. Salary card, credit card, dollar foreign exchange account. He chose the last option. The page jumped to confirm the payment. Amount 5,000 yuan. Payment account Huaxin Bank dollar foreign exchange account. Xiao Chong's thumb hovered over the confirm button. He remembered the first time he bought water standing in front of the convenience store counter, fearing that even 2 yuan would reveal something wrong to the cashier. Now he sat at the dining table of Jiangwan Mansion, using the same account to pay an intention money for a car worth over 700,000. Only a little over a month had passed. He hadn't become smarter. He just grew bolder in pressing the button. Xiao Chong pressed confirm. The page spun around. Twice. He held his breath. Payment successful. The car dealership page popped up with confirmation information. Your car purchase intention has been submitted and the activity quota has been reserved. Xiao Chong did not move. The water in the cup still sat on the table with tiny droplets clinging to the cup's wall. A few seconds later, a notification from Huaxin Bank appeared. Dollar foreign exchange account consumption successful, deduction 696. 38 US dollars. He clicked in. A new entry was added to the transaction details. Yunlu Automobile Sales Service Co. Ltd. Car purchase intention money expense 696. 38 US dollars. The balance became 8999999984760. 48 US dollars. The income details still had no new content. The receipt notification was empty. The source of funds remained that gap he had seen too many times. Payment success did not provide an explanation. It merely placed the new record on top of the old gap. Xiao Chong took a screenshot. After completing the screenshot, he was momentarily stunned. He was no longer like at the beginning, hurriedly deleting the screenshot. He placed the screenshot in the album, even creating a new folder. The folder name paused in the input box. He thought for a moment, typed 2 words asset. The next morning, Xiao Zu's call came early. Mr. Zhang, we have received your intention confirmation. Xiao Zu's voice sounded more polite than yesterday. Your activity quota for this week has been reserved. If you need to see the configuration or confirm the car source later, you can contact me at any time. Xiao Chong stood at the sink, brushing his teeth, foam still in his mouth. I haven't decided to buy. I understand the intention confirmation is just to reserve for you. Xiao Su said you don't need to feel pressured. This sentence was the same as yesterday. No need to feel pressured. Everyone says that. Yet every step leaves behind something new. When he arrived at the company, Lu Hao was already sitting at the temporary workstation. Seeing Xiao Chong, he first handed over a piece of paper. Brother, the field you left blank yesterday, the contact person replied. I wrote it down here. Xiao Chong took the paper and glanced at it. Okay. Lu Hao visibly sighed in relief. Brother, no one snored last night. My mind is clearer today. Xiao Chong nodded and set down his bag. A corner of the dark gray document bag peeked out from the bag. Lu Hao saw it and said, Brother, did you go to the car dealership yesterday? Xiao Chong paused for a moment. I'm just looking. Are you going to buy a car? Zhou Peng's typing stopped. Someone at the adjacent workstation also looked up. Xiao Chong stuffed the document bag back and no, just looking. Lu Hao replied with an oh, his voice carrying a hint of envy. Having a car in Jiangzhou is still convenient. I walked from the bed space to the bus station last night, and my shoes were wet this morning. Zhou Peng turned his chair. Did you really go to the car dealership? Test drive event. Xiao Chong said. The one from Huaxin Bank. Xiao Chong looked at him. Zhou Peng pointed to the white document bag in Xiao Chong's bag. It was written on that bag yesterday. Xiao Chong zipped up his bag. Zhou Peng did not ask further, only saying you seem to have a lot of activities now. This remark was not heavy, but Xiao Chong heard the implications. At 10 in the morning, Zhao Dihai came out of the office and happened to see Xiao Chong answering a call from the car dealership. Xiao Su asked him if he needed to confirm configuration preferences online in the afternoon. Xiao Chong said he didn't need to for now. After hanging up, Zhao Dihai stood by the table, preparing to buy a car. Xiao Chong said just a test drive. Zhao Dihai smiled. That's fine. Living in Jiangwan and buying a car makes commuting easier. Lu Hao sitting next to him paused with his pen. Xiao Chong said, I haven't bought it yet. It's only a matter of time. Zhao Dihai looked at him, but don't let the project side fall behind. Anqi needs a summary version this afternoon, keep an eye on it. After he finished speaking, he left. This time there was no mention of deductions or accountability. It was merely a small talk among colleagues about improving life. Lu Hao looked down at his paper, and after a while he quietly said, brother, if you really buy a car, it will be convenient to go back home in the future. Xiao Chong glanced at him. Lu Hao quickly added, I'm not saying I want a ride. I just think you're doing well now. What do you mean? Lu Hao was caught off guard by the question. He scratched his head. Just when others ask you if you're buying a car, it sounds normal. This statement fell lightly. Xiao Chong had heard others talk about cars before. Zhao Dihai had talked about it, Zhou Peng had talked about it, and even the client contact person had talked about it. When he sat nearby, the topic usually wouldn't reach him. Even if it did, it was merely, you should also buy a car for transportation in the future. Now Zhao Dihai said it's only a matter of time. Lu Hao said, sounds normal. Xiao Chong pressed down the dark gray document bag in his bag. Zhou Peng waited for Lu Hao to go to the pantry for water before sliding his chair a little closer. Are you really planning to buy? Not yet. A car is not like a phone. Zhou Peng's voice was low. If you drive it to the company, everyone will see. Xiao Chong stared at the form on the screen. You've been saying I know a bit too often lately. Xiao Chong didn't reply. The phone vibrated. It wasn't the car dealership, it was Wang Qing. How was the usage explanation handled later? Xiao Chong looked at the text, his finger hovering over the screen. He could reply submitted or say still pending verification. But after just paying 5,000 yuan for the car purchase intention money, if this matter were placed behind usage explanation, it would be like the back of the same piece of paper. He replied submitted, stated that no proof of source could be supplemented. Wang Qing quickly responded, what did the bank say? Xiao Chong, pending verification. Wang Qing, then don't add new items in there. Xiao Chong looked at the last sentence. His phone felt slightly warm in his palm. He did not reply. Xiao Chong sat at his workstation, his fingers grazing the edge of his phone. He opened the bank app and looked at that deduction record once more. Yunlu Automobile Sales Service Co. Ltd. Car purchase intention money. Expense $696. 38 US dollars. This record weighed more than a phone, a meal, or a taxi. It was not a meal nor a phone. It pointed to a car. A car that others would see, would ask about, and would assume. At noon, Xiao Chong received a text message from a number he didn't recognize. Item 3 Asset Carrier Confirmation. Xiao Chong looked at that line of text, and a message from the car dealership popped up at the top of the screen. Mr. Zhang, your activity quota will be reserved until this Friday. Xiao Chong stared at the words Asset Carrier Confirmation for the entire morning. He placed his phone to the left of the keyboard, the screen dimming and brightening again. Every time the project group notification sounded, he would think it was the car dealership or the bank. But what actually popped up was mostly supplementary forms for the Anqi project or lists Lu Hao had compiled that Zhao Dihai wanted him to confirm. Lu Hao was more stable today than in the past 2 days. He no longer rushed to speak or asked questions after each step. When he encountered uncertainties, he would circle them first and wait for Xiao Chong to take a look. Xiao Chong should have felt relieved, yet he felt that every red circle on that paper represented a new responsibility. At 10 in the morning, Zhou Peng returned with water and paused when passing by Xiao Chong's workstation. 5,000. Zhou Peng stared at him. Xiao Chong added for the activity quota. Zhou Peng didn't respond immediately. He glanced at Lu Hao, then Zhou Peng raised an eyebrow. Lu Hao also looked up. Xiao Chong realized he had let something slip. Intention deposit. Zhou Peng put down his cup. Did you pay? 5,000. Zhou Peng stared at him. Xiao Chong added for the activity quota. Zhou Peng didn't respond immediately. He glanced at Lu Hao, then back at Xiao Chong. The words coming out of your mouth are increasingly sounding like a salesperson. Lu Hao whispered, bro, does that mean you're about to buy it? No, Xiao Chong replied. But he could tell that his no. Zhao Dihai came out of his office and happened to catch the latter half of the conversation. What do you mean about to buy? Zhou Peng turned back to his keyboard while Lu Hao lowered his head. Xiao Chong said it's nothing. Zhao Dihai looked at him for 2 seconds. A car. Xiao Chong remained silent. Zhao Dihai smiled. Buying is normal. Now that you live a bit far away, a good car adds to your presence. Just don't let it affect the project. Adding to your presence. Those 3 words felt as light as idle talk coming from Zhao Dihai. Previously, Xiao Chong was someone in Zhao Dihai's eyes who could deliver explanations on time, bear responsibility, and work overtime. Now he could also become someone who adds to presence. Xiao Chong lowered his head to look at the screen. There was a line of text in the document scope of impact issues to be supplemented. He suddenly felt as if those words were also speaking about himself. At noon, Wang Qing called him. Xiao Chong glanced at the caller ID and took his phone to the stairwell. You didn't reply to me yesterday. It's noisy here, Wang Qing said. There were sounds of children talking and a printer spitting out paper in the background. Busy with the project, Xiao Chong replied. What have you done this time? Xiao Chong leaned against the wall. Nothing. There was a pause on the other end. Wang Qing said. Xiao Chong, every time you say nothing there's always something behind it. I want to see a car. Wang Qing didn't scold him. She simply asked, did you just look, or did you buy? I only paid the intention deposit. How much? 5,000. Someone on Wang Qing's side called her, and she said hold on as her footsteps faded. After a few seconds, she spoke again. The usage explanation is still pending verification. Did you pay the intention deposit for the car again? Xiao Chong replied, just reserving a quota, not necessarily buying. Do you believe that? This question made Xiao Chong's throat tighten. Wang Qing lowered her voice. A car isn't a phone. If you buy it, where will you park it? Who will drive it? Colleagues asked, parents asked, blind date prospects asked, what will you say? Xiao Chong had no answer. Don't use the car to prove that you have no problems. The more you try to prove, the more it seems like you're piling things up, Wang Qing said. Xiao Chong pressed his knuckles against the wall. I know. Wang Qing didn't respond to this time. She simply said, I have class in the afternoon, I'll hang up first. After the call ended, Xiao Chong stood in the stairwell for half a minute. When he returned to his workstation, he received a call from the car dealerships. Xiao Su. Mr. Zhang, sorry to disturb you. The Lanzhou S9, you confirmed yesterday, has a vehicle of the same configuration available today. The color is close to the one you test drove. If you're interested, you can come to the store to take a look today. Today? Xiao Chong's motion to sit stopped. Yes, Xiao Su said you don't have to make a final decision today, but you need to confirm whether to hold the current vehicle quota. You have already paid the intention deposit, so we contacted you first. First contact. Xiao Chong glanced at the call record from Wang Qing that had just ended. I'll go over this afternoon. He heard himself say that. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Chong sent the summary of the Anxi project to Zhao Dihai and finished reviewing the list Lu Hao prepared today. I'm stepping out for a bit, Xiao Chong said. Zhou Peng looked up to the car dealership. Xiao Chong picked up his bag. Yeah. Lu Hao asked, bro, do you want me to accompany you? No need. Lu Hao looked down at his shoes. I just want to see that kind of car. Xiao Chong paused for a moment. There will be opportunities in the future. He walked out after saying that. He felt strange saying there will be opportunities in the future. The Yunlu car dealership wasn't crowded in the evening. Xiao Su was already waiting for him at the entrance holding a thin sheet of vehicle information. Mr. Zhang, this way. This time Xiao Su didn't take him to the negotiation area first, but led him to the delivery area outside the side door of the showroom. There was a deep gray Lanzhou S9 parked there, still covered with protective film, with a temporary information card placed inside the front windshield. The car looked quieter than the one he test drove yesterday, as if it hadn't truly entered anyone's life yet. This one just arrived, Xiao Su said. The configuration is similar to what you saw yesterday. Xiao Chong stood beside the car. The door wasn't open, but he already remembered the feeling of the seat supporting his back. Xiao Su handed him the information sheet. Take a look first, no rush to decide. Xiao Chong took it. It had the model, color, configuration, estimated delivery time, and a section registrant. That section was temporarily blank. Xiao Chong stared at it. Can this section be left blank for now? Xiao Su followed his gaze. It can be left blank before formal confirmation, but it needs to be filled out when processing delivery documents. Can it be someone else's name? Xiao Su didn't answer immediately, but first checked his expression. If someone else is purchasing, the actual buyer needs to fill in the corresponding documents, he said. But your quota was reserved through the Huaxin preferred customer channel, and the intention confirmation was completed by you. If you confirm the purchase later, it is generally recommended that the registration be under your own name. Recommendation. Xiao Chong asked, not just a recommendation, it's a requirement, right? Xiao Su spoke even more cautiously. If this car uses your current quota and benefits, the registrant needs to match your personal information. Xiao Chong lowered his head to look at that information sheet. The third item. Asset carrier confirmation. It turned out it wasn't just a test drive photo or the 5,000 yuan intention deposit that it wanted. It wanted something to be registered under his name. A car. One that could be driven on the road, parked under the company building, and seen by parents' relatives Wang Qing, Zhao Dihai, and Zhou Peng. Seeing that Xiao Chong had been silent, Xiao Su asked softly, Mr. Zhang, do you have any concerns? Xiao Chong looked up at the deep gray car. The car's body reflected the showroom lights and his shadow. Xiao Su opened the car door. You can sit inside again. The interior of this car is the same as that of the test drive car, just that this one hasn't had its protective film removed yet. Xiao Chong bent down and sat inside. The plastic film on the seat made a slight sound different from the soft wrap of yesterday, feeling a bit harsher, as if it hadn't been touched by anyone else yet. The steering wheel was also covered with a protective cover, and the central control screen wasn't fully lit, only showing vehicle pending activation. Pending activation. That phrase made Xiao Chong stare for several seconds. Xiao Su stood outside the car, not rushing to introduce anything, just gently keeping the door ajar, giving him a quiet space. Xiao Chong sat inside, looking through the front windshield at the showroom. He imagined this car parked under the Yuancheng software building. Zhao Dihai would stand on the steps asking him. When he picked it up, Zhou Peng would circle the car, and Lu Hao might reach for the door handle only to pull back his hand. He then imagined driving this car back to his hometown. Li Guilin would first ask how much it cost. Zhang Jingguo would inspect the tires, then lower his voice to ask if he had taken out a loan. His aunt wouldn't need him to say anything. The next day the relatives group would know that Xiao Chong had bought a car in Jiangzhou. Wang Qing probably wouldn't circle the car. She would only ask one question: how will you explain it? Xiao Chong removed his hand from the steering wheel. This car sat quietly doing nothing, yet it had already placed many faces in front of him. He pushed the door open and got out. Xiao Su handed him a bottle of water. Mr. Zhang, if it's not convenient for you to confirm today, you can also go back and think about it. But this current vehicle quota can only be reserved by the store until tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon. Another time. The bank had given until 5 o'clock and the car dealership until tomorrow afternoon. It felt as though every entrance was giving him a seemingly generous, but actually very narrow deadline. Xiao Su added, if you want to confirm, this car can only be registered under your own name. Xiao Chong had not slept well all night. He woke up 3 times. The first time he thought his phone had rung. When he checked, it was 2:17 in the morning. The second time he dreamt that a car was parked downstairs at the company and Zhao Dihai was circling the car with a folder asking how to write the invoice header. By the third time he woke up, it was already light outside with a beam of white light streaming through the curtain gap. There were 3 unread messages on his phone. One from Xiao Su: Mr. Zhang, the current car quota needs to be confirmed by 3 o'clock this afternoon. You don't need to rush, or feel free to ask me if you have any questions. One from Lu Hao: bro, I will arrive at 8:30 today. Another from Wang Qing: did you go to the car dealership later yesterday? Xiao Chong glanced at Wang Qing's message, but did not reply. He got up to wash his face, noticing a small patch of stubble that he hadn't shaved clean in the mirror. In the past, if he hadn't slept well at night, he would only be more silent at the company the next day. But today he knew that he might buy a car worth over 700,000 in the afternoon. This thought did not make him feel at ease. It felt like a heavy weight pressing on his stomach. There weren't many matters concerning the Anshi project in the morning. While Lu Hao was organizing the list, he missed a screenshot, which Xiao Chong pointed out, and he quickly made up for it. Zhou Peng glanced at Xiao Chong's dark circles, but didn't ask about the car, only sending him a form. It needs to be handed over to General Zhao before 3 o'clock. Before 3 o'clock. Xiao Chong looked at this time. His finger hesitated for a moment. The car dealership also needed it before 3. It seemed as if everyone had agreed to concentrate their choices in the same place. At noon, Lu Hao returned with a lunchbox and sat down without hurrying to eat. Bro, are you still going to the car dealership today? Xiao Chong paused while breaking his chopsticks. Who told you I was going? I guessed. The salesman from yesterday said to wait until today, didn't he? Lu Hao opened his lunchbox. Xiao Chong gave him a glance. Lu Hao quickly lowered his head to eat. After a while he couldn't help but say, bro, if you really buy it, I'll be happy for you. What are you happy about? Just feel that. Lu Hao thought for a long time, no one in our family has bought such a good car before. Don't tell anyone else. Xiao Chong put down his chopsticks. I didn't say anything, Lu Hao immediately replied. My mom asked me, and I said I didn't know. Xiao Chong didn't say anything more. He couldn't clarify whether he was afraid Lu Hao would spill the beans, or if he was uneasy about Lu Hao's mention of our family. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Wang Qing sent another message. If you don't reply, I'll take it as you went. Xiao Chong looked at the screen and typed 2 words, not yet. He didn't send it. Xiao Su from the car dealership called at 2:05. Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother you. We are still holding the current car quota for you. If it's inconvenient for you to come to the store today, you don't have to confirm it yet. Xiao Su spoke very politely, but Xiao Chong could tell that he was merely returning the choice to him. I'm on my way. Alright, I'll wait for you at the store. Xiao Chong finished checking the form for the Anshi project and sent it to Zhou Peng. I'm stepping out for a bit. Zhou Peng looked up. Will you be back before 3? Not necessarily. Zhou Peng stared at him for 2 seconds. The car. Xiao Chong picked up his bag. Zhou Peng didn't try to persuade him, only saying, you should know that a car parked downstairs is more obvious than a folder of documents. What does mean? I know. Zhou Peng turned back to his chair. Alright, you know. The showroom of Yunlu car dealership was a bit sunny in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the glass walls, landing on the deep gray lawn Yao S9, with the edges of the protective film reflecting light. Xiao Su stood by the car. Mr. Zhang. Xiao Chong nodded. Have you made up your mind? This question had no unnecessary embellishments. Xiao Chong looked at the car. It still stood there quietly. Last night he had thought of many possibilities, not buying it, treating the deposit as a lesson, buying it, and the car would become something everyone would have to acknowledge. After thinking it through, he realized that what he truly couldn't part with was not the quota or the 5,000 yuan. It was that feeling of being assumed to afford it when he sat inside yesterday. Confirm, Xiao Chong said. Xiao Su lightly inhaled, as if turning a page in the business process. Alright, I will help you generate the confirmation form. The deposit you paid yesterday will be credited to this car payment, leaving a remaining balance of 723,000 yuan. Xiao Chong tightened his hand when he heard that number. 723,000. This amount was enough to crush many things from his past 35 years. The bride price, rent, his father's re-examination, Liu Hao's hospital bed, the balance in his salary card, all seemed small next to this number. But the number in the unusual account was even larger. So large that the 723,000 was just a slight deduction. Xiao Su handed him the tablet. The page displayed vehicle information, the deposit paid, and the amount due. The payment account could be selected from Huaxin Bank. You can check the amount first. No rush, Xiao Su said. Xiao Chong glanced through it. Amount due 723,000.00 yuan. He clicked on the payment account. Salary card. Credit card. USD spot account. Xiao Su stood beside him, not looking at the screen. Xiao Chong selected the USD spot account. The payment confirmation page popped up. The amount turned into a clearer string of numbers. 723,000.00 yuan. Payment account, Huaxin Bank, USD spot account. Xiao Chong's fingertip paused on the confirm button. He recalled Wang Qing's question, do you believe in yourself? He remembered Li Guilin asking, did you really borrow money? He also thought of Zhou Peng saying, a car parked downstairs is visible to everyone. He remembered Zhao Dihai saying, buying it is normal. These four sentences crowded together, each one equally pressing. Xiao Chong pressed confirm. The page turned longer than the time it took for the deposit. Xiao Su still stood firmly. Yet Xiao Chong could hear his own breathing. A few seconds later the page popped up, payment successful. Xiao Zu's smile finally became a bit more noticeable. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Xiao Chong looked at those two words, not saying thank you. Congratulations usually should bring joy. When someone gets promoted in the company, there would be congratulations in the group. When a colleague gets married, congratulations are also said at the table. When someone buys a house, relatives must also say congratulations. Previously, when Xiao Chong heard these words, he would usually just smile along, send a red envelope, or type a couple of words in the group. This time congratulations landed on him. But he first glanced at the door. It seemed as if someone would soon walk in and ask him where the money came from. Xiao Su took back the tablet, his tone lighter than before. Please sit for a moment. Oh, I'll go get the confirmation form for you. Xiao Chong sat in the discussion area, not having touched the water on the table. Nearby, another group of customers was looking at a car worth over 100,000, with the man saying they would discuss it again and the woman asking about the insurance costs. The salesman held a calculator, his voice very low. Xiao Chong heard the words discuss again and his fingers twitched. He hadn't discussed anything just now. He hadn't consulted with his parents, nor with Wang Qing, or anyone who would truly try to stop him. The phone screen lit up again. Wang Qing sent another message. Don't tell me you've already paid. Xiao Chong stared at this sentence until the screen darkened. He didn't reply. The Huaxin Bank notification popped up almost simultaneously. USD spot account transaction successful, deduction 100696. $38. He clicked into the transaction details. Yunlu Automotive Sales Service Co. Ltd. A vehicle, final payment expenditure 100696. $38. The balance became 89999988464. $10. The income details were still empty. The purpose description was still submitted for verification. The premium service was still active. No page informed him where this 723,000 came from. Xiao Su handed over the printed confirmation form. Later we will arrange the delivery time with you. Today please confirm the vehicle information and the registrant. Xiao Chong looked down at the confirmation form. Vehicle model. Chassis information. Amount paid. Registrant Zhang Xiao Chong. The ID number was marked with asterisk. He stared at his name. Xiao Su placed the pen beside the confirmation form, not urging him. Today is just for vehicle and payment confirmation. We will confirm the arrival time with you again before the subsequent delivery. Xiao Chong raised his head. The car can't be driven away yet. Preparations for delivery are still needed. Xiao Su explained briefly, it won't take long, don't worry. Xiao Chong nodded slightly. The car hadn't been driven away, but the money had already left. The name had already been written down. This felt more like a beginning than driving the car home. This name had previously appeared on salary slips, attendance sheets, problem reviews, bank receipts, and recommender fields. Now it appeared on a car worth over 700,000. The phone vibrated again. There was no number. Asset carrier has been locked. Xiao Su said beside him, Mr. Zhang, please sign here for confirmation. As Xiao Chong stepped out of the Yunlu car dealership, the sky had already darkened. The confirmation slip was tucked inside a dark gray document bag sealed with a transparent sticker by Xiao Su. Xiao Chong walked to the roadside and realized he hadn't put his phone back in his pocket. A message from Wang Qing was displayed on the screen. Don't tell me you've made the payment already. There was no reply below. He stood under the streetlights staring at the text. Inside the glass wall of the dealership, the dark gray Lan Yao S9 was still parked in the delivery area, its protective film untouched. It didn't belong to the road, yet nor to any parking space. But his name was already written on the confirmation slip. Xiao Chong typed a single character, He stared at it for a few seconds before deleting it. He typed again, haven't picked it up yet. This sentence seemed like an explanation, but also like a justification. He deleted it again. Finally, he locked his phone and called for a ride. By the time he returned to the company, it was nearly the end of the workday. In the Anchi project group, there were still a few messages. As Xiao Chong walked to his workstation, he stuffed the dealership's document bag into his backpack. Zhou Peng looked up at him. So soon? Confirmed. Xiao Chong paused in his action of pulling out a chair. Haven't driven it back yet. Zhou Peng regarded him intently. Xiao Chong realized the implication. He didn't answer whether it was confirmed, only responded with whether he had driven it back. Lu Hao leaned over from the side. Bro, did you really buy it? Xiao Chong woke his computer. Do your work. Lu Hao immediately bowed his head. After a few seconds he whispered, I won't tell my mom. This statement was worse than asking. Xiao Chong stared at the screen. The words on the project document appeared a bit blurry. Zhao Dihai emerged from the office holding a printed document. Xiao Chong Anchi needs to visit the client to go over the on-site issues tomorrow morning. Come with me. Tomorrow morning? Zhao Dihai placed the document on his desk. You know the process. Don't let Zhou Peng handle it alone if the client asks. Zhou Peng looked up beside him. Am I going too? You are too, Zhao Dihai said. Lu Hao will stay at the company to sort the list. Lu Hao nodded immediately. Okay. Zhao Dihai glanced at Xiao Chong. You don't have anything else tomorrow morning, right? Xiao Chong wanted to say no, but just then his phone vibrated. A message from Xiao Su arrived, Mr. Zhang. The vehicle delivery preparations are expected to be completed tomorrow morning. Would it be convenient for you to come to the dealership around 10:30? Xiao Chong stared at the message. Zhao Dihai was still standing by the desk. What's wrong? Zhao Dihai asked. Nothing. Xiao Chong put his phone down. He'll go to the client side. Zhao Dihai nodded. All right. The car issue isn't urgent. Prioritize work first. The car issue. He spoke as if he already knew. Xiao Chong didn't ask how he knew. At 7 in the evening, while packing up, a call from Wang Qing came in. He looked at the caller ID, hesitating for a few seconds before answering. You made the payment. Wang Qing said. It wasn't a question. Xiao Chong stood beside his workstation. Zhou Peng hadn't left, and Lu Hao was collecting paper. Xiao Chong took his phone to the stairwell. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Wang Qing asked, how much? Xiao Chong didn't answer directly. Over 70. 10,000. Xiao Chong closed his eyes briefly. The sound of a door closing was heard on Wang Qing's end. She must have found a quiet place. You told me yesterday it was just a deposit. The quota for the car was due today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Chong realized how fragile they were. Wang Qing didn't pursue that reasoning further. She said, you no longer need my reminders. That's not true. It is. Wang Qing's voice was not loud. You didn't just not hear, you heard it, and still did it. The light in the stairwell was stark white. Xiao Chong looked at the safety exit map on the wall, where a green figure was running towards the door. I just wanted to confirm the rules. What you confirmed is the car, Wang Qing said. A car worth over 700,000 is not a line on the rules sheet. I'm handling it well. The way you're handling it now is by not telling others first, Wang Qing said, then waiting for others to see it before explaining, right? Don't say that. Xiao Chong had no response. Wang Qing said, let's not meet for now. When this sentence fell, Xiao Chong's first reaction wasn't pain, but emptiness. Wang Qing. I still have class, she said. You handle your car first. The call ended. Xiao Chong stood in the stairwell as the phone screen dimmed. A few seconds later the lights dimmed as well. He didn't stomp his feet, allowing the stairwell to fall into semi-darkness. When he returned to his workstation, Lu Hao had already packed everything up. Bro, did I say something wrong? Lu Hao asked. No. I didn't tell my mom you bought a car. I was just explaining. I said you want to check out the car yesterday. When she asked me if you were buying, I said I didn't know. Xiao Chong pulled up his backpack. Don't mention it in the future. Okay. The two of them went downstairs together. The elevator wasn't crowded. Lu Hao stood in the corner with a file bag. When they were almost on the first floor, his phone rang. He glanced down but didn't answer. Who? Xiao Chong asked. My mom. The elevator door opened. Lu Hao pressed the call off and whispered, he'll get back to her later. Xiao Chong didn't respond. As they exited the office building, a WeChat message from his aunt arrived. Xiao Chong, I heard Howsy say you want to see a car? Are you really making it out there now? A smiley face followed. Li Guilin immediately sent another message. Your aunt asked if you bought a car. What's going on? The two messages, one above and one below, felt like two hands reaching from home to Jiangzhou, pulling out the confirmation slip he had just shoved into his bag. Xiao Chong didn't reply. Soon Li Guilin's call came through. Xiao Chong looked at the incoming call and couldn't pretend not to see it anymore. Mom, did you buy a car? Li Guilin asked right away. At the entrance of the office building, people were getting off work. The glass doors opened and closed, and the cold wind blew out. Lu Hao stood beside him and heard this, quickly stepping aside. Xiao Chong said, I haven't driven it back yet. There was a silence on the other end of the line. So you bought it then, eh? Xiao Chong didn't answer. Li Guilin's voice lowered. How much? Not much. Don't use that to trick me. Li Guilin said, your dad just asked why your aunt suddenly inquired about the car. Xiao Chong, tell mom the truth. Where did you get so much money? Xiao Chong watched a taxi stop by the roadside and drive away. He suddenly realized that he couldn't even say the simplest lie like I saved it from my salary. It's not a loan, he said. If it's not a loan, then what is it? Li Guilin pressed. You said last month the company deducted your pay, and recently your dad had a health checkup, and now you're buying a car. You earn $3,000 a month. Mom isn't unaware of that. Every word was the truth. Therefore it was harder to fend off. Xiao Chong held his phone. He'll clarify it with you, but not now. What do you mean not now, eh? Li Guilin was getting anxious. Do you think we can't manage your affairs from home? Lu Hao standing beside him lowered his head, his fingers twisting the edge of the file bag. Xiao Chong lowered his voice. Mom, I still have things to do here. You always have things to do, Li Guilin said. Xiao Chong, if something really happens to you, don't wait for others to come knocking before telling the family. After hanging up, Xiao Chong's hand remained against his ear. Lu Hao cautiously walked back. Bro, I'm sorry, he said. I really didn't say you bought it. My mom asked, but I just said you want to check out the car. It's fine. Should I tell my mom that I misheard? Don't. Xiao Chong put his phone down. The more we talk, the messier it gets. Lu Hao nodded, then quietly said after a while, maybe I shouldn't have come to Jiangzhou. Xiao Chong turned to look at him. Lu Hao immediately lowered his eyes. I didn't mean it like that. I just feel like since I came your issues have increased. Xiao Chong wanted to say it wasn't because of him, but that statement wasn't entirely accurate. Lu Hao had simply brought some of the issues to the surface. The car, living arrangements, bank, company, relatives, they were all there. It was just that they had never been compressed together before. Finish your 1-week probation first, Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao nodded. Xiao Zu's message popped up again, Mr. Zhang, if tomorrow morning is inconvenient for you, we can hold your delivery confirmation until 2 in the afternoon. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Dihai sent in the project group. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, client site. Xiao Chong and Zhou Peng together. Don't be late. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance of the office building holding onto 4 lines from the dealership company relatives and Wang Qing. Lu Hao quietly asked beside him, Bro, are you picking up the car tomorrow? Xiao Chong looked at his phone, not answering. At 9:20 in the morning the next day, Xiao Chong arrived at the entrance of the client company. Zhao Dihai was already waiting at the door with Zhou Peng standing beside him, holding a laptop bag. The client company was larger than Yuanqing software with 6 access control gates, and the screen behind the front desk was scrolling project names. Zhao Dihai glanced at Xiao Chong, saying, the business manager from the client is also here today. Xiao Chong nodded. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He didn't take it out. Zhao Dihai led them upstairs. The conference room was on the 19th floor. In the elevator, Zhou Peng quietly asked, is the car ready? I don't know. You better know, Zhou Peng said. Don't be distracted today. Xiao Chong wanted to say he wouldn't be. The elevator doors opened, and the client's contact person led them into the conference room. On the table, there were already bottles of mineral water and disposable paper cups with a projector connected to a laptop. The business manager sat at the other end of the long table, flipping through printed materials with little expression on his face. After the meeting began, Xiao Chong worked hard to focus on the issue explanations. There weren't many outstanding items from the Anqi project in the last few days, but each one needed to clearly state its impact, scope, reproduction conditions, and handling status. Zhao Dihai was responsible for the opening. Zhou Peng discussed the technical aspects, and Xiao Chong supplemented with testing records. When he got to the third item, his phone vibrated again. This vibration lasted longer. Xiao Chong paused for a moment. The business manager looked up, asking, how many rounds have you confirmed this item? Xiao Chong stared at the table on the screen. Zhou Peng took over the conversation. We confirmed it once last night and once this morning. The remaining status will be closed after the development team supplements the logs. Xiao Chong glanced at him. Zhou Peng didn't look at him, continuing with his explanation. As the meeting progressed, Xiao Chong's phone vibrated 2 more times. He didn't open it, but could guess who it was. Xiao Su. The car rental. Delivery. At 10:40, there was a break in the meeting. The client's people went out to take a call, and Zhao Dihai went to the corridor to smoke. Xiao Chong finally took out his phone. Xiao Su had sent 3 messages. Mr. Zhang, the vehicle is ready. Are you available to come over this morning? If it's inconvenient, we can wait until before 2 in the afternoon. Today's delivery schedule is quite full, please. Xiao Chong stared at before 2 in the afternoon. It seemed the client side would drag on until noon. He still needed to write a summary after returning to the company. Lu Hao was still organizing the list at the company. Wang Qing hadn't sent any more messages. Li Guilin had sent a message in the morning saying, please give me a call today, but he hadn't responded. Everything was waiting, but the car only waited until before 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Peng walked over and leaned against the window. Are you leaving? Xiao Chong lowered his phone, saying, the car rental has time. Zhou Peng looked at him now. Can you handle the second half of the meeting? Zhou Peng smiled slightly. You really? Xiao Chong didn't respond. The client was just asking about the testing records. If you leave, I'll have to cover your part too, Zhou Peng said. Lu Hao's pile of lists still needs your review this afternoon. If you go to pick up the car now, when you return, the car will also be parked at the company entrance, and everyone will see it. I know. Don't say you know. Zhou Peng lowered his voice. If you know and still go, then it's not a matter of not knowing. Xiao Chong looked out the window. Looking down from the 19th floor, the cars on the road looked like rows of small boxes. Perhaps many people inside are just going to work, having meetings, and returning home, as usual today. Only he twisted a car, a meeting, a pile of family messages, and an incomprehensible sum of money together. I'll come back this afternoon to complete the summary, he said. Zhou Peng remained silent. Xiao Chong added, this time I owe you one. Zhou Peng tightened his grip on the water cup, saying, don't owe. You already owe enough. When the meeting restarted, Xiao Chong held out until 11:20. The client's business manager suddenly added a question about an old issue. Just as he was about to flip through the records, his phone screen lit up. Xiao Su was calling. Zhao Dihai glanced at him. Xiao Chong pressed the call off. 5 minutes later, he stood up and said quietly, Director, Zhao, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to leave for a bit. Zhou Peng can cover the remaining records. I will make it up this afternoon. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. The smile on Zhao Dihai's face faded. The client's contact person looked at him. Zhou Peng did not raise his head, just dragged Xiao Chong's form over to his computer. Zhao Dihai asked, how long? An hour and a half. Xiao Chong, Zhao Dihai's voice was not heavy. Today is not an internal company meeting. Xiao Chong swallowed. I know. Zhao Dihai stared at him for 2 seconds before finally saying, go quickly and come back quickly. Xiao Chong picked up his bag, and as he left the conference room, he heard Zhou Peng continuing to discuss the issue's status. He didn't look back. Yinlu Car Rental was not far from the client company, about a 15-minute taxi ride. Xiao Su was waiting for him at the door, still wearing that steady smile. Mr. Zhang, everything is ready here. Xiao Chong followed him into the delivery area. A deep gray Lanyao S9 was parked under the light with the protective film already removed. The body was clean as if it had never experienced the road. Xiao Su handed him the key, which was very light and had cool edges. Please check the appearance and the items with the vehicle first. If everything is fine, we will confirm the delivery. Xiao Chong walked around the car. He couldn't really see any problems. Every part was shiny and new. The headlights, tires, and door seams felt like a set of unfamiliar languages to him. Xiao Su did not rush him, just accompanied him from the side. The delivery confirmation ended quickly. When Xiao Chong signed his name, the pen tip was a bit steadier than yesterday. Xiao Su said, Mr. Zhang, congratulations on the new car. This time Xiao Chong said thank you. He sat in the driver's seat, and the sound of plastic film in the car was gone. The screen lit up, prompting him to set his driving preferences. He didn't set anything, just slowly drove out of the delivery area. From the car rental to Yuanqing software, the navigation showed 26 minutes. Xiao Chong drove slowly all the way. When he stopped at a red light, a delivery worker on a nearby electric bike glanced at him. Xiao Chong gripped the steering wheel, suddenly recalling the first time he ordered takeout using an unusual account. At that time, he was still afraid that the rider would notice something when knocking on the door. Now he was sitting in a car worth over 700,000 with the payment already made, and the registered owner was him. The navigation indicated a right turn ahead. When Xiao Chong drove into the temporary parking area under Yuanqing software, it was exactly 12:40. Lu Hao was the first to see him. He came out of the lobby carrying a boxed lunch, stopping on the steps with his mouth slightly open. Bro. Xiao Chong parked the car and turned off the engine. Zhou Peng and Zhao Dihai almost simultaneously got out of another ride-hailing car. Zhou Peng held a laptop bag, his face expressionless. Zhao Dihai stood by the car, glancing at the car emblem, before turning to look at Xiao Chong. Is this your urgent matter? Xiao Chong sat in the car, his hands still resting on the steering wheel. Lu Hao took a couple of steps closer before stopping, as if afraid to touch the car's paint. Bro, is this really yours? Lu Hao's voice was very low, but was still heard by 2 colleagues coming downstairs to eat. Those 2 colleagues slowed their pace, one looking at the car, and the other at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong pushed the door open and got out. The sound of the door closing wasn't loud, but it drew the gaze of several people to him. In the past, when he got out of a ride-hailing car, no one would look twice. Now just standing by the car felt like he had a new label attached to him. Zhao Dihai walked around to the front of the car and glanced at the temporary parking area. You can't park here for too long, he said. The company security will come by soon. I'll leave in a bit. Where will you park? Xiao Chong couldn't answer. He only thought about bringing the car back and hadn't considered that there wasn't a parking space for him at the company entrance, and the fixed parking space at Jiangwan Mansion needed to be arranged separately. The car had been bought, but where to park it became the first concrete problem. Lu Hao whispered, Bro, do you want me to? Zhou Peng passed by from the side, suddenly saying, How will you keep an eye on it? Sit on the roof. Lu Hao's face turned red. Zhao Dihai glanced at Zhou Peng before looking back at Xiao Chong. Go up first. The client wants the summary completed before 3 in the afternoon. I'll write it right away. Not right away, but now Zhao Dihai's voice was not loud. Once you finish your urgent matter, someone has to wrap up the project. Finally, the colleagues next to him left, looking back at the car one last time before they left. Xiao Chong held the car key tightly in his palm. The key was lighter than he had imagined. But as he stood at the company entrance, he suddenly felt it was heavier than the confirmation slip. Zhou Peng walked past him, only saying one sentence. Xiao Chong finally maneuvered the car into a temporary parking space behind the office building. He had to adjust twice before it was parked, and the front was still slightly off. The security guard stood by the booth watching, not urging him, only saying after he got out of the car, "Don't exceed 2 hours in temporary parking." "Got it." Xiao Chong closed the car door. Lu Hao stood 2 meters away, his eyes fixed on the car. "Bro, what's it like sitting in that car?" Xiao Chong put the key in his pocket. "Let's go inside first." Lu Hao nodded but glanced back again. When they entered the elevator, 2 colleagues followed them in. One of them joked, "Xiao Chong, nice car, no invitation for a gathering." The other added that car must cost around 7 to 800,000, right? Xiao Chong looked at the elevator numbers. "It's a friend's car." The conversation paused for a moment in the elevator. Zhao Dihai glanced at Xiao Chong. "You drove a friend's car back?" Xiao Chong's throat tightened. The elevator reached the 16th floor, and the doors opened. Zhao Dihai went out first, leaving behind a remark, "Send me the summary before 3 in the afternoon." As soon as Xiao Chong sat down at his workstation, Zhou Peng sent over a document. "I supplemented what was missing from the client's site. You can check it yourself. If there's anything wrong, don't throw it back at me." Xiao Chong opened the document. Zhou Peng had written in great detail, even including the segment where the client's business supervisor had asked questions on the spot. The more Xiao Chong read, the more speechless he became. "Thanks," he said. Zhou Peng didn't look at him. "No need for thanks. Next time you move, let me know in advance." This statement wasn't heavy, but it was harder to accept than an insult. Lu Hao sat nearby, sitting up straight, even typing lightly on the keyboard. He wanted to ask, but didn't dare. After a while, he sent the checklist he organized to Xiao Chong. "Bro, I didn't fill it out randomly today." Xiao Chong. Lu Hao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. His phone kept vibrating. His aunt sent a voice message. "Xiao Chong, did Howsy say you drove back to the company?" "Oh dear, why are you hiding such a big thing as buying a car from the family? Send a photo to let your aunt see, so your mom can be at ease, showing that you've settled down in Jiangzhou." Following that was a message from Li Guilon. "Don't send your aunt a photo. Call me back first." Below it was a chat window from Wang Qing. There were no new messages. Xiao Chong stared at the blank space, feeling more blocked than if he had seen a question. He put his phone down and started editing the document. Halfway through writing the summary, Lu Hao softly asked, "Bro, my aunt asked me to take a picture of the car, but I didn't." "Don't take any pictures." "I know." Lu Hao paused. "My mom said relatives are asking if it's you who bought the car." "I said I didn't know. From now on, always." Lu Hao nodded. Xiao Chong looked at him, suddenly realizing that Lu Hao was also caught in the middle. Lu Hao envied the car, but was also afraid of causing trouble for him. He wanted to shield him, but couldn't. Even though he was still living in a shared room, he was already pushed into the position of helping prove that Xiao Chong is doing well by relatives. Before 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Chong sent the summary to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai replied with just 2 words received. There were no compliments nor reprimands. This lack of response felt more precarious than a reprimand. At 4:30, the security guard called the front desk, saying that a new car in the temporary parking space had exceeded the time limit and asked the owner to move it. A young woman from the administrative office called out, "Zhang, Xiao Chong, the security guard downstairs, is looking for you." The entire area of work fell quiet for a moment. Xiao Chong stood up. Zhou Peng looked at the screen without raising his head. Lu Hao also wanted to stand up, but was held back by Xiao Chong's hand on his shoulder. "You stay seated." He went downstairs to drive the car out, circling around the office building before realizing there were no suitable long-term parking spaces nearby. The roadside marked spaces were all full, and the underground parking lot of the mall charged by the hour. Sitting in the car, Xiao Chong realized for the first time that buying a car was not the end. The car needs to be parked. It needs maintenance. It needs to be seen by others. It needs explanations. He drove the car back to Jiangwan Mansion. The identification barrier at the entrance of the community did not rise. The security guard poked his head out from the booth. "New car. Yes. Please register for temporary parking." Xiao Chong parked the car to the side and reported his building and apartment number as required. The guard flipped through the notebook. "Is this apartment rented?" "Yes." "Fixed parking spaces need confirmation from the owner. Tenants cannot arrange long-term parking by themselves. Temporary parking is allowed, but overnight parking will be counted as temporary." "Then where should I park tonight?" The security guard looked at the car and then back at him. "There are visitor spots inside, but they may not necessarily be available. You can go in and check, but don't occupy someone else's fixed parking space." The barrier lifted. Xiao Chong drove the car into the underground entrance of the community. The underground parking lot was narrower than he had imagined. When turning, he drove very slowly, fearing to scrape against the columns. There was only one visitor space left, and a faded yellow-black warning stripe was stuck on the column beside it. He parked 3 times before the car barely fit in the lines. After turning off the engine, the garage was very quiet. Xiao Chong sat in the car, not getting out immediately. He thought the car would make life feel more spacious. But now parked in the underground visitor spot, it felt like a problem he had just brought back. He messaged the landlord. "I just bought a car. Can I arrange a fixed parking space in the community?" After sending that message, Xiao Chong stared at the words "just bought a car" for a few seconds. This was the first time he had actively written about buying a car. The landlord replied quickly, "I don't have a parking space. The ones downstairs are rented separately. You can ask the property management." After a while, he added another message. "Didn't you just move in not long ago? You bought a car so soon?" Xiao Chong did not reply. He got out of the car, locking it, but feeling uneasy, and pulled the door handle again. The car lights flashed twice, and a short alert tone echoed in the underground garage. Standing beside the car, he suddenly remembered the row of electric bikes outside his old rental apartment. Back then, he didn't have to think about parking spaces. There was nothing worth others looking at. When he reached the elevator entrance, Li Guilin called again. Xiao Chong answered. "Your aunt asked me about the car photos. I didn't provide them. Your aunt said not to give them." "Okay. Are you home now?" "Just arrived." "What about the car?" "It's parked underground." Li Guilin paused. "You really bought it?" Xiao Chong pressed the button to go up in the elevator. "Yes." There was a long silence on the other end. Xiao Chong heard the sound of the television coming from her side. Zhang Jingguo seemed to ask, "What did he say?" Li Guilin covered the microphone and then released it. "Your dad asked how much the car cost." Xiao Chong looked at the elevator numbers. "We can talk about that later." "You always say later." Li Guilin's voice tightened. "You bought a car without telling us. How can we feel at ease?" The elevator doors opened. There was no one inside. Xiao Chong stepped in. "I'm not a child anymore." As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Li Guilin fell silent on the other end. She didn't scold him, just said, "If you're not a child, then make things clear. Don't let us hear about your matters from relatives first." After the call ended, Xiao Chong leaned against the elevator wall. In the mirror, he held the car key in one hand and carried a bag over his shoulder, looking as if he had truly begun living a life others would envy. But not a single person felt at ease because of that key. Back home, he placed the bank documents, car dealership documents, and the car key on the table. The key was pressed between the two bags, looking very small. He opened the chat window with Wang Qing. The last message still lingered, where she said, "You should first handle your car." Xiao Chong typed, "I picked up the car." He deleted it. Then typed, "The parking space hasn't been resolved yet." He deleted that too. He put the phone down and went to pour water. The water in the kettle had already cooled. Pouring it into the cup produced no steam. The phone on the table lit up. The phone displayed a message. "Huaxing Bank Premium Customer Service Notification, Mr. Zhang, we detected that you have vehicle asset records recently. If you need quality real estate parking spaces or family service consultations, you can schedule a dedicated reception." Below was a button. Schedule consultation. Xiao Chong stared at that button. He didn't click to schedule, but he also didn't dismiss the notification. The cool water in the cup remained untouched on the corner of the table. Next to the key, the corners of the two document bags pressed against each other. One labeled bank and the other labeled car dealership. He stood by the table, not sitting down for a long time. The next morning, Xiao Chong was awakened by a text message from the property management. He sat on the edge of the bed for half a minute. The car was in the underground garage less than 3 floors away. But the phrase "visitor parking" in the text pushed it further away. The car was registered under his name, the payment was settled, and the keys were on the table. Yet at Zhongwan Mansion, it was still just a visitor. While Xiao Chong was washing up, his phone rang again. Li Guilin sent a voice message. He did not open it. After a while, she sent a text. "Your dad said if it's convenient, give him a call in the evening. You need to clarify the car." Xiao Chong put his phone down, brushing his teeth halfway with foam drying at the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to talk, because he couldn't explain. Before going to work, he deliberately took a detour to the underground garage to take a look. The car was still parked in the visitor spot. A thin layer of dust settled on the body, and the dashboard reflected the lights above. A nearby car owner came out from a fixed parking space and pressed a button, causing the headlights to flash. He saw Xiao Chong standing next to the visitor spot and casually said, "Just moved in." Xiao Chong nodded. "Visitor spots can't be parked long-term," the other person said. "The property management checks regularly." The other person drove away. Xiao Chong stood still, suddenly feeling as if he had left a valuable item on someone else's table, always reminded to take it back. When he arrived at the company, he hadn't driven. He took the subway. This felt a bit absurd. The car was parked in the underground garage of Zhongwan Mansion, yet he was squeezed in a crowded train during rush hour. A person's backpack pressed against his arm, one hand held onto the handrail while the other gripped his phone. Inside were messages from the car dealership, the bank, the property management, and his mother. When he arrived at his workstation, Zhou Peng glanced at his hand. "No car. No parking space." Zhou Peng nodded. "That's the first lesson about owning a car." Lu Hao looked up. "Bro, where is your car parked?" "In the community." "Is there a parking space?" Xiao Chong said nothing. Lu Hao immediately lowered his head, organized the list. Zhao Dihai came out of the office around 10 and tossed a set of revision notes to Xiao Chong. "This summary from the site visit yesterday needs 2 corrections. Also, you left midway yesterday. Oh, I covered for you with the client. Let me know in advance next time. Xiao Chang took it okay. Zhao Dihai looked at him. The new car is nice, but don't let these matters delay your work. He categorized the car worth over 700,000 as these matters and the project summary as the actual work. Xiao Chang knew this was normal, yet he still felt a bit uneasy. The prestige from that car was once again pushed beneath the work spreadsheet by Zhao Dihai's words. During lunch break, Xiao Chang opened a notification from Huaxing Bank. Consultation appointment. The button was a serene shade of blue. He originally just wanted to check on parking space. After clicking in, the page first prompted him to select the type of consultation. Parking space, property, family services, asset verification. Xiao Chang selected parking space. The page then popped up a line of advice. Parking space requests can be arranged together with residential asset consultations. Residential assets. These 4 characters were much larger than parking spaces. Xiao Chang stared at it for a moment, then clicked submit. Within 10 minutes, Qiu Zhe called. Mr. Zhang, I see you've submitted a parking space consultation request. I just wanted to ask about parking spaces at Jiangwan Mansion. Xiao Chang said the property management said the fixed parking space needs confirmation from the owner. Understood. Qiu Zhe replied, parking spaces are indeed usually tied to community owners or long-term residency rights. If you only need temporary parking, we can help you contact property services. If you're considering a long-term solution, we can arrange a cooperating property consultant to help you understand. I didn't say I want to buy a house. Of course, Qiu Zhe said calmly, it's just a consultation. You can only inquire about parking space conditions. Just a consultation. Xiao Chang had heard those words many times. Just a test drive. Just an intention deposit. Just a confirmation. In the end, the car keys were left on his desk. Xiao Chang switched his phone to the other hand. Can a parking space at Jiangwan Mansion be bought separately? Qiu Zhe did not answer directly. It depends on the project and property rules. We can schedule a cooperating property consultant to explain the parking space and residential facilities in the Jiangwan area for you. Residential facilities. Xiao Chang closed his eyes briefly. He knew he should hang up. Yet images of the visitor spot in the underground garage, the property management text, fixed parking spaces, the landlord's words, asked the property management, and the pressure of someone else's backpack on his arm while squeezing in the subway all flooded his mind. The car had already been purchased. The car needed a place to park. The place then led to the house. Like a line pulling out another line. When? Xiao Chang asked. Qiu Zhe replied, this afternoon or tomorrow morning is fine. Xiao Chang glanced at Lu Hao beside his workstation. Lu Hao was bent over recording the list. His neck shrunk, as if he was afraid of disturbing him. This afternoon then. Okay, I'll send you the appointment information later. After hanging up, Xiao Chang saw Wang Qing's chat box still paused at yesterday. He wanted to tell her that he was only asking about parking spaces, but he didn't even believe the word just himself anymore. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Guilin sent another voice message. This time Xiao Chang opened it. Xiao Chang, don't find me annoying. The car is bought, it's bought. You're grown up, I can't manage you. But you need to tell us if you're in danger. Your dad didn't sleep well last night. He keeps asking if we're dragging you down. The voice message paused here. Li Guilin's voice lowered some. We don't want you to buy a nice car, nor do we need you to show off to relatives. Your stability is more important than anything. Xiao Chang finished listening to the voice message. Next to his workstation, Lu Hao was carefully flattening a sheet of paper. Zhou Peng was typing at the opposite desk, while Zhao Dihai was on the phone in the office. Everyone continued with their lives. Only Xiao Chang's phone kept popping up notifications. At 2:30, Zhao Dihai called Xiao Chang into his office. Yesterday at the client site you left midway, don't let it happen again this afternoon. Zhao Dihai pushed a set of revision notes across. You need to make these 2 changes yourself, don't pass them to Zhou Peng. Xiao Chang took the paper. I know. Zhao Dihai looked at him. You've been learning a lot lately, but accomplishing less. Xiao Chang looked up. Zhao Dihai did not lose his temper, only lowering his voice. I don't care if you buy a car, look for a house, or handle bank business here, you are still working on project testing. The client will still ask questions, they won't ask less just because you've got a new car. The office air conditioning was blowing very cold. Xiao Chang pinched a crease into the edge of the paper in his hand. He'll finish it. Before 3:30, Zhao Dihai said, if you need to go out you must submit everything before leaving. When Xiao Chang returned to his workstation, Zhou Peng glanced at him. Are you going out again? For the parking space consultation. Zhou Peng paused his typing. You're really in a chain of events right now. Xiao Chang did not refute. I spoke for you yesterday, and today Zhao is looking for you, it's only right. Zhou Peng said, don't think everyone is stopping you from living well. This good life of yours often makes others help you fill the gaps. This remark was said quietly. Lu Hao heard it, however. He lowered his head, miswriting a number on the paper, then quickly crossed it out and rewrote it. Xiao Chang noticed, feeling a little annoyed in his chest. Don't be nervous, he said. Lu Hao nodded. I'm not nervous. Yet the pen tip lingered on the paper for a long time. Xiao Chang opened the document and revised the 2 points Zhao Dihai had marked. The first was an old question from the client site, and the second was an explanation Zhou Peng added on the spot. Zhou Peng wrote very clearly. Xiao Chong only needed to unify the format. But he was slow in making the changes. He always felt like he was rewriting the part others were carrying for him into his own work. At 3:10 the document was finally sent out. Zhao Dihai replied received. Zhou Peng glanced at his phone, but said nothing. At 3:15 Huaxin Bank sent an appointment text. Mr. Zhang, you have booked a parking space and quality property consultation in the Jiangwan area reception time today at 1730. As soon as the text landed, another text without a number popped up. Fourth item matching residential carrier. Xiao Chong flipped his phone over. Before the screen went dark, he still saw the words matching. It felt as if someone had already calculated the next step for him. He did not flip his phone back. The screen at his workstation was still lit. The cursor stopped inside the unfinished table. At 5:20 in the afternoon, Xiao Chong arrived at the cooperative reception point next to Huaxin Bank. The reception point was not located inside the bank's hall, but on the third floor of the shopping mall. There was no bank signage at the entrance, only a discreet sign that read Jiangwan Asset Life Service Center. Xiao Chong stood at the door for a few seconds before confirming that the address in the text message was indeed here. Chiozhe had already arrived. He wasn't wearing a bank employee badge today, just a small Huaxin emblem pinned to his suit. Mr. Zhang, this way please. Today the cooperative property consultant will primarily explain the parking and residential support situation in the Jiangwan area, and I will assist you alongside. Residential support. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiao Chong slowed his steps. I'm mainly asking about the parking spaces. Understood. Chiozhe nodded. Well, discuss the parking issue first. At the reception desk sat a woman in her 30s with short hair and a gray suit, her table equipped with a tablet and several project documents. She stood up smiling professionally. Hello, Mr. Zhang, my surname is Lin. Hello. Consultant Lin invited him to sit down without first asking about the budget or presenting a brochure. You currently reside at Jiangwan Mansion, correct? Xiao Chong glanced at Chiozhe. Chiozhe replied, this is the residential community you filled out in your appointment. Yes, Xiao Chong nodded. Consultant Lin opened her tablet. Jiangwan Mansion currently has 2 types of fixed parking spaces, one for owners' personal use and the other for owners to sublease. Tenants can generally only coordinate through the owners or property management temporarily. Whether they can secure a long-term fixed spot depends on the current parking availability in the community and the owner's authorization. She spoke very flatly. Yet Xiao Chong felt quite unsettled. So as a tenant, I can't directly apply for a fixed parking space. It's usually quite difficult. Consultant Lin said, especially with your newly purchased vehicle, the property management will require vehicle information to correspond with the housing usage relationship. Another term. Xiao Chong had previously only regarded himself as living in Jiangwan Mansion. Now he suddenly realized that he was merely renting there. He could access the entrance, go up the elevator, and stay in the room, but the parking space, the owner group, and the fixed rights were not his. What about renting a parking space separately? Consultant Lin turned the tablet slightly towards him. You can try to find an owner to sublet, but parking spaces in Jiangwan Mansion are scarce. Prices fluctuate greatly, and they may not be stable. If you're only looking for short-term parking, you can opt for temporary parking. How much is the daily temporary parking? Consultant Lin quoted a figure. Xiao Chong frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, this number appeared daily, like a reminder this vehicle had yet to truly be integrated into his life. Consultant Lin did not rush him to accept, but turned the page. If you're considering long-term residence, there are several projects in the Jiangwan area that can simultaneously address both housing and parking needs. Xiao Chong immediately replied, I didn't say I was buying a house. Consultant Lin nodded. Understood. Today is just an information briefing. Upon hearing the word, just a string in Xiao Chong's heart was tugged again. Just an explanation. Just an inquiry. Just an experience. He had begun to fear the phrase just. Consultant Lin stopped the tablet on an image of a Riverview apartment layout. This is the current layout of Jiangwan Mansion Phase 2, not far from your current rental community. Parking can be confirmed along with the residence, and some buildings even have underground fixed parking spaces. Xiao Chong looked at the layout image. Living room, bedroom, balcony, parking space number. These lines and numbers spread across the screen, resembling a complete life, more than the configuration page from the car dealership. How much? He asked. Consultant Lin quoted a total price range. Over 6 million to over 8 million. Xiao Chong remained silent. The 70,000 yuan car had just caused him sleepless nights. Now with over 6 million laid out before him, he found himself not immediately getting up. Because he knew there was enough in his account. This thought sent a chill down his spine. It wasn't because the number was too large. It was because he had actually thought of it so promptly. Consultant Lin observed his reaction and slowed her tone. Mr. Zhang, you don't have to make a decision today. The parking issue can be coordinated separately. We are just presenting the long-term options here. Xiao Chong asked, what if I only want to buy a parking space? Different projects have different rules. Consultant Lin replied. Some parking spaces are only sold or long-term rented to owners, while others can be transferred through the owner's usage rights. It depends on the project specifics. Xiao Chong did not pursue further. He was afraid that if he continued chasing, he would go from parking to housing and from housing to a larger payment page. His phone vibrated. Li Guilin sent a message. Don't forget to call tonight. Your dad is waiting. Xiao Chong looked at the text. His fingers remained still. He was now sitting at the reception point on the third floor of the mall listening to others talk about a house costing over 6 million and fixed parking spaces. Meanwhile, his mother was still waiting for him to explain the 70,000 yuan car back home. There were no new messages in Wang Qing's chat box. She truly had not asked again. Consultant Lin pushed over a thin document. This is a list of currently consultable parking and housing projects in the Jiangwan area, which you can take back to review. We do not recommend that you make a hasty decision on housing assets just because of parking issues. You should first confirm your long-term housing needs. This phrase made Xiao Chong pause more than the sales pitch. You don't hope I buy. Consultant Lin chuckled. We hope you make a clear decision. After all, both parking and housing are significant matters. Clear. Xiao Chong felt that word was far from him. Qiu Zhe, who had been silent beside him, finally spoke. Mr. Zhang, if you only need property communication, we can also help you schedule property services. But if it involves asset confirmation, it requires your personal judgment. Again, it was about being personal. Xiao Chong put the documents into a bag. We'll take a look first. Consultant Lin nodded sure. As Xiao Chong stood up, Consultant Lin seemed to remember something and added, by the way, there is currently a property near Jiangwan Mansion with a fixed parking space available. The owner is eager to sell, and you can view it tomorrow. You can choose not to see it, but it meets your current parking and living location needs. Xiao Chong's hand paused on the document bag. How much? Consultant Lin did not immediately quote a price, but said it's a bit smaller than the previous one with a lower total price. It comes with a fixed parking space. With a fixed parking space. Xiao Chong looked at her. He had merely come to inquire about the price of a parking space. Now someone was offering him a house. As he left the reception point, Qiu Zhe accompanied him to the door. Mr. Zhang, should I help you schedule a house viewing for tomorrow? Xiao Chong did not respond immediately. The lights in the shopping mall atrium fell from above with people coming and going below. Some were carrying milk tea, some were holding children, and others were just passing by. Xiao Chong looked down at the document bag in his hand. There was no contract inside. Only an entry. Schedule it first, he said. Qiu Zhe confirmed the time for him. At 5:30 tomorrow afternoon, we will meet at the south gate of Jiangwan Mansion. Consultant Lin will contact you in advance. Xiao Chong nodded and left the reception point. The escalator on the third floor of the mall moved slowly downward, and outside the glass railing were layers of shops. Some were trying on shoes for their children at a kids' clothing store, while others were walking towards the parking lot with supermarket bags. Xiao Chong stood on the escalator with the document bag pressed against his leg, the corners of the paper brushing against the seam of his pants. He opened the property management app and glanced at it. The temporary parking fee was still rising, and at the bottom of the page there was a line in gray: visitor vehicles do not guarantee the retention of the original parking space. Xiao Chong closed the page. The car was still in the underground garage, but that spot could change to someone else's at any moment. The key was in his pocket, yet the parking space did not recognize the key. The phone rang. It was Zhang Jingguo. Xiao Chong looked at the caller ID and paused for 2 seconds before answering. Dad. Zhang Jingguo cleared his throat. First, your mom asked me to check if you've eaten yet. Not yet. Oh, Zhang Jingguo paused. Did you buy the car? Xiao Chong held onto the escalator's handrail. Yeah. Xiao Chong said nothing. Zhang Jingguo seemed to guess he wouldn't say, and continued, your mom is worried about you. I'm worried too. It's not that we don't want you to buy it. Having a car is good for a man, but it makes going home easier. It's just that this happened too quickly. Xiao Chong looked at the first floor lobby. I know. If you're in trouble, just... Zhang Jingguo's voice lowered. Your mom, and I can't help much, so please don't let us be the last to know. Xiao Chong cleared his throat. It's fine. And Zhang Jingguo said, don't buy just to show off for someone else. The car is for you to drive, and life is for you to live. After the call ended, Xiao Chong stood at the exit of the mall on the first floor, frozen for a while. A parking fee reminder popped up again. Visitor parking at Jiangwan Mansion is currently being charged for temporary parking. Xiao Chong looked at that reminder, and then at the house, viewing documents in his hand. The issue of a parking space was still ticking away. At 4:30 in the afternoon on the second day, Zhao Dihai called Xiao Chong to the office. On the desk lay a supplementary testing checklist with 3 items circled in red. I need this by 6 o'clock today, Zhao Dihai said. Xiao Chong glanced at the time. I have to step out at 5:20. Zhao Dihai looked up. The office door was ajar, and the sound of keyboards clacking came from outside. Xiao Chong heard Zhou Peng softly discussing case numbers with Lu Hao, who responded quickly, as if afraid of missing a single word. Is it about the car again? Zhao Dihai asked. Parking space. Zhao Dihai put down his pen. Zhang, Xiao Chong, this is not the front desk of your parking lot. You can step out, but hand over the materials first. Xiao Chong picked up the checklist. I'll revise it now. Zhao Dihai did not let him leave immediately. Lu Hao missed a return note again today. Zhou Peng helped him with it. You are the recommender, don't just sign. Xiao Chong tightened his fingers slightly. I know. Back at his workstation, Zhou Peng did not look at him, but dragged a document window next to his screen. I marked these 3 places you can directly verify the results. I've already covered Lu Hao's item. Xiaochang whispered thanks. No need to thank. Zhou Peng replied, next time you handle it yourself. The words had no anger, but felt heavier than a shout. Lu Hao sat nearby, sitting very straight. He whispered, bro, I really missed it just now. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiaochang placed the checklist beside him, take out the highlighted items, and cross-check them one by one. Lu Hao nodded, his hand stiff as he picked up the mouse. At 5:12, Xiaochang sent the supplementary testing results to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai replied with 2 words received. Xiaochang picked up his bag and walked out while Zhou Peng didn't look up. Just before the elevator doors closed, he saw Lu Hao still staring at the screen at his workstation, as if guarding a cubicle that might collapse at any moment. By the south gate of Zhangwan Mansion, it was 5:28. Consultant Lin was standing at the door with a tablet in hand, accompanied by a property staff member. The security guard at the entrance looked at Xiaochang, then turned to Consultant Lin. Mr. Zhang, Consultant Lin said, we will first check the parking space, then look at the housing resources. The property needs to verify the visitor registration. I just want to check the parking space. The property staff member smiled. To view fixed parking spaces, you need to correspond with the housing resource number. Visitor vehicles cannot directly enter the owner's fixed area. Xiaochang heard about the housing usage relationship yesterday, and now heard about the housing resource number again. He stood at the community entrance, clearly knowing that the house he rented was inside, yet it felt like the first time he was asked to prove why he could enter. Consultant Lin handed a temporary visitor code to the guard. The barrier lifted. They did not take the usual route home, but entered the underground garage through the vehicle passage next to the south gate. The lights at the entrance of the passage were brighter than those in the visitor area, and a sign reading Owner Vehicle Entrance hung on the wall. Xiaochang saw his Lan Yao S9 parked far away in the visitor spot, facing outward with temporary parking zone markings beside it. Consultant Lin did not walk toward that area. She led him into another section. The lines for parking spaces on the ground were wider, with numbers clearly painted, and charging reserve spots were installed along the wall. Above each parking space was a small sign indicating the building and number. Some spaces were occupied while others were empty. Even the empty spaces had a folded sign to prevent them from being taken. This is the fixed parking area, the property staff member said. The relationship between the parking space and housing resources needs to be registered in the system. It is not the same as regular visitor payments. Xiaochang looked at the rows of numbers. It turned out that a parking space was not just a line on the ground. Behind it were names, room numbers, system permissions, and the nods of others. Consultant Lin stopped in front of B2218. This is the parking space corresponding to the housing resource we looked at today. The space was empty, the ground clean, and there was no standing water in the corner. Next to it was an ordinary family SUV with a child safety seat peeking out from the back window. Xiaochang stared at the empty space for a few seconds. What first came to his mind was not the house, but the thought that his car would finally not be urged to move by text messages. If I buy the house, will this parking space be confirmed together? He asked. Consultant Lin replied, the housing resource information includes rights to the fixed parking space. The specifics will be subject to the contract and property registration. Today is just for on-site understanding. She spoke cautiously. Xiaochang listened just as cautiously. He already knew that what was called just for understanding often turned into a new record in his phone. They took the elevator up from the underground garage. Posters in the elevator were about owner notifications, including activities for the Dragon Boat Festival and cleaning times for the basement. Xiaochang used to only look at the floor numbers in the elevator, but now he noticed that each notification assumed he was not one of the people inside. Owner activities, parking space, cleaning, public benefit announcements. These items were posted on the wall, and during these days of living there, he had never read any of them carefully. The house was on the 26th floor. Consultant Lin knocked twice before opening the door, finding it empty inside. She entered the password and the door lock beeped. The room had no furniture, and the floor shone brightly. The living room faced south, and from the balcony one could see a small stretch of the river with the elevated road Xiaochang passed by every day in the distance. The room was not large, but it was much tidier than the one he rented. There were no old cabinets left by the landlord, no mold spots in the corners, and no appliances he dared not touch. Xiaochang stood at the entrance of the living room, not entering immediately. He first checked whether there was an electric meter box beside the shoe cabinet and looked for any signs of water leakage at the kitchen door. After checking these, he remembered that he did not understand houses at all. Consultant Lin said, this one has a smaller area than the information from yesterday, and the total price is lower, including a fixed parking space. The owner wants to sell it soon, so we can arrange a meeting to discuss. How much? Consultant Lin quoted a number. Over 5 million. Xiaochang rubbed his fingers against the seam of his pants. There was enough in his account. That thought came back again. It arrived too quickly, like an unreasonable shortcut button. Xiao Chong did not even have time to think about his 3,000 salary his parents back home, Wang Qing's suggestion to hold off on meeting, or Zhou Peng covering for Lu Hao's missed item. He only thought about the sufficiency in his account. Consultant Lin did not rush him, but handed over the tablet. You can take a look at the layout and the relationship with the parking space. No decisions today. On the tablet's screen, the housing resource number, building area, and parking space number were arranged together. In the bottom right corner was a gray button, generate viewing feedback. Xiao Chong did not click it. He walked to the balcony. The driveway below was narrow, with cars slowly entering the garage. The guard stood by the booth, signaling for another visitor's car to stop outside. Xiao Chong thought of his car. It was still in the visitor area. His rental contract, car, keys, bank documents, purpose statement, and recommender's signature were all real. But each item felt like it only granted him half an identity. He could live there, but not park fixed. He could buy a car, but not clarify the money. He could help Lu Hao enter the company, but not let Lu Hao truly stand firm. He could make an appointment for his father's re-examination, but not reassure his mother. His phone vibrated. Li Guilin sent a message. Your dad asked about the car again today. Oh, I didn't say anything about you. Call home tonight. Xiao Chong pressed his phone back into his palm. Consultant Lin stood on the other side of the living room, not leaning closer. Mr. Zhang, you can take your time to consider. She said if it's just to solve the parking issue, you can continue to seek property coordination. The housing resource is just one option. Xiao Chong turned around. If I don't buy, can this parking space still be rented? The property staff member replied, it depends on whether the owner is willing to rent it out separately. Even if it is rented, it still needs to go through the owner's authorization. The timing is not guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Xiao Chong had heard enough of such terms. Temporary parking was unstable, renting a parking space was unstable, renting a house was unstable, and work was also unstable. Now a fixed parking space lay before him. It was stable like a clean slab of concrete, yet it bore the pressure of over 5 million. As they left the housing resource, consultant Lin had him sign in the viewing record. The paper only required his name, phone number, and viewing time. After signing, Xiao Chong noticed that there was a column on the far right, intended client. It was temporarily empty. He returned the pen. Consultant Lin collected the form into the folder. I will send you the materials later. You don't need to reply tonight. Xiao Chong nodded. After going downstairs, he passed by the fixed parking area again. B2218 was still empty. On the visitor side, there was an additional white notice slipped under the wiper next to his car. Xiao Chong walked over to take it down. Visitor vehicles, please do not occupy temporary parking spaces for long. The paper was thin, fluttering lightly in the wind of the underground garage. Consultant Lin stood a few steps away, silent. Xiao Chong folded the notice and stuffed it into his document bag. At 7:06, a push notification from the Hua Xian Bank app popped up. Candidate materials for residential carriers in Jiangwan area have been generated. Please check. Xiao Chong clicked it open. At the top of the page, it read Candidate, Housing Resource, Jiangwan Mansion, 26th floor. Candidate, Parking Space, B2218. Intended client, Zhang Xiao Chong. He stared at his name. The 3 characters lay quietly on the page, more glaring than any price. After consultant Lin left, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood beside his car, not in a hurry to get in. The car was parked in the visitor area of the underground garage. The nearby temporary parking spaces were quite congested, with car fronts touching car rears, the white light from the fluorescent tubes casting reflections on the wet ground, creating patches of brightness. His phone screen remained on the Huaxin app page. Housing candidate. Jiangwan Mansion, 26th floor, with a fixed parking space, B2218. Intended client, Zhang Xiaoqiang. These 3 words were more eye-catching than the housing price. No matter how high the price, it was merely a number. Once the name was placed, it was as if someone had pulled him out from the crowd watching the excitement and pressed him onto a sheet. That white notice was still stuffed in the document bag. Visitor vehicles should not occupy temporary parking spaces for long. The paper was thin and the corners were slightly curled after being folded. Consultant Lin had just mentioned that he did not need to respond tonight. However, a line of gray text had appeared at the bottom of the app page. The housing and parking space were combined communication resources, and fixed parking spaces only supported short-term candidate retention. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his phone into his palm and flipped it over. The page did not contain complicated contracts or a bunch of incomprehensible terms. It only displayed the housing number, parking space number, client name, retention deadline, and a gray note, comprehensive intention deposit confirmation required. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the words comprehensive intention deposit. His fingers rubbed the edge of the phone case. He originally just wanted to ask how much a parking space cost. First it was a housing source with a parking space, then candidate information, and now it had become a retention quota. Every step seemed reasonable, yet each step pushed him a little deeper. The navigation in the car was still set to the company address. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the car door and sat inside. Just as he closed the door, his phone rang. The caller ID was Qiu Zhe, the exclusive client service representative from Huaxin. Mr. Zhang, may I trouble you for 2 minutes? Chioze's background was very quiet. Consultant Lin has synchronized the information of Jiangwan Mansion's 26th floor and the fixed parking space B2218. I would like to confirm with you whether you need to continue retaining communication rights. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the fixed parking area outside the windshield. You can see this too. We can see the candidate service records. Chioze's tone was steady, including the vehicle registered under your name and the matching information with the housing space. Huaxin only provides client service assistance and does not make promises regarding the housing source, nor does it involve explanations of your funding source. Funding source. These 4 words were spoken lightly by him, but they felt heavier in Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears than the previous string of housing prices. So what you're saying is, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, you can see that I have this candidate qualification, but you cannot prove where my money comes from. The phone line paused for half a second. That is one way to understand it. We can assist you within the compliance range of client services, but the source materials will still rely on the content that the system can provide. Zhang Xiaoqiang smiled faintly, but no sound came out. Even the script was so familiar. Money could be seen, but its origin remained invisible. He ended the call, not immediately clicking on the page or starting the car. B2218 was not far from where he parked, separated by a low guardrail and a lane. He had seen it when he passed by with Consultant Lin. The parking space sign was right next to the pillar. A young man in a property vest walked over from the fixed parking area, holding a terminal. Approaching the front of the car, he glanced at the license plate, and then looked at the records on the terminal. Mr. Zhang, right? Consultant Lin reported it earlier. You are looking at B2218. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand on the steering wheel paused for a moment. He hadn't even spoken yet. The other party already knew his surname, the parking space number, and what he was there for. Yes. Today I will first register you for temporary viewing. It is not yet a fixed permission, the property staff said. If the retention is successful later, the vehicle registered under you can enter once. Before leaving, you just need to confirm at the front desk. The other party tapped the terminal a couple of times, and the nearby recognition screen lit up. The license plate number popped up, followed by a line of small text: temporary viewing, parking space verification. B2218 was still empty. The fixed parking area was quieter than the visitor area. The parking numbers on the ground were clearly marked, and the sign was hung next to the pillar, conveniently close to the elevator lobby. A young woman from the property front desk came over with a registration book. Mr. Zhang, this parking space is currently retained along with the housing source communication. Today I will grant you temporary viewing permission. If the retention is successful later, you will receive a text message and app notification. After she finished speaking, she flipped to a page in the registration book. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw that a section had already been printed out. Client name: Zhang Xiaoqiang. License plate number: Jiang AU 5143. Housing source: Jiangwan Mansion 26th floor. Parking space: B2218. No one asked him if he was boasting, nor did anyone give him that scrutinizing look that appraises a new car. The property only acted according to the system. This in fact made his throat dry. For more than a month he had been most afraid of others asking, "Where did you get the money?" But today the bank clerk, the property consultant, the front desk staff, the recognition screen, and the ledger all passed over this question. They didn't ask where the money came from. They only confirmed whether he was Zhang Xiaoqiang, whether he was the person, whether this was his vehicle, and whether he was the housing source candidate. Like a chain, every link in the chain did not explain the origin, but acknowledged the result. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the car, and the phone page popped up another notification. Do you wish to retain communication rights for the Jiangwan Mansion 26th floor housing source and the B2218 parking space? Comprehensive intention deposit 500,000 yuan. He placed the phone in the passenger seat and then picked it up again. At the bottom of the page were 2 buttons: not considering for now and confirm retention. He recalled a few days ago when his car was parked outside and he was reminded by the property about the temporary parking time. He remembered his colleagues gathering around the car, Zhao Dihai standing beside examining the vehicle. He remembered sitting in the rental room listening to Li Guilin asking where the money came from, and he couldn't come up with a complete explanation. He also remembered the moment the recognition screen lit up just now. That was not someone giving him face. It was the system indeed having his name. Zhang Xiaoqiang clicked into the payment page. In the payment account section, the Huaxin dollar current account was listed among the options. Below was the converted amount. 6963. 79 US dollars. Before confirming, he went back to take a quick look at the income details. It was still empty. No records of incoming funds, no remittance source, no explanation of origin. Only this amount of money stood like an invisible wall behind him, pushing reality forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled and clicked confirm. The screen turned in less than 2 seconds. Payment successful. A text message followed. Huaxin Bank, your account ending in 00 has completed a transaction of 500,000 yuan, equivalent to 6963. 79 US dollars. Account balance 8999998771000. 31 US dollars. The next message was from the Huaxin app. Housing candidate communication rights for the Jiangwan Mansion 26th floor housing source and the B2218 parking space have been retained. Please pay attention to the subsequent service contact. Another message was from the property. Jiangwan Mansion property temporary retention registration for parking space B2218 has been generated. The temporary viewing permission can be used once by the registered vehicle within the validity period. The three messages lined up together. Bank property real estate. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the car staring for a while. He took a screenshot and paused his finger over Wang Qing's chat box. A few days ago she said not to meet first. He hadn't dared to send much, fearing that every explanation would turn into a justification. Now the chat box still displayed her last message. You need to clarify things first. Zhang Xiaoqiang sent over 3 images. After sending, he added one more message. I'm not using this to explain where the money comes from. I still can't explain that. He stared at the screen. Wang Qing did not reply immediately. A car passed by in the garage, its tires rolling over the speed bump with a thud. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his phone over again. 2 minutes later, Wang Qing responded with a voice message. Her voice was calmer than last time, not as cold, yet not softened either. I saw it. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the voice message, remaining still. The second message arrived quickly. These things at least show that you're not just taking a screenshot of the balance to deceive me. Housing source, parking space, property deduction, they all match. He brought the phone a little closer. The third message came. But Xiaoqiang, these can only prove that they are serving you based on your payment ability. They cannot prove that there is nothing wrong with this money. Zhang Xiaoqiang typed I know. Deleted. Typed again. Wang Qing sent a line of text. Don't rush to use these to make everyone believe you. Believing you have money and believing there is no risk with this money are not the same thing. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at that sentence, slowly releasing his hand. She did not say he was crazy, nor did she accuse him of lying. That was enough for him to hold the phone steady. He saved the temporary retention confirmation for the B2218 parking space from the property into his notes, placing it together with the previous car purchase records and bank receipts. The folder name was still the same, abnormal account rules. Just as he saved it, a video invitation from Li Guilin popped up. Zhang Xiaoqiang answered. The camera shook several times, first capturing a patch of wet cement ground, and then half of Li Guilin's face. Mom, you're holding the phone the wrong way. Oh. Li Guilin turned the camera around, her hair a bit messy from the wind. Are you busy? Not busy. What's up? Nothing, just asking. Li Guilin glanced to the side. Your dad said the water can't drain in the backyard. The camera turned to the backyard. The back wall of Zhang Xiaoqiang's family old house was low and a circle of bricks at the base was dark. Water had pooled next to the wall with a few vegetable leaves floating on the surface. Further out, the newly built cement slope next door was higher than their side, with several gray-white cement bags piled up near the drainage ditch. Isn't that the old ditch? Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up straight. Yes, Li Guilin lowered her voice. The neighbors dug up the yard a while ago and said to leave the cement bags for a couple of days. While it's sitting, the rainwater can't get through. In the shot, Zhang Jingguo was wearing old rain boots, holding a shovel, walking from the corner towards the drainage ditch. Dad, don't go over there, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted. Li Guilin moved the phone away. Did you hear? Xiaoqiang said, don't go over there. Zhang Jingguo turned back and waved his hand. Just a little water, I just want to take a look. Don't tell him this, he's busy in Jiangzhou. Li Guilin turned the camera back and smiled at Zhang Xiaoqiang. It's nothing serious. You do your thing. We're just taking a look for you. The video suddenly cut off. The next second, a photo was sent over, then retracted. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the cached preview. In the photo, a black line was bubbling out from under the old wall with water seeping through the brick joints. Zhang Jingguo's shovel was leaning against the wall. The cement slope from the new yard next door was pushing the water towards this side. The next morning, as Zhang Xiaoqiang entered the company parking lot, his phone chimed again. He parked in the temporary parking area, and just as he turned off the engine, a message from the property management popped up. The message read, the temporary reservation for parking space B2218 at Jiangwan Mansion is now effective. Your vehicle may enter the designated parking area once by license plate recognition. Please do not lend it to others. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the words your vehicle and paused his finger on the seatbelt buckle. Previously, when he entered the underground parking of the residential area, he always had to look for visitor parking spaces, checking for availability and how strict the security was that day. Now that clearly numbered fixed parking space was not yet his, but the system had already opened a door for him once. It was something very small. So small it was just a text message. But it wasn't a screenshot, nor was it a balance page. It wasn't just him staring blankly at his phone. The parking space license plate and name were all recorded in someone else's system. Zhang Xiaoqiang swiped down the message, and below, it was a deduction record from Huaxin from last night. Expense 500,000 yuan. Equivalent to 6963. 79 US dollars. Balance 8999998771000. 31 US dollars. He clicked into the income details. Empty. This emptiness felt like an indelible stain sitting on the same page as the successful payment. He hooked his phone under his arm and grabbed his bag to get out of the car. Just as he reached the elevator, Zhao Dihai came from the other side, holding a cup of coffee and glancing at his car. Zhang Xiaoqiang Anqi needs a follow-up result by 930. Don't let it be that you can't find anyone at the last minute again. I know the data was already organized last night. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the elevator button. I'll send it to the group when I get to my workstation. Zhao Dihai didn't mention the car or the house, just switched the coffee cup to his other hand. Just make sure to know that. You've had quite a bit of personal matters lately, and don't make me explain things for you at work. The elevator doors opened. Zhou Peng was inside, and upon hearing the last sentence he didn't respond, but stepped aside. The three of them went up together, the mirrored elevator reflecting Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Zhao Dihai looked down at his phone, while Zhou Peng leaned against the handrail, as if he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Upon reaching their floor, Zhou Peng lagged half a step behind, walking alongside Zhang Xiaoqiang. Did you go to check on the parking space again last night? Zhang Xiaoqiang unlocked his phone to show him the property message. Zhou Peng glanced at it, his eyebrows twitching. B2218. Fixed parking space. It comes with a housing source, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied. Zhou Peng didn't laugh at him immediately, nor say you're crazy. He tucked the breakfast bag closer to his chest and lowered his voice. Are you really planning to buy Jiangwan? It's not at the buying stage yet. I'm just reserving the right to communicate. Reserving the right to communicate costs 50,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not respond. Zhou Peng looked at him. Someone passed by the elevator door, bringing with them a scent of mixed printing paper and coffee. All right, Zhou Peng said, at least it shows you're not just buying a car to save face. That statement didn't sound like a compliment, nor did it sound like sarcasm. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for how to respond. At the workstation, Lu Hao had already arrived. He was sitting straight with a test case document open on the screen and an unopened bottle of mineral water beside him. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang approach, he immediately stood up. Brother, I reran those few items you marked in red last night. I've saved the screenshots in the folder. Don't call me brother for now. Zhang Xiaoqiang put his bag down. At the company, call me by name. Send me the results. Oh Changgu. Lu Hao froze for a moment after saying that, and quickly corrected himself. Xiaoqiang. Zhou Peng chuckled beside them. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his computer. Someone in the project group was already urging for the return results. He opened Lu Hao's organized screenshots one by one, only to find that 2 timestamps were incomplete. Just as he was about to speak, his phone lit up again. Consultant Lin sent a message. Mr. Zhang, the comprehensive intention deposit was confirmed last night, and the communication rights for the housing source and parking space B2218 have been reserved for you. If convenient today, I will send you the housing source measurement summary and the property confirmation letter. Lu Hao just happened to lean over to point at the screenshot, and upon catching the words housing source and parking space, he quickly withdrew his hand. Look at this message. Zhang Xiaoqiang flipped his phone face down. Don't look at my phone. Lu Hao's ears turned red. I didn't mean to. Zhou Peng, sitting nearby, didn't even lift his head. Just let it be if you see it. He can't hide it anymore now. Lu Hao glanced at Zhou Peng, then at Zhang Xiaoqiang, quietly asking, are you really planning to buy a house? Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned the mouse over the test case document. You first complete these 2 screenshots. Lu Hao hurriedly returned to his seat, and after a few seconds he couldn't help but say, my aunt asked me yesterday if you were buying a house in Jiangzhou. I said I didn't know. Zhang Xiaoqiang halted his movements. How did she ask you about that? She just asked where I lived, how I was eating, and also asked if you were picking me up in a new car. I didn't mention the car, Lu Hao hurriedly explained. I really didn't say anything. I just said you were busy with work. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the time on the screen. He initially thought that as long as he didn't say anything, the matter would spread slowly. But the car had appeared at the company. Lu Hao had seen it, his mother had heard about it in Huaxin, and the property management now had records too. News does not travel in straight lines. It's like a bucket of water spilling out and flowing through the cracks in the tiles. Before 930, the return results were finally sent to the group. Zhao Dihai replied in the group with a received, immediately followed by asking Zhang Xiaoqiang for an impact explanation before 1030. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to type, Zhou Peng tapped his desk. Come out for a moment. The two of them walked to the pantry. There was no one inside, and the water heater buzzed. Zhou Peng took a paper cup from the cabinet, filled it with hot water, and added a bit of cold water. I'll speak directly. Zhou Peng handed him the cup. These recent matters of yours are no longer just about pretending. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the paper cup, the wall feeling a bit hot. I wasn't pretending in the first place. I know. Zhou Peng looked at him. New car Huaxin exclusive Jiangwan housing source. The property management can grant you access to the fixed parking area. These are not things that can be bragged about in a social circle. As those words left Zhou Peng's mouth, the paper cup in Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand gently deformed. But you need to understand clearly, Zhou Peng continued. Whether you have money is one thing, whether you are responsible for your work is another. On Lu Hao's side you are the signed recommender, and on Anshi's side you are still involved in the project. You can't let others treat you as a client just because you seem wealthy. You can't wait for everyone else to finish up for you at the company. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sip of water, burning his tongue. I supplemented it yesterday. Then continue to supplement it completely, Zhou Peng said. Also, Lu Hao is not your witness for buying a house or a car. He's a temporary testing assistant here, not a megaphone for your relatives. This statement was not light. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up. Zhou Peng crumpled the empty breakfast bag into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Don't glare at me. The mistake you're most likely to make now is thinking that just because others see you have money you can take a breath. In fact, it's the opposite. They will have more to say once they see it. Don't glare at me. The mistake you're most likely to make now is thinking that just because others see you have money you can take a breath. In fact, it's the opposite. Zhou Peng gave him a glance. You've said I understand more often recently than the not yet reproduced in the test reports. Zhang Xiaoqiang almost laughed, holding the paper cup to his mouth. Zhou Peng didn't laugh either, just pressed the matter back down. Show me the impact explanation before noon. Oh, I'll help you go over it. This isn't about taking the blame for you, but to prevent you from writing something that'll make the leadership want to scold you. Thanks. Don't mention it. Zhou Peng walked out. If you really have time to thank me, first complete Lu Hao's 2 screenshots. Back at the workstation, Zhang Xiaoqiang finished writing the impact explanation and sent it to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng revised 3 phrases, only deleting issues without adding any credit for him. During the lunch break, he finally opened the Huaxin app to check. The candidate page for the residential carrier had changed. Status: communication rights reserved. Housing source: Jiangwan Mansion, 26th floor. Linked parking space: B2218. Client: Zhang Xiaoqiang. Payment record: comprehensive intention deposit of 500,000 yuan. He clicked into the income details. There were still no records of any incoming payments. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed the 2 pages of screenshots into the same memo, titling it "Money can be seen, but the source remains empty." Just as he finished typing those words, a call came in from Li Guilan. He walked to the stairwell to answer. Mom, Xiaoqiang. Li Guilan's voice was a bit low. Your aunt just called me saying Lu Hao mentioned you might be buying a house in Jiangzhou. Is it true? Zhang Xiaoqiang closed his eyes briefly. Whether Lu Hao said anything was no longer important. Between relatives, words don't come from a single mouth. They find their way through any available crack. I haven't bought it yet, he said. I just looked at a house with a parking space and paid a bit of intention money. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Li Guilan finally said, intention money is still money. How can you be looking at houses so soon after just buying a car? The parking space isn't enough. The housing source comes with a fixed parking space. Don't do these things just for appearances. Li Guilan reiterated her concerns, but her tone was not as urgent as before. Your dad said last night that if you really buy, you need to think it through yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the window in the stairwell, watching the traffic below like a gray line. I'm not doing it for anyone's sake. That's good. Li Guilan said, your dad and I don't understand these things. Our family doesn't have the means to help you. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't respond immediately. In the past, whenever his mother heard about such a large amount of money, her first reaction would always be to ask about the source, questioning whether he had done something bad. Today she was still worried, but her tone carried something different, as if she had been pushed by reality to acknowledge a little her son might really be able to buy. Mom, how's the water in the backyard? Li Guilan rustled on the other end, as if she changed to another place to talk. It receded a bit in the morning, but it's not completely clear yet. Your dad went to talk to the neighbors, asking them to move the cement bags. Did they move them? They said they would move them, but haven't done anything yet. Li Guilan sighed. They said their yard just got finished, and they can't move things around, afraid of damaging the cement surface. Zhang Xiaoqiang's finger rested on the windowsill. That ditch was originally for both families to drain water. Yes, but they say the rain isn't heavy enough now, it's not that serious. Li Guilan's voice dropped lower. I went out to check just now, and there are 2 more bags piled up next to the drainage outlet, saying the workers will come to deal with it in the afternoon. The stairwell was very quiet. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard his own breathing against the receiver. Mom, take a picture and send it to me. What should I take a picture of? It's all water, looks ugly. Li Guilan said. You focus on your work and don't get distracted by these small matters. Your dad said he would go check again. Don't let dad do it alone. I know, Li Guilan replied quickly. It's just a bit of water, it's not a big deal. Before the call ended, Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Zhang Jingguo shouting in the distance. Guilan, pass me the shovel. Li Guilan hurriedly said, let's talk later, and then the call disconnected. Half a minute later, a photo was sent. The water in the backyard was shallower than last night, but indeed 2 more cement bags were piled up, blocking the drainage outlet. The black line at the wall's base had risen by a finger's width. In the corner of the photo, Zhang Jingguo was bending over with a shovel stuck into the mud and water. Zhang Xiaoqiang enlarged the photo. At the top of the screen, the property's temporary reservation message for B2218 had not yet disappeared. On one side was the fixed parking space at Zhongwan Mansion. On the other side was the water in the backyard that couldn't recede. He gripped his phone tightly, and after a few seconds he sent a message to Li Guilin. Tell Dad not to move yet. I'll call again tonight. The message showed as read. Li Guilin replied quickly. It's fine, don't worry. Then another message came. The neighbors said they would move it this afternoon. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the line of text without replying. He saved the photo from home into a memo, placing it in the same folder as the housing source, parking space, and deduction receipt. For the first time, the folder was not filled with bank pages. It also contained a wall that had been blackened by water. The phone buzzed again. Wang Qing sent a message. Are you free tonight? Let's meet at the convenience store outside Zhongwan Mansion. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at the text, his finger hovering over the screen. Wang Qing quickly added another message. Bring the housing source, parking space, property, and deduction materials you sent me last night. I won't prove the money is fine for you, just help you clarify the things that can be matched first. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced outside the window. The rain hadn't fallen yet, but the sky was darkening. He replied with one word. Okay. After work, Zhang Xiaoqiang parked his car outside the south gate of Zhongwan Mansion and walked into the nearby convenience store, following the location sent by Wang Qing. She sat at the narrow table by the window in the back, where a worn-out sticker for scanning and ordering was stuck on the surface, and the cold storage next to her kept buzzing. She glanced up at him, neither smiling nor moving her chair back. Sit. Zhang Xiaoqiang put his car keys in his pocket and sat across from her. Someone came into the convenience store to buy cigarettes, and the scanner beeped. Just outside the window was the south gate of Zhongwan Mansion, with the barrier lifting and lowering and car lights sliding past the glass. Wang Qing pushed the folder over to him. Inside were several printed sheets. The screenshots you sent me last night, I've organized them according to the information you provided. She said, please confirm once more if there are any errors. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked down. The first sheet was the housing options page from the Huaxin app. The second sheet was the receipt for the comprehensive intention deposit. The third sheet was the temporary reservation registration for Zhongwan Mansion's property, B2218. The fourth sheet was the confirmation of communication regarding the housing source sent by consultant Lin. Wang Qing did not circle the amount in red, but crossed out the main names, dates, and numbers on each page. Huaxin, Zhongwan Mansion, B2218. Zhang Xiaoqiang. I haven't changed anything, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. I wasn't asking if you've made any changes. Wang Qing flipped to the second page. I want you to see if these documents can corroborate each other. She pointed at the payment time. You paid the comprehensive intention deposit at 8:26 last night. At 8:28, the status on the Huaxin page changed to reserved communication rights. At 8:31, the property issued a temporary reservation for the parking space. Consultant Lin resent the materials at 9:05. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the pen in her hand. Previously, when Wang Qing asked him, it was more about whether he was deceiving her. Today, she seemed to be auditing a set of materials. That adds up. Wang Qing put down the pen. Then he'll state the conclusion first. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up a bit straighter. These are not just simple screenshots. Wang Qing said. At the very least, you weren't alone in your room, fabricating a story using the balance page. The bank side, service provider property side, and transaction records can form a chain. Xiaoqiang, if you say you really have this payable money, I believe it now. The compressor of the convenience store's cold cabinet paused for a moment, and suddenly everything around became quiet. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand rested on his knee, his palms slowly pressed against the fabric of his pants. He had waited a long time for this sentence. But when it finally came, it wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Wang Qing immediately flipped to the next page. However, the second conclusion is just as clear. The chain only proves that you can pay, or it does not prove the source of the money. The service personnel received you according to customer information, and the property opened permissions based on system records. None of these can prove that the money is legitimate. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded. I understand. Wang Qing glanced at him. Don't keep using those 3 words as a shield. He picked up the water bottle, then set it back down. I don't have any other words right now. Wang Qing didn't push him further, just closed the folder. The reason I agreed to meet you today is not because you have money, nor because you bought a car or a house. It's because these documents confirm for me that you at least haven't fabricated the fact that the money can be used. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed. So we. Don't go further, Wang Qing interrupted him. You still don't have the qualification to demand that others immediately accept this matter. This statement was direct, yet it wasn't unpleasant to hear. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Wang Qing unscrewed the mineral water and took a small sip. What about your parents? Did you also show them these? No, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. My mom heard a bit from relatives and asked about it. I just said I looked at a house with a parking space. Don't show them these, Wang Qing said. They don't understand the banking system nor the property system. They won't feel reassured just because you have these receipts. They will only become more scared. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked down at the worn sticker on the table. They have been afraid for a long time. The door of the convenience store was pushed open and a gust of wet wind blew in. It was raining outside. The raindrops beat against the glass, soon merging into a fine line. The light sign at the south gate of Jiangwan Mansion flickered behind the water stains, and the red light at the garage entrance flashed. Zhang Xiaoqiang's phone vibrated. It was a call from Li Guilin. He glanced at Wang Qing. Wang Qing pulled the folder closer to herself. Answer it. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed to answer. Mom. The sound of rain on the other end was loud, like someone pouring a bucket of water onto a metal roof. Xiaoqiang, are you busy? Li Guilin's voice was muffled by the rain, her tone wavering. Not busy. How is the backyard? It's okay, she said quickly. It's just that the rain started again. Your dad went to check the drainage ditch. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up and walked to the door of the convenience store. Didn't I tell him not to do it alone, eh? You know your dad's temper. Li Guilin shouted to the side. Lao Zhang, it's raining harder. Zhang Jingwo's voice could be heard from the phone distant. He'll see where the water is blocked. If I don't open it, the wall will get soaked. Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched his phone. Mom, turn on the video. What video? In such heavy rain the phone will get wet. Li Guilin said that, but still switched to video. The screen first showed a shaking view of rain, then stabilized. The water in the backyard was deeper than yesterday, already covering a small section of the brick seams. The black line at the base of the wall had turned into a gray-black expanse. The newly excavated yard next door was half a level higher, and rainwater flowed towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's home along the cement slope like a thin, dirty line. Next to the drainage outlet, the cement bag was still there. Zhang Jingwo was wearing a raincoat, bending over with a shovel to scrape the muck blocking the ditch. Dad? Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted. The sound of rain drowned him out. In the video, a man peeked out from under the neighboring shed, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. Lao Zhang, don't dig randomly. The cement over there was just poured. Who will take responsibility if you mess it up? Zhang Jingwo straightened up. You blocked the ditch and the water is all flowing into my yard. Where is it blocked? Which family doesn't accumulate water when it rains? The man stretched out his voice. Your wall is old. How can you blame my new yard? Li Guilin hurriedly lowered the camera. Enough, don't argue. Xiaoqiang, did you see that? It's nothing serious. We'll talk after the rain stops. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed his lips into a line. Mom, get Dad back. Don't move the cement bag. Take pictures first, and make sure the positions are clear. Take pictures for what? To keep as a record. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, don't argue with them. The neighbor's voice came through the phone again. Isn't your son doing well in the city? Tell him to come back and fix the wall. If the old wall collapses, it will save you from having to tear it down. Li Guilin quickly hung up the video. The screen went black. In the rain curtain at the entrance of the convenience store, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at his reflection. Wang Qing walked up to him, not asking what's wrong, but simply handing him a tissue. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not take it. After a few seconds, he handed his phone to her. Did you see it? I heard a bit. He opened the previously cached video, and the sound of rain played from the phone. Wang Qing looked down and frowned after watching. The drainage ditch is blocked. It's best to keep on-site photos and videos. Don't let your dad go alone. If he does, it will be hard to explain later. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. Do you really believe this too? Wang Qing returned the phone to him. I believe your parents are getting drenched in the rain. This doesn't require proof from bank receipts. This statement was heavier than the previous one. I believe you have money. Zhang Xiaoqiang took back the phone and sent a voice message to Li Guilin. Mom, listen to me. Get Dad to go back inside first. Take pictures of the cement bag, drainage outlet, and base of the wall. Don't argue with them. Don't respond to any unpleasant comments right now. Li Guilin quickly replied with a voice message. The rain continued in the background. Your dad said it's fine. You know how he is. If the wall really gets soaked, repairing it will cost money. Zhang Xiaoqiang held down the voice message button. We'll talk about the money later. After sending it, he paused for a moment. This was a phrase he had never been able. It wasn't because he didn't want to say it, but because no one would believe him if he did. Now he had just stepped out of the service chain of Jiangwan Mansion with receipts for payments, property registrations, and housing information on his phone. But facing the wall back home, when he uttered the word money, his throat still tightened. Wang Qing shoved the fold. Don't rush back today. The rain hasn't stopped. Clarify everything first. If your parents really need to handle it, whether finding someone in the village or getting a witness, don't confront them privately yet. They won't, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. My dad thinks that anything he can do himself is enough. Then you need to stop. Wang Qing took out an umbrella. Xiaoqiang, when you have money, the easiest to exploit are not yourself, but your parents, who are too embarrassed to speak firmly. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at her. Wang Qing opened the umbrella and stood at the entrance of the convenience store. I'm not on your side, she said. I'm on the side of things needing to be clarified. She walked into the rain, the umbrella's surface lowered by the wind. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood still as his phone vibrated again. Zhang Jingwo sent a voice message that lasted only 6 seconds. He opened it. The sound of rain, the noise of a shovel hitting bricks, and Zhang Jingwo's heavy breathing mixed together. It's fine, Xiaoqiang, don't worry about it, a dad can handle it here. Just as the voice message was about to end, someone shouted in the background. The base of the wall is soaked through, what are you still digging for? The message stopped at the last second. Zhang Xiaoqiang saved that voice message, placing it together with the housing source, parking space, and payment receipt. This time, he did not rename the folder to abnormal account rules. He created a new folder. Hometown. The rain kept falling until midnight before it finally stopped. Zhang Xiaoqiang had a light sleep. With his phone beside the pillow, he reached out to touch it every time the screen lit up. The notification bar was still cluttered with messages that hadn't been cleared from the day before, reminders from the property management about parking spaces, candidate status from Huaxin, and updates on housing information from consultant Lin, all crammed together. If this were the day before, these messages would have prompted him to click on them repeatedly. Now he merely glanced at them and scrolled down. In the folder from his hometown, there were 7 new photos, 2 videos, and 3 voice messages. In the photos, the water in the backyard receded from the wall to the edges of the bricks, with a layer of mud floating on the surface. The cement bags from next door were still blocking the drainage, swollen from the rain, with cracks at the edges, allowing the gray mortar to seep out. In the video, Zhang Jingwo stood in the water wearing rain boots with the hem of his raincoat clinging to his legs. When Li Guilan filmed, the camera shook continuously, and he could hear her saying, "Old Zhang, come back, don't do that." Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the video 3 times. On the third viewing, he noticed a thin crack in the corner of the wall. It was short, right against the bottom 2 layers of bricks. Rainwater seeped through the crack like a black line. At 7:20 in the morning, Li Guilan sent a WeChat message. "The water has receded a bit, don't worry." Following that was a photo. The picture was taken very close, showing only half of the wall base and a shovel leaning against the side. Zhang Xiaoqiang zoomed in on the photo. While the water had receded, the brick at the wall base was already turning gray from soaking. He directly called the video. Li Guilan took a while to answer. In the frame, she stood at the door of the hall, her hair casually tied up, wearing a pair of old plastic slippers. "Why are you up so early? Aren't you working?" Mom turned the camera to the backyard. "And take a look. What's there to see?" Li Guilan said, walking backwards. "The rain was too heavy last night. Whose yard doesn't have some water?" Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't respond to her. The camera turned outwards to show that the water in the backyard had receded by half, with the ground covered in mud. The black line at the base of the wall was clearer than the night before, and a corner of one brick was missing. The drainage outlet was exposed. Several cement bags lay across the drain alongside a piece of freshly cut PVC pipe and broken bricks. "This isn't just something you can temporarily put away," Zhang Xiaoqiang said. "It's blocked." Li Guilan shifted the camera slightly, as if afraid he would see too clearly. "They said the workers would come this afternoon. They said that yesterday afternoon too." Li Guilan didn't say anything else, and the frame only captured the muddy water by her feet. Zhang Xiaoqiang softened his voice. "Mom, where's Dad?" "He went to buy breakfast." "Don't lie to me." The camera shook a little. Li Guilan whispered, "He went to find your Uncle Lu. He said the 2 of them would clean the drainage together." Zhang Xiaoqiang sat up, leaning his back against the headboard. "Lu, how's Dad?" "Yeah, your Uncle Lu is at home. He can do some masonry work. Your dad said he couldn't handle it alone and asked your Uncle Lu to come take a look." "Didn't I say not to touch it yet? What do we do if we don't touch it?" Li Guilan's voice rose. "The base of the wall has been soaking. Are we just going to wait for it to collapse?" After finishing, she lowered her voice again. "Xiaoqiang, Mom isn't trying to rush you. You're busy in Jiangzhou, but we can't wait for everything to depend on you. Besides, now that you have a car and a house, enough people are talking about it. For things at home, we should handle it ourselves if we can." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the mother on the screen. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. She just wasn't used to passing the troubles to her son. In the past, when Zhang Xiaoqiang had no money, she was afraid he couldn't bear it. Now that Zhang Xiaoqiang seemed to have money, she was afraid others would say they were putting on airs as soon as they had a little movement. "Mom, I'm not saying we have to wait for me to handle it." Zhang Xiaoqiang said, "Just don't mess up the scene first. You can take photos, ask the villagers to come look, or let the neighbors move it themselves, and don't clean it up yourself." "What if they say you caused the damage after it's cleaned up?" Li Guilan was stunned. "Can it be said like that?" Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't answer. Such words need not be learned in reality. There are people who will speak them. Footsteps could be heard outside the video. Zhang Jingwo's voice came through. "Xiaoqiang, up so early." The camera turned. Zhang Jingwo's pants were muddy, and he held a bag of steamed buns. Behind him was Lu Hao's father, Lu Qingwei, with a hoe slung over his shoulder and his pant legs rolled up to his knees. "Uncle Lu," Zhang Xiaoqiang called out. Lu Qingwei leaned in to look at the camera, smiling a bit shyly. "Xiaoqiang has done well. I heard from Haozi that you're driving a nice car now. Uncle Lu, don't rush to do anything just yet." Zhang Xiaoqiang said, "First, take clear photos of the drainage area. Make sure to take pictures of the cement bags and the base of the wall before doing anything, so we're not confused when people come looking for us." "What are you taking pictures for? We're all from the same village, and it feels like you're trying to report us." Zhang Jingguo set the buns down on the table. Dad, this isn't about reporting. I'm just trying to clarify things first. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the phone. What you learned in the city doesn't work here in the village. If we clear the drain today, just say a few words this afternoon, and it'll all be over. Did they move the bags like they said yesterday afternoon? Zhang Jingguo didn't respond. Li Guilin stood aside, not chiming in. Lu Chengui placed the hoe down from his shoulder, trying to ease the tension. Let me take a couple of pictures first. Old Zhang, we're not in a hurry to act. The water isn't as deep as it was last night. Zhang Jingguo glanced at him, muttering, take the pictures if you want. The video call wasn't ended. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched Lu Chengui bend down to take pictures of the drainage. Zhang Jingguo stood by, his hands clasped behind his back, wanting to intervene, but holding back. The gate of the adjacent yard opened. A man in his 40s stepped out, his hair slicked back, wearing clean slippers. He stood at the edge of the newly laid cement ground, looking over here. Old Zhang, what are you taking pictures of so early? Before Zhang Jingguo could speak, Li Guilin smiled and said nothing much, just checking if the water has receded. The man put a cigarette in his mouth, but didn't light it. If the water has receded, that's all that matters. It rained so heavily last night, if your wall is old, don't pull everything over to my side. Zhang Jingguo's face darkened. Chen Lauer, that drain has always been for both households. If you block it with bags, where else would the water go but my house? The bags were just put there temporarily, they'll be removed in a few days. Chen Lauer stepped on the cement surface of his yard. I just finished fixing my yard. If you tear it up, who will take responsibility? Your son is supposedly rich in the city. If it gets damaged, just let him fix it for you. Li Guilin quickly pulled the phone toward herself. The camera tilted, capturing only a slice of the door frame. Zhang Xiaoqiang still heard Zhang Jingguo's voice. Don't involve my son in this. Everyone in the village knows your son bought a house and a car in the city. Why are you arguing over a few bags of cement? Lu Chengui, interjected Chen Lauer. Just clear the drain first, then we can talk about the water. You're not even family, why are you meddling? The video abruptly cut off. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately redialed. No one answered. He called 3 times in a row. On the 4th attempt, Li Guilin finally picked up her breath, a bit hurried. It's fine, oh, I just slipped. Mom, let Dad answer. Your dad is outside. Let him answer. Li Guilin handed the phone over, her voice lowered. Xiaoqiang. Zhang Jingguo took the phone. The camera captured only his chin. Xiaoqiang, don't listen to your mom's unnecessary panic. We're not arguing. Dad, don't do anything yet. I know. And don't argue with him. We're not arguing. Zhang Jingguo's voice was firm. He talks too much. I just said a few words to him. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed his words. Dad, if you really start, it'll be hard to clarify things later. Zhang Jingguo was silent for a few seconds. All right. I'll listen to you. I'll let your Uncle Lu head back first. Lu Chengui's voice came from the side. Head back. I'm already here. If we don't touch the drainage, just remove the water from the wall. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to speak, a message popped up in the work group. Zhao Dihai, Zhang Xiaoqiang, send me the final version of yesterday's impact statement before 10 o'clock. The client is requesting it. He looked at the 2 windows on the screen, one showing the drainage from his hometown, the other. The property management message from Jiangwan Mansion still lay in the notification bar, reminding him that the temporary access for B2218 was valid. He felt a bit reassured because of this message yesterday. Now that reassurance was washed away by the water accumulating in the backyard. Dad, you and Uncle Lu can start scooping the water out. Zhang Xiaoqiang said, I'll handle some work first and call you back in 10 minutes. You do your thing. Zhang Jingguo immediately replied, don't let work be delayed for this. The call ended. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the edge of the bed, opened his computer, and sent the impact statement revised by Zhou Peng last night to Zhao Dihai. After sending, he didn't close the computer, but his hand remained pressed on the phone. Suddenly, Lu Hao's call came in. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up. Brother Chang, did my dad go to your house? Lu Hao's voice was chaotic, as if he were in the company stairwell. He did. Don't worry, I just told them not to do anything yet. My mom just called me saying my dad went out without taking his medicine. He twisted his back recently. I told him not to overexert himself, but he wouldn't listen. Lu Hao took a breath. Brother Chang, I'm not blaming you. I'm just asking. I know I'll call again immediately. My dad cares about his reputation. If someone says he can't help, he insists on, just tell Uncle not to do anything too heavy. Okay. Just after hanging up, Li Guilin sent a new photo. In the photo, Lu Chengui stood by the wall holding a bucket of water, while Zhang Jingguo pulled at him from the side. Behind the photo was a voice message. Li Guilin said, your Uncle Lu insists on scooping the water from the wall first. Xiaoqiang, don't worry, we're keeping an eye on it. Zhang Xiaoqiang called back. This time the call connected quickly. In the frame, Lu Chengui was lifting half a bucket of muddy water. Just as he turned around, his foot slipped on the wet bricks. The phone screen shook violently. A muffled sound came from the receiver. Li Guilin shouted, old Lu. Zhang Jingguo also called out Chengui. Zhang Xiaoqiang held the phone, his voice caught in his throat. The screen only showed muddy water and an overturned bucket. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Li Guilin's voice turn anxious on the other end. Don't pull him, you gotta find out where it hurts. Mom turned the camera around. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted into the phone. The screen shook a couple of times, but didn't turn back. Zhang Jingwo's voice pressed down. Guilan called Lu Hao's mom. The video call ended. Zhang Xiaoqiang clenched the phone, standing by the bed, redialing twice, but failing to connect. After a few minutes, Lu Hao's call came in. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the incoming call, his fingers stiffening for a moment before answering. Lu Hao's voice trembled. Brother Chang, my mom just called me saying my dad fell. As soon as Lu Hao exclaimed my dad fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang had already grabbed the car keys and headed for the door. Don't panic, yet he said, how is he doing now? Lu Hao's side was in chaos, with footsteps in the stairwell mixing with his heavy breathing. My mom said he hurt his back and bumped his arm. If he can talk, it means he's in pain. I'm taking leave to go back now. Wait for me at the company, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, changing his shoes. He'll call home to see what's going on. Brother Chang, my mom sounded a bit anxious on the phone just now. If she speaks harshly, don't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaoqiang paused for a moment. I understand. I'm really not blaming you. Lu Hao's voice dropped lower. My dad insisted on going. He told me that we are all from the same village, and we can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped the doorknob. Lu Hao, don't worry, I won't shy away from this. After hanging up, he immediately called Li Guilan. Li Guilan answered quickly this time. In the background, someone was talking, and Aunt Lu was suppressing her sobs, asking if they needed to take an x-ray. Mom, how is Uncle Lu? We've just arrived at the town health center. Li Guilan's voice was hoarse. The doctor took a look and said he might have sprained his back. Why go to the town health center first? Can't we go directly to the county hospital? The weather is bad, and it's hard to find a car, Li Guilan hurriedly explained. We took the nearest option to check, and if it's really bad, we'll transfer. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the elevator button. Don't skimp on this. If checks are needed, get them done. If you need to transfer to the county hospital, do it. Keep all the receipts. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Li Guilan said, okay, understood. The elevator doors opened, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped in. Mom, someone's hurt. We need to focus on the injury first. We can talk later. You just focus on work, no need to come back. Li Guilan repeated, your dad, and I can handle this. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the elevator numbers descend one by one. This time, listen to me. Uncle Liu's checkup, medical expenses, and lost work fees should all be based on actual conditions. We'll shoulder what we should. Li Guilan sensed he was on his way back and didn't press further. After a few seconds, she said, just don't talk to Aunt Lu like that. If she's anxious right now, it's normal for her to be anxious. Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped out of the elevator, and the parking garage was brightly lit. Mom, where's Aunt Lu? She's over there crying. Li Guilan lowered her voice. She said, Uncle Lu hurt himself helping our family, and since we have money now, we can't let their family suffer losses. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the car door and sat down. That statement wasn't pleasant to hear, but he wasn't angry. Lu Qinggui had been taken to the town health center, unable to get up due to back pain. It wasn't surprising for Lu Hao's mother to say harsh things at that moment. She's not wrong. Zhang Xiaoqiang fastened his seatbelt. He got hurt helping our family. Oh, we can't let them suffer. But it's not about how much she says, and then we just give that much. We need to calculate properly. Don't make promises on the spot. Wait for me to return. Li Guilan fell silent. I'm just afraid she'll say we're heartless. If she says it, let her say it first. Zhang Xiaoqiang started the car. Just say we'll discuss it when I return. Are you really coming back? Yes. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove the car out of the garage, and the navigation system displayed the route back home. It would take nearly 3 hours from Jiangzhou to the county, and then another stretch to the town. Just after hanging up, Zhang Jingwo's call came in again. The car wheels rolled over the speed bump at the garage exit. Zhang Xiaoqiang answered. Xiaoqiang, part of the wall has collapsed. Zhang Jingwo's voice sounded muffled. Which part collapsed? The corner of the backyard. Zhang Jingwo took a breath. It's not a total collapse, it's just that the ground has softened. When your Uncle Lu fell, a bucket fell too, and a few bricks came loose. Old Shin next door keeps saying it should have been torn down long ago. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked the car roadside, his fingers pressing against the steering wheel. Outside, the road in Jiangzhou glistened after the rain, with the red lights countdown ticking down second by second. Dad, send me some pictures. Don't rush after looking at them. Okay. After hanging up, the pictures quickly arrived. In the picture, a section of the backyard wall had collapsed, bricks scattered in the muddy water exposing the dark earth underneath. Zhang Jingwo's hands shook while taking the photo, with half the edge showing his fingers. In the second photo, the cement slope of the new courtyard next door looked glaringly clean, water flowing toward Zhang's side. Zhang Xiaoqiang saved the photos into the old home folder. Then he called Wang Qing. Wang Qing answered quickly. What happened? Lu Hao's dad fell and hurt his back while helping me clear out the drainage ditch. The wall at home has also collapsed. There were no further questions for details on the other end. Has he been sent to the hospital? To the town health center. I told them to keep the receipts. If necessary, we'll transfer to the county hospital. Right, Wang Qing said. Medical expenses can be prepared first, but don't transfer to personal accounts. Try to use hospital payments or deal with the receipts later. Lost work fees and nursing fees also need to be substantiated. Don't make empty promises over the phone. Zhang Xiaoqiang listened to her one by one, feeling slightly calmer in his chest. My parents are afraid of offending people. What you need to do now is narrow down their words for them, Wang Qing said. Should take responsibility where needed and don't promise what shouldn't be promised. Don't create noise with the neighbors. First, make sure to document the scene properly. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the navigation screen in the car. You said yesterday that you weren't on my side. Today is the same. Wang Qing replied. That's already enough. There was a pause on the other end. Drive carefully without distractions. Send me any documents you think I need. And when you go back, don't immediately throw money around in the village. I don't have that habit. You didn't have money before, but now it's different. Others will think of that habit for you. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the rearview mirror. In the reflection, his car parked roadside, the body glistening from the rain. A few days ago, this car brought him spectators, a new identity, and parking troubles. Now for the first time, it felt like a tool. It could take him back. I understand. You can use that phrase this time, Wang Qing said. The call ended. Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't drive immediately. He opened the company group. Zhao Dihai had just sent the impact explanation to the client, and the group was still discussing a few issues. He sent a private message to Zhou Peng. Something happened at home, or I need to take leave to go back. The final version of the impact explanation has been sent, and Lu Hao is also going back because his father was injured. Is it serious? Zhou Peng replied almost instantly. He can talk for now, but his back and arm are hurt. He's been sent to the hospital. We both need to go back. Zhou Peng sent a voice message. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened it. Okay, go back. They'll handle things here at Anqi. Send me the current issue list screenshots Lu Hao is responsible for and any remaining risks. Don't just drop a line saying you have family matters and run. He added another message. They'll talk to General Zhao about Lu Hao's side. You need to send an official leave email to request your leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied thank you. Zhou Peng responded with a period. Zhang Xiaoqiang smiled at that period. He organized the issue list into a document and sent it to Zhou Peng, then sent a leave email to Zhao Dihai. The email was concise. An accident occurred at home. Family members were sent for medical treatment. Need to return to handle it. Current work is handed over to Zhou Peng with attached issue list and follow-up items. Zhao Dihai called shortly after. What happened at your home? There was a dispute over the family wall and drainage ditch. A relative was injured while helping. I need to go back to handle it. Zhao Dihai was silent for a few seconds. Anqi's project needs a reply today. The impact explanation and issue list have been sent to Zhou Peng. Lu Hao's father was injured and he needs to take leave as well. They'll have him follow the process to send an email for leave. The sound of flipping papers came from Zhao Dihai's side. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you have too much going on lately. Yes, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, watching the red light turn green ahead, but this time I must go back. All right. He'll approve the email for half a day and we'll see how things go from there. Don't turn off your phone. Thank you, General Zhao. Don't thank me. Just remember to do your job well. After hanging up, Lu Hao's message popped up. Brother Chong, can I ride back with you? First, send Zhou Peng the leave email. He'll wait for you downstairs. Lu Hao replied quickly. Sent. 10 minutes later, Lu Hao opened the passenger door and got in. He carried an old backpack, sweat dripping from his forehead. Brother Chong, my mom just called again. His hands shook slightly while fastening his seatbelt. She was a bit harsh, just ignore her. It's understandable for her to be anxious. Zhang Xiaoqiang merged into the main road. How's your dad doing now? They say he sprained his back and has some abrasions on his arm. The doctor wants an x-ray done, worried there might be something wrong with the bones. My mom panicked when she heard about the x-ray. Get it done, Zhang Xiaoqiang said. Check should be done. They'll take care of it. We'll go by the hospital's receipts. Remember, it's not about me throwing money at your family. Your dad got hurt helping mine, and we will take the responsibility we should bear. Lu Hao nodded, his eyes reddening, and quickly turned his face toward the window. My dad just loves to help. He even went to fix your roof before. Whenever someone has an issue, he goes to help. He just didn't expect to fall this time. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped the steering wheel. This time I owe him. Not a no. Lu Hao's voice was muffled. If my dad hears you say that, he'll scold me. He says helping out is... The car ascended the elevated road, the buildings of Jiangzhou receding behind. Zhang Xiaoqiang's phone vibrated again. A message from an unknown number. He didn't open it immediately. He waited until the car stabilized. Lu Hao stared at the screen in surprise. There's no number. Read it out. Lu Hao looked at the screen, his voice dry. The fourth item has been recorded. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. Lu Hao continued reading. Real scene, the old house. The car fell silent. At the end of the elevated road, the navigation prompted to enter the expressway out of the city. Zhang Xiaoqiang took back his phone. The 2 lines on the screen were very brief. There were no explanations, no praises, nor did it tell him what would happen next. He retrieved his phone. The road ahead was washed clean by the rain. The sky remained gray, with low clouds looming in the distance. The files on Jiangwan Mansion, the parking receipt for B2218, and records of Waxen's deductions all lay quietly in his phone folder. In another folder were images of the collapsed corner of the old home, the blocked drainage ditch, Zhang Jiangwo's muddy pants, and the bucket that tipped over when Lu Qingwei fell. On one side, reality acknowledges he indeed has money. On the other side, reality reminds him that home is still there. Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed the accelerator. The car drove out of Jiangzhou. As they exited the highway, the rain had stopped, but the water by the roadside had yet to recede. Lu Hao sat in the passenger seat, holding his phone, speaking very little throughout the journey. The navigation prompted a right turn towards the town's health clinic, when his phone suddenly rang. Lu Hao glanced at Xiao Chong. His finger paused over the answer button for 2 seconds before he picked up the call. "Where are you now?" A sharp, anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Did your brother say he would cover the medical expenses, eh?" Lu Hao's shoulders shrugged slightly. "Mom, we're almost in town. How is Dad doing now?" "I'm asking you a question." It sounded like his aunt was in a hallway with someone nearby shouting names. "Your dad was working for them when he fell." Xiao Chong slowed down the car, as there was a stretch of standing water ahead. The tires rolled over at the sound of water dragging against the car door. "Auntie," he spoke up. The voice on the other end paused. "Xiao Chong." "It's me." Xiao Chong looked at the road ahead. "I will reach the hospital in about 10 minutes. Listen to the doctor first, and have whatever needs to be checked done. Keep all the receipts. Uncle Lu fell while helping us, and I will definitely cover what I should." His aunt remained silent for a few seconds, her voice lowering slightly, but still firm. "What about lost wages? If he needs someone to care for him later, how does that count?" Lu Hao lowered his phone slightly. "Mom, don't just start with that. If I don't say it, who will? Your dad is the one lying there, and you're not worried." Lu Hao's lips moved, but he didn't retort. Xiao Chong said, "Lost wages and nursing fees will be calculated after the examination results come out based on the actual situation. Annie, let's not discuss this over the phone. Right now, we need to focus on the person in need." The voice of Li Guilin came from the other end. Xiao Chong, drive slowly. "Your Uncle Lu is here. The doctor said he needs an X-ray first." Zhang Jingwo added, "It's nothing serious, don't panic." Xiao Chong didn't respond to this, but said, "We'll be there shortly." Several electric bikes were parked in front of the town health clinic with a line of muddy water accumulating beside the awning. Xiao Chong parked the car in the yard, and Lu Hao pressed the button twice before the seatbelt buckle finally released. As the two entered, they were met with the smell of disinfectant. At the end of the corridor, Li Guilin stood outside the treatment room, her pant legs splashed with mud. Zhang Jingwo squatted by the wall, one of his old cloth shoes soaked halfway. His aunt was standing next to the payment window holding a few forms. "You're back, huh?" Li Guilin spotted Xiao Chong first, but didn't move her feet. His aunt handed the forms forward. "Your Uncle Lu is still inside. The doctor said they need to take an X-ray of his ankle and check his hand, and the payment hasn't been made yet." Lu Hao walked around her to look into the treatment room. Lu Qingwei was sitting on a chair inside, his pant leg rolled up and his right ankle swollen. Seeing Lu Hao, he waved his hand first. "It's nothing serious, I just slipped a little." His aunt immediately turned her head upon hearing this. "You can't even stand steadily and still say it's nothing serious." Lu Qingwei lowered his head and remained silent. Zhang Jingwo stood up from the wall. "Xiao Chong, the doctor said to take an X-ray first." Qingwei meant well, the wall was slippery. "Dad." Xiao Chong looked at him. "How did the wall collapse?" "Let's discuss that later when we return. Right now we need to focus on Uncle Liu's examination." Zhang Jingwo closed his mouth. The person at the payment window leaned out. "Who will pay? Bring over the forms." Xiao Chong took the forms from his aunt. Registration, X-ray, treatment, medication costs. All the papers were stacked together. "Should I pay for all of this together?" he asked. The person at the window replied, "First pay for these. We will issue further payments after the examination results are available. Can I get a receipt?" The other party looked up at him. "Yes. Mobile payment or bank card is fine." His aunt standing nearby quickly added, "Make sure to give me a copy of the receipt. This isn't something we did ourselves, we need to keep a record to avoid confusion later." Xiao Chong ignored her comment and took out his phone. The payment page popped up and the Huanshin USD current account remained at the bottom. The amount in RMB was 843.60. He tapped that account. Fingerprint verification. A small speaker at the window beeped, "Payment successful." His aunt glanced at the screen at the window, then looked at the phone in Xiao Chong's hand. She didn't see the specific account details, only that the screen flashed and the payment was made. "Is that it?" she asked. "Yes." The person at the window began printing receipts one by one. "Go over there to queue for the X-ray and give these payment slips to the nurse." Xiao Chong took the receipts, but didn't immediately tuck them into his pocket. He took a picture of each one, saving them in order on his phone. A notification from Huanshin Bank popped up. "Transaction successful for USD current account deduction, $117.49 He clicked into the details. There was an additional expenditure record with the merchant name as the town health clinic. The income details remained empty. The balance changed to $8999998769882. $82. Xiao Chong turned off the screen. Xiao Chong, she said, your Uncle Lu won't be able to work for these days. I still have to take care of him. Oh, how will we account for that? Lu Hao turned back from the treatment room door. Mom, Dad hasn't even had the x-ray yet. I know he hasn't had it yet, his aunt glared at him. You keep quiet. People in the corridor were looking over. Li Guilin couldn't hold her face. Xiao Chong tucked the receipts into the payment slips and said, Auntie, I'll cover the medical expenses first. Whatever the doctor writes later and whatever is recorded in the medical history, we will follow that. Lost wages and nursing fees can also be discussed, but they need to be itemized clearly based on days and actual situations. His aunt opened her mouth. We are family, do we really need to write it so clearly? Being family is exactly why we need to be detailed, Xiao Chong replied. If we write it clearly, no one can go back on it later. Zhang Jingwo frowned. Xiao Chong turned to him. Dad, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Uncle Lu was injured while helping our family. We won't evade responsibility. But we also can't just say any number is acceptable. His aunt glanced at the receipt, her voice slightly lowered compared to before. Then can you transfer me a little first? It would be easier for me to buy food and medicine later. Lu Hao looked up surprised. Mom. Xiao Chong put the receipts away. No transfers, he said. His aunt's expression immediately hardened. Xiao Chong continued, I will cover the hospital's charges. For the medications needed and for your meals, nursing fees, and lost wages, we will sit down and write them out one by one after the examination is done. In the treatment room, Lu Chengui coughed lightly. Let's do it as Xiao Chong suggested. He's here to handle things, not to argue with you. His aunt turned to look at him. You sure are generous. Lu Chengui stopped speaking and supported himself up from the chair. Lu Hao hurried over to help him go for the x-ray. His phone vibrated. Wang Qing sent a message, have you arrived? Xiao Chong glanced at the corridor, walked to the entrance under the awning, and returned her call. Wang Qing answered quickly. Are you at the hospital? Yes, just arrived. Xiao Chong looked at the tire tracks in the yard, just made the payment. I took pictures of the receipts. Make sure to take a picture of the medical record too, Wang Qing said. Keep the payment receipts, examination forms, doctor's recommendations, and follow-up medications separate. Don't just keep the payment records. MHM. For the area where your wall collapsed, take photos and videos of it first when you go back. The drainage ditch, cement bags, wall roots, and the fallen bricks. Capture it all clearly if you can. If neighbors said anything, keep a record of that too. Xiao Chong looked at the gray-white sky outside the door. You're sounding more and more like you're giving me a lecture. Then don't listen. He paused. I'm listening. And also, Wang Qing continued, helping the injured is one thing, but neighbors blocking the drainage ditch is another matter. If relatives say harsh words, don't rush to silence them with money. If you block them once, they will keep using their mouths to find you later. Xiao Chong replied, I know. You handle your business first, Wang Qing said. If you have any questions, I can help you brainstorm ideas. After hanging up, Xiao Chong put his phone back in his pocket. When he returned to the corridor, Lu Hao was already helping Lu Chengui to the x-ray. Li Guilin was sitting at the far end of the bench, and Zhang Jingwo was standing next to her. Xiao Chong walked over. Who is watching the house now? Li Guilin looked up. Your second uncle is helping to keep an eye on it. The wall collapsed a bit. How much collapsed? Zhang Jingwo replied, a bit over a meter. It's an old wall that was due for repairs anyway. What about the drainage ditch? It rained too heavily these past 2 days, Zhang Jingwo said. Li Guilin glanced at him, then lowered her head. Xiao Chong didn't let this remark go by. Dad, was the drainage ditch blocked by Chun Ladder's family? We're all from the same village. Don't say it so definitively when you return. They did renovations too. It wasn't specifically targeting our family. His aunt chimed in from the side. If it wasn't aimed at your family, why did he pile cement bags at the ditch? You two are just too easy to talk to. That's why they dare to bully your family like this. Zhang Jingwo replied, keep quiet for a bit. His aunt scoffed, Haozi's dad has fallen, and I can't say a few words. Li Guilin stood up. Sister, let's wait for the x-ray results first. Does waiting for the x-ray mean we can't speak the truth? His aunt pointed at Zhang Jingwo. The wall wasn't brought down by my family's old Lu. This matter needs to be clarified. Xiao Chong put the receipts into the inner pocket of his coat. Clarify, he said. So when we return later, take photos of the wall, the drainage ditch, the cement bags, and everything else. Zhang Jingwo looked at him. Xiao Chong, we see each other in the village. Don't make it too awkward. Just then Lu Hao helped Lu Chengui back from the other end of the corridor. The x-ray had not yet come out, and the doctor asked them to wait. Lu Hao's phone rang again. He looked down, and the color drained from his face. What happened? Xiao Chong. Lu Hao didn't say anything and handed over the phone. It was a video sent by someone from the village. The camera shook violently, showing the collapsed section of the wall in the backyard, bricks submerged in yellow muddy water. Chun Lair stood nearby wearing a pair of clean black rain boots. Someone next to him asked, Old Chun, what are we going to do about this wall? Chun Lair smiled at the camera. What to do? Let his son come back to fix it. Zhang Xiaochong is buying cars and houses in the city. Can the collapsed wall be blamed on me? Laughter followed behind. The video stopped here. Zhang Jingguo reached for the phone. Stop watching, it's just some idle talk. Xiao Chong did not pass the phone over. He replayed the video from the beginning, pausing it when it reached the spot where Chun Lair stood. At the person's feet, a half piece of gray cement bag was blocking the drainage ditch. Xiao Chong returned the phone to Lu Hao. Send it to me. Lu Hao looked at him. Brother. Send it to me. Xiao Chong said, once your dad finishes the examination and is fine, we will go back to the village and check the drainage ditch. When Lu Chengwei's x-ray results came out, the corridor was damp and stuffy. The doctor examined the x-ray and said there was no major issue with the bones for now, just an ankle sprain and some abrasions on the back of the hand. He advised rest, regular dressing changes, and to come back for a follow-up if the swelling worsened. Auntie's face remained tense after hearing this. So he can't work for the next few days. We can't just let it go like this, can we? Lu Hao supported Lu Chengwei and whispered, Mom, the doctor said he needs to rest first. I know he needs to rest, Auntie replied, gripping the medical record and receipt tightly. But who will pay for the rest? If your dad doesn't go out, he won't earn anything. Xiao Chong put the copied examination results into a folder. Auntie, let's calculate the medical expenses, follow-up, check lost work and care once we have all the receipts. Let Uncle Lu rest at home for now. Where are you going now? I'm going to check the drainage ditch behind the yard first. Auntie looked at him. You're really prioritizing that, huh? We need to figure out where the blockage is first. Xiao Chong closed the folder. How the wall collapsed and how Uncle Lu fell, we need to investigate that. Lu Chengwei raised his hand slightly. I'm fine, you guys go back and take care of things. Don't delay because of me. His words elicited another glare from Auntie. Xiao Chong didn't continue speaking in the corridor. Lu Hao stayed behind to help him take Lu Chengwei home while he drove back to the village with his parents. As they entered the village, the sky turned gloomy again. The village road was narrow and the rainwater hadn't fully receded, with piles of wet mud and fallen leaves along the roadside. Just as Xiao Chong turned into the alley leading to the old house, someone peeked out from the door. Is Xiao Chong back? Is this his new car? I heard he also looked at houses in the city. The voices were not loud, just enough to slip through the car window. Zhang Jingguo sat in the back seat, resting his hand on his knee. Don't argue with your Uncle Chen, okay? He's a gossip. The more you engage, the more he'll be excited. Xiao Chong looked at the road ahead. I won't argue. Li Guilin added, let's see how the wall is first. If it really comes to it, we'll fix it ourselves. We don't want the whole village to know about this. Mom, Xiao Chong parked in front of their house. Now the whole village already knows. Li Guilin didn't respond. The door of the old house was half open, with a circle of dried and wet mud marks near the threshold. As Xiao Chong got out of the car, the first thing he saw was a section of gray wall from the backyard. The collapsed area was more striking than in the video. An old brick wall over a meter long was broken at an angle, with shattered bricks soaked in yellow mud water, and the wall's base was blackened for half a foot. The backyard ground was low, and after the rainwater receded, a line of muddy water remained at the corner of the wall and the vegetable patch. Several green vegetables were flattened by the mud, their leaves pressed to the ground. Zhang Jingguo quickly walked over and reached for a tilted brick. Dad, don't touch that. Zhang Jingguo's hand froze in midair. Xiao Chong took out his phone and started filming from the entrance of the yard. He first captured a wide shot, then focused on the wall's base and finally on the water line in the yard. He said nothing as the camera slowly swept across the ground, ultimately landing on the old drainage ditch between the two houses. The drainage ditch was blocked by a half-buried gray cement bag with a few pieces of broken bricks and gravel nearby. Li Guilin stood behind him, whispering, your dad tried to clear it last night, but the water still wouldn't go down. Later, Chingwei came to help move the bricks, but he slipped and fell. Who moved this bag? No one dared to touch it, Li Guilin replied. Your dad just cleared the mud beside it. Here, take this. Xiao Chong handed the phone to his mother. Mom, you hold it and start recording from where I'm standing. Don't stop. Li Guilin paused for a moment. Me. Yes. Just keep it recording. She took the phone, her hand a bit stiff, and the camera first captured Xiao Chong's shoes. Xiao Chong didn't rush her, waiting for her to slowly lift the camera. A few people were already standing at the entrance of the alley. Uncle Chun had also arrived. He was wearing those black rain shoes from the video, his pants clean, and still holding a cigarette. Seeing Li Guilin holding the phone, he chuckled. Wow, city folks do things differently. You come home and start taking pictures first. Xiao Chong shot him a glance. Uncle Chun, this cement bag is from your family, right? Uncle Chun took a puff of his cigarette. It's leftover from renovations. It was raining hard last night, so I just stacked it there. Your wall collapsed. You can't blame just one cement bag for that. The old wall wasn't sturdy. It would have collapsed sooner or later. Zhang Jingguo quickly interjected. Uncle Chun, let's not jump to conclusions. Did I say something wrong? Uncle Chun flicked the ash from his cigarette into the muddy water. How long has your wall been up? A little collapse from the rain is normal, right? Moreover, the drainage ditch is not just your family's. Where the water flows, can I control the heavens? Some onlookers laughed softly. Others murmured the bag is indeed blocking the ditch, which isn't good. Uncle Chun turned around. What do you know? Last night the water was so high the bag could have been swept away, who knows? A woman in a blue raincoat chimed and swept away. I passed by here the day before. The bag was right by the drainage ditch. It hadn't rained heavily then. Uncle Chen's face darkened. Zhao Guifan, what does this have to do with you? The woman pushed her raincoat hood back. I'm just saying what I saw. Your family was mixing cement a few days ago. Weren't the gravel and sand piled up this side? The drainage ditch used to be able to drain, but it flooded into Zhang Wo's backyard only last night. Some onlookers nodded, then quickly fell silent. Xiao Chong looked at the woman. Aunt Zhao, you said you saw the bag by the drainage ditch the day before. Yes, Zhao Guifan pointed at the drainage ditch right there. I even warned them not to block the drainage ditch, Uncle Chun said. He would clear it in the afternoon. Uncle Chun flicked the cigarette, but onto the ground. You remember that clearly. Who doesn't keep an eye on the drainage ditch when it rains? Zhao Guifan replied. Xiao Chong didn't follow her into an argument, but turned to Li Guilin. Mom, don't stop recording this part. Li Guilin quickly turned the camera back, the lens sweeping over Zhao Guifan before returning to the drainage ditch and the cement bag. Xiao Chong didn't respond to her remark and squatted down to examine the drainage ditch. Under the cement bag was mud, and beside it was a layer of freshly applied gray-white cement slopes stretching from the base of Uncle Chen's yard wall all the way to the drainage ditch. The slope wasn't wide, but was just enough to raise the drainage outlet that originally sloped down a bit. Xiao Chong pointed for his mother to see. Mom, get a closer shot here. Uncle Chen's smile faded a little. What are you filming this for? To see how the water flows. Water flows downhill. What do you need to look for? Xiao Chong stood up and pointed at the cement slope. Then why is this higher than the original drainage outlet? Uncle Chun tightened his grip on the cigarette. I'm fixing my yard, applying a little slope for waterproofing. Oh, what's it to you? The water got into my backyard. Your land is low. How is that my fault? Zhang Jingguo wanted to speak again, but Xiao Chong raised his hand to stop him. Dad, please don't speak for now. Zhang Jingguo's lips moved, taking a step back. Xiao Chong turned to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, I'm not going to argue with you today. Let's look at how the water accumulated last night, how the wall got soaked, and how Uncle Lu fell. We'll examine everything one by one. Don't touch this cement bag. And don't touch this slope either. Uncle Chen laughed. You think you can just say don't touch, and that's it? This is in front of my house. This is the drainage ditch between our two houses, Xiao Chong replied. I'll find someone to measure it tomorrow, and we'll discuss it afterward. The onlookers grew quieter. Li Guilin held the phone, the camera still shaking, but she didn't lower it. She saw Uncle Chen walking toward the drainage ditch, and suddenly spoke up. Uncle Chen, don't move for now. Uncle Chen stopped in his tracks, glancing at her. Sister Guilin, have you learned this from your son as well? Li Guilin's face flushed slightly, but she still held up the phone. Don't move for now. Xiao Chong had just said that they would find someone to measure it tomorrow. This statement felt a little unfamiliar, even to her. Xiao Chong turned to look at his mother, then toward Lu Hao. Lu Hao had just run over from the entrance of the alley, sweat on his forehead. Bro, Dad has gone home. Mom is over there keeping an eye on things. You use your phone to record from here toward the drainage ditch. Xiao Chong instructed. Lu Hao nodded and quickly opened the recording. Uncle Chen's face turned solemn. Xiao Chong, what do you mean by this? On your first day back, you're filming the neighbors. I just asked them to film the drainage ditch, Xiao Chong replied. Don't start with that. Aren't you just showing off after doing well in the city? Buying a car and a house makes you feel superior, right? As these words fell, more people squeezed in at the entrance of the alley. Xiao Chong ignored the crowd. He bent down, pointing at the black line at the base of the wall, then at the watermark left after the muddy water receded. Li Guilin followed and lowered the camera, finally capturing the position where the cement bag met the new cement slope. Uncle Chen stepped forward, seemingly wanting to kick the bag aside. Xiao Chong reached out to stop him. Don't touch that. Uncle Chen glared at him. What if I insist on moving it? Xiao Chong took the phone from Li Guilin, turning the screen toward him. On the screen were Uncle Chen's black rain shoes, the cement bag at the drainage ditch, and the newly applied cement slope. Then I'll keep a record of it from before you move it, Xiao Chong said. Let's discuss it after we measure it tomorrow. Uncle Chen's foot stopped beside the cement bag, not stepping down further. The only sound left in the yard was the water dripping through the cracks in the bricks. Xiao Chong returned the phone to his mother and said to Lu Hao, send me that segment from before. Lu Hao nodded. Zhang Jingguo stood by the collapsed wall, hands behind his back, still looking grim, but no longer trying to persuade. Li Guilin held the phone. Her arm had grown tired, so she switched hands to continue holding it. Xiao Chong gazed at the raised cement slope at the drainage ditch, his voice low as he spoke. Let's measure the drainage ditch first tomorrow. After dark, the collapsed section of the wall in the yard looked as if it had been forcibly pried open. The water in the yard receded by half, leaving behind mud clinging to the base of the wall, which, when illuminated by the light, appeared yellowish with a tinge of black. Zhang Jingguo stood by the wall with a shovel, seemingly lost in thought. Dad, Xiao Chong stood at the gate of the yard. Zhang Jingguo remarked, I need to tidy this up. Oh, it looks shabby like this. Let's not do it tonight, he said. Haven't we taken enough pictures? Taking pictures doesn't change anything. Xiao Chong walked over and took the shovel from his father's hand, saying, when the people come tomorrow, they will see it just as it is. Xiao Chong replied, Knowing where the water is blocked yet being too afraid to confront them is what's truly embarrassing. Li Guilin stood at the kitchen door wiping her hands. Xiao Chong replied. Knowing where the water is blocked yet being too afraid to confront them is what's truly embarrassing. Li Guilin stood at the kitchen door wiping her hands on her apron. What about these things? What if Chun Laoyan moves out at night? Xiao Chong looked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao was squatting by the drainage ditch. Upon seeing Xiao Chong looking at him, he immediately stood up and said, "Brother, I'll keep watch tonight." "No need to keep watching all the time." Xiao Chong said, "Haven't we already recorded a video?" Lu Hao nodded. Footsteps could be heard from the end of the alley. Chun Laoyan approached wearing an old coat and holding a flashlight. The light first illuminated a bag of cement, then shone on Xiao Chong's face. "Is it not finished yet?" he asked. Xiao Chong did not dodge the light, replying, "Not finished." Chun Laoyan chuckled. "With just one bag of cement you can all see it at midnight. Final move it, that should suffice, right? So you won't say I'm blocking the drainage ditch." He lifted his foot and walked towards the drainage ditch. Li Guilin instinctively stepped forward. "Laoyan, don't move it tonight." Chun Laoyan looked at her. "Sister Guilin, who is in charge of your household now?" Li Guilin was momentarily speechless, gripping the edge of her apron. Xiao Chong moved to stand in front of the drainage ditch. "Who is in charge isn't important. No one is to move anything tonight." Chun Laoyan pressed the flashlight down, saying, "This is my family's property. Let's see the situation here tomorrow. You can move wherever you want after that." "What do you want to see?" Chun Laonian's smile faded. "Who is coming to see?" "They'll find someone." People at the alley entrance heard the commotion and stopped to watch. An elderly man advised, "Xiao Chong, we are all neighbors, but it's enough already. Your family's wall is old. Oh, just fix it. Making a scene like this isn't good." Zhang Jingguo also said softly, "Xiao Chong." Xiao Chong turned around. "Dad, let me handle this." Zhang Jingguo fell silent. Xiao Chong took out his phone, scrolling through the pictures taken during the day, and opened the WeChat chat with advisor. The matter regarding the Jiangwan property was still in the chat. He did not mention the house, only asking if the other party knew any legitimate contractors or surveyors for measuring homesteads, repairing courtyard walls, and inspecting drainage slopes. Advisor Lin's response was not immediate. Chun Laoyan observed from the side. "Oh, you are looking for someone from Jiangzhou to inspect our village's drainage ditch." Xiao Chong ignored him. After a few minutes, Advisor Lin sent a contact card stating that the cooperating construction party knew people who could conduct preliminary inspections for rural self-built houses, looking at boundaries, drainage, and the condition of old walls, but the specific procedures still had to follow local requirements. Xiao Chong made the call. The other party's surname was Liu, and he spoke steadily, first asking about the location, the situation in the yard, and whether it involved the boundaries of the homestead and neighborhood drainage. Xiao Chong did not embellish, simply stating that there was water accumulation in the old house's backyard. The old wall had collapsed, and the drainage ditch between the two houses seemed to be affected by construction materials and the new slope, and now someone needed to come and look at the drainage slope boundaries and wall conditions. Master Liu said, "I can only provide a preliminary inspection record based on the actual situation, but I cannot determine responsibility for you. Boundaries need to be checked against homestead documents. If there is a dispute, you must consult the village or relevant departments." "That's acceptable," Xiao Chong said. "That's exactly what I need. I can come tomorrow morning. Don't move these things tonight, especially the drainage ditch, collapsed wall, and water flow marks." Xiao Chong glanced at Chun Laoyan, understood. After hanging up the yard, fell silent for a moment. Chun Laoyan turned off the flashlight before turning it back on. "So you really found someone? They will arrive tomorrow morning. Why spend this unnecessary money?" The elderly man who had earlier advised peace spoke again. "Even if you have money, it shouldn't be spent this way. Fixing the wall and clearing the drainage ditch will simply resolve the issue." Xiao Chong put his phone back into his pocket. "This matter can be settled. Let's clarify things first." Li Guilin looked at him, her lips moving slightly, and finally said to the surrounding people, "Tonight, let's not move anything. Let's wait for the people to come tomorrow and discuss it then." This statement still felt a bit weak, but she said it anyway. Chun Laoyan stared at her. "Sister Guilin, do you really believe in his words?" Li Guilin glanced down at the muddy water by the collapsed wall. "My wall has collapsed. Oh, what else can I do but believe?" Chun Laoyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Hao pulled out the video recorded earlier and handed it to Xiao Chong. "Brother, take a look if it's okay." The video started from the gate of the yard, sweeping across the collapsed wall. Water stains the drainage ditch entrance, the bag of cement, and the new cement slope, finally capturing the few words Chun Laoyan said about moving things. Xiao Chong watched it once, transferred the video to his phone, and backed it up to the cloud. Lu Hao quietly asked, "My mom just sent a message asking about the compensation for lost work. Once all the receipts are collected, we will calculate it all together." Xiao Chong said, "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise." Lu Hao nodded, lowering his head to type. Before he finished typing, his aunt's voice message came through. Lu Hao lowered the volume, but still caught a few words. "Your dad's foot is swollen like this tonight. Who will take him to change the dressing tomorrow? What about the chores at home? Don't just focus on your brother's matters. Lu Hao held his phone and looked up at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong replied, "I'll arrange a car for the dressing change tomorrow. As for the compensation, let your dad list the deductions for leave from work and 1 day's income clearly. Then your mom should take care of him for a few days. Make sure to keep a record of that too." Lu Hao hesitated. What if my mom says something else? Then respond the same way. Xiao Chong looked at the section of the collapsed wall in the backyard. "I'm not neglecting anything. Everything must follow a sequence." After saying this, Li Guilin looked down at the mud at her feet and did not interject. Zhang Jingguo sat on the threshold, the shovel resting against his leg. He looked at the backyard, and after a long while he said, "Are you really going to find someone to take a look? We need to look. What if it turns out the wall was already in bad shape? Then what we need to repair we will repair." Xiao Chong said, "The drainage was blocked, and what needs to be redone must be redone. Dad, this isn't about blaming anyone. It's to prevent another collapse in the future." Zhang Jingguo lowered his head, scraping the mud with his shoe. "When you were little, the water from this drainage ditch could flow directly to the roadside. Later, every family raised their yards higher, but we never touched ours." Xiao Chong looked at the dark water stain. "Then let's inspect it together." Zhang Jingguo glanced at him. "The proof of our homestead is all rotten at the edges. I don't even know if it's still usable." "Let's find it first," Xiao Chong said. "Whether it's usable or not, we'll let the people coming tomorrow take a look." Li Guilin went inside and rummaged for a long time, finally pulling out a plastic bag from the top of the wardrobe. Inside were photocopies of the household registration, homestead certificates, several receipts from earlier repairs, and a hand-drawn sketch of the courtyard wall. The paper was damp and the edges had turned yellow. Xiao Chong did not rush to comment. He took pictures of the items one by one and then placed them back in the bag. "Show these to Master Lu tomorrow," he said. Zhang Jingguo leaned the shovel against the wall and said nothing more about tidying up. No one moved those things during the night. The next morning around 9, a white van stopped at the village entrance. The door opened and 2 people got out, one carrying a tool bag and the other holding a clipboard. From the back seat, they also took out a tripod and measuring rod. Soon more people gathered in the alley. Chen Laonian also came out. Upon seeing the tripod, his expression darkened. "You can look, but first clarify who sent you." Master Lu looked at Xiao Chong, not responding to the neighbor's words. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance of his yard holding the photos and videos he had organized the night before. "I sent for them." Chen Laonian sneered. "Just because you sent for them, can they come to my door?" Xiao Chong pushed the yard door open wider. "First, let's inspect my house." Master Lu then spoke. "We will first look at the Zhang family's yard, the location of the collapsed wall, and the direction of the drainage ditch between the 2 houses. We won't enter your yard or move your things. We need to observe the actual course of the public drainage ditch and record any disputed areas." Chen Laonian put his hands in his coat pockets. "Will recording it count?" "That won't be the final conclusion," Master Lu replied. "It's just a preliminary inspection. Whether to involve the village or check boundary documents is a matter for both your families." The crowd quieted a bit upon hearing this. Zhang Jingguo handed the plastic bag to Xiao Chong. "The proof is here." Xiao Chong took it, then passed it to Master Lu. "These are the old documents and sketches from our home. I don't know if they are still useful." Master Lu did not immediately make a judgment, but placed the bag next to the clipboard. "First, let's inspect the yard, then we will verify the documents." Master Lu opened the clipboard and wrote down the date and address as the first line. Xiao Chong watched as the pen fell, his voice steady. "Let's start from the drainage ditch." Master Lu did not go to inspect the collapsed wall first. He placed the tripod beside the courtyard gate and instructed the accompanying young man to set the measuring rod at the drainage ditch. The onlookers craned their necks, waiting for him to declare who was right and who was wrong. Master Lu first asked, "Where did the water used to flow?" Zhang Jingguo was momentarily taken aback. Chen Laonian rushed to say, "It flowed to the roadside. What's there to ask? Their wall is old. It collapsed because of the heavy rain the night before last." Master Lu ignored him and looked at Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo pointed outside the alley. "Previously, the water flowed out from this drainage ditch and turned to the roadside drainage channel. Even with heavy rain, it could still flow, just a bit slower." "When did it start to slow down significantly?" Zhang Jingguo opened his mouth, but did not reply immediately. Li Guilin chimed in. "This year it's obvious. The previous few rains receded slowly, but the last night was the worst." Chen Laonian shoved his hands in his pockets. "It's been a lot of rain this year. Whose house isn't slow?" "Let someone check first." Xiao Chong glanced at him. Chen Laonian snorted and did not interrupt again. Master Lu squatted by the drainage ditch, took a photo of the bag of cement, and measured the height difference between the cement slope and the bottom of the old drainage ditch. The young man recorded the numbers on the clipboard, the sound of the pen lightly scraping across the paper. "Don't move this yet," Master Lu said. "I wanted to move it last night. They wouldn't let me." Chen Laonian immediately interjected. Master Lu nodded. "For now, let's not move it. This position exactly blocks the drainage ditch, and there are still sand and cement debris nearby, which will definitely affect the drainage speed." Among the onlookers, someone muttered, "I said it wouldn't work if it's blocked." Air's expression darkened. Can these few things really cause such a blockage? It's not just about this particular thing. Master Lu stood up and pointed at the newly plastered slope at the base of his wall. You've raised this slope as well. The water used to flow smoothly through the low ground here. Now it has to accumulate to this height before it can spill out. Air immediately protested. My house is waterproof. Is there anything wrong with raising the slope? Raising the slope is fine, Master Lu replied. But when two households use the same drainage ditch, it's important to see if the water flow is obstructed. From what I see on site, it is indeed affected. This statement was not heavy, yet the alley fell silent for a few seconds. Xiao Chong did not respond. He took a photo of Master Lu measuring the position and another of the recorded height difference. This was not to show anyone, but merely to ensure clarity on this matter after today. Master Lu turned and walked to the collapsed wall. The broken bricks still retained the appearance from last night, and the dark line at the wall base extended towards the main house. Master Lu illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and gently tapped the remaining section of the old wall with a small hammer. The sound was muffled. Zhang Jingwo's expression changed first. Master Lu remarked, "This wall has been standing for quite some time, hasn't it?" "Over 20 years," Zhang Jingwo replied, then corrected himself, "Possibly 30 years. The wall's foundation has been damp for a long time, and the bricks have loosened." Master Lu pointed at the wall base. "The water was very high the night before last, and with the slow drainage outside it may not be a single cause. The aging of your own wall must also be taken into account." Air immediately became excited. "Did you hear that? The old wall can't hold up." Li Guilin turned pale. Zhang Jingwo looked down at the section of the wall, speechless. Xiao Chong put down his phone. "Master Lu, please continue." Master Lu glanced at him, his tone still steady. "What I'm describing is the on-site situation. The drainage is affected and the wall itself is old. If you only want to patch up this section of the wall, you can do so, but when the next heavy rain comes, the back courtyard will still be low and the water will still push here. Then, that's just fixing it yourself," someone among the onlookers remarked. "Xiao Chong has money now. Oh, it's not hard to fix. He can buy a car and a house. Is he afraid of a section of wall?" Li Guilin heard these remarks and felt embarrassed, rubbing her hands on her apron. Xiao Chong did not turn around. He looked at Master Lu. "If it's not just about patching the wall, what should be done?" Master Lu tapped the ground in the courtyard with his toe. "First, temporarily clear the drainage ditch so the back courtyard doesn't continue to accumulate water. In the long term, the drainage slope in the courtyard needs to be redone. The wall foundation needs to be treated again, and it's best to harden or reconstruct the drainage ditch between the two houses with a clear direction. The boundaries also need to be re-verified, otherwise once it's repaired today, the argument will resume tomorrow." Zhang Jingwo asked, "How do we re-verify the boundaries?" Master Lu took out the certificate for the old homestead and a rough sketch. "Looking at the courtyard wall, your certificate is too old, and the drawing is too simple. It can only serve as a reference. It's best to find someone from the village to go over the old boundaries together. We can measure the on-site dimensions, but we don't confirm the ownership of the homestead for you." Li Guilin asked, "Can we at least drain the water today? The back courtyard is still wet." "We can temporarily clear it," Master Lu said, "but don't arbitrarily alter the disputed area. That bag of cement can be moved to take a photo for records, and the floating mud in the drainage ditch can be cleaned, but don't break the new slope surface for now. Otherwise, if we clear it out today, tomorrow no one will be able to clarify what it originally looked like." Zhang Jingwo glanced at Air and lowered his voice. "Is it necessary to be so detailed just to clear some floating mud? Now it must be detailed," Xiao Chong stated, "otherwise it will just turn into a matter of who shouts louder." Air immediately retorted, "Then measuring is useless." "It is useful." Master Lu flipped another page of the clipboard. "At least we know where the wall is now, where the drainage ditch is, where the slope is, and where the water is flowing. Whoever speaks later has to refer to the on-site situation." Zhao Guifan, standing at the alley entrance, couldn't help but interject, "So the water from the night before last couldn't flow out from Zhang's backyard." Master Lu pointed at the watermarks at the wall base. "From the marks, there is significant water accumulation in the backyard. A blocked drainage ditch and an elevated outlet both slow down drainage. As for how much of the wall's collapse was due to the water soaking and how much was due to the old wall itself, I can only write a preliminary judgment." Xiao Chong nodded. "Just write what you can." Air looked at Xiao Chong. "Are you really going to write a record?" "Yes." "What good will that do?" Xiao Chong put his phone in his pocket. "First, let's clarify the situation." Air sneered. "Who are you trying to scare with that city technique?" Master Lu suddenly looked up. "We're not trying to scare anyone. If you're worried, I can measure the outside of your courtyard wall. You can stand by and watch. We won't enter your courtyard or touch your things." This statement left Air at a loss for words. Master Lu asked the young man accompanying him to bring a small shovel and did not move the bag of cement, but scraped a narrow gap in the floating mud outside the drainage ditch. "Now we're just observing the water level, not conducting any construction," he said. The young man brought half a bucket of clean water from the truck and slowly poured it down the low area of Zhang's backyard. The water flowed towards the wall base through the lowlying area in the courtyard, accumulating a small patch beside the cement slope before slowly seeping out from that gap after a while. The onlookers all witnessed this. Zhao Guofeng commented, in the past, we didn't have to wait this long. The water would flow out as soon as it reached the drainage ditch. Chen Larier immediately retorted, how many times have you seen that before? This little water can prove nothing. Master Lu placed the small shovel back in the tool bag. It doesn't prove everything, but it does show that the water is currently not flowing smoothly here. The sand and the new slope are all affecting the water direction. Xiao Chong squatted down to look at the slowly expanding patch of water, the tips of his shoes getting muddy. He did not smile. As the water was stuck in front of the drainage ditch, Zhang Jingwo's hands relaxed and then tightened again. No one in the courtyard dared to attribute it lightly to the rain being too heavy. Li Guilin also saw that patch of water. She held her phone, her voice lower than before. It was like this the night before last. The water kept swirling at the wall base. Zhang Jingwo did not attempt to defend Chen Larier by saying the rain was too heavy again. He held the sketch in his hand, pressing his finger against the yellowed edge of the paper. Xiao Chong, how about we first clear the drainage ditch and discuss the wall later? Xiao Chong looked at his father. If this sentence had been spoken yesterday, he might have nodded. Drain the water, patch the wall, and calculate Lu Qinggui's medical expenses and lost work costs, and on the surface the matter could pass. But now, looking at the watermarks in the courtyard, the darkened wall base, and the low entrance of the main house, the words, just fix it, turned around in his mouth, but did not settle. This house has endured for so many years not because it has no issues, but because his parents have consistently pushed the problems back. Master Lu put away the measuring tape. We can conduct a temporary clearance today. For a long-term plan, it depends on how you intend to live here. Just patching the wall is cheap and quick. Reworking the drainage and wall foundation is a bit troublesome. If you plan to renovate the old house in the future, you must integrate the drainage boundaries and flooring from the start. Li Guilin looked up. Renovate. Zhang Jingwo also turned to Xiao Chong. Isn't it too early for that? Xiao Chong did not respond immediately. Chen Larier scoffed from the side. Renovate. You should first prop up your own wall. Xiao Chong looked at the old threshold at the main house door that had been damaged by floodwaters, and then glanced at the drainage ditch. After a moment, he said, let's write the record today. Master Lu nodded. That's fine. First, let's temporarily clear the drainage ditch. The water cannot soak into the house anymore. Zhang Jingwo sighed in relief, as if he heard that his son had not pushed things too far all at once. However, Xiao Chong did not voice the latter part of his sentence. He looked at the circle of black watermarks in the courtyard, and for the first time did not follow his father's words by saying just fix it. Master Lu closed the record folder without reaching a conclusion immediately. He looked at the half bag of cement at the drainage outlet, and then at the still damp mud in the Zhang family's backyard, saying, should we temporarily clear it now? If we do, I will only move the floating mud and the bag, not the new slope. Chen Lauer immediately said, you need to clarify before moving my family's bag. Master Lu looked at him and said, it's very clear. The bag will be moved aside for a photo, and its location and condition will be recorded. The new slope will not be disturbed, and the drainage ditch will not be damaged. Then what if after moving it you can't tell who put it there? Xiao Chong turned on his phone's recording. Recording starts. Lu Hao also turned on his phone and stood on the other side of the drainage ditch. Chen Lauer looked at the two phones, his face tensing. Zhang Xiao Chong, are you going to record everything now? Yes, Xiao Chong replied. If we don't record later, it will be hard to clarify. Someone in the crowd laughed briefly, then quickly stopped. Zhang Jingwo stood by the collapsed wall, rubbing the seam of his pants. How about we wait for the villagers to come before doing anything? Dad, Xiao Chong did not turn around. The water is still at the wall base. Zhang Jingwo glanced down. The black water line was touching the foundation, and the wet mud had seeped in front of the main door. Li Guilin whispered, let's drain it first. If it soaks for another afternoon, the house will get damp. This time she did not look at Zhang Jingwo. Master Lu instructed a young man to put on gloves first, to take a photo of the original position of the cement bag, then to drag the bag out. The bag absorbed water and was heavy. Dragging it out brought along a string of gray mud and gravel. Lu Hao quickly stepped aside, keeping the phone camera trained on it. There was something underneath the bag. A layer of crushed gravel pressed against the drainage outlet, mixed with a few hardened cement blocks. The young man used a small shovel to scrape it little by little, first scraping the floating mud into an iron basin, then picking out the cement blocks one by one. Chen Lauer looked worse, a little leftover material from renovations. Who doesn't have that? When it rains, everything runs into the drainage ditch. Zhao Guofeng chimed in from the alley. It was there even before the rain fell. You're at it again. Chen Lauer turned his head. Zhao Guofeng crossed her arms. I'm just stating the truth. Master Lu did not allow the two to argue. He handed the shovel to the young man and pointed to the bottom of the drainage ditch. Don't dig too deep, just clear out the floating mud and the blockage. Xiao Chong asked, will the water flow like this? Let's see after it's cleared, Master Lu replied. The young man cleared for over 10 minutes, and the iron basin was already half full of mud and gravel. The drainage outlet revealed a section of old bricks, and water from Zhang's yard slowly flowed towards it, initially murky and moving slowly. The drainage outlet revealed a section of old bricks, and water from Zhang's yard slowly flowed towards it. The water line flowed around the recently cleared drainage outlet, starting as a thin line, and after a while it suddenly surged out with a few vegetable leaves. The shallow water in the low-lying area of the backyard began to shrink towards the drainage ditch, with a circle of wet marks revealing itself next to the wall. Someone in the crowd said it really was blocked. Once it's cleared, it will flow. If it wasn't blocked last night, maybe the wall wouldn't have soaked so badly. Chen Lauer immediately responded, "Don't talk nonsense. The wall was already old, and the master said earlier." Master Lu stood up. "The wall is old, but the drainage issue is separate. These two are not the same thing, and do not cancel each other out." With this, Chen Lauer had nothing to say. Zhang Jingguo watched the water flow out. His lips moved a few times, and finally, he only said, "So it really was blocked here." Xiao Chong heard it, but did not respond. This admission came too late, but it was better than continuing to use the rain was too heavy as an excuse. Master Lu took photos of the cement bag, gravel, the old brick edge of the drainage outlet, and the new slope, then sat on a small stool at the yard entrance to write the record. The young man moved the tripod to the wall base and measured the water mark height again. The record was not written quickly. The drainage outlet was piled with debris. The new slope was higher than the old drainage ditch bottom. The Zhang family's backyard was lower in elevation. The wall base was damp, and the old brick seams were loose. It is recommended to clear the drainage outlet in the short term, maintain smooth drainage, and provide temporary support for the collapsed wall. In the long term, recheck the boundaries, redo the drainage slope in the courtyard, and address the wall foundation. Xiao Chong stood by and watched. Chen Lauer leaned in to see. "Aren't you just writing about my family's blocked drainage ditch?" Master Lu paused his writing. "I'm documenting the situation on site. Where the bag is, how high the slope is, how the water flows, and what the wall foundation looks like. If you think any of this does not represent the on-site situation, you can point it out now." Chen Lauer stared at those few lines for a long time without pointing anything out. Xiao Chong took a photo of the record and sent it to Wang Qing. After a while, Wang Qing called back. "Are you available to talk now?" Xiao Chong stepped outside the courtyard. "Yes. I've seen it," Wang Qing said. "This can only be treated as an on-site record. Don't take it as a conclusion on who owes whom. If Master Lu continues to work, make sure he clarifies what he will do, how much it will cost, and what kind of receipt will be issued. Don't leave it vague verbally." Xiao Chong glanced at the courtyard. Master Lu was still discussing the wall foundation with Zhang Jingguo, while Chen Lauer stood by the drainage ditch, but his ear was turned towards this side. "Understood," Xiao Chong said. "Don't rush to boast in front of the villagers," Wang Qing added. "The more you can pay, the smaller you should make your claims. Clarify what can be done and how it will be done, and don't let others think you are trying to take everything on yourself." "I didn't say I would take everything on." Xiao Chong stepped on the wet mud at the door. "If you don't say it, they will think so too." After this statement, Xiao Chong didn't respond immediately. Wang Qing was quiet for a moment. Her tone softened. "Has the water drained out?" "It has drained out." "Then let's count today's result first. In the future we can discuss what happens next," she said. After hanging up, Xiao Chong stood at the entrance for a few seconds before returning to the courtyard. The village elder who mediated said again, "Records are records, but the neighbors live so close, and we still need to get along later. Xiao Chong, you have the means now, why not just fix the wall yourself?" Xiao Chong looked at him. "I can fix the wall." The elder was about to nod when Xiao Chong added, "But the drainage needs to be redone too. The drainage ditch is blocked, and the wall will still get damp if it's repaired." Xiao Chong said. Today, everyone saw how the water flowed. Li Guilin stood behind and heard this statement. She no longer said, "Don't make a big deal out of it," but just looked down at the slowly receding water in the yard. Lu Hao moved the iron basin aside and asked, "What should we do with this mud and stones?" "Don't throw them far for now," Xiao Chong replied. "Leave them at the door. We'll deal with them after taking photos." Lu Hao moved the iron basin aside and asked, "What should we do with this mud and stones?" "Don't throw them far for now," Xiao Chong replied. "Leave them at the..." Xiao Chong put down the record in his hand. "Answer it." Lu Hao picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, his mother's voice burst out. "Your dad's foot is swollen again. Tell your brother not to just focus on their family's affairs. How is your dad's lost wages calculated? And the nursing fees, don't just stay silent now." Lu Hao glanced at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong reached out. "I'll speak." Lu Hao handed over the phone. "Auntie," Xiao Chong said, "last night I talked to Lu Hao about this matter. I take responsibility. The lost wages and nursing fees shouldn't be discussed over the phone. Let's calculate it together when our family gathers in the end." Auntie paused. "You're busy with your family's matters now, and you can still manage this." "I can handle it," Xiao Chong said, "but the two matters need to be separated. I'm not avoiding responsibility for Uncle Liu's injury, and the drainage ditch can't be neglected either. Auntie's voice lowered a bit. Then don't deny it later. I want Annie, Xiao Chong said. Please take photos of all the expenses for medicine and dressing over there. The other end of the phone didn't continue to argue, only mumbling. All right, just keep it in mind. Lu Hao took back the phone and whispered, Brother, sorry for the trouble. Your dad got injured while helping my family, Xiao Chong said. I take responsibility for this matter. You don't mind the trouble? Oh, just keep everything in order. Lu Hao nodded. Master Lu finished writing the record and had Xiao Chong read it over. This is not an appraisal. It's just a preliminary investigation record. If you need to handle it in the long term, it needs to be divided into 2 steps. The first step is temporary clearance and support for the collapsed wall, but don't let the water soak any longer. The second step is to recheck the boundary drainage slope and wall foundation together to create a plan. Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but ask, is support just a temporary brace? Yes, Master Lu replied. I do not recommend directly building a new wall. The old wall base hasn't been treated, and the drainage hasn't been handled. The new wall will also get damp. Li Guilin softly asked, if everything is treated it will cost quite a bit, right? The courtyard fell silent again. This question seemed to draw everyone's eyes back to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong did not shy away. Necessary expenses, he said, but clarify the plan first. Chen Laoer laughed lightly beside him. Having money gives you confidence. Xiao Chong turned to him. Uncle Chun, am using my money to fix my family's wall, which does not mean that your family's slope and bag are fine. What needs to be clarified still must be clarified. Chen Laoer's face darkened. Master Lu closed the record folder. Today's temporary clearance can stop here. If you want me to provide a plan later, I need to look at the courtyard's elevation and wall foundation again. I also need to see if you are only repairing the courtyard wall, or if you are planning to renovate the old house as well. When the words renovate the old house came out, Zhang Jingguo and Li Guilin both looked at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong looked at the water receding in the backyard. The wall base revealed a longer stretch of black line, like an old scar buried for many years, extending from the collapsed wall to the edge of the main house. He was silent for a while and asked Master Lu, if we do it all, what is the first step? Master Lu replied, first recheck the boundary and drainage, then decide how to move the house. Xiao Chong nodded. This time he did not say, first fix the wall. When Master Lu handed the preliminary record to Xiao Chong, the edge of the paper was already wrinkled from being smeared by wet hands. Zhang Jingguo stood nearby, staring for a long time without looking at the few lines of text, but instead fixated on a section of the collapsed wall. Master, what if we fix the collapsed part first? Would that work? Master Lu did not answer immediately. He walked to the base of the wall and used the end of the tape measure to push aside a patch of wet mud. The brick joints exposed underneath were dark, and when he touched them with his fingers, crumbling sand fell away. Fixing it might make it look fine, Master Lu said, but the wall's base is still wet and the drainage slope hasn't been changed. If it rains again, this money will be wasted. Zhang Jingguo pressed his lips together. What does support mean? Temporary support needs to be done, Master Lu nodded, but temporary support is not the same as rebuilding the wall. Providing support is to prevent further collapse, while directly rebuilding just covers up the problem. The voices of those in the yard who had been discussing grew quieter. Li Guilin stood at the door of the main house with a pair of muddy rain boots at her feet. Upon hearing that the money might be wasted, she instinctively glanced at Xiao Chong, then quickly shifted her gaze back to the wall's base. Xiao Chong took the record and reviewed the items listed above. Debris accumulated at the drainage outlet. The new slope is higher than the bottom of the old drainage ditch. The wall's foundation is damp. Long-term suggestion: recheck the boundaries, redo the drainage slope, and address the wall's foundation. Each line may not be long, but together it's not just a matter of patching a few bricks. Chen Laoer leaned against the drainage ditch, finally finding an opportunity to speak. I said before, your wall is old. The master also said the wall's base is inadequate. Don't blame everything on my family's slope. Master Lu looked up at him. I also said poor drainage is poor drainage, and wall aging is wall aging. So both sides have problems. The on-site situation involves several overlapping issues, Master Lu said. Who is responsible for what I want? Make a judgment. I only write what I see. Chen Laoer held a cigarette in his hand, not lighting it. The paper crumpled between his fingers. If you need to repair, then repair your own. Don't keep staring at my house. Xiao Chong folded the record and placed it in a file bag. Uncle Chen, if my house needs repairs, that's my business. Your sloped area being too high causing drainage issues is your problem. These two matters can't be mixed together. How do you want to look at it? We'll measure again in detail tomorrow, Xiao Chong said. If you're not at ease, you can watch from the side. Whatever we measure, we will report accurately. A bystander softly chimed in. It's good to measure clearly to avoid daily disputes. Chen Laoer turned around to glare at him, and the person immediately took a step back. Zhang Jingguo heard, tomorrow, and rubbed his hands along his pants seam. We still have to measure tomorrow. Master Lu put the tape measure back into his tool bag. Today was a preliminary inspection. If a plan needs to be made tomorrow, we must measure the high and low points of the yard, the width of the wall's foundation, the original drainage ditch's direction, and the boundaries on your old house documents. Without these, the plan will be made on impulse. The plan will cost extra, right? Li Guilin asked softly. Master Lu glanced at Xiao Chong and did not evade. Yes, it will cost. Surveying, producing a simple diagram, temporary support suggestions, and subsequent construction lists all differ in content and costs. I will clearly write which item you wish to pursue. Li Guilin wiped her fingers on her apron. Then don't rush to do too much at once. First, support the dangerous areas. Xiao Chong said, first support, then measure in detail tomorrow. Decide how much to do after reviewing the plan. Zhang Jingguo looked up at him. Xiao Chong, this house is old, but it has been lived in for many years. If it becomes serious, the villagers won't know what to say. Chen Lauer chuckled from the side. Is there anything to fear if you have money? People in the city buy cars and houses, they don't care about this old yard. Li Guilin's expression stiffened. The words were not heavy, but everyone in the yard could sense the underlying sting. Xiao Chong did not respond to buying cars and houses. He looked at Chen Lauer. Whether I care about the old yard is unrelated to this matter. Don't divert the topic. Chen Lauer wanted to say more, but his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, turned, and walked toward his home, muttering, measure if you must, just don't let it turn out to be your own family's issue. As soon as he walked away, Zhang Jingguo felt even more uncomfortable. He whispered, don't confront him, he didn't. Our neighbors will see each other often. Dad, Xiao Chong lowered his voice. We're just clarifying the situation. Don't mind those idle remarks. Zhang Jingguo looked at the collapsed wall without responding. Li Guilin suddenly spoke up. Let's listen to Xiao Chong. If he hadn't said to document it yesterday, we might not know what the outcome would be today. Zhang Jingguo was taken aback. Li Guilin herself seemed surprised that those words came out of her mouth, and after speaking, she lowered her head to pick up the wet cloth by the threshold. Xiao Chong glanced at his mother, but said nothing more. Lu Hao ran in from outside the yard holding a phone. Bro, my mom asked again. She said my dad is changing the dressing tomorrow and the factory doesn't know how to issue a certificate for leave, and also asked if the nursing fee needs a doctor's note. Master Lu heard this and proactively moved his tool bag aside, keeping silent. Xiao Chong waved to Lu Hao. Open the Notes app on your phone. Lu Hao complied. First, take pictures of the receipt and medical records for the dressing tomorrow. If the doctor suggests a few days of rest, then follow what the doctor writes. For the factory leave, let Uncle Lu ask the class leader or the factory for a note. Estimate the daily income based on the salary slips or the amounts from the last few months. Also note who will take care of him and on which days. Lu Hao asked while typing, should I have my mom report a number now? No need, Xiao Chong replied. Numbers aren't something to shout out over the phone. Lu Hao noted that down too. The voice of his aunt came through the phone. Xiao Chong, don't you trust me? Lu Hao awkwardly pulled the phone away. Xiao Chong took over. Auntie, it's not that I don't trust you, it's that I'm afraid you'll suffer losses later on. His aunt fell silent for a moment. Then what about your family's wall issue? Do you keep track of that so clearly? It's the same, Xiao Chong said. My family's issues are my family's issues. Uncle Lu's injuries are injuries, and Uncle Chin's drainage ditch is a drainage ditch. Each matter is discussed separately. If everything is mixed up, can relatives still feel like relatives? Clarifying matters ensures no harm to relatives, Xiao Chong replied. Otherwise today you shout a number, I nod, and tomorrow when someone asks how you calculated it, you won't be able to explain. A sound of rummaging came through the phone. After a few seconds, his aunt said, all right, I'll take pictures of those papers from the hospital and send them to Lu Hao. I'll have him ask his dad to call tomorrow for the factory certificate. I'll arrange transportation for the dressing tomorrow, Xiao Chong said. The fare will be calculated separately with the driver. His aunt didn't mention any amount this time, just said, just don't forget. After the call ended, Lu Hao sighed in relief. Bro, my mom's tone was much better just now. I understand she's anxious. Xiao Chong handed the phone back to him. But even in anxiety, things must be done in order. Lu Hao nodded, reviewing the notes again. I'll go to the hospital later and take full pictures of the medical records and such. First send me a copy, then send a copy to your mom. Xiao Chong said. Zhang Jingguo stood beside them, his expression even heavier than before. Xiao Chong, in the past when handling matters in the village, if something could be settled with a word, it would be settled. If it could be clarified through acquaintances, it would be clarified. Now Xiao Chong needed to document each item and have matching evidence, which sounded like he was pushing relatives and neighbors away. But the events of these past few days had already unfolded before them. If they didn't document it, the pile of debris blocking the drainage ditch might simply disappear. If they didn't write it down, wasted work could turn into a matter of who spoke louder being right. If they didn't measure, in the end, the reason for the collapsed wall would just be reduced to your wall is too old and the recent rain was too heavy. Master Lu spread out a sheet of draft paper on a small bench and drew an outline of the yard with a pencil. Let me give a rough overview, he said. The backyard is lower and water gathers here. The original drainage ditch ran between the two houses and connected to the alley at the back. Now the new slope is higher and the drainage outlet has been blocked, so this area has become a water catchment spot. He marked 3 points on the paper. Tomorrow we need to measure these three: the threshold of the main house, the lowest point in the backyard, and the old bottom of the drainage ditch. Then we'll look at the line of the wall's foundation. Zhang Jingguo looked at the few pencil lines. If we finish measuring, can we still patch it? If it can be patched, we'll write according to the patching plan, Master Lu said. But patching doesn't just mean rebuilding the collapsed wall. Drainage at the wall base, moisture prevention, and temporary support all need to be considered together. Li Guilin asked, what if it can't be patched? This time Master Lu paused. The yard fell silent again. He didn't fully articulate his thoughts, only placed the pencil on the line of the wall foundation. If after rechecking the boundaries, it's found that the old wall foundation is unsuitable for continuing to press a new wall, and the drainage within the yard also needs to be entirely modified, then it's not just a matter of patching a section of wall. You need to think clearly: is it a matter of patching a section, or is it about completely replanting this area? As the phrase replanting fell, Zhang Jingguo's hand immediately reached into his pocket. That old house site certificate had been pressed in his pocket for the entire morning, and the corners of the paper were already bent. He took it out, but didn't open it, just clutched it in his hand. Li Guilin looked at the certificate with a dry voice. Is this house really going to come to that? Xiao Chong looked at the 3 points on the draft paper. After the mud and water receded, the yard looked worse than it did last night. The collapsed area was exposed with old bricks, wet mud, and grass roots mixed together, and the watermarks under the threshold of the main house had not yet dried. The next morning the mud in the yard had not yet dried. Li Guilin took the wet straw mat from the entrance of the main house out to the sun to dry, and just as she shook it a couple of times, footsteps came from the alley. Master Lu entered with a tool bag on his back, followed by a young man carrying a yellow level, holding a tripod and a roll of red and white warning tape. Chen Lauer arrived even earlier than them. He moved a small stool to sit at his own door, holding a cigarette with his toes resting against the edge of the newly plastered cement slope, saying, I can measure, but I need to watch. Don't measure, and then move the line towards my house. Zhang Jingguo, upon hearing this, felt uncomfortable and replied, Old Chun, who moved it toward your house? Let me clarify first, Chen Lauer said. Yesterday you were taking photos and notes, and today you brought instruments. The villagers have lived here for decades. Don't make it look like my family is taking advantage of you in the end. Master Lu set up the tripod, saying, let me be clear today, I am measuring the points, elevations, and on-site clues, not determining boundaries for any family. If the boundary needs to be confirmed officially, we still need to check the documents, the old boundary lines, and the village records. Chen Lauer snorted, then don't write things down carelessly. Xiao Chong turned on his phone to record, sweeping the camera across the yard first, saying, today, from what time will the measurements start, and who is present, all recorded. Lu Hao, also holding a phone, stood on the other side, asking, brother, should I stick the number on? Yes, Xiao Chong replied, taking a few pieces of white tape from the tool bag, the threshold, the low point in the backyard, the old bottom of the drainage ditch, and the wall foundation, 1 piece for each. Zhang Jingguo looked at the tape, his hand already reaching into his pocket to feel the old homestead certificate, but didn't take it out. Li Guilin put down the wet straw mat and stood at the door. Let's measure first. We agreed yesterday to measure first and then discuss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingguo glanced at her, and Chen Lauer also looked at her, but did not respond. Master Lu first set the level in the middle of the yard and leveled it. The young man squatted by the threshold of the main house, holding the ruler upright. Point 1, main house threshold. Master Lu announced. Lu Hao placed the tape marked 1 next to the threshold and stepped back to take a photo. The young man read the numbers while Master Lu recorded them on the clipboard. Next was the lowest point in the backyard. This area was near the collapsed wall, and after last night's water receded, it left a ring of black mud marks. The young man inserted the ruler, and the bottom of the ruler sank half a finger deep into the wet mud. Don't step into it, Master Lu reminded. If you press it down, the measurement won't be accurate. Lu Hao quickly stepped back. The onlookers had already gathered at the alley entrance. Some were there from last night's excitement, and others came out with their breakfast bowls. Someone whispered, can this thing really measure height differences? Master Lu did not look up. It can measure the approximate drop. It's not precision surveying, but it's enough for making a repair plan. After the young man finished reading the numbers, Master Lu wrote a line in his records and circled the low point in the backyard on the sketch. Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but ask, how much difference is there? Master Lu turned the clipboard towards him from the threshold to here. There is a drop. Once the water enters the yard, it will gather over here. Your wall is just at the low edge. Zhang Jingguo looked down at the string of numbers, not quite understanding, but he understood the meaning of gathering over here. Li Guilin squatted down to look at the watermarks on the wet mud, saying, no wonder it was damp in front of the threshold yesterday. Chen Lauer immediately replied, with such heavy rain, which house wouldn't be damp? Heavy rain is one thing. Master Lu moved the ruler to the drainage ditch. The water not being able to flow out is another. The third point is the old bottom of the drainage ditch. The young man first scraped away the floating mud, and then placed the ruler against the exposed old brick edge. That section of old brick had been revealed during last night's cleaning of the drainage ditch and was much darker than the new cement slope. Point 3 old bottom of the drainage ditch. Lu Hao went to stick the tape, but just as he reached out, Chun Lauer stood up. Don't stick it on my slope. Lu Hao's hand paused in midair. Xiao Chong walked over, took the tape, and stuck it on the empty space next to the old brick edge, not sticking to your slope. Just marking the position. Chun Lauer stared at the tape, his mouth moved, but no words came out. Master Lu asked the young man to read the numbers. After reading, he squatted down and drew 2 lines on the sketch with a pencil, one being the old bottom of the drainage ditch, and the other being the edge of the new cement slope. The problem here is quite clear, he said. The old bottom of the drainage ditch is lower than this slope edge. When the water comes, it should have flowed along the old bottom. After raising the slope edge, the outlet becomes narrower, so it's easy for the water to back up here. Chun Lauer immediately countered, easy doesn't mean it will definitely happen. Right, Master Lu replied, that's why I write it's easy to form stagnant water, not that you definitely blocked it. This statement left Chun Lauer momentarily speechless. Some in the crowd laughed out loud, but quickly lowered their heads to continue eating. Zhang Jingguo did not find words for Chun Lauer this time. He looked at the 2 lines at the drainage ditch, rubbing his fingers against the edge of his pants. What about the wall base? Xiao Chong asked. Master Lu stood up. Look at point 4. Point 4 is next to the collapsed wall. The young man gently tapped the old bricks at the wall foundation with a small hammer. The first tap sounded dull, but the second tap caused a few grains of dust to fall. Li Guilin stepped forward. Don't knock it down. I'm not hitting hard, the young man quickly replied. Master Lu put on gloves and felt along the wall foundation. This section is already loose. Look, the mortar in the brick joints isn't hard anymore. He gently pried with a small screwdriver, and a bit of crumbly mortar fell from the seam. Zhang Zhengguo's expression tightened. It's an old house. There's bound to be some looseness. It's an issue with the old house, Master Lu replied. That's why you can't directly press a new wall on top. If the bottom isn't stable, it doesn't matter how straight the top is built. Chun Lauer seized on this statement. Did you hear that? The foundation under your house isn't stable. Oh, don't blame my house. Xiao Chong glanced at him. Uncle Chun, you just heard it too. The instability below is one issue, and raising the drainage outlet is another. You just have to drag my house into this. It's not me dragging it in. Xiao Chong pointed to the recording board. The points are here. Master Lu pressed the recording board to his chest, saying, let me say it again, I only write the actual situation. Loose wall foundation, raised new slope, and stagnant water at low points, all of these are facts. As for responsibility, you can discuss that privately. Zhao Guifin, holding a bowl, stood at the alley entrance, and added, discussing also requires something to discuss. Aren't you eating? Chun Lauer turned around. Zhao Guifin hugged the bowl to her chest. I'm eating. At this, more laughter erupted at the alley entrance. Chun Lauer, unable to maintain his composure, pointed at Master Lu. If you want to write the boundary, then get someone from the village. Everyone knows how our foundation was left back, then even the old village secretary knows. Master Lu nodded. It's fine to consult someone from the village, but I'm not determining the boundary today. I am only recording the dimensions on the old homestead certificate, the old brick edges on site, the direction of the drainage ditch, and the position of the new slope. For the official boundary, you both need to check against the village's records. Hearing this, Zhang Jingguo finally took out the old homestead certificate from his pocket. The certificate was wrapped in a plastic bag, its corners worn and frayed. He handed the plastic bag to Master Lu, pausing halfway. This old certificate, is it still valid? It can serve as a reference, Master Lu replied, taking it. The old certificate, old receipts, old boundary lines, and village records can all be examined together. Taking one alone cannot determine anything. Xiao Chong watched his father's hand. That hand had been clenched tightly just moments ago. Now, after relaxing, red imprints were visible on his knuckles. Master Lu spread the old certificate out on the clipboard, looked at the sketch for a while, and asked the young man to measure the distance from the wall corner to the old brick edge again. Here I will note the doubtful points first, he said. The old brick edge can match part of the dimensions on the certificate, but we need to find the original drainage ditch line on the new slope side. It's best if your family doesn't rush to build the wall. Once built, the boundary and drainage won't look good. Zhang Jingguo quietly asked, what about temporary support? Temporary support is fine, Master Lu replied, but support is support, not new construction. Li Guilin spoke up before Zhang Jingguo this time. Then let's write it as temporary support first. She said this with a quiet voice, but it was directed at the alley entrance. A few onlookers paused for a moment. Someone who was about to say building it up first looks better swallowed the words back. Xiao Chong looked at Li Guilin. His mother rolled up her sleeves and turned to move the wet basin at the door as if the previous statement hadn't come from her. Master Lu started listing items on the recording board again. First item, temporary support for the collapsed wall area, clear away loose bricks, set up barriers to prevent further collapse. Second item, recheck drainage slopes in the yard, clear the old bottom of the drainage ditch, confirm the water flow direction, and avoid stagnant water at low points in the yard. Third item, recheck the wall foundation. It is not advisable to directly build a new wall on the old wall foundation. If continuing to use the original homestead, the boundary must be confirmed first and the drainage and main structure positions adjusted as a whole. As he wrote the last line, Zhang Jingguo leaned in to look. What does main structure position mean? Master Lu paused in writing. It means the house wall and yard drainage cannot be viewed separately. Just patching one wall might hold for a while, but if you still want to live and use it later, you need to see how the entire yard drains, where the wall should be pressed, and how to leave around the house. Doesn't that mean a bigger project? Zhang Jingguo asked. Master Lu did not shy away. Yes, it's larger than just patching a section. Chen Lauer sneered from the side. In the end, you just want to use this as an excuse to tear down the old house. Zhang Jingguo, your son has money now. He doesn't care about the old house anymore. This statement cut deeper than the one from yesterday. Zhang Jingguo's face darkened, but he did not retort immediately. Xiao Chong took the recording board, looking at the last column. The old wall foundation is not advisable for direct new construction. Overall adjustment of drainage and main structure positions. Every word was written plainly, but it pushed back the path of wall patching by a large margin. Lu Hao quietly asked, brother, should I take a picture of the list and send it to Sister Wang Qing? Yes, take it. Sort the photos of the points together. Xiao Chong nodded. Chen Lauer frowned at the mention of Wang Qing's name. I heard from the village matchmaker that you two are dating. It looks like you've hit it off. You can even get her to give you advice now. Xiao Chong ignored him, returning the recording board to Master Lu. Make this list into a formal one, clearly stating what to do, how much it costs, and what kind of receipt to issue. Let's not determine the construction plan today. Master Lu nodded. All right. If temporary support needs to be done, I can arrange materials this afternoon. For the long term, we must wait for the boundary and drainage to be confirmed. Zhang Jingguo looked at the list, his hands slowly clenching again. After a long while, he finally asked, then what should we patch? The yard suddenly fell silent. Chen Lauer's smile hung on his face, neither falling nor continuing. Xiao Chong looked down at the 4 words main structure position. The tape marked 1 at the threshold was lifted by the wind, slapping back against the wet bricks. He did not answer his father's question. First, organize the list. Before noon, I want to see the complete plan. Before noon, a Master Lu brought over the complete list of plans. It was divided into 2 columns, one labeled partial repairs, and the other preliminary plan for complete rebuild. Zhang Jingguo put on his glasses, looked at the 2 columns, and then held the paper a bit further away. Does this wall repair also require this many items? Master Lu nodded. Only the section that collapsed is not counted in the plan. To make it stable, at least we need to clean the loose bricks, provide temporary support, handle moisture prevention at the wall base, and adjust the drainage slope. Zhang Jingguo moved his finger down, seeing the remarks column. The risk of rework will be confirmed by the owner. He stared at this sentence, silent for a long time. Li Guilin stood beside him. Does this mean that repairs can be done, but there may be a need for a complete redo in the future? Pretty much, Master Lu replied. The wall repair is just to fill the current gap. A complete rebuild means recalculating the boundaries, drainage, and main structure. The costs and risks for the 2 are different. Zhang Jingguo flipped to the second page. It listed items such as demolition, new construction materials, construction teams, and consultation on procedures. What is consultation on procedures? Zhang Jingguo asked. Master Lu explained, for an old house to be rebuilt, it can't just be demolished at will. We need to check land use rights, boundaries, village documents, and how to report it to the town. Requirements vary by region. You need to confirm clearly before proceeding. Chen Laozhong, who had somehow wandered back to the drainage ditch, chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, so you really intend to build a new house? Zhang Jingguo, is your family planning to replace half a collapsed wall with a villa? Zhang Jingguo's expression darkened. Old Chen, please say less. Did I say something wrong? Chen Laozhong shrugged. Your son has money now. Oh, it's normal to demolish. Just don't use my family's drainage ditch as an excuse. Xiao Chong took the plan list from his father's hands and read through it from top to bottom. The partial repairs column had a low price, but was densely packed with text. Each item was followed by limitations and risks. The complete rebuild column did not have a total price written, only preliminary steps. But every step was clearer than the wall repair. Xiao Chong placed the paper on the small table in the yard and took a photo with his phone. Uncle Chun, he looked up. Whether my family builds a new house has nothing to do with showing off. With the wall base in such a state and drainage not working properly, patching it up will only lead to more problems with the next rain. Chen Laozhong scoffed. People with money speak differently. Having money doesn't mean you can demolish it. Well, Xiao Chong countered. So first we need to ask about the procedures, verify the boundaries, and improve the drainage. The issues with your drainage ditch, new slope, and bags are still on record. You're not done yet. Chen Laozhong's smile faded a bit. Not yet, Xiao Chong replied, but I won't argue with you here. The yard fell silent. Zhang Jingguo softly called out Xiao Chong. There was both a restraining tone and fear in that voice. Xiao Chong looked at his father. Xiao Chong lowered his voice. Dad, I know you don't want to let go. Zhang Jingguo's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't respond. But the issue with this house isn't about wanting or not wanting. The wall base is like this, and the drainage is like this. If we patch it up now, we're just leaving the problem for the next rain, Xiao Chong said. Li Guilin stood at the door, but we can't say today to demolish and then demolish tomorrow, right? Not today, Xiao Chong said. First we need to ask about the procedures. We need to clarify if we can build, how to leave the boundaries, and how the drainage will work. Master Lu nodded beside them. This reasoning is correct. All we can do today is provide temporary support and fencing to prevent the wall from collapsing again. Procedures and the overall plan need to be addressed step by step. Zhang Jingwo looked at Xiao Chong. Have you thought it through? Xiao Chong spread out the plan in his hands, palm pressing down on the words preliminary plan for complete rebuild. No repairs, he said. Demolish and rebuild. Li Guilin's hand froze. Zhang Jingwo looked up. Chen Laozhong's smile faltered as if he didn't expect him to say it publicly. Today let's fence off the area of the collapsed wall. Tomorrow we will inquire about the land use rights and building permits. Master Lu reopened the record board. Then I will list a preliminary service plan. Site measurement list, organization, temporary support, labor, and fencing materials will be charged for this item first. The later demolition and new construction will be calculated separately, and no work will commence before the procedures are clarified. Just write it like this, Xiao Chong said. Li Guilin immediately asked how much. Master Lu pulled out the estimate for today's item. It's 3200. This includes yesterday's preliminary survey, today's point record, the plan list, and temporary support this afternoon. If the fencing materials are insufficient, we will charge for additional materials according to the receipt. 3200 just for support. Zhang Jingwo instinctively questioned. Master Lu placed the list on the table. You can find someone else to do it. I won't force this. This money isn't for wall construction. It's for preliminary surveys, records, lists, and temporary safety measures. His straightforward words made Zhang Jingwo hesitate to bargain further. Xiao Chong picked up the list and read through it. The service content was clearly written. Plan measurement records. Lists for repairs and complete rebuild. Temporary support for the collapsed wall area. On-site fencing. The receipt header is left blank to fill in after payment. He asked, is the payment code for the service department? Master Lu took out a plastic sealed code, Hongkong Repair Service Department. I will write the receipt on-site and send you the electronic version. Got it. Just this item, Xiao Chong said. Zhang Jingwo tried to intervene. Xiao Chong, don't rush. Xiao Chong looked at him. Dad, this isn't for demolishing the house. It's to prevent another collapse today. Zhang Jingwo glanced at the collapsed wall. The brick gaps exposed after last night's drainage had dried with a layer of gray-white sand particles hanging on the edges, ready to fall with a gust of wind. He didn't stop him again. Xiao Chong scanned the payment code. When the payment page popped up, he still saw that familiar account. Huaqin Bank USD current account. Amount 3200.00 yuan. He paused for a second, then pressed confirm. The page spun around. Payment successful. A notification from Huaqin Bank popped up shortly after. USD current account transaction successful, deduction 445.68 US dollars. Account balance 8999998765537. 14 US dollars. Xiao Chong clicked into the income details. It was still empty. He placed his phone down on the table, ensuring the nearby people couldn't see the complete page. Master Lu quickly received the notification and began writing the receipt. The receipt reads service fee for plan measurement and temporary support 3200 yuan. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Hongkong Repair Service Department. Date. Master Lu finished writing, tore off the paper, and stamped the service list. Li Guilin took it, looked at it several times, and finally handed the receipt to Xiao Chong. You keep this. You take a photo too, Xiao Chong said. Li Guilin paused for a moment, but still took out her phone to take a picture. Xiao Chong looked at his parents. There's one more thing I need to mention in advance. If anyone asks about the project, about the demolition, about materials, or whether they can work for their relatives, you must know. Chatting over tea is fine, but for business, let them come directly to me. Li Guilin's expression became a bit uneasy. If I say this, will people think our family is putting on airs? Isn't that exactly putting on airs? Chen Laozhong chimed in. The wall hasn't been demolished yet, and you're already picking people for the project. Xiao Chong looked over Uncle Chen. I'm not picking people. Oh, I just don't want others to use my parents' words as a promise. Chen Laozhong was momentarily silenced. Zhang Jingwo paused for a moment, stuffed the old land use certificate back into the plastic bag. All right. Let's first inquire about the procedures. These 4 words were barely audible, but weighed down Li Guilin's shoulders a little. Master Lu had already sent a young man to the car for warning tape and wooden stakes. Lu Hao ran back from outside, holding printed location photos. Bro, the photos are all printed. I took pictures of my dad's medical records too. My mom said to wait for the factory's proof. Xiao Chong took the photos, put them in the file bag first. Lu Hao glanced at the receipt on the table, and then looked at the warning tape by the collapsed wall, asking quietly, bro, are we really not repairing it? Not repairing, Xiao Chong replied. No one laughed at the alley's entrance anymore. The young man hammered the first wooden stake into the wet soil with a loud bang. Chen Laozhong stood by the drainage ditch, his gaze following the wooden stakes sinking down, the smile at the corner of his mouth finally fading away. Master Lu wound the warning tape around the stake and turned back to Xiaochang. Let's fence off this area of the collapsed wall this afternoon. Tomorrow we will ask about the procedures. Xiaochang nodded. The wind blew into the yard through the gap in the wall, pulling the red and white warning tape, taut, stretching it between the old wall and the main house. Like a line, it first blocked off those past days that had been dealt with casually. The next morning, the red and white warning tape still hung by the collapsed wall. As the villagers passed by the Zhang family's gate, they couldn't help but take a glance inside. Aunt Sin stood at the entrance holding a basket of vegetables, asking Jiangua, "Are we really going to demolish and rebuild? Such a large project, we must find someone right. My nephew from my mother's side is working with the construction team." Li Guilin had just come out of the house with a basin of water and instinctively interjected, "Then he'll ask Xiaochang for you later." She paused mid-sentence. Xiaochang came out of the main room with a folder. "Aunt Sin, it's not time to find someone for the project yet," he said. "No need to pass messages from relatives about construction materials or sand to my parents just yet. If it comes to that, just bring the quotes and qualifications directly to me." Aunt San's smile faltered for a moment. "I was just casually mentioning it. It's not like I'm pressuring you." "I understand." Xiaochang placed the folder on the table, "so let's clarify this first." Zhang Jingguo was squatting at the door, washing his face, his towel still not wrung out. He paused for a few seconds before looking up and saying, "Aunt Sin, I can't make decisions on this matter. If there are tasks to be done, let them follow what Xiaochang said." Li Guilin stood at the threshold with the basin of water, her face slightly red, but her voice continued, "As for the project, I shouldn't involve myself." There was a moment of silence outside the gate. Someone chuckled and said, "The Zhang family has become quite particular now." Xiaochang did not respond to this. He opened the folder which contained the old land certificate, a hand-drawn sketch of the courtyard wall, Master Lu's receipt, and several key photographs. Lu Hao had reorganized everything last night, with each stack labeled. "Let's first ask in the village," Xiaochang said. "If the village says something is still missing, we can ask in town afterwards." Zhang Jingguo dried his face and picked up the old certificate. "Let's go." Several notices were posted at the entrance of the village service office with the glass door not fully cleaned. Old Zhou was sitting behind the desk. Upon seeing Zhang Jingguo enter, he first asked, "Has the wall been enclosed?" "It has," Zhang Jingguo replied. "Temporary support was done yesterday." Xiaochang spread out the photographs. "We're not going to patch the wall. Oh, we're preparing to demolish and rebuild the house. Today, let's clarify the procedures for building. Oh, we won't start until we have that clear." Old Zhou flipped through several photographs and frowned when he saw the drainage outlet and the new cement slope. Demolishing and rebuilding isn't something you can just decide to do. Your old certificates, household registration, and the current state of the house must all be reviewed by the village first. Any disputes about the boundaries and drainage also need to be assessed on site. A voice came from the doorway belonging to Chen Laoer. "What do you mean there are disputes? The old wall of his house collapsed, and you're saying my family has a problem? Isn't that also a dispute?" Xiaochang turned around. Chen Laoer stood at the door, his sleeves still dusted with white powder, accompanied by Chen Fuxing. Chen Fuxing was well known in the village, having previously worked with the construction team, always carrying a tape measure. Old Zhou pushed the photographs across the table. "Old Chen, you're just in time. Today we're only looking at materials, no arguing." Chen Fuxing glanced down the wall. "Is an old wall a drainage? Can't be entirely blamed." Chen Laoer immediately interjected, "Did you hear that? Everyone who's worked says the same." Zhang Jingguo's face flushed slightly. Xiaochang handed a photograph of the drainage outlet to Old Zhou. "We do not deny that the old wall has aged. The drainage outlet, new slope, and the black line of the wall foundation were all in the photographs. Today let's write down what we see." Old Zhou glanced at him. "You all should first go to the town office and ask. This afternoon I will go see the site. Old Chen, if you have something to say, do it on site." Chen Laoer placed a cigarette behind his ear. "Let's take a look." The town's convenience service office was not crowded. Xiaochang did not comment on which neighbor was right or wrong, but mentioned that the old house's walls were damaged and had been temporarily supported, seeking advice on demolishing and rebuilding. The female staff member at the window flipped through the old certificate and looked at the photographs. "Don't demolish just yet," she said. Zhang Jingguo quickly nodded. "We haven't demolished, we've only enclosed it. The village needs to see the site first." She pushed the original documents back. "You have issues regarding drainage and neighborhood boundaries, don't mix them up. If you want to report building, do so based on the materials you have and what the village has seen. The drainage dispute must be verified by the village first." Xiaochang asked, "So we wait for the village to check the site first?" "Yes," the staff member replied. "You can keep copies of the materials and take the originals back. I can't guarantee the outcome right now." Returning from town, Zhang Jingguo carried the folder all the way. "It really isn't something we can resolve today," he said. "It couldn't have been resolved in the first place," Xiaochang replied. "Let's ensure both the village and town know how this will proceed." Around 2 in the afternoon, Old Zhou arrived at the Zhang family's courtyard with 2 people. One was taking photos with a phone while the other had a notebook. A circle of people had gathered again at the gate. Upon entering, Old Joe stated, "Let's clarify first, today we are only observing, taking photos, and noting down the issues. We can't determine responsibility, compensation, or whether we can build today." Chen Lao Air snorted, "Don't just listen to what they say." Old Joe ignored him and inspected the collapsed wall. Chen Fuxing squatted by the base of the wall, pinching the brick dust. The foundation of this wall is indeed crumbling. This wall had problems to begin with. Chen Lao Air immediately exclaimed, "Did you hear that?" Xiao Chong nodded. "Write that down. Zhang family's old wall is aging. The courtyard is low. Also write that." Chen Lao Air was taken aback. Xiao Chong placed the photograph of the drainage ditch on the table. "The new slope, the old bottom of the ditch, should also be noted. Who is responsible? We want to discuss today." The person with the notebook looked at Old Joe. Old Joe said, "Write it down." Chen Lao Air's expression darkened. "Aren't you just putting the blame on me?" "I'm not writing you down," Old Joe replied, looking up. "Just write what you see." Lu Hao gently pointed with a bamboo pole at the old bottom of the ditch. The photographer squatted down, taking several shots. Chen Fuxing measured the distance from the new slope to the drainage outlet, then looked at the terrain within the Zhang family's courtyard. The drainage needs to be redone. The foundation also needs to be redone. If we really want to build, the entire courtyard's elevation needs to be calculated. Can we write that down? Xiao Chong asked. Chen Fuxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Joe said, "It can be written as a suggestion. Just don't write it as if it's already been decided." Li Guilin stood under the eaves, watching the lines of text being inscribed in the notebook, her hand slowly lowering the water jug. In the past, arguments ended just like that. Today, however, all these words were being written down. Old Joe finally read through the notes. The partial collapse of the Zhang family's old wall has been temporarily enclosed. The courtyard's terrain is slightly low with signs of moisture and aging in the foundation. There is a newly plastered cement slope visible at the drainage outlet between the two families. The old bottom of the ditch needs further verification. It is suggested to reassess the boundary line of the homestead in the drainage direction. It is not recommended to demolish or carry out construction before verification. Upon hearing the phrase drainage direction, Chen Lao Air's lips tightened. Isn't this too biased? Old Joe retrieved the notebook. Where's the bias? You said the wall is old, and that's written. Zhang family's courtyard is low, and that's written. The new slope of your family is also there, and that's noted too. Today we only write what we see. Chen Lao Air was about to argue further when Chen Fuxing pulled him. Let's leave it at that. The boundary line hasn't been verified, so no one can be conclusive. Old Joe tore off a copy of the document and handed it to Zhang Jiangwo. This is neither an approval nor a liability statement. For any future rebuilding, whatever the town requires to be supplemented should be done, and any necessary verification should be arranged. Zhang Jingwo took it with both hands. All right. Xiao Chong placed that paper at the front of the folder. Old Joe then looked to the people outside the gate. There's one more thing I need to say up front. The Zhang family is not yet at the stage of looking for a construction team. If anyone has relatives who do this work, don't pass messages to the elders today. If help is truly needed later, let Xiao Chong negotiate himself. A few onlookers at the gate exchanged glances. Aunt Sen had initially wanted to mention her nephew again, but upon hearing this, slung her basket of vegetables over her arm without speaking. Li Guilin stood under the eaves, gripping the water jug tightly. No one immediately countered Old Joe's words at the gate. A young wife behind Aunt Sen, still unconvinced, whispered, "If we really need help later, it wouldn't hurt to prioritize villagers' right." Li Guilin's lips moved slightly. Just as Xiao Chong was about to speak, Zhang Jingwo first folded the copy of the notes and stuffed it into the folder. If it comes to needing help later, Xiao Chong will have to review the quotes and contracts. He said, "I don't understand this. My word doesn't count." The young wife chuckled. Uncle Jiangwo is now also learning about contracts. Zhang Jiangwo's face flushed slightly, but he didn't back down. "Not understanding means I can't make rash promises." This statement was not loud, yet everyone at the gate heard it. Li Guilin placed the water jug on the table, as if finally finding a place to rest her hands. "Indeed, we shouldn't speak from our side." At that moment the phone rang. Master Lu had sent a message. "If you want to draft a formal reconstruction plan, it's best to have the boundary line of the homestead and the drainage direction verified clearly first. Don't rush to find a construction team." Xiao Chong read it, then turned off the screen. The crowd outside the courtyard slowly dispersed. Chen Lao Air did not leave. He stood at his own door, staring at the folder on Zhang's square table, the unlit cigarette in his hand, already crushed. The wind lifted the edges of the record paper, and Xiao Chong reached out to press it down. Zhang Jingwo took out the copy again to review it, his finger resting on the last line. This time it's not just— Li Guilin did not ask him to keep his voice down like before, but handed the paper back to Xiao Chong. "Keep it safe." Zhang Jingwo glanced outside the courtyard once more. Aunt Sen had not gone far. Upon hearing the conversation, she did not turn back to interject. Xiao Chong secured the folder. The red and white warning tape still fluttered in the wind. This time a piece of paper with writing was added next to it. In the evening, Chen Lauer stood at the door next door reciting the village records with a different flavor. I do not recommend proceeding with construction before the review, do you hear me? He said to the people at the alley entrance. The Zhang family said they would tear it down and rebuild yesterday, but today it got stuck. Having money doesn't mean you can build however you want. Zhang Jingguo sat on the threshold of the hall, with mud still on his shoes. Li Guilin placed the kettle on the table, her voice very low. Xiao Chong, what if it really gets stuck? Xiao Chong placed the site records on the table, pointing his finger at the first half of the last line. It is not stuck, he said. What's written on the paper is to review the boundary line and drainage first. If the review is not finished, the house won't be demolished, materials are not fixed, and the construction team won't be found. Zhang Jingguo put on his glasses and read it again. He flipped the paper back and forth, his fingers still stopping at that half sentence. Xiao Chong took out his phone and called Master Lu. There were sounds of a cutting machine on Master Lu's side, which quickly quieted down. Has the site record come out? He asked. It has come out, Xiao Chong said. The village suggests reviewing the boundary line of the homestead and the direction of drainage. Who should we find next? Master Lu did not answer immediately. After a while he said, first let's clarify, the review is not about judging who is right or wrong. It is just to take another look at the boundary line, wall, foundation, ditch bottom, and elevation. These positions will be needed for the later plan. We still need to listen to the village and town's requirements for handling the procedures. Understood. I know a master, he who usually checks these positions for self-built houses. It is not an approval, nor is it official surveying. He can clarify these places first. Xiao Chong asked, can he come tomorrow? He'll ask. Master Lu said the payment will be discussed on site. We need to clearly state which items, how much to charge, and what kind of receipt can be issued. Only after you agree will we proceed. Xiao Chong said, I'm not spending money to buy conclusions, I just want him to check the positions. Master Lu chuckled. Remember this phrase, it will save you a lot of trouble later. After hanging up, Xiao Chong called Lao Zhou again. Uncle Zhou, we might invite a master he tomorrow to look at the current positions. I'm letting you know in advance. Lao Zhou asked, what is he coming for? Just to look at the boundary line, ditch bottom, new slope, and the heights within the yard. He is not here to assign responsibilities. Lao Zhou's voice softened. That's fine. If you all want to hire someone to do the preliminary plan, I won't stop you. But don't disturb the site. Whatever he says can only be a reference. You can't take his word to claim that the village has already acknowledged it. Understood. If Lao Chen asks, I'll say the same. Lao Zhou added, don't pressure him to say who is right, and Xiao Chong hung up the phone, and Li Guilin then asked, do we still need to tell the village? Just let them know, Xiao Chong said, to avoid them saying we secretly found someone to speak for us when they come tomorrow. Zhang Jingguo put the unlit cigarette back in the box. This way is safer. Just as he finished speaking, that distant relative from the morning came again, followed by a young man. As soon as the young man entered the yard, he looked towards the collapsed wall. Bro, you haven't decided on the materials, right? Steel bars and cement change price every day. Oh, it's fine to lock in a batch first. Li Guilin glanced at Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo placed the photocopy on the table. We haven't done the review yet, nothing is fixed. The distant relative smiled. Review is one thing, deciding on materials first is not a problem. We are all from the same side, the price won't cheat you. Li Guilin stood up with the kettle. Let's speak face to face. As for the materials, let's not discuss it now. The young man's enthusiasm faded a bit. Xiao Chong didn't hurry people away, just secured the file bag. When it's time to decide on materials, I will find a few formal quotes. He said, right now, neither the boundary line nor the drainage has been reviewed, so I can't decide on anyone. The distant relative stood for a while, unable to continue the conversation, and left. Outside, someone said that the Zhang family has too many rules. Chen Lauer quickly replied, isn't that so? Yesterday they said they would tear it down, today they are reviewing, and tomorrow they might say something else. Going back and forth, don't they just want to drag my family into it? Xiao Chong heard, but didn't go out. He opened the album marking all the screenshots from Lu Hao's videos, Master Lu's water testing photos, and the photos taken during the village's on-site record according to time. Lu Hao came in from the backyard. Bro, do you want me to print them? Not yet, Xiao Chong said, let's arrange them by time first. Later, when someone says what happened on what day, we can refer to the photos. Lu Hao nodded, taking out another transparent bag. Here's the leave application from my dad and my mom, said the factory will provide it in the afternoon. Keep it separate from the materials for the old house. Xiao Chong said, don't mix them. More than half an hour later, Master Lu returned the call. Master, he can go tomorrow morning. He said, bring a leveling instrument and tape measure to check these positions first. When you arrive, write down which items you want to check. We can proceed only after you agree. It's about 1,000 or so. We'll calculate the specifics when we get there. No need to transfer in advance. Xiao Chong asked, can he issue a receipt? Yes. His side is an engineering consulting service department, not private. Then it will be at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Master Lu reminded again, he won't say who is responsible when he comes. Don't push him to take a stance. I know. The next day at 9:30 Master he arrived. He was thinner than Master Lu, carrying a toolkit. Upon entering the yard, he first looked at the warning tape, not rushing into the collapse site. Let's clarify first. Master, he clipped the record paper to the board. I will only check these positions now. Boundary line, ditch, bottom wall, foundation, elevation. I won't say who is responsible, who compensates, or who occupies whose place. Chen Lauer was already standing at his own door. Then you need to look carefully, he said. Don't take the Zhang family's photos seriously. Master, he looked at him for a moment. I look at the site and the timestamps on the photos. Lu Hao handed his phone to Xiao Chong. Bro, this is what the village took yesterday, and this is what was just taken this morning. Xiao Chong took it, remaining silent at first. By the edge of the drainage ditch, a light gray scratch had appeared on the new slope's edge. In yesterday's photo, there was a gap, but today it looked as if it had been smoothed over with cement slurry. Master, he squatted down and looked for a while. Has there been any movement here recently? He asked. Chen Lauer immediately replied, who moved? It was washed away by the rain. Master, he didn't respond, but let Lu Hao open the photo timestamps. Lu Hao's hands trembled a bit, but he still opened the 3 sets of photos from yesterday, this morning, and just now. Master, he finished looking at each photo and wrote a line on the record paper. The condition of the new slope edge was not completely consistent with the previous day's photo. The specific reason is unconfirmed. Chen Lauer's face changed. What do you mean by this? Master, he capped his pen. It means that the reason is not confirmed. I write down what I see. This sentence was almost identical to what Lao Zhou said yesterday. Xiao Chong stood by without adding a word. Master, he continued to measure the old bottom of the ditch and also checked the low points in the yard and the black line of the wall foundation. As the leveling instrument was set up, more people gathered outside the yard. Zhang Jingguo initially wanted to tell everyone not to look, but stopped short of the words, only pulling the warning tape a bit outward. Be careful of the collapse of the surrounding wall, he said. Li Guilin stood under the eaves, pushing the business card handed by the distant relative back. The review is not finished yet, though nothing is fixed. After Master, he measured the last point. He clearly wrote on the list. Existing point positions reviewed. Preliminary comparison of old certificates of the homestead with the current boundary line. Records of the old bottom of the drainage ditch, new slope edge, low points in the yard, and wall foundation positions. Cost 1,200 yuan. Master, he pushed the list to Xiao Chong. Take a look. We will only do these. I won't write down who is right or wrong. I will just record these positions and then issue you a receipt. Xiao Chong looked it over. That's fine. He scanned the payment code of the Engineering Consulting Service Department. The payment page popped up. Huaxian Bank USD current account. Amount 1,200. 00 yuan. He paused for a second and pressed confirm. Payment successful. Huaxian Bank sent a push notification. Successful consumption from the USD current account deduction 167. 13 US dollars. Account balance 8999998763700. 01 USD. Master, he received the payment and lowered his head to write the receipt. Chen Lauer stood at his own door looking at the stamp on the receipt. The words finding someone to act were left unspoken. Zhang Jingguo leaned in to take a look, first at the stamp and then at the items written on the list. The paper was written very simply, with no responsibility assigned to anyone and no mention of compensation. Instead, he felt relieved. This is fine. Zhang Jingguo said, don't take one piece of paper out and let people say we took advantage. Li Guilin pressed the corners of the receipt flat and asked softly, this money spent, can it be considered as payment for their work? It's considered as payment for checking the positions. Xiao Chong said they are only responsible for checking these places and providing the drawings. Other matters still need to be dealt with step by step. Li Guilin nodded. She didn't ask where this money came from, nor did she rush to persuade Xiao Chong to save. With so many people in the yard watching, Xiao Chong didn't take out cash or say another word. Only an additional receipt was on the table, and he had to wait for a position map in the afternoon. Master, he handed the paper to Xiao Chong. I will send you the position map this afternoon. Don't look for a construction team yet. Xiao Chong put the receipt into the file bag. Lao Zhou didn't enter the yard, just stood at the door and took a look. Have you finished looking? He asked. Master, he shouldered his toolkit. I've finished looking. Just made the position records. Lao Zhou nodded and said to Xiao Chong, then wait for his drawings. Once the drawings come out, we will supplement whatever materials the town requires. Xiao Chong said, got it. Chen Lauer felt even more uneasy upon hearing this. Around 3 in the afternoon, Master, he sent over the diagram. Xiao Chong glanced at it once and saved it in the folder. Zhang Jingguo leaned over asking, what's the update? The diagram is ready, Xiao Chong replied. With the village records, old certificates and photos, we can basically submit the materials now. Li Guilin stood by the table saying, do we still have to wait for the town? Yes, we wait. Xiao Chong closed the file bag. The village will collect first, and only when the town approves can we proceed. Upon hearing the words proceed, Zhang Jingguo wiped his hand on his pants. This time it's not just talk. The phone rang again. It was Master Lu calling. I've seen the diagram, he said. Submit the materials first. Don't touch the house until the village and town have fully reviewed it. Understood, Xiao Qiang said. We won't touch it until the procedures are completed. All right then, Master Lu said. Let's wait for news from the village and town. If the town asks for anything additional, you will provide it. After the call ended, the yard fell silent for a moment. Zhang Jingwo took out a cigarette box, then put it back in his pocket. Li Guilin asked, so we still have to wait for the town to come and check? Yes, Xiaoqiang said. Only after they've checked can we move forward. This statement wasn't loud. However, someone outside the gate heard it. Chun Laozhou stood at his door, cigarette in hand, chuckling. You're saying you're ready to proceed, even before the procedures are approved. Building a house isn't just talk. Xiaoqiang placed the file bag on the table. That's why we're doing the procedures first. Chun Laozhou glanced at the file bag. He didn't say anything further. Someone at the alley entrance whispered, the Zhang family this time doesn't seem to be joking. A few onlookers exchanged glances. Xiaoqiang picked up the file bag, saying, Dad, Mom, I'm going to the village for a bit. Zhang Jingwo stood up. I'll go with you. No need. I'll first submit the materials. Call you if anything comes up, Xiaoqiang said. As he reached the yard entrance, Chun Laozhou spoke again. Will submitting the materials guarantee approval? You think it's that simple? Xiaoqiang stopped in his tracks. Whether it gets approved or not is up to the village and town, he said. Your word doesn't count, nor does mine. Chun Laozhou's ash fell from his cigarette. Xiaoqiang walked towards the village service room. Lu Hao followed behind, holding a photo bag. Bro, should we bring these too? Yes, Xiaoqiang replied. But don't speak out of turn. If anyone asks, just say you're submitting materials. Got it. The door to the village service room was open. Old Zhou was on the phone. Upon seeing Xiaoqiang enter, he gestured towards the table. Xiaoqiang opened the file bag, laying out the photocopy of the old homestead certificate, village records master, his diagram, and a timeline of photos one after another. Old Zhou hung up, glanced over the papers, and clamped a few sheets together. I'll help you submit these to the town in a bit, he said. Let's see if we can get approval. All right, Xiaoqiang said as he put the originals back into the file bag. Coming out of the service room, the sky had dimmed slightly. Lu Hao whispered beside him. Bro, are we really going to build? We'll build once the procedures are approved. That will cost quite a bit, right? Xiaoqiang shot him a glance. Lu Hao quickly fell silent. A few seconds later he added, I didn't mean it that way. I just think. You seem different this time. Xiaoqiang didn't respond to that. When he returned to the gate, Li Guilin was standing inside waiting. Zhang Jingwo hadn't gone inside either. Xiaoqiang said, Old Zhou has collected the materials, and he'll help us submit them to the town. Li Guilin first looked at Zhang Jingwo. Zhang Jingwo's lips moved, then we'll wait for news. Chun Laozhou stood at his own door, watching the file bag on the Zhang family's table. Light shone from the main room, reflecting slightly off the transparent clasp of the file bag. Xiaoqiang reached out and pressed the clasp tight. Let's wait for the town's approval first. Yes, Zhang Jingwo nodded. The footsteps outside the yard hadn't faded yet when Old Zhou's call came in first. Xiaoqiang picked up. Uncle Zhou. I've submitted the materials to the town. Old Zhou's voice came through along with the sound of wind from an electric bike. The window has accepted it, saying that this is a reconstruction based on the original homestead, not new land occupation. The village just needs to provide an explanation. I put it on speaker, Xiaoqiang said. Old Zhou continued. Tomorrow the town will send someone down to check the drainage ditch and the collapsed wall. I'll notify Old Chun as well. What time tomorrow? Xiaoqiang asked. In the morning, Old Zhou replied. The exact time hasn't been set yet. I'll call you then. Your dad should be at home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingwo stepped forward. I'll be home, he said. After the call ended, the yard fell silent. Li Guilin first looked towards the collapsed wall, then at Zhang Jingwo. Will the town really send someone? Old Zhou said so. Zhang Jingwo replied. Chun Laozhou laughed from across the yard. So they are sending someone, but the wall is your old wall. Can you blame me if it collapses? Zhang Jingwo looked up. Whether it's your fault or not, we'll see after they check tomorrow. Chun Laozhou's cigarette paused for a moment. Xiaoqiang pushed the file bag further onto the table. Dad, when they come tomorrow, just say what you see. Don't try to cover for anyone and don't exaggerate anything. Zhang Jingwo nodded. Lu Hao, holding the photo bag, stood nearby, holding back for a long time before finally saying, Bro, should we bring out those photos tomorrow? Yes, Xiaoqiang replied. If they ask about it, just pull it out. Lu Hao quickly nodded. Someone at the alley entrance whispered, Is the town really coming? Chun Laozhou pressed his cigarette into the ground and turned to enter his own yard. The iron gate closed heavier than usual. Zhang Jingwo watched that way, turning back after a moment. He glanced back at the warning tape by the collapsed wall. The light couldn't reach there, and he could only see a section of red and white gently swaying in the night breeze. Zhang Jingwo whispered, Tomorrow I'll wait for them at home. The next morning the town's car stopped at the alley entrance. The two who came included one named Shin, a staff member from the town responsible for village construction, and a younger one holding a notebook. Old Zhou followed behind, first glancing at the warning tape as he entered the yard. Chun Laozhou also stepped out. He said he wasn't afraid, but his hands remained in his pockets. Master Shin didn't enter the main room, but walked directly towards the collapsed wall. First, let's check the drainage ditch. Xiaoqiang handed over the photo bag. These were taken before and after the rain with the timestamps below. Master Shin took it, not hurrying to speak. He first looked at the photos, then squatted by the drainage ditch, measuring the height difference between the old bottom and the new cement slope with a tape measure. The young man took down the numbers. Chen Laojiu stood by, saying, "This wall was old to begin with. You can't blame everything on my family." Master Shin looked up at him. The wall being old is one thing, but the drainage being blocked is another. Chen Laojiu's smile faltered. Master Shin asked Liu how to take out the photos from yesterday, looking at the new slope's edge for a moment. "Has this side been disturbed recently?" "It was washed away by the rain," Chen Laojiu replied quickly. Master Shin didn't respond to him, but told the young man, "Write this down. The new slope at the drainage ditch is elevated, affecting drainage." The state of the new slope edge was inconsistent with the previous day's photos, and the reason is pending verification. No one spoke at the yard entrance. Zhang Jingguo stood under the eaves, his fingers pressing against the door frame. After Master Shin finished checking the collapsed wall, he looked at the lower point in the Zhang family's yard. The old wall of the Zhang family is indeed aging. It can't all be blamed on the neighbor. However, this section of the drainage ditch has been affected by the new slope. Shin's family must restore the ditch entrance so that water can flow. Before restoration, no items or slopes should be piled at the ditch entrance. Chen Laojiu suddenly became anxious. What about the collapsed wall? The responsibility for the collapsed wall will be coordinated by the village first, Master Shin said, but the drainage issue is evident today. Your family must first modify the ditch entrance, and the Zhang family's reconstruction review can continue without being delayed just because you haven't modified yours. With this statement, everyone at the yard entrance heard it. Li Guilin lowered her head to wipe her hands, remaining silent. However, Zhang Jingguo stepped forward, asking, "Will our house's construction approval be held up because of this?" Master Shin nodded. Reconstructing based on the original homestead, the materials can continue to be submitted. The drainage ditch needs to be rectified, but it will be considered separately from your reconstruction review. Don't demolish the house before the notification comes down. Xiaoqiang said, "Understood." Chen Laojiu wanted to say something, but Old Zhou shot him a glance first. "Old Chen, the town has clarified, restore the ditch entrance first." Chen Laojiu took the cigarette from his ear, but didn't light it. Master Shin closed the notebook. "That's it for today. This afternoon I'll bring back the on-site comments." The young man gathered the photos he had taken. As they walked out of the yard, the people at the alley entrance automatically. Chen Laojiu stood at his own door, not moving for a long time. Zhang Jingguo gazed at the drainage ditch, and after a while he quietly said, "This time it's not just us speaking." Xiaoqiang returned the photo bag to the file bag. No one in the yard replied. Only the warning tape by the collapsed wall continued to rustle in the wind. As the vehicle turned out of the alley, the people outside the courtyard had yet to disperse. Chen Lauer stood at his doorstep, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers, never having been lit. Someone whispered, "Now old Chun has to change the drainage ditch." Chen Lauer immediately turned around, who said, "I wouldn't change it. If the town wants it changed, then I will. But if the wall collapses, don't blame it on my family." His words were firm, yet his voice was not as loud as before. Zhang Jingguo stood under the eaves, not responding to him. In the past, if Chen Lauer had shouted like that, he would have typically explained himself, fearing that the villagers would think the Zhang family was unreasonable. Now, however, the town's words had already reached the courtyard, and he was no longer anxious. Old Zhou had not gone far when he heard Chen Lauer's remark, and turned back to glance at him. "Old Chen, ill come by this afternoon. You just need to clear the drainage ditch to its original state. As long as the water can flow, that's enough." "I know." Chen Lauer clipped the cigarette to his ear. "It's not a big job." Old Zhou didn't argue further, and rode off on his electric bike. The people in the alley slowly dispersed. Li Guilin stood by the door, staring at the iron gate of the neighbor's house, quietly asking, "Will he really change it?" "He will," Xiaoqiang replied. "The town has been here. If he doesn't change it, the village will have to push him." Zhang Jingguo finally released his grip on the door frame. "Let the water flow first." As these 4 words were uttered, Li Guilin glanced up at him. Zhang Jingguo did not lower his head or retreat into the house. Just after lunch, there was already movement in the neighboring courtyard. It wasn't a big machine, nor were they moving houses. Chen Lauer called 2 workers, one carried a shovel, while the other had a small electric pickaxe, and they squatted by the drainage ditch to estimate the position. Chen Lauer stood beside them, pointing and directing, "Right here, dig down a bit. Don't touch the base of my wall." The worker asked, "How deep is enough?" Chen Lauer paused for a moment, glancing towards the Zhang family's side. Xiaoqiang didn't approach, he just stood at his own courtyard's door. Chen Lauer turned and glared, "What are you standing there for? I've already changed it." "As long as the water can flow, that's enough," Xiaoqiang replied. Chen Lauer moved his lips, but did not curse. When the electric pickaxe struck down for the first time, a white mark appeared on the freshly plastered slope. Debris rolled to the bottom of the ditch, revealing the previously raised section. The workers shoveled twice, and water started to flow from the lower area, mixing with mud first as a thin line, then following the old ditch towards the alley's end. The few people gathered around did not speak. In such matters, when it was noisy, those with louder voices seemed more reasonable, but when the water truly flowed out, words became fewer. Zhang Jingguo stood at the door, watching the water flow forward. Chen Lauer's face turned more grim. The mud washed down by the rain is also in there. It's not just the slope of my house. Let's change it first, Zhang Jingguo insisted, staring at the bottom of the ditch. Chen Lauer turned sharply. What do you mean? Zhang Jingguo replied, the town wants the drainage ditch changed first. Chen Lauer stared at him, frozen for a few seconds. Someone at the alley's mouth cleared their throat as if trying to laugh, but held it back. Xiao Chong took a step forward, blocking Zhang Jingguo slightly. Dad, let's go inside for some water. Zhang Jingguo did not say more and turned to enter the yard. This time he was not pushed back by others. Around 3 in the afternoon, old Zhou came by to check. He squatted by the drainage ditch, took a couple of photos with his phone, and looked up at the workers. You need to extend the base a bit further. Don't just dig this section at the door. The water needs to flow down. The workers shifted their gaze to Chen Lauer. Chen Lauer's face was dark. Let it flow then. Old Zhou stood up and said to Xiao Chong, I've also reported back to the town. Your materials are set aside over there. I've finished the village's paperwork. We'll wait for a response from the window. Okay, Xiao Chong replied. Don't rush to move the house, old Zhou added. Zhang Jingguo nodded beside him. Got it, we won't move without notice. Hearing this, old Zhou paused to look at him. Zhang Jingguo used to smile at the village officials first, but today he spoke, less yet firmly. Old Zhou tucked his phone back into his pocket. This will do. After he left, Chen Lauer remained standing by the ditch. The two workers shoveled forward a section, guiding the water to the old opening at the end of the alley. The sound of water began to emerge from the drainage ditch. It was not loud, but it drowned out Chen Lauer's muttering. In the evening, Master Lu called. Xiao Chong moved to a corner of the yard to answer. Master Lu asked, first, has the town come by? They have, Xiao Chong replied. They asked the neighbors to change the drainage ditch. Our building materials are still pending approval. That's good, Master Lu said. Once this step is cleared, don't rush to find workers. If you want to build a new house, first get the plans drawn up. Xiao Chong tilted his head slightly towards the main room. Zhang Jingguo and Li Guilin were inside. Upon hearing the word plans, both looked up simultaneously. It's not a complicated construction plan, Master Lu continued. Just make a basic design for the house. The length and width, number of floors, roof, and how you want to live. Draw it out clearly first. Do you have someone suitable over there? Xiao Chong asked. There's a designer named Yin who specializes in rural self-built house designs. He can provide the basic layout. You won't be on site, just drawing based on the size of the land and how you want to live, Master Lu said. I'll send you his WeChat tomorrow. You can chat with him first. Once the town notifies you, then you can finalize it. Okay, Xiao Chong replied. As soon as the call ended, Zhang Jingguo asked, isn't this going to cost a lot? Xiao Chong set his phone down. You have to spend what needs to be spent. The house needs to last for decades. Oh, we can't skimp on the plans. Li Guilin opened her mouth, wanting to say that they had lived in the old house for many years. But when she glanced back at the warning tape near the collapsed wall, she swallowed her words. Zhang Jingguo asked, so, is it coming soon? Not yet, Xiao Chong replied. We're waiting for the notification. For now, let's figure out how to build the new house. Zhang Jingguo nodded. He didn't ask again, should we take it slow? As dusk approached, Wang Qing's call came in. Xiao Chong stared at the name on the screen, pausing for a moment before answering. How's it going over there? Wang Qing asked. Her voice was not loud, and in the background the sound of students leaving class could be heard. Xiao Chong replied, the town came by this morning, and the neighbors started changing the drainage ditch in the afternoon. The materials for the house are still pending. Wang Qing did not immediately probe about the materials or the money. She simply asked, how are your parents doing? Xiao Chong leaned against the door, watching Li Guilin serve rice to Zhang Jingguo. They're a bit better than yesterday, he said. That's good, Wang Qing replied. Just don't keep tensing up. No matter how big the issue is, you still need to eat and sleep. Xiao Chong smiled slightly. Aren't you going to ask me for proof today? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Wang Qing said, if you want to show me, then I'll look. If you're just tired, then... Xiao Chong held the phone, not speaking immediately. Outside the courtyard, the water in the drainage ditch continued to flow toward the end of the alley, a thin stream, darkening in the evening light. The neighbor's iron gate was half ajar, and Chen Lauer stood behind the door, his face half hidden in shadow. Xiao Chong said, I'll eat first. After hanging up, Master Lu sent a WeChat business card. The avatar was a gray background with white text, and the name was simple, Yin Ming House Designer. Xiao Chong clicked to open it, paused for a few seconds, and then clicked to add. The other side approved quickly. Yin Ming sent a message, Master Lu told me about the site plan. Send me the current dimensions and your rough ideas. Xiao Chong stared at the text. He replied, we need to rebuild the old house, and the materials are still pending notification from the town. Can we look at the design now? Yin Ming's response was not quick. After 2 minutes, the other side sent a voice message. Xiao Chong lowered the volume and held the phone to his ear. You can take a look now, Yin Ming said. Please send me the dimensions from the old house certificate, the site plan from Master He, and the number of people in your household. Let me know how many bedrooms you want to keep. Xiao Chong played this voice message for Zhang Jingguo and Li Guilin to hear. Zhang Jingguo, however, caught the first part. Do we need to say how many bedrooms to keep? Yes, we do, Xiao Chong replied. This time it's not just about filling in a wall. Once we build, we need to know where you and Mom will sleep, where the kitchen will go. We have to think it through first. Zhang Jingguo stood for a long time with the cigarette box in hand before finally placing it back on the table. Xiao Chong looked down at his phone. Yan Ming sent another message. No need to rush to send everything tonight. Just send the current plan and I'll look at it tomorrow morning. Xiao Chong forwarded the site plan master he sent. After the file was successfully sent, a line of small text appeared on the phone screen sent. Zhang Jingguo called from inside. Xiao Chong, it's time to eat. Coming. He pressed the phone against his palm and walked into the main room. On the table were only 3 bowls of rice, a plate of vegetables, and a bowl of leftover soup from lunch. Li Guilin handed him chopsticks, whispering, there's been water in the drainage ditch today. Zhang Jingguo lowered his head and took a bite of rice. After a while he said, it sounds pleasant. Xiao Chong's hand holding the vegetables paused. The sound of water outside was very faint. Yet at this meal, all 3 members of the Zhang family heard it. Old Zhou's call came in around 9 in the morning. Zhang Jingguo was squatting at the gate checking to see if Chen Lauer's side was still shoveling mud into the drainage ditch. When the phone rang, he almost didn't catch it. Old Zhou said on the line, Jianguo, the town has given the green light. You can rebuild on the old homestead. Zhang Jingguo held the phone speechless for a long time. Li Guilin peeked her head out from the kitchen shed. Who is it? Zhang Jingguo tightened his grip on the phone. It's Old Zhou. Xiao Chong walked over and took the phone. Old Zhou's voice sounded much more relaxed than yesterday. Xiao Chong, your materials are fine. The town said you can rebuild on the old homestead. But don't exceed the boundaries and don't affect others. Just give the village a heads up before starting work. Got it, Xiao Chong replied, we understand. And about the drainage, Old Zhou added, you should redo it. Don't keep connecting it to the old drainage ditch next. If you can use pipes, then connect to the village's drainage outlet. Don't let the water flow under the walls of both houses again. Xiao Chong acknowledged. After the call, Zhang Jingguo remained standing in place. Li Guilin was anxious. What did he say? Xiao Chong replied. Old Zhou said we can rebuild on the old homestead, don't exceed the boundaries, and give the village a heads up before starting work. Li Guilin paused, holding the spatula in midair. Zhang Jingguo slowly turned his head to look at the collapsed wall. The warning tape was still tied to the brick, swaying gently in the wind, red and white. He asked, can we really tear it down? Yes, Xiao Chong replied, but not today. First clear the stuff out so the master can come and take a look at the site. The new house will have a separate drainage system connected to the village's outlet. After this was said, the courtyard fell silent. A few days ago they had been arguing around the drainage ditch wall base and concrete slope as if their lives were all blocked in that stretch of muddy ditch. Now that the town had given the go-ahead, the house could be rebuilt. That old drainage ditch still existed, but it no longer had anything to do with the Zhang family. Li Guilin softly said, so we don't have to keep an eye on the ditch every day. No need to keep an eye on it every day, Xiao Chong replied. The neighboring house still needs to be drained properly. Our house will follow the new pipe system. Zhang Jingguo took out a cigarette box, didn't light it, and put it back. Then let's build it, he said. The call to Yan Ming quickly connected. Xiao Chong said, Old Zhou just relayed the town's message. The old house can be rebuilt, and the drainage can also have a new pipe system. Yan Ming didn't ask further, just said, they'll send you a few common design plans. Don't start from scratch. Our rural self-built houses are usually just a few types. Pick a direction first. Within 2 minutes, 3 images popped up in WeChat. The first set showed a 2-story villa, clean exterior walls, a porch at the entrance, and a yard that could accommodate a car. The second set was 1.5 stories with more rooms downstairs for the elderly's convenience, and 2 rooms, plus a small terrace upstairs. The third set was the most extravagant, 3 stories, big windows, a vaulted ceiling in the living room resembling something seen in viral short videos. Lu Hao had just returned from the alley, leaning over. Bro, the third set looks great. Li Guilin also saw the third set, but her first question was, how much will this cost? Zhang Jingguo looked at the third set, then scrolled back to the second set. This one has more rooms downstairs. Xiao Chong didn't rush to decide, first replying to Yan Ming. At home, my parents mainly live there, so the first floor needs to have a room for the elderly, and the kitchen and bathroom must be convenient. The third set looks good on the outside, but can the interior be modified for comfortable living? Yan Ming sent a voice message. Yes, it can be modified, Yan Ming replied. Just keep the exterior intact, 3 stories, big windows, and a high living room. Let it be impressive. The interior can be adjusted according to the actual situation, with a room for the elderly on the first floor, and a kitchen and bathroom, etc. Lu Hao immediately perked up. Now that's how you build a new house. Zhang Jingguo didn't nod immediately. He stared at the picture of the 3-story villa on his phone, the large window at the entrance, shining dazzlingly. In the past, when passing by the new community in town, he didn't dare to look too long, feeling it was beyond his reach. Li Guilin first asked, won't it be too eye-catching? Xiao Chang replied, "We're rebuilding after demolishing the old house. A better house isn't stolen." After this was said, Zhang Jingguo glanced at him. Li Guilin looked down at the picture again. The third set was indeed impressive, with 3 stories big windows and the living room raised. Even the light in the phone seemed brighter than in other pictures. But she wasn't just looking at aesthetics, she pointed to the first floor area. "So I and your dad will live downstairs. We won't have to run upstairs to cook and use the toilet, right?" Xiao Chang nodded. "Yin Gong just said it can be modified." Zhang Jingguo finally spoke. "Then let's go with the third set. Keep the exterior like this and modify the interior for convenience, based on how we live." Xiao Chang sent Zhang Jingguo's decision to Yin Ming. Yin Ming replied, "Sure. Modify according to the third set's appearance, and I'll adjust the interior for the elderly's regular use. A simple sketch will be sent out first." Chen Lauer didn't know when he had stood at his own door. He was holding a porcelain jar scanning Zhang's courtyard. "Oh, has the paperwork been approved already? Are you going to build a villa?" Zhang Jingguo looked up at him. In the past, he would have to explain for a long time, saying that it wasn't a villa and that it was just an old house that couldn't be lived in. But today he didn't. "We're building on the original site of the old house," Zhang Jingguo said. The town agreed. Chen Lauer's smile faltered. "What about the drainage? Don't let it end up flowing towards my house again." "The new house will connect to the village's drainage outlet," Xiao Chang replied. Chen Lauer was taken aback. All the things he had prepared to say about how the old drainage ditch was like that, how everyone had water pooling during heavy rain, how the collapsed wall couldn't all be blamed on his house, were now rendered moot. Xiao Chang looked at him. "The section old Zhou asked your house to move forward with still needs to be completed." Chen Lauer moved his lips, holding the jar as he returned home. The iron gate closed lightly compared to usual. Around noon, Yin Ming sent over the rough sketch. When the picture opened, several people in the hall leaned in. Yin Ming did not diminish the grandeur of the third set. 3 stories big windows, a porch at the entrance, and the living room raised. At first glance, it didn't look like the usual bungalow found in the village. But the first floor wasn't designed as an empty hall like in the sample picture. The rooms for the elderly kitchen, bathroom, and dining area were all clearly marked. The backyard left a piece of open space with a note saying drainage pipe reserved. Li Guilin looked at the kitchen first. Zhang Jingguo looked at the bedroom on the first floor. Xiao Chang focused on the small print in the backyard. He forwarded the rough sketch to old Zhou and then to Master Lu. Old Zhou quickly replied, "Sure, just remember to let me know before you start work." Master Lu replied more directly, "I'll come by this afternoon to take a look and clear out what can be moved in advance." When Li Guilin heard about clearing the house, she immediately looked towards the hall. Old cabinets, broken wooden boxes, a table used for over a decade, and that pile of farming tools in the corner that they couldn't bear to throw away suddenly seemed to emerge from the shadows. She was a bit panicked. What do we do with so much stuff? Footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Lu Hao's mother came in carrying a bag of vegetables, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows. "I'll help you out." Li Guilin was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" "I heard Lu Hao say the paperwork was approved." Lu Hao's mother placed the vegetables on the table. "You definitely need to clean up first, and I have nothing else to do. I can cook, tidy things up, and look after the materials. Don't feel shy. If you really need my help, just calculate my wages by the day. Just say it clearly." She said this in a firm tone, but it wasn't as confrontational as a few days ago. Xiao Chang glanced at her. "No problem." "All right," Lu Hao's mother responded quickly. "I won't take advantage of you." Li Guilin wanted to say it was unnecessary, but the words got stuck in her throat. Lu Hao's mother had already reached the door of the hall, glancing at the things inside. "First, let's clear out all the broken and useless stuff from the house. If you're sure it has no use, just throw it away. Don't feel attached, it's just junk." Li Guilin held a rag, and after a few seconds she said, "Then let's start by clearing out the stuff in the kitchen shed." Lu Hao's mother rolled up her sleeves. "All right. Then let's tidy up the kitchen first. Clear out the cooking area, so we don't end up without food tonight." Zhang Jingguo watched as several people began to take action. He didn't ask again whether they could build, nor did he look towards the wall base. After a while he said to Xiao Chang, "If Yin Gong is free in the afternoon, ask him if the kitchen door can face the courtyard." Xiao Chang lowered his head to reply to the message. On the phone screen, Yin Ming's rough sketch was still bright. The third set. Rebuilding the old house. Drainage pipe reserved. The items in the kitchen shed were more than Li Guilin had expected. Old bowls, a colander, 2 chipped enamel bowls, a glass jar for pickled vegetables, half a bag of damp flour, and a bundle of plastic rope from who knows which year. All were dug out from under the cabinet. Lu Hao's mother squatted at the door, setting aside what could be used, and tossing the unusable directly into an old snakeskin bag. Li Guilin saw an aluminum pot without a handle and reached out to pick it up again. "What's the point of keeping this?" Lu Hao's mother looked up at her. "It has no handle, you might burn your hand one day." Li Guilin was taken aback by her words and muttered softly, "That's true. Anyway, it won't be needed in the new house." Xiao Chang stood in the yard, stacking the wooden stools taken from the main room against the wall. Lu Hao pushed an old cart from the alley, and as soon as the wheels entered the yard they made a clunking sound. "Brother, where should we take the first load?" he asked. "Take the broken stuff to the way station at the village entrance first," Xiao Chong replied. Lu Hao agreed and bent down to lift a broken wooden box. Zhang Jingguo had been tidying up in the main room. Seeing Lu Hao moving the box, he walked over and supported the other end of the box with his hand. Lu Hao hurriedly said, "Uncle, I can manage it myself." "This is heavy," Zhang Jingguo said. "We need 2 people to lift it." A rusty lock fell out from the bottom of the box. Zhang Jingguo glanced at it, bent down to pick it up, and placed it on the windowsill. Li Guilin poked her head out from the kitchen shed. "What about that lock? Should we keep it?" Zhang Jingguo looked at the lock and said, "Let's keep it for now." Lu Hao's mother chimed in, "The lock can be saved. The box is no good, the bottom has rotted away." Zhang Jingguo didn't reply, and after a few seconds he tucked the lock into his pocket, and along with Lu Hao lifted the box onto the cart. Xiao Chong glanced at him, but didn't rush him. The yard gradually cleared a space. The wall that had been hidden behind the old table and wooden boxes was revealed with water stains still visible, and the dust fell away with a wipe. Li Guilin carried out half a basin of old bowls, stood at the yard entrance, and looked around suddenly, saying, "After this clearing, it looks more spacious." Zhang Jingguo steadied the cart. "It should have been cleared long ago, I just couldn't bear to do it." Once he said this, Li Guilin didn't argue further. Around 2 in the afternoon, Master Lu's call came in. Xiao Chong recorded a short video of the yard and sent it over. "That's fine," he said. "No problem, just keep tidying up." Xiao Chong asked, "Have you found someone to dismantle the old house? Do you know anyone?" Master Lu said, "They'll ask around for you." Zhang Jingguo asked, "Should we dismantle the cabinet today?" Xiao Chong walked to the doorway of the main room and shook the old cabinet. The cabinet didn't topple, but a sound of wood shifting came from inside. "Don't pull too hard just yet," Xiao Chong said. "Empty out the items inside first, and wait to move the larger ones until we find someone to help. They'll help with clearing out the items with Guilin, and let the men handle the cabinet," Lu Hao's mother said, stepping out from the kitchen shed. Xiao Chong glanced at the collapsed wall again. "Don't stack anything over there, clear that space first." A slight rustling sound came from behind the iron gate of Chun Laoer's house. Xiao Chong didn't turn around, just said to Zhang Jingguo, "Dad, let's clear out the items today. They'll ask about finding people," he added. Zhang Jingguo nodded. Lu Hao's mother poured the old bowls onto a woven cloth on the ground, suddenly recalling something. "Xiao Chong, how do we settle today's work?" Li Guilin immediately replied, "Let's just start working and we can discuss it later if needed." "No way," Lu Hao's mother said. "It's better to settle it clearly, so we can work efficiently." Xiao Chong walked over. "Today's work includes cleaning up and cooking. Let's count it as a day. How much do day laborers get in the town?" Lu Hao's mother thought for a moment. "They get over 100 for working in the fields. Your family is cleaning up an old house, and cooking 180 should be fine," Xiao Chong said. "Today it's 200. If later it's just cooking, well, calculate that separately, don't mix them together." "All right, 200 it is. I'll remember that," Lu Hao's mother quickly replied. After she finished speaking, she turned around to rummage through the bowl cabinet. Li Guilin looked at her back and after a moment said, "Then I'll come in the evening to cook." "What will you cook?" Lu Hao's mother didn't turn back. "You just see if the items should be kept or not. They'll cook, and if I mess it up you can scold me later." Li Guilin finally smiled. "I wouldn't dare to scold you." The people in the yard began to move, making it quieter than in the morning. Lu Hao pushed the first load of broken wooden boxes and waste paper out, and soon returned with an empty cart. He clutched a handful of change and handed it to Li Guilin as he entered. The waste station gave 38. Li Guilin took the change and said, "Selling the old items for money means they had some use in the end." Lu Hao turned the cart around, preparing to take the second load. Just as he reached the alley entrance, he heard Chun Laoer talking to someone by his door. "Did you see? They've started clearing the house already," Chun Laoer said, his voice not loud, but deliberately letting it be heard in the alley. 3 stories, big windows. They say it's a rebuild of an old house, but who knows what it will end up like. The person speaking with him didn't respond, just glanced into Zhang's yard. Lu Hao pushed the cart inside, his expression not too good. Xiao Chong was moving a pile of old bricks by the door and asked when he saw him, "What's wrong?" Lu Hao leaned the cart against the wall. "Nothing. They're talking about you starting to clear the house next door." Zhang Jingguo paused for a moment. Xiao Chong said, "He's talking about his own matters. We clear our own, no need to worry about him." Lu Hao looked at the pile of old bricks by the yard entrance. "Then I'll take the second load from this pile by the door." Zhang Jingguo looked at the alley entrance, and after a bit walked over to help move the bricks to the wall base. Li Guilin came out from the kitchen shed holding a stack of old newspapers. "Should we keep this?" Zhang Jingguo didn't turn around. "No need to keep it. It's useless to keep it." Li Guilin looked at him, then at the old newspapers in her hand, and finally placed the stack into the waste pile. By the time the sun tilted westward, a large space had already opened up at the entrance of the main room. The items in the old cabinet had been completely emptied out, and the cabinet door stood ajar, leaving only a damp smell of wood inside. Lu Hao pushed the cart to the yard entrance while Lu Hao's mother chopped vegetables in the kitchen shed, and Li Guilin squatted nearby sorting vegetables. Zhang Jingguo stood at the entrance of the now empty main room, staring for a long time. Xiao Chong walked over, can't bear to part with it. Zhang Jingguo shook his head. After a while he pulled out the rusty lock from his pocket and placed it on the windowsill. Let's keep this, he said, the rest can be cleared out. Xiao Chong glanced at the old lock on the windowsill, and then at his phone. Master Lu sent a message about Lao Ma. The construction team, led by Lao Ma, specializes in renovating old rural houses and also accepts old house demolitions, which isn't far from your home. You can let them dismantle the old house first. Whether to use them for building the new house later is up to you. After reading it, Xiao Chong called immediately. The man who answered the phone had a rough voice. After hearing the address, he only asked 2 questions. How big is the old house? Can the cart get through the yard gate? Xiao Chong answered one by one. Lao Ma said, I'll come over to take a look tomorrow morning. If it can be demolished, we'll clarify the price on the spot. Xiao Chong said, all right. You check the site first, and we'll discuss the price then. After hanging up, Zhang Jingguo was still standing at the entrance of the main room. Xiao Chong put down his phone. We found someone to dismantle the old house. Lao Ma will come to check it out tomorrow morning. Zhang Jingguo looked at the empty main room. That night 2 more loads of items from the main room were moved out. The sellable old cardboard and iron basins were stacked together, while the remaining broken table legs, rotten box boards, and damp straw mats were carried to the cart by Lu Hao one trip after another. Li Guilin didn't ask again whether this should be kept or that should be tossed. When Lu Hao's mother asked once, she responded. When unsure, she looked to Zhang Jingguo. The next morning, Lao Ma arrived very early. He drove a small van with a tape measure and gloves in the trunk. After entering the yard, he first walked from the main room to the kitchen shed, then stepped back outside to check the width of the yard gate. Lao Ma inspected the house without measuring it like Master Lu. He looked up at the beams, reached out to touch the walls, stepped twice at the threshold, then stepped back outside to take a look at the roof. It can be demolished, he said. The walls aren't connected to the neighbors. According to our working method, we can start right now. He'll contact people to first manually dismantle the tiles and wooden beams, and later use a small excavator to tear down the walls. This path by the yard gate needs to be cleared. The machine has to get through. Zhang Jingguo asked, can it be finished in 1 day? Lao Ma replied, the main house can be flattened today. How much brick and wood you keep will determine how much needs to be cleared. If you don't want any of it, we'll take it all away. Xiao Chong asked, to what extent will it be demolished? To the ground level, Lao Ma pointed with his toe at the entrance of the main room. We'll set aside usable bricks and wood for you, and we'll take away the unusable ones in our truck. This was clearer to Zhang Jingguo than just saying, it can be demolished. He looked at Xiao Chong. Lao Ma quoted a price, 13,000. The house will be flattened before dark. If it's too late to clear the bricks and wood, we can finish up tomorrow morning. Xiao Chong didn't nod immediately. 13,000 is acceptable. Separate the bricks and wood, don't mix the garbage. Take it slow when tearing down next to the neighbor's place. Well, settle the payment according to this amount after finishing. Lao Ma glanced at him. All right. I'll call now. Xiao Chong said, okay. Lao Ma walked to the yard gate and made the call quickly. After hanging up, he turned back to Xiao Chong. They're coming right over. Li Guilin stood at the entrance of the main room, still holding an old bowl that hadn't been put away yet. Are we really demolishing it today? Let's demolish it, he said. Everything has been cleared out. Lu Hao's mother finished washing the pot and moved the items from the countertop to the kitchen shed. A small truck stopped steadily outside Zhang's yard, and 3 people jumped down from the cargo area. They put on safety helmets first. After a while, the sound of tracks rolling echoed in the alley as a small truck stopped steadily outside Zhang's yard, and 3 people jumped down from the cargo area. They put on safety helmets first. After a while, the sound of tracks rolling echoed in the alley as a small excavator slowly drove in. Zhang Jingguo stood at the entrance of the main room and took a step back. Lao Ma said, let's get started. When old Ma's words, let's get started, fell, the workers did not immediately move the small excavator forward. One person leaned a ladder against the eaves while another tossed a rope up. Old Ma stood in the yard looking up at the roof. First, take off the tiles. The beams are not exposed, so don't let the machine enter the house. The first tile was pried off and dust fell from the edge of the eaves. Zhang Jingguo stood at the door of the main room, taking half a step back, unable to help but look up. Li Guilin stood by the kitchen shed, still holding a rag, and seeing a row of tiles being passed down, she quietly asked, can these tiles still be used? Old Ma heard her and did not laugh at her. Stack the intact ones aside. Don't keep the broken ones, there's no use for them. After hearing this, Zhang Jingguo bent down to pick up an unbroken tile at his feet and placed it against the wall. Xiao Chong did not stop them. When half of the roof was uncovered, Chun Lauer's iron gate opened. Chun Lauer stood at the door holding a teacup, first looking at the small excavator, then at the old wall leaning against his house. Take it slow, okay? If that wall falls towards my house, who will take responsibility? Old Ma raised his hand, signaling the people on the roof to stop first. The excavator driver had already moved the machine towards the courtyard gate, and hearing this stopped the bucket in midair. The onlookers at the alley entrance immediately quieted down. Shen Lauer placed his cup against the door frame. I'm not saying you can't demolish it. It's your business that you have the money to build a new house, but don't drag my wall into it. Zhang Jiangwo's expression changed. This house isn't connected to yours. It's not connected, but it's closed, Shen Lauer said. Once the machine scrapes, who can guarantee? Li Guolan tugged at Zhang Jiangwo. Don't argue. Old Ma walked from the yard to the wall, reached out to pat the wall surface, then stepped back to take a look at the position of the small excavator. We don't need the machine on this side yet, he said. Let the people go up and take down the top row of bricks and wood first. The base of the wall should be taken down last, leaning towards Zhang's courtyard, not pushing it outward. Shen Lauer snorted. Easier said than done. Old Ma glanced at him. You stand at the door and watch. If anything touches your things, say it on the spot. If nothing touches them, don't let anyone stand under the wall. If bricks fall and hit someone, it won't be worth it. This statement was not soft, but he did not argue with him. Shen Lauer opened his mouth and finally lifted his teacup, taking 2 steps back. Xiao Chong watched Old Ma rearranging the workers. The workers on the roof first passed down the tiles on the side closest to Chen's house, and the people below caught them casually, dividing them into 2 piles. Usable ones went to the left, and broken ones were tossed into a broken barrel. The small excavator stopped at the courtyard gate, and the driver sat on it, waiting, not crowding in. Lu Hao said quietly, Brother, is it slow to demolish like this? It's fine to go slow, Xiao Chong replied. Zhang Jingguo squatted next to the pile of old tiles, picked out a few intact ones, and looked at the exposed beams inside. What about that beam? It's dark, but it still looks sturdy. Old Ma happened to come down for water, heard this, walked over to take a look. This one can be kept. It can be used to build a temporary shed. The one next to it is rotten. Don't be reluctant to keep it. Moving it around is labor-intensive. Zhang Jingguo remained silent. Xiao Chong said, keep the usable ones, and take away the unusable ones. Dad, pay attention. Don't be reluctant to keep everything. Zhang Jingguo wiped his hands on his pants. I know. Just keep 2 usable ones. After saying this, he went to stack up those few tiles neatly. By 3 in the afternoon, the entire roof was uncovered. Old Ma instructed them to take down the beams first. 2 old beams that could be kept were hoisted down by ropes and placed on the left side of the yard. The rotten wood fell apart as soon as it hit the ground. Old Ma kicked it. Don't take this one. Li Guolan looked at the pile of wood and did not ask again. Only then did the machine enter the yard. The bucket of the small excavator first hit the wall inside the main room, and bricks fell into the yard with a muffled sound. On the side closest to Chen's house, Old Ma kept standing by signaling the driver to stop every time he scraped. Shen Lauer stood in the doorway for a long time, unable to find a conversation starter, only half covering the iron gate, leaving a gap. As the sun was about to set, only a low wall foundation remained for the main house. Zhang Jingguo stood outside the original main room, the tips of his shoes covered in a layer of dust. He looked at the cleared ground and suddenly said, it turns out it wasn't that big. Li Guolan replied, previously things were piled up, so it looked full. Lu Hao's mother took the pot lid from the kitchen shed and glanced over there. Once the ground is cleared, it will be easy to build. Don't make the kitchen so narrow in the future. Turning around would bump into people. Li Guolan did not complain about her speaking too much this time. It should be wider. Old Ma took off his gloves, walked up to Xiao Chong. Today the house is considered demolished. Tomorrow morning, I will bring 2 more people over to clean up the ground and stack the bricks and wood for you. Xiao Chong asked, are you going to do the foundation and main structure later? Yes, Old Ma replied. But first let's clarify who provides the drawings is up to you. Who buys the materials also has to be decided. If you want me to cover the materials, I will charge according to the list. If you buy them yourselves, I will only charge for labor and machinery. When it comes to the foundation and the main structure, or if the floor slab is included, it must be clearly stated. Words alone can easily lead to disputes later. Xiao Chong looked at the old beams and whole tiles stacked on the left side of the yard, then glanced at the broken bricks that had yet to be cleared on the side closest to Chen's house. Today's team was not the fastest, but they knew where they couldn't rush. He took out his phone. Engineer, Yin will send over the foundation dimensions tonight. After you finish cleaning the ground tomorrow, report a price based on the drawings first. Labor, materials, and machinery should be written separately, and payment milestones should also be clearly stated. Old Ma nodded. All right. I will report what I can do, and I will tell you directly if I can't. Also, Xiao Chong glanced at Zhang Jingguo and Li Guolan. My parents only focus on progress. If anything happens with the construction team, discuss it directly with me. Lu Hao's mother took off her apron. What about me? Will you still need me tomorrow? The construction team needs someone to cook, Xiao Chong replied. It's still calculated by the day. You help my mom cook for them. You don't need to worry about the construction work. Lu Hao's mother understood. I'll take a wage for the work, not for you to manage things. Xiao Chong nodded. That's the idea. The next morning old Ma came again. The bricks and wood in the yard had been rearranged with usable old beams and whole tiles placed on the left, while broken bricks and tiles were loaded onto trucks. After leveling the ground, old Ma took out the payment code from the construction team. Xiao Chong scanned 13000. Old Ma received the money, wrote a receipt, and noted the items: demolition of old house, classification of bricks and wood, and garbage transportation, then pressed his fingerprint. We can start the foundation tomorrow. Old Ma handed the receipt to Xiao Chong. But we need to see engineer Yan's drawings. Who determines the materials? You need to give me a clear answer tonight. Afternoon, Xiao Chong and Lu Hao drove back to Jiangzhou. As they left the village, Lu Hao glanced back. Brother, am I really going back to the company tomorrow? Yes, Xiao Chong replied. You've taken so many days off. If you don't go back soon, Zhao Dihai will have something to say. Lu Hao adjusted his seatbelt. I can still help a bit at home. You can help, but you can't keep hiding here, Xiao Chong said. You also need to hold your ground at the company. Lu Hao did not say anything further. Once on the highway, Xiao Chong messaged, Zhou Peng returning to Jiangzhou in the afternoon, will be at the company tomorrow. Zhou Peng replied quickly, make sure to clear up the time you took off. Xiao Chong replied with a, okay, and then opened the chat box with Wang Qing. He sent, I'm back in Jiangzhou. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a meal together. Wang Qing replied, after a while, did you finish demolishing your house? Xiao Chong, the old house is demolished. We will lay the foundation according to the drawings later. Wang Qing sounds good. At 7 in the evening, the two met at a small restaurant near Jiangwan. Wang Qing arrived before him. When she saw Xiao Chong enter, her gaze first fell to the edge of his shoes. Did you bring back half a courtyard from the village? Xiao Chong looked down, noticing the dust still in the seams of his shoes. I brushed them, but didn't clean them well. He smiled slightly and sat down. Before the dishes arrived, Wang Qing asked first, who did you hire to demolish the house? Old Ma, introduced by Master Lu, Xiao Chong replied. First we demolished the old house, and today we settled the demolition payment. For the foundation and main structure later, I'll have him quote based on engineer Yan's drawings. Wang Qing did not respond with that's good, but asked, do you have a receipt? Yes. What about later? Is there any issue with your parents keeping an eye on things at home? Xiao Chong said, I told them to consult me if anything comes up. I don't let them make decisions. Wang Qing picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in her bowl. They haven't dealt with this kind of thing before, have they? Xiao Chong looked up. No. Then if someone takes a list over, they might not understand it. Wang Qing said, press them a bit. The elderly are easily worried about delaying work. Xiao Chong held his cup, not speaking immediately. Wang Qing pushed her cup a bit towards him. Drink some water first. You probably haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days. I am a bit tired, Xiao Chong admitted. He glanced at her. Before I reach the company tomorrow, I will first review the quotes and materials. Then I'll call my parents to discuss what can be agreed upon and what cannot be agreed upon. Wang Qing nodded, not asking further. The meal did not last long. When settling the bill, Wang Qing glanced at the receipt. This place is good. Let's come back next time. Xiao Chong replied. Then I'll wear a clean pair of shoes next time. Next time don't show up looking like you just woke up. She picked up her bag, paused at the door. Take me back. Let me experience the feeling of a luxury car. Wang Qing's place was not far from Jiangwan. On the way they chatted back and forth. The car stopped at the entrance. Wang Qing unbuckled her seatbelt and said before getting out of the car, take it slow on the way back. After saying that, she carried her bag into the community. When Xiao Chong returned to his place, his phone had already lit up several times. Yan Ming sent over the foundation dimensions and the first version of the material list. Xiao Chong read through the list, sent a copy to Old Ma, and then called him. The call was connected quickly. Old Ma was still talking to someone on his side, sounding like he was collecting tools. Xiao Chong said, the drawings have been sent over. The materials needed for the construction will be from your side. Just list the brands, quantities, and unit prices clearly and send them to me. Old Ma replied, all right. I will calculate a version based on the drawings first. Before starting the construction, I will confirm the materials with you again. No problem, just tell me directly when the time comes. Early the next morning around 7, Lao Ma sent a photo. The small truck was parked outside the Zhang family's courtyard with cement and rebar loaded in the back. Zhang Jingguo stood beside the truck, his back to the camera, holding the material list that Xiao Chong had sent him the night before. Lao Ma texted, the materials have arrived. I'll unload them on the left side of the yard. Xiao Chong had just washed his face and was standing in front of the sink at Jiangwan Mansion, enlarging the photo. The words on the cement bag were clear and the rebar was bundled together, but the sand and gravel had not yet arrived. He replied to Lao Ma, unload first. Don't put the cement against the wall. Place the rebar a bit higher. Don't crush the drainage pipes. Lao Ma responded quickly, understood. Before long, the sand and gravel arrived as well. Lu Hao's mother took a photo in the yard, sent it to Li Guilan, who then forwarded it to Xiao Chong. In the photo, the sand and gravel were piled outside the courtyard door. Lao Ma instructed the workers to first spread it with shovels and not to let the truck drive directly into the yard. Li Guilon texted your dad, said not to block the door. Xiao Chong replied, right, don't block the door, I'll let the workers place it as they please. A few minutes later Zhang Jingwo sent a voice message. Xiao Chong, the cement and rebar have arrived. I checked the list you mentioned, the number of bags is correct, but I can't quite make out the rebar. Lama said he would take a closer shot for you later. Xiao Chong was changing clothes while holding down the voice message button. Dad, just check if the items have been delivered, don't worry about the specifications. I'll confirm the quantity and price with Lao Ma. Zhang Jingwo replied with the okay. Li Guilon's voice could be heard from the side, aren't you going to work today? Stop staring at your phone. After hearing this, Xiao Chong put his phone in his pocket. By the time he went downstairs, Lu Hao was already waiting by the car. Lu Hao had changed into a clean short-sleeve shirt, his hair still wet, holding a plastic bag containing yesterday's unfinished bread. Bro, are we really going to the company today? Lu Hao asked. Yes, Xiao Chong unlocked the car door. I need to go back to fill out the leave paperwork. Lu Hao got in the passenger seat, not asking any further questions. When they arrived at the company building, it was still before 9. Xiao Chong parked the car and looked up at the office building. There was a line at the coffee shop downstairs and the security guard was standing by the gate just like usual. The company hadn't called him at all these past few days. He initially thought it was Zhou Peng shielding him, or perhaps the project just wasn't urgent. But as they entered the elevator, Lu Hao suddenly whispered, bro, do you think they all know we're back? Xiao Chong glanced at him, we'll find out when we get there. The access control system still allowed entry. His workstation was still there. Xiao Chong turned on his computer and logged onto the company intranet. After entering the password, the page hung for a moment before bouncing back to the login screen. He thought it was a password expiration issue and tried again. This time a small line of text popped up, account does not have access to the project. Xiao Chong stared at that line for a few seconds and opened the testing platform. The same prompt appeared. He clicked on the defect system. The previously pinned Anshi project was missing, and when he searched for the project number, the page displayed no accessible projects. The mouse hovered there. People around him were typing on keyboards, answering phone calls, and others were returning from the break room with cups in hand. All sounds were normal, yet his computer seemed to be disconnected from the project. Lu Hao stood beside him and quietly asked, bro, what's wrong? The access has been revoked, Xiao Chong replied. Lu Hao was taken aback. What access? Xiao Chong didn't explain and clicked on the project document drive. The shared folder still showed the outer directory, but when he clicked inside, a gray prompt box popped up. Access denied. This time he didn't try again. He opened the project group. The messages in the group from these past few days were still scrolling down. Zhao Dihai had sent the progress report twice. Lao Zhang had taken over the interface return. Xiao Fong had taken on mobile compatibility, and Zhou Peng had handled defect tracking. Someone inquired, wasn't this project handled by Xiao Chong before? Zhao Dihai replied, he has family matters to attend to, let's proceed with the current personnel. After that, no one mentioned him again. Zhou Peng walked over from the aisle holding a printed testing record. He noticed the prompt on Xiao Chong's screen and paused for a moment. You're back, Zhou Peng said. Yes, Xiao Chong replied, pushing his chair back a bit. I can't access the permissions here. Zhou Peng glanced at the screen and then at Lu Hao. Don't just stand here. He led Xiao Chong to a narrow passage next to the break room. Lu Hao followed a couple of steps, but Zhou Peng raised his hand to stop him. You go wait at the temporary workstation. Lu Hao looked at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong nodded. You go ahead. After Lu Hao walked away, Zhou Peng lowered his voice. You haven't received any calls from the company these past few days, have you? No. It's not that no one was looking for you, Zhou Peng said. Zhao Dihai has reassigned all the work you were handling. Xiao Chong looked at him. Zhou Peng folded the testing record in his hand. You left, and he held a brief meeting the next day. The remaining return items from Anshi were assigned to Lao Zheng and Xiao Fong. The defect tracking you used to manage was transferred to me. As for Lu Hao, he was originally supposed to be led by you, but now no one is arranging things according to your pace. What did he say? Xiao Chong asked. Zhou Peng paused. I remember his exact words. Someone passed by the aisle holding a cup, and Zhou Peng didn't continue. Once that person walked far away, he began. He said Xiao Chong has family matters and can take leave. The company can't follow him in taking leave. Xiao Chong didn't respond. He had already seen this in the group earlier. No one urged him to return, nor did anyone ask when he could catch up. Those screenshots, tables, and confirmation items that used to land on him daily had already been reassigned to new names. Zhou Peng continued. The permissions were revoked last night. They said it was a project member adjustment, and they first removed those who haven't been present for a long time from the core project. What about Lu Hao? Xiao Chong asked. Lu Hao was initially just here to try things out, Zhou Peng said. Since he returned with you, Zhao Dihai didn't assign him any tasks. Coming back today, he probably won't be able to access the project either. Xiao Chong glanced toward the office area. Lu Hao was standing next to the temporary workstation, holding a piece of paper he had just received, unsure whether to sit or wait. Zhao Dihai came out of the meeting room, smiled when he saw Lu Hao, but didn't stop. Xiao Chong recognized the paper. It was the environmental inspection form. Initially, when Lu Hao entered, Zhao Dihai had mentioned that he should first learn the use cases and return process from Xiao Chong. Now the form only had machine numbers, system versions, and inspection times left that anyone could fill it out. Lu Hao looked down at the paper and then at the person next to him. Xiao Fong at the adjacent workstation was wearing headphones and didn't look up. He simply pushed a pen to the edge of the table. Lu Hao picked up the pen, stood there writing 2 characters, then paused. Soon Zhao Dihai also saw Xiao Chong. He approached as if nothing had happened and patted Xiao Chong on the shoulder. "Your back. How's everything at home?" Xiao Chong replied, "The old house has been demolished and the foundation work has started." "That's good." Zhao Dihai nodded. "Such matters can't be rushed. If it's not all sorted out yet, don't force it. You should continue to take leave. I've already arranged for them to pick up your work." Xiao Chong looked at him. "I just logged into the system, or I no longer have project permissions." "That's normal." Zhao Dihai maintained his smile. "You weren't here, so the project permissions follow the current personnel. We'll see how to adjust once the arrangements are stable." "What about Lu Hao?" Xiao Chong inquired. Zhao Dihai glanced at Lu Hao. "He's been working hard these past few days. But he's just trying things out for now. He won't need to be involved with the project for the time being, so let him handle some side tasks. Your family matters aren't completely resolved, right? Don't keep him hanging around here." Lu Hao, hearing his name, looked up in this direction. Xiao Chong asked, "So what should I do today?" Zhao Dihai switched the meeting notebook to his other hand. "You don't need to enter the project today. You just returned and your status might not be up to speed. First fill out the leave form, and then confirm the previous handover items." "What about the permissions?" "I've instructed the admin side to proceed based on the adjusted list," Zhao Dihai explained. "If I grant you access now, the project will need to be rearranged again. If you still have family matters to attend to, there's no need for you to keep going back and forth." Zhao Dihai didn't call him over, but said to Xiao Chong, "You should fill out the leave form first. Write clearly how many days you need for your family. There's no rush on the project, we've already rearranged it." After finishing, he turned back to his workstation. Xiao Chong stood in place, not immediately following him. Zhou Peng handed him the testing record. "This is the handover record for the items before you left. Check to see if anything was missed. I'm not asking you to take on extra work, just to confirm." Xiao Chong took it. Every item on the paper had already been reassigned to someone else. Lao Zhong, Xiao Fong, Zhou Peng. There was no mention of Zhang Xiao Chong. He returned to his workstation and reopened the task board. Under his name was an empty space. The leave request page still lingered on the computer screen. The end date field was empty, the cursor blinking steadily. Xiao Chong stared at it for a while and selected today's date. A prompt from the system appeared. "Please fill in the reason for your leave." He typed 2 lines in the input box, returning home to deal with the collapsed wall of the old house and the preliminary matters of reconstruction. "I have returned to work today." After finishing, he didn't submit immediately. Instead, he picked up his phone. The photo sent by Zhang Jingguo was still in the chat box. White lines crossed each other on the ground of the yard, and old Ma was bending over measuring tape pulled to the original wall position of the hall. Zhang Jingguo stood nearby, his toes very close to the white line. Xiao Chong replied, "Dad, don't stand inside the line. Wherever old Ma tells you to stand, that's where you should be." Zhang Jingguo quickly responded, "I haven't moved him, just watching from the side." Old Ma's call came in right after. Xiao Chong glanced at the office and walked to the window to answer. "Xiao Chong, the line is set." Old Ma's voice was a bit muddled with the sound of a shovel hitting the ground. "First dig out the foundation underneath. Your dad is on site, he'll let him take a rough look. The depth and position will be according to the engineer's drawings." "All right," Xiao Chong said, "please take a picture of each step for me. For whatever materials are needed, still follow what we discussed last night. List the brand, quantity, and unit price clearly." "I know." Old Ma said, "Your dad asked how to look at the rebar. I told him he doesn't need to check the model. I'll take close-up shots for you later." Xiao Chong glanced towards the workstation. "Right, he only needs to check if the materials have arrived and if the work is being done. You can tell me directly about everything else." When the call ended, someone in the office area shouted Xiao Feng's name. Lu Hao was still standing beside the temporary workstation. The environmental inspection form in Lu Hao's hand had already been filled out with 2 lines, while the 3rd line was blank. The form required the machine number, system version, inspection time, and an anomaly description. Lu Hao stared at the few boxes, the pen tip hovering over the paper, but not falling. Xiao Fong next to him took off one earphone and glanced at him. "You can fill out what you can understand first." "Where do I find the machine number?" Lu Hao asked. Xiao Fong put the earphone back on, it stuck on the computer. Lu Hao lowered his head to look for it, searched around, and then raised his gaze to the computer on the desk. The computer was not powered on, and he didn't know if he should touch it. Xiao Chong stood by the window for a few seconds, then returned to his seat and pressed submit. The leave request popped up with a success notification. A record appeared in the status bar: leave until today pending approval. He closed the page and stood up to find Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai was looking at a printed progress report in front of his workstation with the meeting notebook from earlier still on the desk. When he saw Xiao Chong coming over, he pushed the paper aside. "Is your leave request filled out?" Zhao Dihai asked. It's done, Xiao Chong replied. I filled it out until today. Zhao Dihai looked up at him. His smile paused for a moment, then quickly resumed. Today. Yes, Xiao Chong said. I have already returned to the company. Zhao Dihai clicked the mouse twice, glanced at the screen. Isn't your family still working on the foundation? Things like this require a phone call today, and another tomorrow. You might not be able to manage. My parents are keeping an eye on it at home, Xiao Chong said. If there's work here at the company, I can take it on. Zhao Dihai didn't continue with that statement. He took out a form from the drawer and pushed it to the edge of the desk. First, take a look at this. You need to confirm the handover for a few items before you leave. Lao Zheng, Xiaofang, and Zhou Peng have all taken them over. The project side needs to keep a handover confirmation to avoid confusion later. Xiao Chong picked up the paper. The title was Anqi Project Phase Handover Confirmation. The first few items were labeled as Interface Regression Mobile Compatibility Defect Tracking, followed by the names of Lao Zheng, Xiaofang, and Zhou Peng. At the bottom, there was a line, I am unable to continuously participate in this project for personal reasons within a short period. I confirm that the above work handover has been completed. Xiao Chong looked at that line and did not sign. Zhao Dihai said, it's just a confirmation. They have already taken over while you were absent these days. Just sign it, and it will be clear who is responsible for which part later. Xiao Chong placed the paper back on the desk. I can confirm the first few items. The last sentence is incorrect. Zhao Dihai stopped the mouse in his hand. Which sentence? Unable to continuously participate within a short period, Xiao Chong said. I am on leave until today and can continue to participate. Zhao Dihai leaned back in his chair. Xiao Chong, don't overcomplicate this. The project has already been rescheduled. If you jump back in now, everyone has to adjust. Your home isn't completely sorted out, so there's no need to force your way in. Then what arrangements does the company have for me next? Xiao Chong asked. Zhao Dihai didn't answer immediately. Someone passed by with a notebook and upon seeing their discussion lowered their voice and quickened their pace. Zhao Dihai waited for that person to walk far away before saying, the company doesn't only have the Anqi project. Just confirm the handover for now, and we will see where you are needed later. When will my permissions be opened? Xiao Chong asked. Zhao Dihai smiled slightly. The permissions depend on the project list. It's not something I can just unilaterally decide. Xiao Chong looked at him. Yesterday, who told the administration to collect it? Zhao Dihai's smile faded a little. He picked up the form on the table, pointed to the last line. Don't get hung up on that wording. The company understands you have family matters and has granted your leave. Someone has taken over the project. It's not a bad thing. Xiao Chong said, I won't sign that sentence. Zhao Dihai looked at him for 2 seconds, then took the form back. All right, I'll have HR discuss it with you this afternoon. You go back to your workstation and wait for the notice. Xiao Chong turned back to walk. Zhou Peng happened to come over from the printer holding several newly printed screenshots. He saw Xiao Chong not holding the form and asked, not signed. The last sentence is incorrect, Xiao Chong said. Zhou Peng nodded slightly, not persuading further, only saying, once you sign that form, the Anqi project will have nothing to do with you anymore. I know, Xiao Chong replied. While they were talking, Lu Hao walked over with the inspection form. Bro, Lu Hao said in a low voice, I can't fill out this form. Xiao Chong took a look at it. The first 2 lines had half the machine number written down, the system version box was empty, and the anomaly description had none written, but was crossed out. Lu Hao whispered, they are all busy, and I don't want to ask too much. Manager Zhao just told the administration sister to tell me that I don't need to fill it out today. I'll wait for a notice when I get back. What did he say? He said the project side temporarily doesn't need manpower. Lu Hao clenched the pen in his hand. The days worked before the leave will be paid daily. Xiao Chong looked towards Zhao Dihai's workstation. Zhao Dihai was sitting in front of the computer answering a call, seemingly oblivious to the noise from this side. Huang Li from the administration happened to walk by holding a thin attendance confirmation form. Lu Hao, right? She handed the form to Lu Hao. Take a look. It states how many actual days you were present here. If there are no issues, just sign it. Salaries will be paid together next month. Lu Hao accepted it, glanced at it, and looked at Xiao Chong. Huang Li spoke softly. It's not that we are asking you to sign your resignation today. You weren't officially hired anyway. We just need to clarify those days beforehand. Lu Hao lowered his head and wrote his name in the signature box, putting the cap back on the pen, his movements much faster than when he filled out the inspection form earlier. Lu Hao took the form back from Xiao Chong's hand, folded it, then unfolded it. Bro, I've been standing here all morning and don't even know where to look for this form. If there are people missing at home, I can go back and keep an eye on things. Xiao Chong didn't respond immediately. His phone vibrated again. Li Guilin sent a video clip of about 10 seconds. In the video, a corner of the yard had already been dug up. Zhang Jingwo stood at the door, and Lu Hao's mother was coming out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of vegetables. Li Guilin sent a message. Your aunt said she will cook at noon. Lu Hao also saw the video. He stared at the screen for a while, remaining silent. Xiao Chong put his phone away. Don't rush to go back yet. Wait until I finish talking with them in the afternoon. Talking about what? Xiao Chong hadn't answered, yet when a corporate message popped up in the bottom right corner of the computer. HR Huang Li Zhang, Xiao Chong, please come to the small meeting room at 3 this afternoon to discuss job arrangements and project handovers. Manager Zhao will also attend. Right below the message, another line quickly followed. I will send you the relevant materials shortly. Xiao Chong looked at those two lines. The project group beside them was still buzzing. Lao Zhang sent a new regression screenshot, and Xiao Feng replied received. He opened the leave request system. The first line of the list still displayed the recently submitted record leave. At 2:40 p.m., the HR personnel, Huang Li, sent over the materials. There were a total of 3 documents. One was a leave request record, another was a handover confirmation for the Anqi project, and the last one was called a position communication record. Xiao Chong opened the last document and glanced at it. Several sections were still empty, including the position project and follow-up arrangements. Only the communication time and participants were already filled in. Participants Zhang Xiaochong, Zhao Dihai, Huang Li. Lu Hao sat at the temporary workstation beside him, still holding the environmental inspection form. Administration told him he didn't need to fill it out today, and he had no place to submit it, so he could only fold the paper twice and tuck it behind the attendance confirmation sheet. Brother Lu Hao whispered, "You wait here while I go in." Xiao Chong closed the document. "Don't wander around. I'm not a child." Lu Hao said, glancing towards Zhao Dihai again, lowering his voice. "I just feel awkward sitting." Xiao Chong did not respond to this. At 5 minutes to 3, Huang Li came over from the administration, knocked on the door of the small conference room. There was no one inside, so she went in to turn on the lights and came out to call for Xiao Chong. "Xiao Chong, you can come in now." When Xiao Chong stood up, Zhou Peng happened to pass by behind his workstation. Zhou Peng glanced at him, but said nothing, just placed a pen on his desk, saying the one inside often runs out of ink. Xiao Chong picked up the pen. "Thanks." The small conference room was not large, with a long table against the wall. Huang Li sat at the door side, while Zhao Dihai sat inside with the handover confirmation form placed before him. Seeing Xiao Chong enter, Zhao Dihai first smiled. "Sit down," he said. "We're just here to communicate, no pressure." Xiao Chong pulled out a chair and sat down. Huang Li opened her notebook. "Today, we mainly have 2 matters. One is the confirmation of your leave and project handover, and the other is the follow-up position arrangements. Manager Zhao mentioned that you still have reconstruction matters at home, and the project team has also reallocated personnel, so we need to clarify the situation together." She spoke slowly, as if afraid any statement would be too heavy. Xiao Chong asked, "I filled in my leave request up to today." Huang Li nodded. "I saw that. Manager Zhao hasn't approved it yet, so it's on hold." Zhao Dihai took over. "Xiao Chong, I mentioned to you this morning that the matters at home can't be resolved in a day or 2. Returning to the project doesn't mean you can't do it, but the project has already been taken over. If you reinsert yourself, others will have to be reallocated. So what arrangement does the company have for me?" Xiao Chong asked. Zhao Dihai looked at Huang Li. Huang Li glanced down at her computer. "Currently, there are no new projects immediately assigned to you. If there are suitable opportunities later, we can look again. So what should I do during this time?" There was a brief silence in the conference room. Zhao Dihai pushed the handover confirmation form forward. "That's why we asked you to confirm things on the Anqi side first. You need to clear up the previous loose ends and wait for further arrangements." Xiao Chong looked at the form. "No permissions, no tasks, and no new projects. Am I just coming to the company every day waiting for arrangements?" Huang Li placed her hands on the keyboard, not immediately typing. Zhao Dihai said, "Don't put it so harshly. The company isn't saying they don't need you, it's just that the current project pace isn't suitable for further movement. You also indeed have matters at home, don't delay either side." Xiao Chong asked, "So my leave will continue to be approved?" Zhao Dihai said, "If you need it, the company can continue to approve it. I won't continue to request leave," Xiao Chong replied. Zhao Dihai looked at him. Xiao Chong asked again, "If I return to work, the company has no projects for me, right?" Huang Li cleared her throat softly. "That can't be said like that. We can only say that there are currently no suitable project arrangements." Xiao Chong nodded. He took the handover confirmation form and reviewed the previous items closely. The return interface, mobile compatibility, and defect tracking, all the responsible persons had already changed. The last line still hadn't been modified. "Due to personal reasons, I am unable to continue participating in this project in the short term." Xiao Chong set the paper back down. "I won't sign this line." Zhao Dihai tapped his finger on the table. "Then how do you want to write it?" "I can confirm that the work has been handed over to them," Xiao Chong said, "but it's not that I am unable to participate, it's that the company has already not allowed me to participate." Zhao Dihai's expression darkened slightly. Huang Li hurriedly said, "We can adjust this wording. It doesn't have to be written this way." "No need to adjust." Xiao Chong. Both of them looked at him. Xiao Chong placed the pen Zhou Peng had given him on the table. "If the company doesn't have projects for me going forward and permissions aren't open, then let's proceed according to the resignation process." Huang Li paused. "Are you sure? This doesn't have to be decided today." "Sure," Xiao Chong said. Zhao Dihai leaned back in his chair, and after a few seconds he spoke. "Xiao Chong, don't bring emotions into this. Project adjustments are project adjustments. Resigning is your personal matter. I'm not bringing emotions into this." Xiao Chong looked at him. "I asked, and the company currently has no arrangements. I can't access the system sitting at my workstation." Huang Li moved the computer closer to herself. "Then I will register you for voluntary resignation." Do you want to write today as the resignation date or until the end of this month? If you write until the end of the month, you can come in according to the company's arrangements in the following days. Xiao Chong asked, if I write until the end of the month, what should I do in the next few days? Huang Li looked again at Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai did not respond. Xiao Chong said, let's write today. Huang Li typed in the form, how should I write the reason for resignation? Can I write personal reasons? Xiao Chong looked at the line that popped up on the computer screen, write personal reasons. Huang Li nodded, then you will submit the resignation application in the system later, and I will send you the process. ID badge computer account, these can be returned today. The salary will be settled according to actual attendance. She added Lu Hao's side is not a formal employment, just the attendance confirmation is needed, no resignation process. Xiao Chong said, I know. Zhao Dihai collected the handover confirmation form on the table. You should still confirm those items for Anqi before you leave. The parts you worked on before, don't leave any confusion later. Xiao Chong said, I can confirm the handover of the previous work. Delete the last line. Huang Li immediately said, I'll retype it. She took the form over, made a few changes on the computer, and printed a new. The new form only retained a few items of work handover and the current responsible persons without the line unable to continue participating in the short term. Xiao Chong finished reading it and wrote his name in the signature area. Zhao Dihai also signed. After signing, there was a moment of silence in the conference room. Huang Li put the two sheets into a folder, then it settled. I will send you the entrance for the resignation application. Xiao Chong stood up. Zhao Dihai also stood up. Briefly, Xiao Chong, after you finish the matters at home, we can talk again. Xiao Chong glanced at him. He did not say more, opened the door, and walked out. The office area was still the same as before, with some typing on keyboards, others answering phones, and project group messages popping up one after another. Lu Hao immediately stood up. Brother, what did you say? I resigned, Xiao Chong replied. Lu Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Xiao Chong returned to his workstation and opened the resignation application. The system required him to fill in the resignation date, reason, and handover person. For the reason, he selected personal reasons. After submitting, a line of text popped up on the page, application submitted pending approval. Zhou Peng, standing beside him, saw it, but did not ask why. Xiao Chong gathered his things from the workstation: an old water cup, a pack of unopened tissues, 2 data cables, and some notes from previous problem reviews. Lu Hao helped him stuff the tissues into a plastic bag, his movements gentle. Brother, he whispered, did I mess up your... No, Xiao Chong shut down the computer. This has nothing to do with you. What about me? You also didn't officially join. Xiao Chong said, salary will be paid next month. You don't need to wait for any notifications. Let's go back together. Lu Hao nodded. When Huang Li came to collect the ID badge, Xiao Chong had already cleared his desk. She held the ID badge and the computer confirmation form, saying, everything is in order. I'll notify you via WeChat when there's news on the process. Xiao Chong replied, okay. When the two of them left the company, it was almost 5 o'clock. The coffee shop downstairs was still open, and a new security guard had replaced the one by the turnstile. Xiao Chong glanced back at the office building, but did not linger. At that moment, his phone rang. Lama sent a photo. In the Zhang family's yard, a circle of earth had been excavated for the foundation with bags of cement and rebar piled nearby. Zhang Jingguo stood at the door holding a shovel. Lama sent a message, that's it for today, I will continue tomorrow. Xiao Chong put his phone away and opened the car door. Lu Hao sat in the front passenger seat holding the plastic bag containing the attendance confirmation sheet. As the car drove out of the company parking lot, the barrier at the entrance lifted and then slowly lowered again. After the car left the company, Lu Hao remained silent. Xiao Chong parked the car by the roadside and first sent a message to Wang Qing. Xiao Chong, I have resigned. Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to a meal. After sending the message, he placed his phone on the central console. Lu Hao glanced over. Brother, are you really treating someone to a meal? Xiao Chong replied, to meet before I leave. Before you go back home. Yes. Lu Hao did not ask further. He placed the plastic bag in his arms down by his feet, revealing a corner of the attendance confirmation form. Wang Qing replied to the message after about 10 minutes. Wang Qing today. Xiao Chong today. Wang Qing, you choose the place not too far. Xiao Chong looked at that message and replied with a good. He did not go to the last restaurant, but found a small noodle shop near the training institution. The storefront was not large, and inside were a few tables with people who had just finished work, menus stuck on the tables, and a row of disposable chopsticks by the wall. When Wang Qing arrived, she had a bag slung over her shoulder and her hair tied back. She looked around when she entered and walked over to Xiao Chong after spotting him placing her bag on the chair beside her. You resigned? She asked as she sat down. Didn't you just return to the company this morning? I did. Xiao Chong pushed the menu towards her. I talked in the afternoon and finished the process. Wang Qing did not look at the menu first. What's with this sudden change? The company revoked my permissions and my work is all finished, Xiao Chong said. They said they would arrange something later, but there are no projects and no permissions granted. Wang Qing looked at him. So you took the initiative to propose it? A staff member came over to ask what they wanted to eat. Wang Qing ordered a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, Xiao Chong ordered beef noodles, and packed a portion of fried rice for Lu Hao. After the staff member left, Wang Qing asked, "Where's Lu Hao?" "He is in the car," Xiao Chong replied. "He doesn't want to come in. He's also quitting. He didn't officially join the company either. He worked for a few days earlier, and his salary will be paid next month." Wang Qing nodded, took a sip from her cup. "What about you next?" "First I will go back home," Xiao Chong said. "The house is just starting to have its foundation laid and my parents are there, so I'm worried." "What about the house and parking space here in Jiangzhou?" "I will leave it for now," Xiao Chong said. "The intention materials are still there. I will look again later." Wang Qing put down her cup. "You didn't say you would decide right away this time, which is quite rare." Xiao Chong glanced at her. Wang Qing was not smiling, breaking her chopsticks. "House, car, family, company, any of these is enough for you to run around for a while." Xiao Chong said, "Now the company part is gone." "If it's gone, just leave it empty for now," Wang Qing said. "Don't just resign today and then overload yourself with work tomorrow." After this sentence she paused and added, "I'm not advising you to quit. Since you have already left, don't turn back and call yourself impulsive." Xiao Chong said, "I know." The noodles arrived quickly. Wang Qing moved her bowl a bit closer and asked, "Do you have any plans after going back?" "First I will build the house," Xiao Chong said. "After that I want to see if I can do something in my hometown." "What kind of work?" "Not decided yet." Xiao Chong stirred the noodles with his chopsticks. It might relate to inspection, repairs, testing, these kinds of things. Lu Hao didn't absorb much at the company, but running errands and observing on-site is better than sitting in the office. Wang Qing lowered her head and took a bite of noodles. She did not immediately comment on this idea, but asked, "Do you understand business yourself?" "Not really." "Then don't lay out a factory at the dining table," she advised. Wang Qing looked at him. "Do I sound It's okay," Xiao Chong said, "better than Zhao Dihai." Wang Qing finally smiled. "Then thank you." Xiao Chong also smiled back. Outside it was already dark and students were gradually coming out of the training institution with a row of parents' electric bikes parked. Someone inside the shop shouted for more noodles, and the boss responded from the kitchen. Wang Qing had eaten half a bowl and slowed down her pace. "When are you leaving?" she asked. "I'll leave after I finish eating." "In such a hurry?" "Tomorrow Lao Ma still needs to continue laying the foundation," Xiao Chong said. "I'll go back and see if I can help." Wang Qing looked at him. "That's true, your parents are getting older, and there are many things they really don't understand." Xiao Chong said, "So I have to go back." Wang Qing did not continue the conversation. After a while she took out a tissue from her bag, wiped her mouth. "If there are new drawings, send me a copy. I also want to see what your newly built house looks like." "What's the point of just looking at drawings?" Xiao Chong said. "Once it's built, I'll invite you to see it on site." Wang Qing looked at him. "Let's see how you perform. Drive slowly on the way back," she said, looking at him. "Send me a message when you get home." Don't forget." After agreeing, Xiao Chong said, "I won't." After finishing the meal, Xiao Chong went to settle the bill. This time Wang Qing did not fight for it. As they reached the door, Lu Hao got out of the car and took the packed fried rice from Xiao Chong's hand, a bit shyly calling out, "Sister-in-law." Wang Qing glanced at him. "Don't shout randomly. Help your brother keep an eye on things after going back." Lu Hao nodded quickly. "I will definitely watch." Xiao Chong opened the car door, and Wang Qing stood by the roadside, not leaving immediately. "Are you going back to Jiangzhou?" she asked. "Yes," Xiao Chong replied. Wang Qing said, "That's fine. Don't make it seem like you'll never come back again." Xiao Chong looked at her. "I won't." Wang Qing adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder. "Drive slowly on the road." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the small district beside the training institution. When she reached the entrance, she looked back and waved her hand before entering. Xiao Chong sat back in the car. Lu Hao held the fried rice, not daring to open it immediately. "Brother, isn't Qing Jia pretty good?" Xiao Chong started the car. "Eat your food." Lu Hao lowered his head and took a bite, mumbling, "I'm just asking." As the car drove out of Jiangzhou, the streetlights retreated one by one. After finishing the meal, Lu Hao put the box away and leaned against the passenger seat, looking out the window. After a long time, he finally said, "Brother, I really can't do it at the company." But in my hometown I can manage," Lu Hao said. "Delivery, supervising people, buying things, inviting people to eat, these are things I can handle." "Don't try to take everything onto yourself right now," Xiao Chong said. "I know," Lu Hao replied. "I just don't want to stand there not knowing where to put my hands." Xiao Chong remained silent. The car entered the highway, and the navigation indicated there were still over 2 hours left. By 9 o'clock in the evening they entered the town. The streetlight at the entrance of Zhangjia Alley was on, and from a distance, one could see piles of sand and stones outside the courtyard gate. Xiao Chong parked the car by the roadside. The yard still had its lights on. Zhang Jingguo heard the sound of the car and came out from the main room. "You're back." Li Guilin also came out, still covered in flour. "Have you eaten?" "I've eaten," Xiao Chong replied. Lu Hao's mother poked her head out from the kitchen. "There's still soup in the pot. If you haven't eaten, serve yourself." Lu Hao called out, "Mom," raising the plastic bag in his hand. "My salary will be paid next month." Lu Hao's mother paused for a moment. Let it be paid, just wash your hands first. A corner of the yard had been dug up, and the place where photos were taken during the day was now surrounded by dirt. Cement bags were covered with plastic sheets, and rebar was placed on wooden beams. Lao Ma's measuring tape was still resting on the windowsill. Zhang Jingguo pointed at the ground. They only did this much today. Lao Ma explained that they would continue tomorrow. Li Guilin said, your dad stood too close today and was called out twice. Zhang Jingguo immediately said, I was just taking a look. Xiao Chong walked to the entrance of the yard looking at the circle of dug-up soil. The old house was gone, and the original wall base had been turned over. The light shone on the fresh soil, and the yard did not seem so cramped anymore. Instead, it felt a bit spacious. Lao Ma walked out from the makeshift shelter holding a cigarette that wasn't lit. You're back. Lao Ma said, we'll continue tomorrow morning. Once the foundation is done, the rest will go faster. Xiao Chong nodded. Thanks for your hard work. It's no trouble. Lao Ma looked at him, and then at the car parked at the alley entrance. It's good that you're back. Your parents are here watching, and there are many things they can't clearly express. Li Guilin shouted from behind. Wash your hands first, don't just stand there talking. Xiao Chong replied. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Qing. Xiao Chong, I'm home. Wang Qing replied quickly. Wang Qing got it. Xiao Chong put away his phone. In the yard, Lu Hao had already gone to the faucet to wash his hands while Zhang Jingguo was still discussing with Lao Ma about where they had dug today. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen holding a bowl, complaining that they were blocking the way while still grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Xiao Chong stood at the entrance of the yard looking at the already dug up ground. The next morning when Xiao Chong arrived at the courtyard, Lao Ma and his team were already hard at work. What had only been a circle of dug earth the night before now revealed several straight lines in the courtyard. Next to the white lines stood a few short wooden stakes, cement bags covered with plastic sheets, and steel bars placed on wooden beams. Zhang Jingguo stood at the entrance holding half a steamed bun, his eyes fixed inside. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen lowering her voice to say, your dad got up around 5. He was waiting at the door before anyone else arrived. Zhang Jingguo heard this and turned around saying, I didn't go inside. Lao Ma, squatting on the ground to check the lines, chuckled and replied, Uncle, just watch from the entrance. There are pits inside, don't step into one. Zhang Jingguo brought the bun closer to his mouth saying, I know. Xiao Chong approached the entrance but did not step inside. Lao Ma stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. Let's flatten the ground first today. Don't move the cement and steel bars, yet we need another truckload of sand and gravel. It's perfect that you're back. When the truck arrives, have someone keep an eye on it at the entrance. Xiao Chong asked, what are we watching for? To see if the truck has arrived and where it's unloading. Lao Ma said, don't let the driver take the easy route and dump it directly in the courtyard. Lu Hao came out from the kitchen, his hands still wet, saying, brother, I'll watch. Xiao Chong glanced at him. Lu Hao wiped his hands on his pants, stating, anyway, I have nothing else to do here. Lao Ma looked at him asking, can you count? I can. Lu Hao replied, adding, I can handle simple counting. Lao Ma pointed outside the courtyard gate saying, then you can count the number of trucks that come later. 1 truck of sand and gravel, how many bags of cement arrived yesterday, how many bundles of steel bars, write it all down. I'll fill in the specifications myself. Lu Hao nodded saying, okay. Xiao Chong said, you write it down first. If you're unsure, ask Lao Ma. Got it. Li Guilin found an old notebook from the room, its cover still marked with past fertilizer purchases. She flipped through a few pages, tearing out 2 filled sheets, and handed the notebook to Lu Hao. Use this for now, she said. Don't keep pressing your phone, your hands are all muddy. Lu Hao took it, squatting at the entrance, laying the first page on his knee. Zhang Jingguo leaned over to look, saying, write clearly, don't make it so you can't read it yourself later. Lu Hao looked up saying, Uncle, don't block the light. Zhang Jingguo stepped aside. Before long, the truck delivering sand and gravel arrived. The truck stopped at the alley entrance, and the driver leaned out asking, where should I unload? Lu Hao immediately stood up and turned to Lao Ma. Lao Ma raised his hand, pointing to the right side outside the courtyard gate, saying, unload at the entrance, don't drive into the courtyard. Lu Hao ran over to tell the driver, then stood back to watch the dump slowly raise. When the gravel started to fall, he instinctively took 2 steps back, splattering dust on his shoes. Zhang Jingguo shouted from the entrance, stay away. Lu Hao didn't turn back, just waved his hand at him. After the truck finished unloading, he went around to look at the license plate, then ran back to write 1 truck of gravel unloaded to the right of the courtyard entrance. After writing, he showed it to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong said, you don't have to show me after every line, just remember it yourself. Lu Hao said, oh, tucking the notebook under his arm and asking Lao Ma if they needed someone to spread the gravel inside next. Lao Ma replied, don't get involved in moving it, call someone over. Lu Hao ran a couple of steps to the alley entrance and saw the workers Lao Ma had brought sitting by their electric bicycles drinking water and shouted, Master Ma wants you to spread this truck of gravel inside. The workers put down their water bottles and walked over. Lu Hao followed behind, not grabbing a shovel, just moving the wooden planks at the entrance a little to clear the way. Xiao Chong stood by watching, not calling him back. At that moment old Zhou came down the alley holding a bag of freshly bought buns. Xiao Chong is back. Old Zhou greeted Xiao Chong first, then glanced at the courtyard saying, "You've started laying the foundation already, huh?" "Yeah," Xiao Chong replied. "Let's get the ground prepared first." Old Zhou handed the buns to Li Guilin saying, "I bought too many this morning, here are some for you. You have more people at home to feed." Li Guilin hurriedly said, "Oh, you shouldn't have done this." "Just a few buns." Old Zhou waved his hand saying, "Don't be polite." After saying that, he didn't leave immediately, but stood at the entrance looking for a moment, then casually asked, "Does Lao Ma need more people? My second son has been idle at home these days. If you need someone to help move things, just let me know." Li Guilin hesitated for a moment saying, "We can't make that decision. Oh, it has to be discussed with Xiao Chong and Lao Ma." Xiao Chong interjected, "Lao Ma has enough people today. If it's really urgent, let Lao Ma call out himself." Old Zhou nodded saying, "That's true, worksite matters are left to the master." He didn't seem displeased, and looked at Lu Hao. This kid has been running around quite a bit. Lu Hao, holding the notebook and running back from the entrance, felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, saying, Old Zhou smiled. "Counting is fine, but it's better than just standing around." After saying that, he left with the empty bag. Li Guilin waited for him to walk far away before whispering, "I almost said to let him come and take a look." Xiao Chong replied, "This kind of work isn't just about coming to look. Lao Ma knows if we need help today." Li Guilin nodded saying, "I'll ask you first next time." "You don't need to ask me about everything," Xiao Chong said. "For project matters, ask the workers first." Li Guilin replied with an taking the buns back to the kitchen. Chen Lao Air appeared at his home's entrance at some point. He held a bowl, eating as he watched, his voice neither loud nor soft. "Building a house here looks like a big construction site." Zhang Jiangwo's expression changed slightly. Lao Ma seemed not to hear, squatting down to continue checking the lines by the wooden stakes. Xiao Chong also did not respond. Chen Lao Air added, "With so many people going back and forth, don't break the alley." Lao Ma finally raised his head saying, "The truck hasn't entered the courtyard, nor has it blocked your door. If the alley really gets damaged, whoever did it will have to fix it." Chen Lao Air snorted, turning around and leaving with his bowl. Zhang Jingwo watched his retreating figure holding back for a long time, finally saying, "Even when eating, he can't keep quiet." Lu Hao stifled a laugh beside him, managing not to let it out. Xiao Chong glanced at him saying, "You keep to your counting." Lu Hao quickly looked down, adding a line in the notebook, "The gravel truck didn't enter the courtyard." As the morning was about to end, the soil in the courtyard was cleared out and the white lines were redrawn. Lao Ma instructed the team to secure the plastic sheets beside the steel bars. Lu Hao flipped to the first page of the notebook, showing it to Lao Ma saying, "One truck of gravel unloaded to the right of the courtyard entrance. Someone spread it this morning. The truck didn't enter the courtyard." Lao Ma glanced at it saying, "All right, remember it like that." Lu Hao closed the notebook. Lu Hao's mother came out of the kitchen carrying a dish. Glancing at the notebook, "You really wrote it down?" "Yeah," Lu Hao replied. "It saves trouble later on." "Good," Lu Hao's mother said, shifting the dish towards him. "First take this to the table." Lu Hao took it, carrying the dish towards the hall. Li Guilin called from the kitchen that it was time to eat, and the workers leaned their shovels against the wall, brushing off their pants as they headed out. Another person arrived at the courtyard entrance, Zhao Xiaojuan, who sold hardware in the village. He peeked into the courtyard and cheerfully asked, "Xiao Chong, if you need any small parts later, screws, wires, pipes, etc., feel free to come to my shop and take some." Xiao Chong replied, "That depends on Master Ma, he decides on the materials." Zhao Xiaojun nodded with a smile saying, "All right, I just wanted to let you know." After he left, Lu Hao opened the notebook again, writing down at the end, "Zhao Xiaojun came by selling hardware." Xiao Chong saw the line and asked, "What are you writing this down for?" Lu Hao scratched his head saying, "I'm afraid I'll forget who came to ask later." Lao Ma came out of the courtyard washing his hands saying, "Let's continue this afternoon. Don't think about anything else today. Once the foundation is done, we can build up from there." After lunch, the sounds of shovels and machines echoed again in the courtyard. Old Ma instructed someone to push the sand and gravel that had fallen in the morning, while he crouched beside the white line to observe the wooden stakes. Zhang Jiangwo, after finishing his meal, did not return to the house. He stood at the threshold with a bowl in hand, half of the soup gone, his eyes still fixed on the courtyard. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen and, seeing him inching forward, called out, "Just stay there, don't go in." Zhang Jingwo responded verbally, but did not move his feet. Lu Hao put the bowl back in the kitchen, washed his hands, and came out, first glancing at Old Ma, and then at the pile of items outside the courtyard gate. "Master Ma, is there anything else to note this afternoon?" he asked. Old Ma looked up. "No need to note anything about the vehicle this afternoon. If you have nothing else, just watch the entrance, and don't let onlookers stand too close to the pit." "Got it." Lu Hao moved a small stool to sit beside the courtyard gate, an old notebook tucked under his arm. He didn't keep his head down the whole time. Whenever someone approached, he raised his hand to stop them. "Uncle, there's a pit inside, don't walk forward. And it's fine to look from this side." Someone laughed at him. You've only been back a few days, and you're already guarding your brother's house. Lu Hao also laughed. Watching the door is better than blocking the way. Xiao Chong, who was listening nearby, didn't interject. After a while, Zhao Xiaojun rode over on a tricycle carrying a bundle of iron wire and a few short-handled shovels in the cargo area. He parked the tricycle at the alley entrance and called out to Old Ma first. Master Ma, didn't you say you were short on this in the morning? I just happened to have some at my shop. Old Ma went over to take a look. Just put it here for now. I'll settle up with you later. Zhao Xiaojun waved his hand. No hurry. After saying that, he didn't leave immediately, but turned to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong, didn't you work in the computer field in Jiangzhou before? Not exactly working with computers, Xiao Chong replied. I did testing. Zhao Xiaojun didn't quite understand, and only caught the latter part. That's close enough. Are you free? The little receipt printer at my shop hasn't been spitting out paper for the past couple of days, and the computer repair guy in town won't come until tomorrow afternoon. I have to write everything by hand. When selling things, it's a hassle. Xiao Chong glanced at him. I might not necessarily know how to fix the little printer. You don't need to fix it, Zhao Xiaojun said with a smile. Just help me see what the problem is. If it's broken, I'll have someone replace it tomorrow. Lu Hao poked his head in from the doorway. The one at the hardware store. Yes, Zhao Xiaojun replied. The one next to the cash register. It was working well this morning, but in the afternoon it just made a noise when pressed. Xiao Chong looked at the courtyard. Old Ma was talking to someone, and upon hearing this he looked up. You can go ahead. Whether you're here or not, it's the same now. Zhang Jingguo immediately said. It's fine to take a look. Ooh, I've got this covered. Xiao Chong said to Lu Hao. You come with me for a bit. Lu Hao stood up, placing the old notebook on the windowsill. All right. Zhao Xiaojun's hardware store was just outside the alley with plastic hoses and power strips hanging at the entrance. Inside, one half of the shelves was filled with screws, nails, and tape, while the other half was piled with faucets and light bulbs. The cash register was squeezed next to the door, an old computer was running, and the little receipt printer next to it was covered in a layer of dust. Zhao Xiaojun's wife was busy keeping accounts. Upon seeing Xiao Chong enter, she hurriedly closed the notebook. Did you really call someone here? She asked. Zhao Xiaojun replied. Let Xiao Chong take a look first. Xiao Chong didn't sit at the computer right away. He first asked, when did it stop printing paper? After lunch, Zhao Xiaojun's wife thought for a moment. It was still working when we were selling hoses in the morning. Did anyone touch this area around noon? She pointed under the cash register. My nephew came over to play and kicked over the power strip. After I set it back up, it was like this. Xiao Chong crouched down to take a look. The wires under the cash register were tangled together with the computer, host, barcode scanner, receipt printer, and router all plugged into the same power strip. The power strip was against the wall with the switch lit up. Lu Hao also crouched down. The wires are too messy. Zhao Xiaojun looked a bit embarrassed. That's just how it is in the store. As long as it works, it's fine. Xiao Chong said, don't pull it out yet. Let me take a look. He let Zhao Xiaojun casually print a receipt. The machine made a sound, but the paper didn't move, and a prompt popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen, quickly disappearing. It's not that it's unresponsive, Xiao Chong said. It knows you're trying to print, but it just hasn't done it. Zhao Xiaojun asked, so the paper is jammed. Xiao Chong opened the receipt printer lid. The roll of paper was not packed neatly, but there was no obvious jam. He pulled out a bit of the paper, closed the lid, and asked Zhao Xiaojun to try printing again. This time the machine still just sounded empty. Xiao Chong looked down at the wires. Lu, how can you straighten that black wire out a bit? Don't pull it out. Let's see where it connects. Lu Hao reached behind the cash register, separating the wires one by one. When he got to the wire for the receipt printer, he looked up and said, Brother, this connection is loose. Xiao Chong went over to take a look. The USB cable was plugged into the back of the host, and the casing was not secured tightly. It wobbled with a touch. When your nephew kicked the power strip, he probably loosened this cable. Xiao Chong said. Zhao Xiaojun bent down to take a look. Is it just this? Let's try switching to another port, Xiao Chong said. If that doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Lu Hao moved a bag of screws aside to make space for Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong unplugged the cable, switched it to another USB port, and asked Zhao Xiaojun to print again. This time the machine made a sound, and white paper ejected, printing a line of product names. Zhao Xiaojun's wife laughed. First, it's working now. Zhao Xiaojun slapped the cash register. I thought the machine was broken. Xiao Chong didn't close the machine right away. He let him print 2 more. Use it for now. If it stops again, replace the cable. Don't let too much stuff pile up under the cash register. If the wires get kicked loose, you won't notice. Zhao Xiaojun nodded. Okay, I'll tidy up later. Lu Hao picked up the receipt from the side and looked at it. Isn't this just a poor connection? Xiao Chong said, it looks like that now. Zhao Xiaojun opened the drawer and took out 2 packs of cigarettes. Take these. Xiao Chong didn't take them. No need. Then I'll pay you. Zhao Xiaojun said, you can't just come here for nothing. Xiao Chong replied, I just took a look. If you really need to replace something, you should find whoever is responsible for fixing it. Zhao Xiaojun put the cigarettes back and didn't insist. He stood beside the cash register watching the receipt printer spit out another piece of paper. All right, this time I owe you a favor. Xiao Chong glanced at him. I'm not specifically fixing these things. I know, Zhao Xiaojun said just this once. Lu Hao stood silently to the side, rubbing his fingers on the seam of his pants. As they exited the hardware store, the sun had already shifted behind the eaves. Lu Hao walked beside Xiao Chong, holding back for a moment before asking, Brother, is this kind of work feasible? Not sure, Xiao Chong replied. I didn't think it was difficult earlier. Today it's not difficult, Xiao Chong said. But if the motherboard really breaks tomorrow, or if the accounts don't add up, you'll know then. Back in the courtyard, Zhang Jingguo asked, First, is it fixed? The wire was loose. Lu Hao chimed in, Brother switched the port, and now I can print receipts. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen holding water. Can Xiao Chong really do this? Just by chance, Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao wanted to say something, but swallowed his words when he saw Xiao Chong's expression. Chun Laojiu stood at his own door, hearing the conversation from this side, laughed, and said, Building a house doesn't delay fixing computers. Can you manage it all? Zhang Jingguo set the bowl down on the threshold. Xiao Chong didn't respond to him, but walked to the courtyard gate to check on Old Ma's progress. Old Ma clapped off the dust on his hands, just in time for your return. This side is nearly done for the afternoon, but we'll need to continue with this layer tomorrow. The materials still need to be delivered again. List it for me, Xiao Chong said. Old Ma nodded. I'll send it to you tonight. Before dinner, Old Ma sent over the materials list. Xiao Chong sat at the courtyard gate and read through it, noting the specifications for the sand, cement, and steel bars to be delivered tomorrow. Lu Hao squatted beside him and asked, Brother, should we keep an eye on this tomorrow? Let's focus on the house first, Xiao Chong replied. In the courtyard, the dug foundation varied in depth under the light. Zhang Jingguo took the materials list over to look at it again. Li Guilin called him for dinner, and only then did he return the list to Xiao Chong. The next morning, when the first delivery truck arrived at the alley entrance, the Zhang family's yard had just finished clearing away breakfast. The truck was barely wider than the alley. The driver leaned in to peek and shouted, Can I back up to the entrance? It's harder to reverse further in. Old Ma came out of the yard holding a piece of wood. Don't back straight to the entrance. The right side is clear, or we'll need to let people through later. The driver peered in and replied, It's not easy to unload on the right side. The back of the truck needs to come in at an angle. Then come in at an angle, Old Ma said. You back up to the entrance, the cement truck will come this afternoon and won't be able to get in otherwise. Xiao Chong stood at the yard's entrance, opened the list Old Ma sent last night, and checked the quantities of sand. Lu Hao had already run to the alley entrance and moved 2 old wooden boards that were leaning against the wall aside. After moving them, he stepped back a few paces and waved to the driver. This side is clear, go slow. The driver muttered something and slowly backed the truck in. When the sand and stones were dumped, dust instantly rose into the air. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen holding a basin of washed vegetables and quickly moved the basin under the eaves. Make sure the dust doesn't blow into the pot, she said. Lu Hao heard her and turned to pull down the plastic sheet at the kitchen door, asking, Auntie, is this okay? Li Guilin glanced over and replied, That's fine. Just give it a shake before we eat later. Old Ma walked over to the pile of sand and stones, used a shovel to stir the top layer, looked at the color, and then rubbed a handful between his fingers. Xiao Chong asked, Is this truck correct? Correct, Old Ma said, brushing the dust off his hands. The sand and stones go here first. The cement will arrive later, so don't mix them together. Xiao Chong nodded and marked a check on his phone list. People started to stop by the alley to watch. First, old Joe passed by carrying half a bag of steamed buns, stopping outside the yard to take a look, saying, This house, Li Guilin said from the kitchen door. You can't tell yet, we need to start getting the lower part done first. Old Joe smiled and said, But it's already much bigger than before. Isn't it 3 stories? Xiao Chong was checking the cement delivery time with Old Ma when he heard this, and Li Guilin placed the basin of vegetables on the stove, stating, It's drawn that way in the plans, but how it's built still depends on the master. After finishing her sentence, Li Guilin pushed the basin further into the stove. Old Joe didn't ask any further and took the steamed buns towards the alley. The second truck arrived a bit later. This time it was the cement truck. The driver parked at the alley entrance, saying it was hard to get inside, and suggested using a small cart to push the bags in. Old Ma walked over and said a few words, ultimately directing the truck to back up to the outer side of the yard, unloading the cement bags one by one and stacking them against the wall. Zhao Xiaojun came over to take a look. He didn't mention the small receipt printer today, just looking at the row of cement bags and commenting, Old Ma, you've got quite a bit of material here. Old Ma bent down to align the bag openings inward, saying, This is just the normal amount for building houses in the village, not too much. Zhao Xiaojun turned to Xiao Chong and said, Once you build this 3-story house, it will certainly stand out in the village. Xiao Chong put his phone in his pocket, replying, The house is for my parents to live in, it just needs to be sturdy. Zhao Xiaojun noticed he didn't respond about the supplies and didn't press further, saying, If you're short on small items, let old Ma know. All right, Xiao Chong said. At this moment, the door of Chun Lair's house opened halfway. Chun Lair stood behind the door holding a cigarette that he hadn't lit. He glanced around the Zhang family's yard, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, stating, "Having money really is different. Sand and cement come in truckload after truckload." Two people outside laughed a bit. Zhang Jiangwo's face grew solemn. Xiao Chong turned back to old Ma, calling out, "Master Ma, is it all right to stack the cement here for now? Should we separate what we need for the afternoon from what we need tomorrow?" Old Ma patted the outermost bag, saying, "We won't need this much today, so don't unpack it yet. I'll make a list for tomorrow later." "Okay," Xiao Chong said. "Just make it clear I'll check it tonight." Seeing that no one was responding to him, Chun Lair put the cigarette in his mouth and turned back into the yard. Li Guilin was cutting vegetables in the kitchen shed. When she heard the sound of cars stopping outside, she looked up and asked, "There's a lot to do today, should we start cooking early?" Xiao Chong replied, "Yes, let's start cooking early. If there aren't enough vegetables, let Lu Hao go buy more." Lu Hao's mother also poked her head out from the stove, saying, "I've washed the rice, while steam it as soon as the pot." Li Guilin pointed at the wall, warning, "Don't let the cement be too close to the kitchen. The wind will blow in all the dust." Lu Hao quickly went over, and along with the workers on old Ma's side, moved the two outermost bags aside. For the entire morning, Xiao Chong didn't leave the yard again. Most of the time, he followed old Ma's list. Whenever old Ma asked a question, he would check his notes. If the driver couldn't find a place to unload, he would send Lu Hao to the alley to call someone. If someone came by to inquire, he only mentioned what they were using today and when it would arrive. Approaching noon, Yan Ming resent the electronic version of the foundation drawings, saying there was a note that needed to be clarified and that he should save the latest version. Xiao Chong opened it, looked for a few seconds, saved the file to his phone, and sent old Ma a copy. Old Ma squatted by the wooden post, noticing a bit of dust on the phone screen. He zoomed in to take a look, saying, This position is clear now. Let's smooth out the lower part today and finish the foundation tomorrow." Zhang Jiangwo, hearing, "Finish the foundation tomorrow," could no longer restrain himself and asked, "After it's done, can we start building up?" Old Ma replied, "Not yet. We'll go step by step." Zhang Jiangwo nodded, saying, "I understand," while fiddling with the hem of his shirt. When the meal was ready, Li Guilin shouted from the kitchen shed. The shovels on the construction site leaned against the wall. Old Ma washed his hands and had the workers cover the untouched cement. The next morning, the Zhang family's courtyard was even more lively than the previous day. Li Guilin got up early, even before dawn. Lu Hao went to the town to buy vegetables according to the note she wrote. When he returned, the bicycle basket was filled with vegetables, tofu, and a bag of eggs, the plastic bag swaying on the handlebars. "Did you buy everything?" Li Guilin peeked out from the kitchen. "Yes," Lu Hao replied, taking down the bag. The egg seller added 2 extra, said they don't count if they're broken. Li Guilin took a look at them. "As long as they're not broken. Put them inside first, don't let them get dusty." Lu Hao nodded and ran to the gate. Old Ma was already by the foundation. He held a wooden plank and scraped the uneven spots, turning back to shout, "Xiao Chong, don't unpack those bags of cement from yesterday, yet they won't be needed. Just finish up this area today." Xiao Chong came out from the hall holding the list from last night. "Do we need to order more?" "No need," Old Ma said. "We won't be short by much. If we really need something, I'll have Xiao Jun send some little things over." Xiao Chong nodded and folded the list, putting it back inside. Zhang Jingguo heard the words "no need to order more," and the tension on his face eased a bit. He didn't move closer to the foundation, just moved an old chair that was blocking the wall to clear a path for those coming and going. Old Ma saw this and said, "Uncle Zhang, that's fine. Don't let anyone in today. After finishing the foundation, it needs to dry." "I won't go in," Zhang Jingguo replied. "I'll clear the space for you." More people came to take a look outside the yard. In these few days, the sand, gravel, and cement at the Zhang family's entrance had become a new topic of interest for the villagers. Some stopped briefly as they passed, while others stood in the alley with bowls in hand to watch. Old Ma focused on his work, not keen to engage in chatter. As morning approached, a distant relative came through the alley carrying half a bottle of water. "Brother Jiangwo," he called out, first to Zhang Jiangwo, then looked at the courtyard. "You have a lot of work here." Zhang Jiangwo replied, "Just building a house." "Isn't building a house work?" The man smiled. "My third brother has been idle at home these days. He can mix mortar and move things. Do you want him to come over for a couple of days? He's family, so it's more reassuring than outsiders." Zhang Jingwo paused before responding. Just then Xiao Chong walked over from beside the cement bags and chimed in, "Master Ma will arrange everything here." The man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "I'm not trying to steal anyone's work. Just asking if you really need someone. Isn't it easier to talk to family?" Old Ma set down the wooden plank he was holding and walked over to wipe his hands. "You can't just come to the work site whenever you want. If you're not familiar with the work and something happens, no one will be able to explain." The smile on the man's face faded a bit. "I was just saying that." Xiao Chong said, "If we really need people, Master Ma will find them. We have enough people here today." With that, the conversation came to an awkward halt. The man took a sip of water and turned to leave the alley. As he stepped outside, he mumbled to the onlookers nearby, now hiring people has become a big deal. Lu Hao heard this and was about to respond when Old Ma called out for water. He turned and grabbed a bottle from under the eaves. Old Ma took the water, drank a couple of sips, and gestured to Lu Hao, bring over that small bucket from over there, don't take the big one, oh it has mortar inside. Lu Hao searched around the wall and found a small bucket. The bottom was dirty, so he knocked it against the ground a couple of times and rinsed it with water before handing it over. Old Ma watched his actions and smiled. This young man is quite clever. Lu Hao heard this, holding the empty bucket, and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Chong said, just run errands and don't try to take risks near the pit. Got it, Lu Hao replied, I'm just running errands. As Old Ma got busy, the chatter in the courtyard dwindled. Li Guilin finished cutting the vegetables and came out with a basin from the kitchen shed. She glanced at the courtyard before retreating back inside. She had learned that she shouldn't step carelessly near the foundation, preferring to watch from a distance. Zhang Jingguo asked fewer questions this time. He helped Li Guilin carry the water bucket to the kitchen and took out the vegetables Lu Hao had brought back. You bought too much tofu, he said. Li Guilin lifted the pot lid. So what if there's extra? The workers need to eat. Can we still eat in the afternoon? Let it soak in water, Li Guilin said. Don't worry about this. Lunch was prepared earlier than the previous day. Old Ma and the others washed their hands and squatted in the shade outside the courtyard to eat. Li Guilin brought out the vegetable basin and Lu Hao's mother followed with bowls. Lu Hao made 2 trips and finally sat against the kitchen shed with his bowl. Sit down and eat, Li Guilin said. I'll sit after I finish, Lu Hao said between mouthfuls. Master Ma said we'll need to get rope later. Old Ma heard this and looked up, saying, keep eating, the rope won't run away. Someone outside the courtyard laughed. Lu Hao smiled too and sat down by the threshold with his bowl. In the afternoon, the sun came out and the white line on the ground faded in color. Old Ma led the team to tidy up the last few corners and pointed out the positions on the blueprint to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong didn't understand the finer details, only confirming the general direction of the kitchen, elderly room, and hall. Is this going to be the kitchen? Li Guilin asked from the side. Xiao Chong turned the blueprint around and pointed to show her this side. The door faces the courtyard and is close to the hall. Li Guilin narrowed her eyes and looked for a while. That makes it convenient for cooking and serving dishes. Zhang Jingguo also leaned over, pointing to the other side, so I'll stay in this room. This room on the first floor, Xiao Chong said. You and my mother won't have to climb stairs. Zhang Jingguo said climbing 2 floors is fine, but his hand pointed at the room next to the blueprint. Old Ma walked by and saw the family gathered around the blueprint, reminding them, don't think about how to arrange the rooms yet. The foundation needs to be finished first, and then we'll wait a few days for backfilling and alignment before building up. All right, Xiao Chong said, putting away the blueprint, let's take it step by step. Before evening, Old Ma gathered the tools. The pit in the courtyard was no longer as chaotic as a few days ago. The boundary lines were clear, and several positions could already show the rough shape of the house. Zhang Jingguo held the blueprint and compared it with the kitchen's position, then compared it with the hall's position without stepping inside. Li Guilin called out to him from the kitchen shed, don't hold it upside down. Zhang Jingguo looked down and realized the blueprint was indeed upside down, quickly turning it around. I was just checking the general layout. Lu Hao laughed from the side. Zhang Jingguo glared at him. Do you understand it? Lu Hao immediately shook his head. I don't get it either. Old Ma leaned the last wooden plank against the wall and said to Xiao Chong, today's work is considered done. Don't let anyone step inside the next couple of days. Oh, wait until it stabilizes before continuing. Xiao Chong replied, I'll tell the family. Also, Old Ma glanced outside the courtyard. There will be more people coming to ask for work these days. Don't feel embarrassed. If something happens on the worksite, even relatives will turn against you. This short statement was heard by both Zhang Jingguo and Li Guilin. Li Guilin draped the cloth she was holding over the edge of the basin. Then, if anyone asks again, I'll say Master Ma arranged it. Old Ma replied, just say that. Xiao Chong took a photo of the blueprint and sent it to Wang Qing. Xiao Chong, the foundation is considered done today. Wang Qing replied quickly. Wang Qing, this photo is clearer than yesterday's. Xiao Chong, thank you, Teacher Wang, for the feedback. Wang Qing, don't be so polite. Which one is the kitchen? Xiao Chong enlarged the photo and drew a circle in one corner before sending it back. Xiao Chong, this side. My mother has already started thinking about how to serve dishes today. Wang Qing, that's good. Convenience in living is better than anything. Xiao Chong enlarged the blueprint again and replied, Xiao Chong, it will be more obvious once the walls are up. I'll take another picture for you then. Wang Qing, all right, just don't take pictures with people's eyes closed this time. Xiao Chong smiled and put away his phone. Outside the courtyard, Chun Lao Er walked past his own door, slowing his steps. Lao Zhou happened to be in the alley glancing into the Zhang family's courtyard. This foundation really costs a lot. 3 stories, it definitely can't be cheap. Someone nearby chimed in. Chen Laoer didn't say anything, just swept a glance into the Zhang family's courtyard. The man lowered his voice again. I just wonder if their plot of land is really this big. The sound wasn't loud, but the wind carried it into the courtyard. Zhang Jingguo paused with the blueprint in hand. Xiao Chang took the blueprint from him, folded it, and put it back in the drawer of the hall. Outside the courtyard, Shun Lao Air had already walked far away. But that sentence lingered in the alley like a grain of sand that hadn't been swept clean. Stepping on it didn't hurt, but it was still grating. 2 days passed, and the appearance of the Zhang family's courtyard changed even more rapidly. After the foundation was dried, Lao Ma brought people to backfill and remark the lines. Just a day ago, they could only rely on white lines and blueprints to imagine where the rooms would be. This morning, as bricks and columns were placed, the outline of the house suddenly emerged in the courtyard. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen shed holding a basin of vegetables, her steps slightly slower than usual. "Is this really the kitchen?" she asked. Xiao Chang was standing next to Lao Ma looking at the lines. Hearing her, he walked over and pointed at a section of wall that had just risen. "This is the kitchen. The door will open from this side, and right outside is the courtyard." Li Guilin leaned the basin against her waist, looking in the direction he pointed. The wall wasn't very high yet, in some places just above the knees, but she could already see the approximate positions of the door and windows. In the old house, the kitchen was crammed in the corner, and on rainy days there was moisture all around the stove. Now that this space has been opened up, it is closer to the main room and can also ventilate. She looked for a while and only remarked, "The space is not small." Zhang Jingguo came out of the main room holding a roll of plastic rope and added, "So the old kitchen used to get damp whenever it rained. And you always said it was the pot lid leaking." Li Guilin glanced at him. "Why didn't you say that before? What good would it have done to say it back then?" Zhang Jingguo placed the plastic rope by the wall. "At that time we couldn't tear it down." After saying this, he chuckled to himself. Lao Ma called Xiao Chang from over there. "Come take a look. The entrance to the main room has been left open." Xiao Chang walked over. The gray lines on the ground intersected with the new brick walls. He didn't understand the details and could only confirm the general direction according to the blueprints. Lao Ma tapped with a wooden stick. "These few rooms on the first floor can be seen today, but don't let anyone in the family step inside. The walls are low. It may look fine, but it could be troublesome if someone crashes into them." Xiao Chang said, "I'll tell them." Zhang Jingguo heard this, picked up the roll of plastic rope and stretched it along the edge of the courtyard. "Let's block it like this for now." Lu Hao came in from outside holding a bundle of ties. "Master Ma, where should I put this?" "Put it under the eaves," Lao Ma replied. "Don't throw it on the ground." Lu Hao placed the ties properly and then moved a piece of wooden board blocking the alley over to the wall. No one instructed him, he just moved things around as he saw fit. By the morning, more people came to look. As the walls rose, they looked different from the foundation. A few days ago, people had to lower their heads to peek into the courtyard. Now, they could see the Zhang family's house starting to rise from the alley. Old Zhou passed by from outside, a cigarette in his mouth unlit. "Is the wall really going up?" Li Guilin was washing vegetables by the kitchen shed. "The master works quickly." Old Zhou glanced into the courtyard. "If it really goes up 3 stories, your house will be the tallest in the village." Li Guilin paused, her hands. "It's built according to the plans. Whether it's tall or not, we don't really know." Old Zhou smiled. "I just think it looks good." He hadn't taken many steps when someone else chimed in. Xiao Chang bought a car in Jiangzhou, and now he's building 3 stories at home. He must be making big money outside. This remark wasn't directed at anyone in particular, but the voice was loud enough. Zhang Jingguo was tying the other end of the plastic rope to a wooden stake. Hearing this, he tightened his grip and the rope dug into the wood. He didn't turn back, but just tightened the knot. Before noon, a person from town who did renovations came. His last name was Du, and many people in the village called him Master Du. He didn't come empty-handed. He had a business card in his hand and called out to Zhang Jingguo as soon as he entered. "Uncle Zhang, your house is quite impressive as it rises." Master Du stood outside the courtyard gate and didn't go in. "If you need renovations later, you can find me to take a look. I've done renovations for several places in town." Zhang Jingguo wiped his hands on his pants. Xiao Chang came over from beside the cement bags. "Isn't it too early now?" "There's no rush." Master Du smiled. "I just came to say hello first. When you need to tile, install ceilings, cabinets, and doors, you'll need to find someone." Xiao Chang took the business card. "Can you give me your contact information? I'll reach out to you when the house is done." Master Du handed over the card. "Sure. If you want to ask about prices, I can give you a rough estimate first." "Let's talk about it later," Xiao Chang replied. "The main structure isn't up yet, so it's too early to quote now." Master Du understood and put the card box back in his pocket. He glanced around the yard again, smiling as he told Zhang Jingguo, "Uncle Zhang, once this house is built, you and your wife will enjoy a good life." Zhang Jingguo moved his lips. "Let's finish building it first." When Master Du walked away, Xiao Chang showed the business card to Lao Ma. "Can you handle the renovation part?" Xiao Chang asked. Lao Ma glanced at the business card, returned it to him. "I can take it on. But it's too early to discuss this now. Let's first finish building the house, then we'll see how to arrange the plumbing, tiling, and carpentry later. Then we won't decide on anything for now." "No need to decide now," Lao Ma said. Whoever asks, just have them leave their number. When the time comes, we'll discuss the price and quality of work. Xiao Chong tucked the business card into the blueprint folder. Li Guilin overheard the word renovation and couldn't help but ask, are people already inquiring about this? The house has become noticeable. There will only be more people asking later, Xiao Chong replied. Zhang Jingguo looked in the direction Master Du had gone. Leaving a phone number doesn't count as agreeing, right? It doesn't count, Xiao Chong said. When the time comes, we'll see who we really need and what the price is. Li Guilin pushed the vegetable basin toward the stove. Then that's fine. Just don't let them say that the Zhang family agreed to it. This time Zhang Jingguo didn't refute her, just said, in the future if anyone asks, I'll have them leave their phone number. And don't let just anyone leave it. Li Guilin said, it sounds like you're running a shop. Zhang Jingguo was momentarily speechless by her response and bent down to pick up a piece of broken rope by the wall. Li Guilin complained about him, but still cleared the area around the stove to prevent obstruction when people passed by. In the afternoon, the wall rose again. Li Guilin took the opportunity while the workers were resting to stand outside the kitchen position and look for a while. She didn't go inside, but measured with her hands where the stove would likely be placed. Will the window really be here later? She asked. Xiao Chong replied, yes, that's where it's drawn on the plans. That will be bright for cutting vegetables. After Li Guilin said this, she looked towards the main room, but it's too conspicuous. What's wrong with being conspicuous? Zhang Jingguo asked. The villagers talk too much. Li Guilin shook the water off her hands. Even this morning they were talking about the car. Zhang Jingguo didn't respond immediately. In the past he was afraid people would say the Zhang family was poor, and now that the house was rising he was worried they would say the Zhang family was showing off. He felt caught between both sentiments. Xiao Chong heard this and said, the house is being built according to regulations for you all to live in. What others say won't affect your meals. Li Guilin shot him a glare. It's easy for you to say. Do you think no one talks about you? There are plenty, Xiao Chong replied. This time Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but laugh. In the evening before wrapping up work, Lao Ma went over the tasks for the next day. He didn't discuss techniques, just mentioned that the walls would continue to rise and more materials would arrive tomorrow, asking them not to pile up miscellaneous items at the courtyard gate. Lu Hao listened and turned to move the old bricks that were left empty at the doorway to the wall's base. Don't move that pile, Lao Ma called to him. We'll need it tomorrow to press things down. Lu Hao stopped his hands. Okay, then I'll move these to the side. Lao Ma nodded. Xiao Chong took a photo of the courtyard. In the photo, the first floor walls already showed the shapes of several rooms. The kitchen doorway, the position of the main room, and the window of the elderly room all had a rough outline. He sent it to Wang Qing. Xiao Chong, the walls are up. After a while, Wang Qing replied. Wang Qing, is this the kitchen? Xiao Chong smiled at his phone. Xiao Chong, can you see it already? Wang Qing, your circles from yesterday were pretty good. Xiao Chong, yes, it's the kitchen. Wang Qing, it looks quite spacious. Xiao Chong, once it's built, I'll invite you over to take a look. Wang Qing didn't reply immediately. In the courtyard, Li Guilin was cleaning bowls while Zhang Jingguo tied the recently pulled plastic rope a bit higher. Someone passed by the alley, slowing down to glance over at the Zhang family. The phone vibrated. Wang Qing, let's finish building it first. Xiao Chong, sure. As dusk approached, Chen Lair came out of his own courtyard holding a cigarette and paused at the doorstep for a long time. Someone in the alley said, if this house really gets built to 3 stories, it will be the talk of the village. Chen Lair put the cigarette to his lips, but didn't light it. The Zhang family's wall had only risen a layer in the twilight, but its shadow had already cast over the middle of the alley. When the materials for the floor arrived at the entrance of Zhang's alley, the vehicle had not completely stopped when people began to emerge from both sides of the alley to take a look. In recent days, the walls and beams of the first floor had been constructed, and Zhang's new house no longer appeared to be just a change in the courtyard like in the previous days. Now, as people walked past the alley entrance, they could see the walls rising and the door and windows taking shape. Old Ma came out from the courtyard and asked the driver not to rush in. Stop here, he said. It won't fit inside. Unload it to the right of the entrance. The driver leaned out from the window. There's someone on the right. Lu Hao had already taken a couple of steps in that direction. Uncle, stand outside for a moment. This vehicle needs to back in. The onlookers stepped back a little. The truck was loaded with rebar templates and bundles of supports for the floor. As soon as the items were unloaded, the noise was louder than in previous days. When the iron parts hit the ground, the people at the alley entrance fell silent for a moment. Li Guilin was washing pots by the kitchen shed when she heard the commotion, wiped her hands on her apron, and said, why is it so noisy today? Old Ma replied, it's the heavy stuff for the floor. We'll work on the floor first, Zhang Jingguo said as he moved a stool from beside the main room door to a vacant spot in the courtyard. Isn't that the layer to be built up there? We have to finish the floor first, Old Ma said. Zhang Jingguo nodded and glanced at the truck again. He wanted to ask for more details, but the words were caught in his throat. As half the load was unloaded, more people gathered outside the courtyard. A woman led her child over, and the child, seeing the bundle of rebar, reached out to touch it. Li Guilin happened to come out of the kitchen shed and yelled, "Don't touch that." The child pulled back their hand, and the woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "He just thinks it's interesting. Let's keep a safe distance today since there's a lot of stuff," Xiao Chong said as he moved a wooden board slightly aside, creating a path for the child. "If he touches it, it could get messy." The woman pulled the child closer. "All right, we'll just watch from outside." Xiao Chong placed the wooden board horizontally beside the materials. Lu Hao noticed and added 2 old bricks to weigh down the wooden board's edge. Old Ma came over from the side of the truck, glanced at the courtyard entrance, and said, "There are too many people here. Clear the entrance a bit, don't let people crowd in too much," he instructed. Lu Hao asked, "How should we do that?" "It doesn't need to be complicated," Old Ma replied. "Just pull a rope to leave a path for entry and exit." Lu Hao went to look for a rope under the eaves, while Xiao Chong gathered the empty bags piled at the entrance into the courtyard. Zhang Jingguo also came over to help, carrying an old bucket to the wall's base. In a short while, the entrance of the courtyard was temporarily blocked. The rope was low and everyone knew it wasn't a proper barrier, but with this barrier the onlookers found it inconvenient to step inside. Zhang Jingguo tightened the knot on the rope a little more, then turned to Li Guilin and said, "From now on, when a truck arrives, we'll block it like this." Li Guilin replied, "That's good, it prevents the kids from running around." Old Zhou stood outside the rope laughing. "Now the entrance of Zhang's house has some order to it." Zhang Jingguo replied, "The materials are heavy, I'm afraid someone might get hurt." True enough, Old Zhou looked into the courtyard and asked, "Have they started building upstairs?" "Not yet," Zhang Jingguo said. His response of, "not yet," sounded much smoother than in previous days. A few days ago he didn't understand, but today he realized he shouldn't say too much. Before lunchtime, Chen Lauder came out from his own doorstep. He didn't walk into Zhang's courtyard, but stood on the other side of the alley glancing at the pile of rebar and templates. "Building this high don't block the sunlight later on." The alley fell silent for a moment. He continued, "And this wall, don't let it lean into someone else's property. It sounds good now, but it won't be easy to change once it's built." Zhang Jingguo's expression darkened. Xiao Chong turned to Old Ma and asked, "Master Ma, we are following the plans and the original boundaries, right?" Old Ma put away the measuring tape in his hand and replied, "Yes. We'll build according to where the original boundary was. The plans are accurate too." "That's good then," Xiao Chong said. Zhang Jingguo took half a step forward, and Li Guilin came over from the kitchen shed tugging at him. "It's time to eat, don't just stand here." Zhang Jingguo opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately followed her back. Chen Lauder took out a cigarette, pinched it in his hand, but didn't light it. Someone outside chuckled softly while another person advised, "That's enough, the master has confirmed the boundaries already." Chen Lauder held the cigarette in his hand. "Just don't let it get messy later on." Old Ma turned around to continue organizing the unloaded items. By the time lunch was ready, the rope at the courtyard entrance was still in place. Li Guilin came out with the dishes and saw that there were still people outside, raising her voice slightly compared to usual. "It's time to eat, don't push in." Lu Hao's mother was behind her with a bowl. Hearing this, she casually dragged the stool that was at the door inward. "It's windy outside, the food will get cold soon." This was directed at the people inside and also served to discourage those at the door from peeping in. Xiao Chong sat by the main room door with a bowl, and his phone buzzed with a message from Wang Qing. "Wang Qing, did more things arrive today?" Xiao Chong took a distant photo without getting too close. "Xiao Chong, the materials for the floor have arrived. There are many people at the entrance." Wang Qing, "Don't take too chaotic pictures. As long as you can understand it, it doesn't matter if others can't." Xiao Chong looked at this message and replied, "Xiao Chong, the rope has been pulled up. It's just like the construction in the community." Wang Qing, "That rope probably won't stop people." Xiao Chong chuckled. "Xiao Chong, it won't stop people, but it can." Wang Qing, "That sounds like the truth." In the afternoon, work continued at the floor site. Xiao Chong helped Old Ma confirm the items that arrived today and put the receipts and lists into the drawer in the main room. The drawer originally contained land use materials documents from the town's review and blueprints, and now it had a few more sheets added to it. Although these items were not thick, when stacked together, each one could lead to a lengthy inquiry. He didn't want to wait until someone came asking before he rummaged through everything. After work in the evening, the courtyard finally quieted down. Zhang Jingguo untied the rope at the courtyard entrance, rolled it back up, and placed it behind the door of the main room. Li Guilin gathered the leftover dishes from the kitchen shed into a basin, still mumbling, "Why were there so many people today?" Xiao Chong took out the items from the drawer and sat at the table in the main room to reorganize them. He stacked the land use materials together, placed the town's receipts in another pile and the blueprints in a third. He stacked the receipts and lists together by date. Lu Hao came over with a bowl from the kitchen shed and asked, "Do you want me to help you write the dates?" "No need for too much detail," Xiao Chong replied. "Just put today's sheet on top." Lu Hao dried his hands and helped him press down the scattered papers. When Wang Qing called, Xiao Chong had just finished sealing the blueprint bag. "Why did you suddenly start organizing these today?" Wang Qing asked. "There are many people watching," Xiao Chong answered, "and more inquiries than before." Just take a picture of the cover and the file names. Don't take a messy bunch of papers together, Wang Qing suggested. Do you want to see? I can't understand construction, Wang Qing replied, but I can help you check for any obvious discrepancies in names, dates, and signatures. Xiao Chong placed the blueprint bag on the table. Then I'll take the pictures tomorrow during the day. Wang Qing said, it won't come out clearly under the evening light. Your last photo of the cement bag was quite good. Are you praising me again? Xiao Chong asked. Yes, Wang Qing replied, praising your consistent performance. Xiao Chong chuckled. After hanging up, Zhang Jingguo entered from outside, still holding that roll of rope. What are you collecting these for? Xiao Chong secured the document bag. In case someone asks later, I can produce them. Zhang Jingguo didn't. He placed the rope behind the door, and after a moment said, about what Chen Lauder said today, don't take it to heart. It's fine, Xiao Chong replied, he can say whatever he wants. Zhang Jingguo sat down at the table and rubbed his hands on his knees. In the past, when our wall collapsed, he would make snide remarks. Now that the house is going up, he's even more uncomfortable. Li Guilin came in from the kitchen shed. Just ignore him, you know better. Zhang Jingguo didn't retaliate this time. After dark, there were fewer people in the alley. Xiao Chong placed the document bag back in the drawer. Just as he closed it, he heard voices from outside. As someone walked by, I heard someone asked at the town. The Zhang family's house was rising quickly. After finishing the first floor, the yard fell silent for 2 days. Old Ma said they should wait for a while. Zhang Jingguo would come by every morning and evening to take a look, but didn't venture inside. As the second floor continued upward, people at the alley entrance could see the new walls emerging in the Zhang family's yard without needing to stop. On the day the outline of the third floor was revealed, Li Guilin was chopping vegetables in the kitchen shed. The knife landed heavily on the cutting board, sounding louder than usual. Lu Hao's mother was adding firewood by the stove and glanced outside, saying, Sister Guilin, your house is really tall. Li Guilin didn't pause her work. That's how it looks in the drawings. I mean, it looks nice, Lu Hao's mother replied. You can see it from far away. Li Guilin pushed the vegetables into the basin, not responding immediately. The notion of being seen from afar sounded pleasant, but also made one's heart tense. In the morning, Zhang Jingguo went to the small shop to buy cigarettes. As soon as he reached the door, the two people chatting inside paused for a moment. One of them quickly said with a smile, Jian Guo buying cigarettes. Yeah. Zhang Jingguo took a pack of his usual brand. The shop owner handed him the cigarettes, saying, your house is almost topped off, right? Not yet, Zhang Jingguo replied. Not yet what? The other person chimed in, the third floor is already up. Your son must be doing well out there. Zhang Jingguo placed the money on the counter, smiled, and said nothing. The man chuckled. The car is back too. I've heard there are still houses in Jiangzhou. This isn't just doing well. Zhang Jingguo paused as he took the cigarettes. The shop owner shot the man a glance. Why ask so much when they're building? Zhang Jingguo tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, saying, I'm heading back now. He stepped out of the shop. The sunlight outside illuminated the road, and people on the street could still see the new walls rising at the Zhang family's place. When he returned home, Old Ma was standing in the yard talking to Xiao Chong. If we push for a few more days, we should be able to top off the main structure, Old Ma said. Keep an eye on the weather these days. Let's avoid heavy rain. Xiao Chong replied, if there's anything I need to prepare in advance, just let me know. Old Ma replied, sure. Hearing topped off made Zhang Jingguo feel a little less irritable. He placed the cigarettes on the table in the main room, without mentioning the gossip he heard at the shop. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen shed asking, isn't there supposed to be firecrackers when it's topped off? Old Ma chuckled, it's up to you guys. Buying some is fine. Then we should buy some, Zhang Jingguo said. Lu Hao was just coming in with a bucket of water. After he set it down, someone at the alley called out to him, Lu Hao. Lu Hao turned around to see an old friend from childhood, someone he hadn't been in touch with for a long time, since he had been working away. The person stepped closer, lowering their voice, is Chong Gu planning to open a company back home? Lu Hao was taken aback. Who said that? Everyone's talking about it. The person nodded towards the Zhang family's yard. The car is back. The house is this big, and they even brought you back. If they're hiring, you should let me know first. Lu Hao's mouth opened slightly. He had previously struggled to find his footing in a company in Jiangzhou, and after returning home, he dreaded being perceived as nothing. Now hearing someone link Chong Gu wanting to start a company with him made his heart race. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw Old Ma directing people to move things in the yard, while Xiao Chong was jotting down the materials that arrived today. Lu Hao moved the water bucket to the wall, saying, right now, we're just building the house. I don't know anything else. The person looked a bit disappointed. You're with him every day, and you still don't know. Honestly, I don't know, Lu Hao replied. If there's anything important, Chong Gu will tell us himself. The person pouted and turned to leave the alley. Lu Hao placed the water bucket down. Xiao Chong was talking to Old Ma and didn't hear what was going on. He shook off the water from his hands and went to help Li Guilin carry the vegetable basket. Li Guilin asked who was calling him outside, and he simply replied that someone was asking about the house as he carried the basket into the shed. At noon, a gossip from around the village drifted in from various directions. Li Guilin heard someone at the kitchen door say once this house is built the whole alley will be different. Another person replied it will definitely be different. But it's going up too fast. Their son is capable. Being capable is one thing, but how can they make money so quickly? It's hard to understand. Li Guilin slammed the pot lid down hard. Lu Hao's mother glanced at her. Don't listen to them. Li Guilin replied, I'm not listening. Though she said that she chopped the green onions finer than usual. In the afternoon, Xiao Chong took several photos. This time he didn't just take pictures of the materials, nor did he shoot too closely. He stood at the alley entrance and took a shot looking back. In the photo, the outline of the new 3-story Zhang family house had emerged, making the neighboring old houses look significantly shorter. He sent the photo to Wang Qing. Xiao Chong, the third floor has emerged. Wang Qing took over 10 minutes to reply. Wang Qing looks pretty decent. Xiao Chong, does that count as a compliment? Wang Qing, sure. Xiao Chong, then I'll accept it. Wang Qing, are your parents happy or anxious now? Xiao Chong stood at the alley entrance glancing back at the yard. Zhang Jingguo was discussing whether to buy firecrackers for the topping off day with old Ma, while Li Guilin scolded him from the kitchen shed not to buy recklessly, and Lu Hao's mother laughed nearby. Outside the yard, some people paused to look, their steps noticeably slow. Xiao Chong, all of them. Wang Qing, it's normal. Building a house is a good thing, but it's annoying to be constantly watched. Xiao Chong, you understand quite well. Wang Qing, I don't understand house building, but I understand what it's like to be in the spotlight. Xiao Chong stared at this message and took a while to respond. Xiao Chong, when you have time, come over and take a look. Wang Qing, fix the road first. I'm afraid my high heels will sink into the dirt. Xiao Chong, you're coming to the construction site in high heels. Wang Qing, I can wear whatever I want. Xiao Chong laughed. In the evening, Chen Lao was outside his house talking to someone. When Xiao Chong came out of the yard, he only heard the latter half of the conversation. Having the paperwork doesn't mean there are no issues with the money, Chen Lao said softly. Can't you ask anything nowadays? The person he was talking to coughed, mind your own business. Chen Lao threw the cigarette, but to the ground, saying you can listen or not. Xiao Chong reached the alley entrance and took back the wooden board that old Ma had Lu Hao placed there. Lu Hao followed behind, whispering. He started again. If we hear it, we hear it, Xiao Chong replied, don't engage. After saying that, he propped the wooden board against the wall. Lu Hao bent down to pick up a bundle of rope nearby and placed it on the wooden board. During dinner, Zhang Jingguo finally mentioned the gossip he heard at the small shop. They say there are houses and cars in Jiangzhou, and this house too, Zhang Jingguo said as he picked up a piece of food but didn't eat it. They talk as if they've seen it with their own eyes. Li Guilin remarked, the more they talk, the more ridiculous it gets. Lu Hao's mother held a bowl. That's how village gossip is. Today, it's about cars, tomorrow about houses, and the day after it's about your family opening a factory. Lu Hao almost choked. Xiao Chong asked, what are you laughing at? Lu Hao swallowed his food. It's nothing. Li Guilin inquired, did someone really say that? Lu Hao placed his chopsticks at the edge of the bowl. Someone asked me. I said I didn't know, we're just building the house. Xiao Chong nodded, that's fine to say. Lu Hao continued, eating, a slight smile on his lips, though his chopsticks didn't stop. After the meal, old Ma came over again. He was still dusty. Upon entering the yard, he didn't sit down, but stood by the door of the main room, saying, if we push for a few more days, we should be able to top off the main structure. Materials will arrive early tomorrow, so wake up early to receive them. Zhang Jingguo asked, should we buy firecrackers tomorrow? You guys decide, old Ma said. Just don't delay the work. Li Guilin interjected, did you hear that? Buy less. Zhang Jingguo coughed, got it. After old Ma left, Xiao Chong's phone buzzed. Wang Qing, I want to visit your hometown this weekend. Those photos you took, I really can't tell what the house looks like now. Xiao Chong looked at this message and glanced back at the yard. The kitchen shed wasn't cleaned up yet, the rope at the entrance leaned against the wall, and there was still a layer of dust in the yard. Xiao Chong, okay, let me know when you get to the town, and I'll come pick you up. Wang Qing, no need to clean up specifically, I just want to take a look. Xiao Chong understood. Right now the yard is still messy, just don't mind the dust too much. Wang Qing, don't give me a preemptive warning. Wang Qing mentioned coming over for the weekend, prompting Li Guilin to tidy up the kitchen early in the morning. The shed remained the same with vegetables piled beside the cutting board. She wiped the table twice with a cloth and counted the bowls and chopsticks again. Zhang Jingguo stood at the door of the main room and said, I'll go buy some fruit. Li Guilin responded from inside, go ahead and buy some. Since it's their first visit, we can't leave the table empty. Zhang Jingguo quickly agreed and turned to head out. Lu Hao, who was collecting wooden planks at the gate, laughed and said, Uncle, can I go with you? No need, Zhang Jingguo replied, just tidy up the entrance a bit more. Lu Hao acknowledged and moved a bundle of ropes under the eaves, leaning a few boards to the side. The yard was still messy, but at least the path to the door was clear. Xiao Chong watched his parents bustling around and didn't intervene. As it approached 10, he drove to the town to pick someone up. Wang Qing waited for him by the roadside. She carried a small bag with a bag of fruit and a box of milk at her feet. Xiao Chong got out of the car to grab them, asking, why did you buy all this? Wang Qing adjusted the small bag on her shoulder and replied, it's my first time visiting your home, should I go empty-handed? Xiao Chong didn't argue further and placed the items in the trunk. As they drove from the town towards the village, the houses by the roadside gradually became shorter. When they reached the slope at the village entrance, Wang Qing glanced out the window and saw the outline of the Zhang family's new house, with its 3-story walls taller than the neighboring houses. She looked for a few seconds and remarked it didn't look so obvious in the photos. Xiao Chong, gripping the steering wheel, replied, "It'll be even more apparent once we enter the village." "No wonder others noticed," she said. When the car stopped, Lu Hao was already waiting at the alley entrance. Seeing Wang Qing get out, he hurried over to help with the items. "Sister-in-law, let me help." Wang Qing glanced at him and replied, "I told you last time, don't call me that." Lu Hao said it's bound to happen eventually, whether early or late. Xiao Chong chuckled from the side, saying, "Howsy, I'll give you an extra chicken leg for lunch." Lu Hao agreed. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, and asked, "You're here? Did you have a tiring journey?" Wang Qing was the first to greet Uncle Annie. "Sorry to disturb you." Zhang Jingguo stood by the main room holding a bag of fruit he had just unpacked, saying, "Not a disturbance at all. The house is a bit messy, please don't mind." "Not at all," Wang Qing replied as she handed over the fruit. "I didn't know what to buy, so I just grabbed a few things." Li Guilin hurriedly said, "As long as you came, there's no need to buy anything." After saying this, she carefully took the fruit and placed it on the table, turning to Lu Hao and saying, "Go get some water." Lu Hao had just set down the milk and immediately went to fetch a cup. The atmosphere in the yard felt a bit awkward. Li Guilin wanted Wang Qing to sit down, while Zhang Jingguo wanted to offer her fruit first, leading to both gestures colliding, and no one ended up sitting. Xiao Chong said he'll take her to see the house. Wang Qing followed him into the yard. The new house was still unfinished, with walls and pillars exposed, and there were a few areas that couldn't be approached. Xiao Chong only took her to stand outside and look. Wang Qing observed the position of the first floor and asked, "Will your parents live on the first floor?" "Yes," Xiao Chong pointed and said, "That side will be the elderly's room with a bathroom next to it. The kitchen will be on that side, and we can adjust it later during the renovation." Wang Qing nodded. "Living on the first floor is more convenient." Hearing her say this, Zhang Jingguo smiled slightly, but didn't delve deeper, simply stating, "In rural areas, it's all about convenience." Lu Hao brought the water over, and Wang Qing asked him, "Are you helping out here every day now?" Lu Hao handed her the cup and replied, "It's not anything major, just running errands, picking up materials, and watching the entrance. Sometimes Master Ma asks me to pass something." Xiao Chong glanced at him. This time Lu Hao didn't say much more, placing down the water and going to help move stools in the kitchen shed. People had already stopped at the alley entrance to look inside. Wang Qing stood in the yard, naturally drawing attention. With the Zhang family's new house rising 3 stories, villagers couldn't help but share a few words. "Isn't this Xiao Chong's girlfriend from the city? They've already brought her back to see the house. It seems serious. The Zhang family is really different this time. The house is going up, and Xiao Chong is probably getting married soon." Their voices weren't loud, but the yard was close to the alley entrance. When Li Guilin heard the word girlfriend, the knife in her hand paused momentarily before she continued chopping vegetables. Chen Lier was also standing at his door. He didn't walk into the Zhang family's yard, merely observing from across the alley for a while, before saying in a low voice to the person beside him, "The house is built so high. Are all the permits in order? Don't let the family get too ahead of themselves." The person beside him didn't respond and turned to leave. By the time this remark reached the yard, only half of it remained. Zhang Jingguo's smile faded slightly upon hearing the word permits. The lunch was relatively lively. Li Guilin brought the dishes to the table, repeatedly mentioning it's all home-cooked food, while Zhang Jingguo washed 2 plates of fruit, arranging them to the brim. Wang Qing didn't engage in polite conversation. She ate whatever Li Guilin served her, and when Zhang Jingguo asked if the food was to her liking, she responded normally. Just as they were about to finish, Xiao Chong's phone rang. The screen displayed Lao Zhou's name. Xiao Chong answered Uncle Zhou. Lao Zhou's voice was low. "Xiao Chong, are you at home?" "Yes." "Don't go out tomorrow morning. Someone from the town might come to check your house." Lao Zhou said, "Somebody reported that there are issues with the height of your house, the land use, and the construction permits. The town asked me to give you a heads up." The table fell silent for a moment. Xiao Chong asked, "What should we prepare?" "The land use permits, the blueprints, and the construction contract." "Don't be nervous, or just say what you have." Lao Zhou added, "What time?" "After 9 in the morning. I'll call you with specifics when I get there." "All right, I'll get everything ready." After hanging up, Zhang Jingguo still held his chopsticks and asked, "Are they not allowing us to build?" Li Guilin also turned to look at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong placed his phone on the table and replied, "No. Someone reported that there are issues with our house's permits, and the town is coming to check." Zhang Jingguo quickly responded, "Haven't all the permits been approved?" "It's fine," Xiao Chong assured. "We have all the land use permits, blueprints, and construction contracts. I'm not worried about the check." Wang Qing remained silent. Once Zhang Jingguo and Li Guilin calmed down, she finally said, "Whatever they need, just prepare as they say." Xiao Chong nodded. Li Guilin asked, "Could they need anything else?" Xiao Chong replied, "They didn't mention anything else over the phone. We'll see after tomorrow." In the afternoon, Xiao Chong first took Wang Qing back to the town. Before getting out of the car, Wang Qing unbuckled her seatbelt and said be sure to cooperate well with them tomorrow. Do you think I'd dare not to cooperate? Xiao Chong replied I would. Wang Qing shot him a glance. Xiao Chong smiled a bit. He said text me when you arrive. Wang Qing replied. When Xiao Chong returned to the village, the dining table in the yard had already been cleared. Li Guilin sat at the doorway of the main room holding a cloth and had not yet wiped the table after a long while. Zhang Jingguo took out the firecrackers he had bought in the afternoon from the cabinet, then put them back. Xiao Chong entered the house and took out the bag containing the permits, placing it on the table. The land use permits, the receipt from the town, the printed blueprints sent by Yan Ming, and the construction contract signed with Lao Ma were all spread out one by one. Li Guilin quietly asked, is it because of what Chen Lar said? Xiao Chong flipped to the page of the contract. The town will come tomorrow, we'll discuss it after they see it. Zhang Jingguo, standing nearby, had nothing more to say. Just as Xiao Chong opened the bag of permits, his phone rang again. Lao Zhou sent a message. Uncle Zhou, there's no major issue, they're just coming to check the procedures, don't be nervous. Early the next morning, Zhang Jingguo woke up earlier than usual. As dawn broke, he went to the main room to take out the paperwork he had organized last night, placing it in the center of the table. Feeling that it was unstable, he pushed it back a little. After a while, he walked to the yard entrance to look at the alley. There were still not many people in the alley, only the door on the Chun family side was half open. Li Guilin came out of the kitchen shed holding a cloth. It's not like we're here to catch anyone, what are you looking for? Zhang Jingguo didn't respond, but asked, has the table been wiped? It has been wiped, Li Guilin replied, yet she still went inside to wipe the table again. The cloth circled around the paperwork without touching the bag. Xiao Chong came in after washing his face and saw both his parents, one standing by the door and the other busy at the table without much conversation. He opened the bag, taking out the land use permit, the receipt from the town, the printed blueprints, and the construction contract signed with Lao Ma one by one. He didn't rush to put them back. Xiao Chong gathered the items together and checked them in order again. The edges of the blueprint had curled up, so he pressed them down with his phone for a while. When he flipped to the signature page of the contract, he saw Zhang Jingguo's name and exposed that page. Zhang Jingguo stepped aside. Is everything here? Yes, came the reply. Should we take out the ID card too? Xiao Chong replied. They said yesterday they wanted to see these first, so let's keep these out for now. What if they ask for something else? Li Guilin observed from the side. We'll take it out if they ask, Xiao Chong said, leaving the bag open. Let's not rummage through it for now. Zhang Jingguo nodded, wiping his hands on his pants. Just before 9 o'clock, he heard the sound of a vehicle at the alley entrance. Zhang Jingguo stepped out a couple of paces and then stopped to look back at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong picked up the paperwork bag. He'll go. Lao Zhou entered the yard first, followed by two people from the town. One held a folder while the other carried only a small bag. The two of them glanced at the yard and the unfinished new house next door, but didn't enter. Lao Zhou said, Xiao Chong, the people are here. Xiao Chong invited them to the yard. Everything is here. The person with the folder nodded. No need to be nervous. Someone reported that there were issues with the height of your house, the land use permit, and the construction paperwork. We're here to take a look. Although the statement was not harsh, Zhang Jingguo's expression tightened. He took a half step forward. The paperwork has long been approved. The town also reviewed it at the time. We're not building recklessly. Xiao Chong placed the bag on the table and added, it's fine, Dad, let them have a look first. Zhang Jingguo opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. The visitors first examined the land use permit, and then the blueprints. As the blueprints were spread out, Li Guilin instinctively stepped aside, as if afraid of blocking the light. The person with the folder asked, is this blueprint for construction as it currently stands? Xiao Chong replied, yes, it's based on this. What about the construction contract? Xiao Chong handed over the contract. The person flipped through a few pages, spotting Lao Ma's name, and looked up to ask, is Master Ma here? He's over at the construction site, Xiao Chong said. He'll call him. Lao Ma had actually already heard the commotion from behind the yard. He was wearing a hard hat and came over from the new house, his pants still covered in dust. I'm here, Lao Ma said. I was just watching the workers outside. The visitors from the town didn't linger. After reviewing the paperwork and blueprints, they asked Xiao Chong to take them to the yard for a look. The main structure of the new house had reached the top, but the roof was not yet sealed. Several boards were piled by the scaffolding, and Lu Hao had cleared the path at the yard entrance early in the morning. Standing in the yard, one could see people slowly stopping at the alley entrance. Chen Lao Er was also there. He didn't enter the yard, just stood at his own door holding a cigarette. The visitors looked at the position of the house, and then lowered their heads to compare it with the blueprint. Lao Ma said beside them, the main structure is built according to the blueprint. The roof will also follow this, and we won't add any more height. Do materials come and go through this alley? Asked another person. Xiao Chong replied, large trucks don't push in, they've always parked outside, and small vehicles come in slowly. With someone watching at the entrance, it doesn't block the road. Lu Hao, who heard this, quickly added, I usually just watch at the entrance. Xiao Chong glanced at him, and Lu Hao immediately fell silent. Chen Laoer coughed at the alley entrance. Isn't this too high? Doesn't it block others? Everyone heard him. Zhang Jingwo's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Lao Zhou turned around first. Lao Zhou did not raise his voice. Today we are specifically here to check the Zhang family's house construction paperwork. If anyone has any materials indicating violations, take them out. If not, don't block the entrance talking nonsense. The alley fell silent. Chen Laoer flicked the ash from his cigarette to the ground. I just asked a question. Lao Zhou replied. You can ask, but you need to have something to back it up. Just standing at the entrance asking questions, anyone could find issues with any house being built. Some onlookers nearby chuckled, but quickly stifled their laughter. The visitors from the town did not respond to Chen Laoer and continued to inspect the site. After checking the house's position, they asked Lao Ma a couple of questions about the construction progress. Lao Ma said that they still needed to seal the roof, and that they would have workers there early tomorrow morning to finish it, preparing materials in the afternoon. The person nodded and jotted down a few notes. Zhang Jingwo stood quietly nearby, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. Li Guilin peered from the kitchen shed where the kitchen knife lay on the cutting board untouched for a long time. When the visitors returned to the table, the person with the folder closed a few items. The paperwork is complete, the blueprints are here, and the construction contract is fine. He said there are no apparent discrepancies on site at the moment. Zhang Jingwo seemed to not have heard clearly, so we can proceed with the construction. The person replied, just don't add any extra layers without permission and pay attention not to block the alley during construction. We came to check because someone reported it. If we see no problems, we will report it honestly. Xiao Chong nodded. All right, we will continue to follow the blueprints. Li Guilin then chimed in, that's good. We don't understand these things, we are just worried that something is not done correctly. As long as you have the necessary items, you can present them. The visitors pushed the blueprints back to Xiao Chong. Just don't make any random changes going forward. Zhang Jingwo looked at the paperwork on the table, moved his lips, and finally said, thank you for coming out here. Lao Zhou said from the side, all right, let's keep everything organized. Xiao Chong carefully placed the paperwork, blueprints, and contracts back into the bag one by one. This time Zhang Jingwo did not rush to explain or follow them to the door. He waited until they left the yard before taking the bag inside to store it properly. The onlookers at the alley dispersed slowly. Someone whispered, so there really are proper documents. The paperwork for their house is fine. Xiao Chong is quite steady in handling things now, he's not just building recklessly. These words drifted into the yard, and Zhang Jingwo heard them, but didn't respond. Li Guilin returned to the kitchen shed, picked up the kitchen knife, and began chopping again, her movements sharper than in the morning. Lu Hao held back for a while, and when there were fewer people outside, he leaned over to Xiao Chong. Bro, does this mean everything is fine now? Xiao Chong moved the cup on the table aside. This time it's fine. Lu Hao sensed that there was more to it than he was saying, touched his nose and said, then I'll go check on the materials at the entrance. Go ahead. After the morning rush passed, the sounds of construction resumed in the yard. Lao Ma instructed the workers to set aside a few items they needed for tomorrow, and Lu Hao helped with the lighter ones. Zhang Jingwo came out of the house empty-handed and walked to the front of the new house to look for a while before turning back inside. In the afternoon, the sun shifted and Lao Ma entered the yard again. He first glanced at the top of the new house. We'll seal the roof tomorrow, so get ready early. If your family has any customs, prepare them tonight, don't delay the work tomorrow. Zhang Jingwo, hearing this, paused for a moment. He turned and went into the inner room, opened the cabinet, and retrieved the firecrackers he had put back yesterday. The red paper package was still pressed in the original bag. He took it out to inspect and asked Xiao Chong, is this enough? Xiao Chong stood in the yard. It's sufficient, just a symbolic gesture will do. Zhang Jingwo placed the firecrackers by the table in the main room without stuffing them back into the cabinet. People passed by the alley again, their voices neither loud nor soft. The Zhang family's house paperwork is fine, they'll be sealing the roof tomorrow. Chen Laoer stood by his door and didn't respond. He looked up at the top wall of the Zhang family's new house. The wall was not yet sealed with rebar exposed at the top. The afternoon light accentuated it more than in the morning. In the yard, Lao Ma called out to Xiao Chong, Xiao Chong, be early tomorrow. Xiao Chong responded affirmatively. Lu Hao also replied from the entrance, dragging the rope they would need tomorrow further under the eaves. The next morning, old Ma arrived earlier than the workers. The Zhang family got up early, and although no one spoke any celebratory words, everyone had something to do. Li Guilin carried the kettle aside, thought for a moment, and took out a few more bowls. The villagers came earlier than in the past few days. A few old men walked slowly from the alley, hands behind their backs, stopping in front of the Chun family's house to watch. Then a few young people arrived, some riding electric bikes, others carrying children. They claimed to be just passing by, but their steps all paused by the Zhang family. The Zhang family's house really looks impressive. 3 stories look different for sure. The renovations at the back must have cost quite a bit too. Chen Laoer stood at the alley entrance holding a cigarette. He didn't walk into the yard, just watched the new house from a distance through the crowd. After a while he said darkly, building the house is easy, but there are many more expenses afterward. Someone nearby heard him, but didn't respond. After the visit from the town yesterday, the villagers' tone had changed somewhat. No one wanted to speak up for him at this time. Before old Ma and the workers went up, he called out, "Don't stand too close below." Little Chong moved the people away from the front gate, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, please stand over there, don't lean against the frame." A child tried to sneak into the yard while the adults were talking. Lu Hao stopped him, saying, "Don't go in, there are people working up there." The child, dissatisfied, looked up at him. Lu Hao didn't scare him, just led him a couple of steps away, saying, "You can watch from here, you'll still see everything." Several adults nearby heard this and called their own children back. Old Ma, hearing this by the frame, turned and said, "Lu Hao, keep a close eye on this side and watch for safety." Lu Hao nodded. The moment of completion wasn't as lively as the villagers had described. The workers finished their tasks and Old Ma shouted from above. Only then did Zhang Jingguo take out a lighter and go to ignite the firecrackers at the gate. As the spark ignited, he quickly stepped back. The firecracker sounds erupted, scattering red paper fragments all over the ground. The people at the alley stepped back and craned their necks to watch the new house. Zhang Jingguo stood at the edge of the yard looking up at the topmost layer of the new house. The walls, columns, and exposed edges were all illuminated by the morning light. Just a few days ago it had only been a foundation and a pile of materials, but now it truly resembled a house. Li Guilin shouted for the workers to come down for water and went to check on the food in the pot. Someone outside remarked, "The Zhang family's house really has taken shape." Zhang Jingguo heard this and replied, "It has taken shape." After the completion, noticeably more people came over to chat. Zhao Xiaojun was the first to approach, smiling, "Little Chong, if you need doors, windows, or hardware for the back, just let me know." Little Chong didn't nod immediately, saying, "Let's see what old Ma needs. If we need it, we'll ask for a quote." "All right, then I'll wait for your word." Zhao Xiaojun was quick to respond and didn't linger further. Another acquaintance from the village came over, saying his nephew was doing interior work outside and asking if they should call him back to take a look. Little Chong replied the same. "Let's see what old Ma needs, or we'll talk if it becomes necessary." The man laughed, saying, "Okay, just call me if you really need it." Someone else joining the excitement asked, "Now that the roof is on, aren't you treating everyone to drinks tonight?" As soon as this was said, several people turned to look at Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo, still holding the water scoop, would have typically laughed and responded a few words. This time he paused and simply said, "Let's wait until we can move in and we'll see how Little Chong arranges it then." Li Guilin added, "It's chaotic in the yard today, or it's not convenient to drink." The person asking laughed and smoothed things over, saying, "All right, let's talk about it once your house is done." Zhang Jingguo put the water scoop back by the bucket and continued to refill water for the workers. After lunch, the yard gradually quieted down. Little Chong stood in front of the new house and took a photo of Wang Qing. In the photo, the new house had already been topped off, and below, the red paper from the firecrackers hung at the entrance. Wang Qing quickly replied, "It's topped off, oh congratulations." After a while she sent another message, "Are your parents happy today?" Little Chong glanced up. Zhang Jingguo was sweeping the firecracker paper, looking up at the house after a few sweeps. Li Guilin and Lu Hao's mother stood nearby, discussing how to save the leftover dishes for tonight and whether to prepare the workers' meals as usual for tomorrow. Little Chong didn't text back. He opened the video and casually recorded a short segment. The camera first panned over the new house, then to Zhang Jingguo, sweeping the red paper in the yard, and finally settled on Li Guilin. Li Guilin heard the sound from the phone and looked up, asking, "What are you filming?" Little Chong replied, "Just showing it to Wang Qing." Li Guilin quickly wiped her hands on her apron, saying, "Then don't film me like this." Little Chong smiled slightly. The video had already been sent out. Wang Qing sent a voice message back saying, "I can see you're quite happy." Little Chong put the phone back in his pocket and didn't reply further. A few stools were still left in the yard, and the workers' bowls needed washing. He went over to help clear the table. In the evening, the workers gradually dispersed. Old Ma looked over the new house again and brushed off the dust on his hands, saying, "After this, we just need to tidy up the yard wall, and the project will be basically finished." Zhang Jingguo asked, "So is it almost done?" Old Ma replied, "Almost done, but the finishing touches need to be done slowly. Don't be happy today and rush things tomorrow." Zhang Jingguo smiled slightly, saying, "No rushing, no rushing." He spoke more steadily than before. Li Guilin passed by with a basin and didn't ask any more questions. Little Chong finished washing his hands and had just set the towel aside when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhopeng. "A client has a batch of returned small electronic products that need to be sorted and tested first. I want to take this side job, but I can't do it alone. Do you want to take it now?" Little Chong stared at the message, standing in the yard for a few seconds. The sky was getting dark and the top layer of the new house still glimmered with a bit of light. The red paper from the firecrackers at the entrance was blown against the wall corner, standing out brightly. He lowered his head again to look at Zhou Peng's message. Xiao Chong read the message from Zhou Peng twice before replying. "What is it?" Zhou Peng quickly sent a voice message back. Xiao Chong stood in the yard glancing over at the new house. After old Ma left, a few uncollected stools remained in the yard. He answered the phone. Zhou Peng began. The small equipment returned from after sales isn't anything significant. The client wants to sort out which can be powered on, which are missing parts, and which have obvious damage to the casing. Whether to handle it further depends on the results of the first batch sorted out. Xiao Chong did not catch the words "can be done," only asking, "Do we need to disassemble it?" "Not for now," Zhou Peng replied. They are also worried about damaging it and not being able to explain. "What about refurbishing?" "That's not for you to do either." "Should we change the labels?" Zhou Peng paused. "What are you thinking?" "It's just return sorting," Xiao Chong said. "Then let's go with return sorting first. Appearance, parts, power on, status, and basic functionality. Don't touch the batteries, don't disassemble the machines, don't change the labels, and don't promise repairs." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Zhou Peng then said, "You're asking quite detailed questions now. It's better to clarify in advance," Xiao Chong said. "How many in total?" "I don't have an exact number yet." Zhou Peng lowered his voice. "For now, let's say a few hundred, and there might be more later. I can't handle it alone after work, which is why I'm asking you." Xiao Chong said, "Don't mention a few hundred for now. Have him send a small box of samples over, including requirements, photos, forms, and how the settlement will work, all sent to me first. Once the samples are sorted out smoothly, we can discuss the rest. The client is quite urgent." "Even if we need to handle the samples first," Xiao Chong said. "Otherwise, if we take in the whole batch and mess it up, it will be hard to explain." Zhou Peng didn't push further, only saying, "Okay, I'll have him send the samples first." After hanging up, Xiao Chong glanced at the newly topped house again. During the day, he was still looking at the rooftop, but by night another matter was pushed in front of him. This was a bit fast, but compared to waiting at the company for Zhao Dihei's arrangements, he could handle it better. The next morning, as Lu Hao just arrived at the yard, Xiao Chong handed him the phone. The photo showed a pile of small black and white devices with a few bags of wires and instruction papers next to them. Lu Hao stared for a long time. "Brother, do we need to test these?" "First sort them out," Xiao Chong said. "I didn't ask you to write a test report." Upon hearing the words test report, Lu Hao paused, his finger on the edge of the phone. "I don't know how to write that." "No need to write anything." Xiao Chong enlarged the photo. "Look, put the ones with obvious damage to the casing on one side, those missing wires or parts on another side, and the ones that can power on yet another side. Label each item with a number, and don't repeat the numbers. If you're unsure, don't fill in random details, set them aside." Lu Hao looked for a moment longer before saying, "I can try this." "As long as you can try, that's fine," Xiao Chong said. "Don't mention this to others yet." Lu Hao nodded. "I understand." He then added, "Where do we put these things? We have dust everywhere here." Xiao Chong was also troubled by this. The new house was still being finalized, and the yard was cluttered with cement, dust, wooden boards, and ropes. If the samples were brought in, they could be messed up in a day. It wasn't suitable to pile these returned items at home, either, as too many people came and went. If someone casually picked something up to look at, the subsequent numbering would be mismatched. He thought for a while, and finally went to Zhao Zijian's place. Zhao Zijian's hardware store was at the village entrance with a few bundles of wire and water pipes hanging at the door. When Xiao Chong arrived, Zhao Xiaojun was squatting by the door unpacking a cardboard box. Seeing him come over, he immediately stood up. "Xiao Chong, is there something you need at home?" "There's a small matter. I'd like to borrow some space to store a few items," Xiao Chong said. "You can tell me how much when the time comes." Upon hearing store things, Zhao Xiaojun first glanced inside the shop. "Is it a lot?" "Just a small box for now." "A small box is no problem." Zhao Xiaojun pushed the cardboard box aside. "I have an empty warehouse in the back where I usually keep some hardware, cardboard boxes, and miscellaneous goods. If you don't mind the mess, you can put it there for now." He took Xiao Chong to have a look. The warehouse wasn't big, with a few bags of screws and several empty cardboard boxes stacked against the wall, leaving a space in the middle. The window was small, the light wasn't great, but the door could be closed, preventing outsiders from casually entering. Xiao Chong looked around. "He'll just borrow this space. The items can stay for a couple of days, or once sorted, he'll take them away. If it takes up your space, just let me know how much it costs later." Zhao Xiaojun smiled. "Are you starting a new business?" "Not quite yet," Xiao Chong replied. "Just testing a batch first." "All right." Zhao Xiaojun took the key off his waist. "Just let me know when you need it." As soon as he finished speaking, someone poked their head in at the door. "Xiao Chong, what are you doing?" It was a familiar person from the village who often sat at the intersection chatting. Seeing Lu Hao following him, the person's eyes swept over the warehouse. Xiao Chong said, "A friend sent some items from Jiangzhou, and am storing them here for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, the person looked into the warehouse again. "Someone from Jiangzhou, sending items over. Are you opening a store?" Lu Hao opened his mouth to explain. "It's not a store, it's for my brother who used to do testing." Xiao Chong shot him a glance. Lu Hao swallowed the latter part and changed his words, "Just helping to sort some items." The person laughed. "Sorting items still requires manpower, right? If you're hiring, let me know. My son has been idle at home recently." Xiao Chong didn't follow up, only saying, right now it's just a small box of samples. Oh, let's see if we can manage it. If we really need manpower, we'll have to see if there's work later. Alright, I'll keep that in mind, the person said, walking away while chatting with someone at the intersection. Lu Hao whispered, brother, did I almost say too much? In the future, if anyone asks, just say you are helping to sort items, Xiao Chong said. Don't mention the client's matters outside. Lu Hao nodded. In the afternoon, the samples arrived at the village's collection point. The box wasn't big, and a delivery slip from Jiangzhou was stuck on the outside. When Lu Hao picked it up, he waited a bit. Is it just this? The first batch is a little less, Xiao Chong said. Let's see if we can manage it. The two of them moved the box to Zhao Zijian's empty warehouse. Zhao Xiaojun came over to take a look. Lu Hao saw Xiao Chong set his phone up on the cardboard box and asked, should we record a video? Let's check with Zhou Peng, Xiao Chong said. See if there are any issues with the items sent over. Zhou Peng's video connected quickly. On the screen, he sat at a small table in a rented room with takeout boxes and a laptop piled beside him. Upon seeing the box, he said, just this box, the client sent over about 30. As long as there are no issues, that's fine, Xiao Chong said. We'll take a look when I get the chance. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The box was opened, revealing a pile of small devices and bags of parts. Some of the packaging had been opened while others were still sealed. Several casings had obvious scratches and 2 corners had dents. Lu Hao looked inside the box, but didn't rush to reach in. Let's proceed in order, Xiao Chong said. Take one and note it down. Lu Hao picked up the first item. Xiao Chong unfolded an empty cardboard box to use as a mat on the floor and wrote 4 labels with a marker: damaged appearance, missing parts, can power on, uncertain. Let's do a rough sorting first, Xiao Chong said. Put the cracked casings over here and those with missing wires or bags over there. Don't rush to check if they can power on. Let's wait until we sort the appearance and parts first. Zhou Peng's sent list was also messy, with some reasons for return written down and others left blank. Let's not worry about the list he sent us for now. Xiao Chong handed Lu Hao a bag with missing wires. We need to go through the samples first. Lu Hao took it, labeling it with a number. He separated the scratched casings, missing wires, and opened packaging into different notes on paper, finished labeling them, and then placed the corresponding bags aside. Zhao Xiaojun stood at the door watching the commotion. After a while, he said, Lu Hao is quite meticulous with this work. Lu Hao lowered his head to flatten the labels. Brother Jun, don't praise me. If you praise me too much, I might make mistakes. Xiao Chong said, put the uncertain ones over with the uncertain pile and don't mix them together. Lu Hao turned over the device he had just picked up and placed it into the uncertain pile. Half of the small box of items had been sorted, and the warehouse already had some organization. The cardboard box was laid on the floor with 4 piles of items sorted separately and labels attached to each device or bag. The paper next to Lu Hao also had half a page filled with numbers matching the items that were missing. The numbers on that paper were lined up one after another, looking much clearer than the earlier chaotic pile. Xiao Chong's phone vibrated. He looked down to read the message from Zhou Peng saying, the client has sent the form. We need to return the first version of the classification results within 3 days, filling in the appearance, missing parts, and whether they can power on according to this format. Lu Hao glanced at the half box of items on the ground. 3 days is enough. It is, Xiao Chong said, but the first version can't be messy. If we take in a whole batch later, let's scale up according to this sorting method. Furthermore, Zhou Peng sent another message. Once the samples are sorted out smoothly, the subsequent total quantity will be confirmed separately. Lu Hao asked, how many in total for the whole batch? Xiao Chong glanced at the message again. It doesn't say. It means there will be more than just these few dozen. Xiao Chong looked down at the small devices with half their numbers labeled on the ground, then glanced at the piece of paper in Lu Hao's hand that was already half filled. Zhao Xiaojun stood at the door listening, but didn't interrupt. After a while, Xiao Chong pushed the next parts bag towards Lu Hao. Let's finish this batch according to this sorting method and see if we can get through. Early the next morning, Xiao Chong and Lu Hao arrived at Zhao Zijian's hardware store. As soon as Zhao Xiaojun opened the roller shutter door, Xiao Chong asked him for the key to the back warehouse. When the two entered, the cardboard boxes that had been unpacked yesterday were still lying on the floor, and the samples were divided into several piles with crooked labels stuck on. The warehouse window was small, and the light coming in from the door was just enough to see the words on the paper. Lu Hao pulled out the spreadsheet sent by Zhou Peng and asked, Brother, didn't we separate everything yesterday? What else do we need to do today? Xiao Chong enlarged the spreadsheet and pointed to several columns on it. Yesterday we only laid the items out. Today we need to fill this in. Number, appearance, packaging, accessories, power, status, remarks. Lu Hao stared at it for a while and asked, do we have to test each powered item one by one? For those with accompanying cables and looking fine, we'll test part of them first. If we can't confirm, just write untested, Xiao Chong said. First, make sure to note what is visible. He pressed the handwritten note from yesterday beside the spreadsheet and took out a few unlabeled tags from the box. You handle the numbering and bags, Xiao Chong said. I'll fill out the form. Take one, match it with one, don't. Lu Hao nodded and first tidied up a few piles on the floor. The first device had a scratch on its casing, and the bag contained wires and an instruction paper. Lu Hao stuck the label on and read out the number. Xiao Chong filled in the form, noting the scratch on the appearance. The packaging was opened, and the accessories were complete. The second one was missing wires, and there was an empty space under the packaging bag. Lu Hao flipped the bag and asked, "Should we write missing accessories for this?" "First write missing wires," Xiao Chong said. "Don't include what hasn't been seen." Lu Hao read it aloud, while Xiao Chong filled it in. The two didn't say much, and the only sounds in the warehouse were the rustling of bags and the sticking of labels. After about 10 minutes, Lu Hao held a small note and didn't move. "Brother, this is not right." Xiao Chong looked up. Lu Hao placed the customer list and yesterday's record together. "There's an A17 on the list which says it's a machine. We haven't seen this from start to finish, but there's a separate accessory bag here which contains a wire and an instruction paper, and the bag only has half a label left." He placed the bag in the middle of the several piles on the floor. "How about we write A17 missing accessories for now?" Lu Hao said. "The customer can double-check when they take it back." Xiao Chong did not start to write immediately. The A17 on the list refers to a device. The bag on the floor has no complete number, and it cannot be determined which device it was originally with. "These two cannot be merged together," Xiao Chong said. Lu Hao didn't understand. Aren't they both missing items? A17 hasn't been seen in person, and this bag has no number. They're two different issues. Xiao Chong pushed the form towards him. "If you write A17 missing accessories now, when the customer asks for the machine, is what should we say? If this bag didn't originally belong to A17, how do we account for that later?" Lu Hao looked down at the paper and after 2 seconds asked, "Then how should we note it?" "Note that A17's physical item has not been seen. This bag will be given a temporary number and marked as to be confirmed." Xiao Chong found a blank label, wrote B01 on it, and stuck it on the accessory bag. "Take another photo," he said. Photograph the A17 row together with B01. If someone asks, at least they'll know what we've seen. Lu Hao raised his phone, took the picture, and after reviewing the screen sent the photo to Xiao Chong's phone. When he picked up the next device, his movements were a bit slower than before. Every time he came across an accessory bag, he would first check the label, then look at the corresponding number on the paper. Zhao Xiaojun walked in carrying a bag of screws, and saw them still sitting there glancing around the floor. "You've been at this for the whole morning with such a small amount of stuff?" Lu Hao was about to speak, but Xiao Chong spoke first. "We need to get the accounts straight. It's not just about separate." Zhao Xiaojun didn't quite understand but smiled, and said, "All right, take your time. But the day after tomorrow, I'll be receiving a batch of hardware, and that wall space needs to be cleared out. We'll send this box off as soon as we finish it," Xiao Chong said. "It won't delay your storage of items." Zhao Xiaojun placed the screws by the door. "If you're going to keep doing this little space won't be enough." Xiao Chong acknowledged and didn't continue the conversation. As noon approached, the person in the village who liked to sit at the intersection passed by the warehouse door again. He glanced inside, saw the floor covered with labeled small devices, and smiled, asking, "Xiao Chong, are you really going to open a store? Let me ask my kid at home if he can come help out." Lu Hao looked up, still holding an accessory bag. "There's just one box of items for now," he spoke first. "We need to sort them out clearly before we need help." The person responded with an "oh" and didn't walk into the warehouse. After the person left, Xiao Chong glanced at Lu Hao. In the afternoon, the blanks on the spreadsheet became fewer. The devices with obvious issues were placed on the left, those with incomplete accessories on the right, and those that had been unpacked but could not be judged were placed separately. For a few devices with accompanying cables, Xiao Chong only checked if they could start up. He didn't dismantle them further, nor did he let Lu Hao touch those connections. For those that could light up, he wrote, "Can start." For those that didn't respond, he only noted, "Not started pending confirmation." The remaining ones without cables were all marked as untested. Lu Hao checked the form while moving the items to their corresponding positions. At the end, he suddenly stopped, picked up the B01 accessory bag, and then put it down. "Brother, we missed the photo number here." Xiao Chong took the phone and glanced at it. The photo taken in the morning had already been taken, but the remark in the form hadn't been written in. "You fill it in." Lu Hao picked up a pen and added the photo number after B01, then drew a line to group it with A17. After finishing these, he didn't immediately pass the form over, but double-checked it from the first row down. Xiao Chong waited beside him. When Lu Hao looked up, the sky had already tilted to the west. The light at the warehouse door fell on the side of the cardboard box, and the piles on the ground were much more organized than. "Everything is in order," Lu Hao said. The day after the sample acceptance, Zhou Peng sent a message early in the morning. It wasn't a voice message, it was a series of photos and a form. Xiao Chong opened the photos. The first one showed several cardboard boxes piled in the corner of the warehouse, and the second captured the inside of the boxes, various colored return devices stuffed to the brim, with a few bags of wires beside them. The third image was a handwritten list with messy handwriting. Zhou Peng quickly followed up with a voice message. Before Xiao Chong could tap, to play it, another message came in. The client has sent over the total number for the batch. Xiao Chong stood in the yard of his new house and pressed play on the voice message. Zhou Peng's voice sounded a bit anxious. More than 300, not just for the appearance and power supply. All the accessories, manuals, and warranty cards need to be sorted out separately. There are scattered parts and a few units have already been disassembled. We need to finish and ship them within 7 days. The client said the sample passed. This batch is directly given to us. More than 300. Xiao Chong finished listening to the voice message, but did not reply immediately. He looked down again at the photos. The contents crammed in the boxes showed at least 5 or 6 different colors. Some devices had multiple old labels stuck on their shells, and some wires in the bags were loose. Lu Hao happened to come in from outside carrying a bag of buns. Bro, have you eaten yet? Xiao Chong handed him the phone. Take a look at this first. Lu Hao placed the buns on a stool, wiped his hands, and took the phone. He looked at the photos first, then at the list, flipping back and forth twice. More than 300. Lu Hao looked up. We only made around 30 samples the other day, and it took us more than a day. Exactly, Xiao Chong replied. 7 days to deliver. Lu Hao glanced again at the handwriting on the list. Just the missing parts alone, if each unit is like the A-17, one person would need to match them for a long time. Only the 2 of us can manage this here. Xiao Chong took back the phone and dialed Zhou Peng. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Peng spoke first. Xiao Chong, this job is really good. More than 300, even if we calculate 15 yuan per piece, that's over 4,000. We've never seen this much in a month of overtime at the company. Don't calculate the total yet, Xiao Chong said. Have you seen those scattered parts? Zhou Peng paused. I haven't opened them to check yet. Some of the wires in those bags are loose. The list also has machines that have been disassembled, Xiao Chong said. Just matching the parts to the corresponding devices will take a considerable amount of time. Right now, besides Lu Hao and me, there's no one else here. Then just hire someone, Zhou Peng said quickly. Can't you find a few capable people in the village? Hiring people requires training too, Xiao Chong said. If you have them label numbers, they might not even be able to distinguish the models. If you show them the parts, they might not even recognize the original and aftermarket ones. How long do you think it will take for a new person to get the hang of it? Zhou Peng was silent on the other end. Xiao Chong continued. Let's talk about the space. This warehouse can hold the samples, but if we pile in all 300 units, we won't even have room to move. Even if we find another place, can we rent it and get it sorted out within 7 days? And considering shipping costs, packaging, and labels, all of that takes time. There's one more thing. The deadline written on the list is 7 days. If anything goes wrong in the meantime, and we can't deliver, who will take the blame? There was silence on the line for a while. Zhou Peng's voice lowered. I indeed didn't consider those points you mentioned. I didn't mean to blame you, Xiao Chong said. We managed to produce the samples because the quantity was small and manageable. A whole batch is different. It's not that I don't want to take the job, it's that I need to first calculate whether we can deliver. If we take it without being able to fulfill it, the client won't be able to explain it. Zhou Peng fell silent for a moment again. All right, he said, then I'll reply to the client. Xiao Chong added, regarding the payment for the samples, ask the client to settle it first. Don't feel embarrassed. I'll ask about it later. After hanging up, Lu Hao had already brought the buns over in a bowl. He didn't rush to eat, but asked first, bro, are we really not taking it? If you put the more than 300 units in front of you, can one person finish from numbering to power supply in 2 days, eh? Lu Hao thought for a moment and shook his head. Then we can't take it, Xiao Chong said. It's not that we're afraid of too much work, it's that we can't let their goods fall into our hands. Lu Hao nodded, took a bite of a bun, and then set it down. Bro, if we take a whole batch later, will we also need to hire people? We definitely will, but not right now, Xiao Chong said. First, we need to clarify the current situation. Warehouse, manpower, processes, pricing. If any of these aren't clear, and we take the job, we'll have to fill the holes ourselves. Less than an hour later, Zhou Peng sent a message. The client replied. The payment has been transferred. They asked about the subsequent orders, and I told them we can't take it, so I rejected it. An image of the transfer was attached. 2,000 yuan was transferred into Zhou Peng's WeChat. Xiao Chong looked at the screenshot and sent Zhou Peng a voice message. How should we split this money? I found the client and I negotiated the price. 30% goes to me, which is 600 yuan, Zhou Peng said. You can divide the rest as you see fit. Zhou Peng transferred over 1,400. After receiving it, Xiao Chong immediately transferred 700 to Lu Hao. When Lu Hao's phone rang, he was tidying up the stools in the yard. He glanced down stunned for a moment, then looked up at, bro, this much. Take it, Xiao Chong said. You worked on the samples with me. The money you deserve, don't feel awkward about it. Lu Hao paused on the screen, accepted the transfer. He put his phone back in his pocket and continued moving the stool towards the corner. After moving everything, he stood at the edge of the yard and looked outside. Bro, after working these few days, I've never earned this much. Xiao Chong did not respond. He also opened his phone to check the 700 yuan that had come in. It wasn't money from an unusual account, it was earned through his own judgment and effort. That night after Lu Hao went home, Xiao Chong sat alone in the yard. The new house was dark with only the wind blowing through a few pieces of red paper that hadn't been collected at the door. He opened his phone again and looked at Zhou Peng's transfer record and the sample table from that day. A 17AB01 power supply available lacking wires. Each item was neatly placed in the boxes. Xiao Chong pressed the screen off. This amount of money wasn't much, but it came from numbering, sorting matching photos, and filling out forms. He remembered Lu Hao's expression when he received the 700 yuan. This kind of scattered work might actually pave a path for him. He recalled Zhou Peng's urgency, something he rarely witnessed at the company. He had always disliked carrying the burden for others at the company, unwilling to take on even one more task. But now even he had begun to take on side jobs. The next morning, Xiao Chong took the initiative to call Zhou Peng. It wasn't about discussing samples or urging for the next steps. Once the call connected, he asked, "How are things going at the company?" Zhou Peng paused for a moment. Why the sudden question? Yesterday when we discussed that batch of work, I hadn't seen you so anxious before at the company. Zhou Peng didn't respond. Xiao Chong added, "You used to dislike taking on others' burdens in the group. You wouldn't even accept an extra task. Why have you started taking on private work now?" There was silence on the other end for several seconds. When Zhou Peng spoke again, his voice was lower than yesterday. "So you want to ask about this?" "Yes." Zhou Peng sighed. "After you left, the company reassigned me to run customer site visits. Some of the work we take on involves system testing for smart devices. Occasionally clients need to check return prototypes, power them on, and match parts. The company has been cutting costs lately and won't accept scattered jobs." Xiao Chong didn't interrupt him. "After the transfer, I got to know more people. For scattered tasks like checking return prototypes and parts, clients would ask me since they couldn't handle it themselves." "How many times have you helped?" "2 or 3 times. Zhou Peng said. "The first time was helping a familiar face test a dozen devices, and they slipped me 500 yuan. The second time was sorting a batch of parts, which was also a small order. The company won't take it on. When clients come to me for help, I can't refuse. I want to make a bit more while I'm still at the company and can recognize people." Zhou Peng said, "If one day you're no longer at the company, those people won't seek you out anymore. So that's why you were so eager to take on those 300 or so yesterday." "Exactly," Zhou Peng admitted straightforwardly. "I was afraid the clients wouldn't wait and would turn to someone else. I can't finish it all by myself after work, which is why I thought of you. I understand you want to take on big orders, but we need to clarify a few things first." "Go ahead." "First, do not interfere with orders the company is currently handling. If you take on what the company won't, that's your avenue. But for what the company is doing, even if clients approach you privately, don't pull them this way." Zhou Peng immediately responded, "You can rest assured about that." "Second, do not take company materials and client lists. Clients should be people you know, routes you found yourself. No problem there. That won't do for sure. If it were that way, I couldn't manage it myself either. Third, do not accept volumes we can't handle. Yesterday's 300 returns weren't because I was afraid of too much work, it's that we genuinely can't finish it now. In the future, regardless of how large the order, first consider the quantity and quality, only take what we can manage." Zhou Peng didn't immediately agree. After a while he said, "You used to be this cautious at the company too. Before it was about working for the company. Now it's about working for ourselves." Zhou Peng asked, "So how will the profits be divided?" "You find the clients, negotiate the prices and clarify the quantities, and hand over first. They'll handle the processes, monitor the site, and produce results. For now, let's stick to a 3070 split. Once the venue and manpower are stable and costs are clear, we can recalculate. It will allow you to earn more than you do now, not less." Zhou Peng thought for a few seconds. "Let's start with the 3070 split. Once your side stabilizes, we can reassess then." "All right." Xiao Chong added, "Let me make one thing clear. If you take on an order and negotiate the price and the client pushes for time or delivery, you handle it. If there's a mistake on my side, I'll take responsibility. It can't be like before at the company where we just take on everything because the company had backup. Now we have nothing. If we take on something and can't deliver, it all falls on us." Zhou Peng took a breath on the other end. "All right, let's do it this way." After hanging up, Lu Hao squatted in the corner of the yard, helping Li Guilin wash vegetables. Before long, Zhou Peng sent over a chat screenshot. The other party sent photos of over a dozen devices, asking if a small order could be done, checking the appearance, verifying the numbers, and checking the parts. The time frame was to complete it within 3 days. Zhou Peng then sent a voice message, "See if this can be done." Xiao Chong didn't agree immediately. He only replied, "Send me the original images." "How many are there specifically, and is there a parts list?" Zhou Peng first sent over the photos. Xiao Chong enlarged the images. The devices were small, the appearance was clear, and there were only a few parts. Lu Hao leaned over to take a look. "Is it similar to last time?" "Yes, but the quantity is less." Xiao Chong said, "If it's over a dozen, Zhao Zaijian's warehouse should be sufficient." He typed a few words and then deleted them, finally sending 5 words, "This can be negotiated. No rush." He told Lu Hao let him first send the quantity photos list and hand over details. We will decide after seeing everything clearly. In the yard, Li Guilin took the vegetables to wash by the water pipe. At the new house, old Ma was leading workers to finish the last edge of the yard wall. Zhang Jingguo stood outside the new wall, running his hand along its surface. Xiao Chong looked at the few small images on his phone. Over a dozen devices, appearance numbers and parts. No need to disassemble, repair, or renovate. Just the two of them would be sufficient for 3 days. He scrolled up through the conversation and saw Zhou Peng's earlier remark. You used to be this cautious at the company. Zhang Jingguo called out to him from outside as the yard wall was about to be finished on the last edge. Xiao Chong put his phone back in his pocket and walked over. Over a dozen devices, 3 days, 2 people should be enough. But he needed to see the list clearly first. Not that he didn't trust Zhou Peng, but after the last 300 returns, he knew some things had to be asked up front. That afternoon, Zhou Peng sent the revised list and original images to Xiao Chong. The price has been discussed and agreed upon, Zhou Peng said over the phone. The client mentioned that the goods will be shipped out today, and once they arrive, we need to complete everything and send it back within 3 days. Xiao Chong acknowledged. The next afternoon, the delivery truck stopped at Zhao Xiaojun's warehouse. 2 cardboard boxes and several bags of accessories were unloaded with the client's shipping information attached to the outer box. Lu Hao took out his phone, first photographing the seals and corners of the boxes, then checking the list with Xiao Chong. Everything is here, Lu Hao said. Only then did Xiao Chong move the boxes into the warehouse. 3 days later in the afternoon, Lu Hao sent the last delivery receipt to Zhou Peng. The boxes were resealed, the inspection records placed inside, and sent back to the original address. Lu Hao squatted down to collect the temporary numbers and looked up to ask, is this considered done? There shouldn't be any issues, Xiao Chong replied. Let's see if there are any problems after the client inspects it. Just as it quieted down on Zhou Peng's end, Lao Ma's call came in. Are you in the village? Lao Ma asked. Yes. The last bit of work on the house has been completed. Let's see when Master Yin can come over for an inspection to check if everything matches the plans and try to resolve any issues before the renovation starts. Xiao Chong acknowledged, hung up the phone, and messaged Yin Ming. Yin Ming replied quickly, saying he would be available the next morning. The next morning, the yard was livelier than usual. Lao Ma was tidying up tools at the entrance of the new house with 2 workers, while unused wooden beams and several bags of mortar were piled against the wall. When Yin Ming arrived, his car stopped at the entrance of the alley. He entered the yard, first greeting Xiao Chong's family, then nodding at Lao Ma. Let's start by inspecting the outside, he said. The group followed him around for a tour. Yin Ming reached the entrance, squatted down to examine the edge of the steps, touched it with his hand, and then stood up and stepped back a couple of paces. This area needs a bit more work, he said. It doesn't hinder entry and exit, but the edges are rough. It won't look good if left like this when the tiles and door frames are installed. Lao Ma leaned in for a closer look. This is easy to fix, so we can do it today. Yin Ming didn't respond, but walked over to the window on the east side. The edges around the window frame were uneven. From a distance it seemed fine, but it was noticeable to the touch. Smooth this side out as well, he instructed. It's fine for now, but when the renovation occurs it will be obvious once the lines are pressed down, Yin Ming said. Lao Ma nodded. We'll handle it together later. Finally, Yin Ming entered the small room next to the kitchen. He looked at the wall against the plans and asked Lao Ma, what about the markings for where this pipe runs? Lao Ma glanced at the wall and realized that the original pencil line had been